Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the Latin America International Championships pre-show. My name is Gabby Snyder, and yeah, let's hear some noise for everybody here in the crowd watching early this morning. Unfortunately, we still have a couple of minutes here until we kick off the main event, but that's exactly why I am joined by some incredible casters from all of our titles to walk you through what you have to look forward to this weekend. And also happy Eevee Day, by the way. So while y'all introduce yourselves, tell us, who you are, what game you're representing, and what's your favorite Eevee evolution. So why don't we go ahead and get started?
Thank you very much, Gabby. My name's Chris Reisner, also known as Rise to Occasion. I'm a Go caster here. Favorite evolution, it's gotta be Umbreon for me.
Hi everybody, I'm Jake. I call myself a content cowboy. I say yeehaw and I cast Pokemon Unite. My favorite evolution, gosh, I knew you were gonna ask this, but it's still tough. I do think it's Vaporeon for all the right reasons and not the wrong ones.
Hey, hello everyone, my name's Juancho Saldana, and if we're using all our made-up names as well, I'm Primetime Wizard. But my favorite evolution just has to be Umbreon, not because of the cards, it just looks really cool.
It is cool.
And speaking of cool, my favorite Eevee evolution is actually Glaceon, so we got a nice coverage here. I'm also here representing the video game, so we're going to have a lot of fun action to look forward to. So why don't we go ahead and take a look at some of our players to watch this weekend from the video game championships. And if y'all have been watching along at home, or maybe y'all have been watching along here in person or at some of our regional championship events around the globe, these may be some names who are quite familiar to y'all. First player to watch this weekend is going to be last year's Latin America International Champion, Marco Silva. Very, very strong player from Italy. Won this event twice in a row, actually. So also was second place at the North American International Championships last year. So a strong contender. It also has already won a regional this year. So very, very strong. Keep an eye out for him. We also have Gabriel Agati, a hometown hero from Brazil. Has 2 regional wins under his belt, got top 8 at the North American International Championships last year. Definitely keep your eyes out for him in the crowd. Hopefully we'll get him featured on stream as well this week. And who could forget our lovely world champion Giovanni Siski was able to win the World Championships in a different format. He has never played Regulation H, which is the current video game championship series format. We'll have to see how he's going to do on the official stage. So a lot of incredible talent out there. We have even more players to watch, which we'll cover in the video game stream. So we'll get to that when we get to that. So we'll have to look for that. So why don't you go ahead and tell us, Rise, about who to watch for Go?
It was hard to narrow it down to just 3 players, but it has to start with its accent. Perhaps the most decorated player in our game's history. This guy's won the Triple Crown. He's a regional champion, international champion, world champion, Yokohama 2023.
That's all 3.
He is a player to watch out for. He's fresh off a top cut in Vegas. Keep your eyes on its accent. And then it's the hometown hero, LNDS Hard Jeff, representing Brazil. He won this tournament 2 seasons ago. He also has top cut LAIC every single time he's competed here. Can he keep the streak alive? And then maybe the best nickname in all of Pokemon Go, it's the final boss, Colin 6. He earned that nickname because he's always there towards the end. To win the tournament, you got to go through the final boss, Colin 6, all the way over from the Netherlands. He was the highest placing European player here last year, 5th place. Can he improve on that? We will see.
I love an intimidating nickname. So best of luck to all our Go players out in the field. Over in the trading card game, I think y'all have a final boss of your own over there. We'll get to Unite. Don't worry. Best for last? Best for last?
So I'm not best?
I'm just gonna upset everyone this morning. Okay. Can't win.
No, for sure. A lot of people to look forward to seeing here at the TCG. Here at LAIC, again, there's so much talent. We have so many players for TCG, right? How can I pick just 3? But to start it off, you mentioned it was Eevee Day?
It is, yes.
Oh, it was perfect, because one of the people we do have to watch out for is Emma Hagen, who is undisputedly the best Eevee box player in the game. So her deck involves so many of the evolutions. It's a lot of fun. She got 2nd place at Gdansk. and was formerly, number 1 in the EU standings. And again, EV box player. She did get uncrowned though as number 1 after last weekend because of Las Vegas, but still sitting nicely at number 2 is very, very impressive. Of course, we also have Ryuki Okada, player from Japan. And this is a man who I just know loves Pokemon because he's traveling all over the world despite not really being part of our circuit. He earns no championship points, but he did win his World's Invite by winning the Brisbane Regional Championship.
That's so legendary that he earns nothing except the respect of winning it. I love that.
The respect, the cash prizing is
Oh,
pretty
there's
nice
money too? Okay. I still like it, but
No, but he's been just everywhere, really. This year, he won Brisbane. He was in Las Vegas just last week, placed top 4 then. And, of course, he's our EUIC champion as well, so a former EUIC champion. So I'm sure he's looking for a win now in Latin America because he's won everywhere at this point. But, of course, last but not least, I have Jackson Ford. We were talking about, EVs, but this is the man who's playing the real mascot of the game, Charizard EX, our real boss. Again, this is the undisputed Charizard master. He is a regional champion this season, but I'm sure he's looking for his international.
Of course, and if you're going to win an international championship, I mean, Charizard. I mean, the winner of LAIC last year in VGC used Charizard, so. But finally, of course, best for last, it's time for Pokemon Unite.
yeah, we have so much exciting stuff going on with Unite this weekend. We have a new map, so many new Pokemon to the game, but there are some teams to watch here that are really incredible. Last year, out of Brazil, the runner-up, Tuzi Esports, they have a slightly new roster, but this team looks incredible. They have Mazo on the squad, such an exciting team to watch. We have a new org team out of North America. Otter is on that squad from Luminosity last year, but you may know this team is TTV. They are now Dignitas. I'm so excited to have that org in the scene and this team here. And of course, our world champions are in the building. Peru is here and they are looking to win this whole thing. And the teams that win LAIC first, second, and third not only get the lion's share of the Do-Re-Mi this weekend, they also get 3 tickets to the ACL, the Asia Champion League in March. It's one of the most exciting tournaments of the year. So this is such a huge way for Unite to kick off the season. I can't wait. Also, fun fact, my nickname is the First Boss. I don't know if that's a compliment.
I think that is a compliment. I take it as
At
a
least
compliment.
I'm on the rung somewhere.
At least you're a
Yeah.
boss.
Yeah, there you go.
I mean, if you take it as a compliment, I think that makes it a compliment. And of course, we're not going to let you all at home walk away empty-handed this weekend. If you are watching along over on Twitch, we have some fantastic drops for you to earn. So, Juancho, why don't you tell us what amazing drops you can get over on the TCG side of things?
Ooh, we're starting it with the TCG because we have so many. Give me a second. I can share the code. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, okay, perfect. I got confirmation. You can get 4 Phantasmal Flame packs. I'm sharing the code right now. LAIC 26 Phantasmal Flames. That's the latest set. So 4 packs from the latest set's pretty good. But not only that, we're giving away 3 more things just by watching at the Twitch channel. We have a Mega Venusaur deck box, sleeves, coin, and then followed by 2 special Illustrator rare cards. It's actually a mystery what those cards are.
Ooh.
You're gonna have to tune in to find out and then grab those cards. And last but not least, a Mega Venusaur jacket, a cosmetic item that you can only get by watching through Twitch. I'm gonna have to watch because I need to grab that.
All right. If you open those booster packs, by the way, make sure to post your polls with hashtag #PlayPokemon. I'd love to see what you get. There are some incredible cards in the Phantasmal Flame set. But speaking of incredible, I hear Pokemon Go. There's something about Elite TMs in the mix for y'all. I need some of those.
For Pokemon Go, we have a special timed research. You can get your hands on Araquanid. It's inspired by its Accent's NAIC winning team, but I think more importantly, we don't want to bury the headline, an Elite Charge TM.
Yes.
Also, 15 fast TMs, 15
Yes.
charge TMs. Us PvP enthusiasts, sometimes we're changing a lot of move sets around. We're lacking those TMs, so make sure you get your hands on them with the timed research this event.
I know, with the special format here as well, those TMs are so important because my Pokemon just weren't set up for the right metagame.
Absolutely.
So make sure you get those drops as well over on the Pokemon Go channel. And for video game, don't worry, we got y'all covered as well. If you think back to the North American International Championships, Federico Camporesi won with a fantastic Whimsicott, and that's going to be our distribution for this weekend. And oh, I'm getting something in my ear as well. I can also share the code. This is incredible. So you can go ahead and go to Mystery Gift and enter the code LAI6 or LAIC26 Tailwind. The I's are ones, by the way. And you can get your own Whimsicott. It knows Encore, it knows Tailwind, and Whimsicott is just one of those Pokemon that is always relevant in VGC. So if you don't have one trained up yet, or if you just want another one to have around in your game, make sure to get that Pokemon while it's live. And once again, the best for last. What's are we giving away this weekend in Pokemon Unite?
Yeah, we have some cool stuff for Pokemon Unite, best for last, as always. I don't have anything in my ear. They wouldn't let me wear it, so I don't know what code I can or cannot share, but I can say that just by watching, you are going to be able to earn a Venusaur Platinum emblem. It is the code on the screen right now.
Yeah,
it is! The code's right there. We can share it. So using the code on the screen right now, you are able to get this in-game sticker showing that you are here live watching LAIC. Of course, we're going to be live on the Pokemon Unite Twitch Friday, Saturday, and then Championship Sunday, we will be up on the main channel. Make sure you snag these free rewards just for watching Unite.
So some incredible rewards. And don't worry, if you want to grab all of the rewards from all of our games, you have plenty of time to tune in to all of the fantastic action. So real quick from y'all, any final thoughts? Like 3 words. Tell me why I should watch Pokemon Go this weekend.
It's a historic event. It's the first time we're introducing a limited meta to the championship series. Players are going to have to be creative, and we're going to see Pokemon that we've never seen the likes of taking the stage. Oranguru, Turtonator, brand new meta. Who can adapt? Who can play the best to become an international champion?
All right, Spraggles, real quick. Why should I watch Unite this weekend?
Best for last.
All
best
right.
for last. I hope that translates somehow.
All right. Juancho, why should I watch TCG?
I only have 2 words.
Okay.
Mega Evolution.
Okay. I think we lost Spraggles. All right. Well, you should watch VGC because it's going to be absolutely incredible. So many twists and turns you cannot believe. So thank you for joining us here in the pre-show. There is an incredible opening ceremony waiting to start. So let's go ahead and kick it off.
We did it. We did it!
Esse meu jeito de viver, ninguém nunca foi igual. A minha vida é fazer o bem vencer o mal. Pelo mundo viajarei, tentando encontrar o Pokémon e com o seu poder tudo transformar. Isso eu sei, pegá-los eu tentarei. Juntos teremos que o mundo defender. Isso eu sei, pegá-los eu tentarei. Vai ser grande a emoção. Pokémon, temos que pegar. Quem vai contar comigo? Viaja, tento encontrar um Pokémon com o seu poder tudo transformar. Vem comigo, vamos formar sempre a melhor equipe e sempre juntos vamos vencer. O sonho é poder. Isso eu sei, pegá-los eu tentarei. Juntos teremos que o mundo defender. Isso eu sei, pegá-los eu tentarei. Vai ser grande a emoção. Pokémon, temos que pegar.
Dare yori mo tsuyoku nari tai. Pokémonゲットが本当の試練さ。この広い世界中探し求めるポケモンの本当の力知るため力合わせそれが運命。俺たちで世界守ろう。強い心と勇気で飛び越えよう。君と俺助け合って Pokémon.
I wanna be the very best. No one ever was. To catch them is my big test. To train them is my cause. I will travel across the land, searching far and wide. Each Pokemon to understand the power inside. Isso eu sei, pegá-los eu tentarei. Juntos queremos que o mundo defender. Isso eu sei, pegá-los eu tentarei. Vai ser grande a emoção. Pokémon, temos que pegar. Temos que pegar. Temos que pegar. Ué! temos que ir, o mundo defender. Pokémon, temos que pegar seus seis. Pegá-los eu tentarei, vai ser grande a emoção. Pokémon, temos que pegar seus seis. Pegá-los eu tentarei, juntos teremos que ir, o mundo defender. Pokémon, temos que pegar seus seis. Pegá-los eu tentarei, vai ser grande a emoção. Pokémon, temos que pegar seus seis. Pegá-los eu tentarei, juntos teremos que ir, o mundo defender. Pokémon, temos que pegar seus seis. Pegá-los eu tentarei, vai ser grande a emoção. Pokémon, temos que pegar.
Nossa, a emoção completamente tomando conta. Janaína Bianchi, a cantora do tema original do Pokémon no Brasil. Obrigada, Pikachu. Vai, Pika. Oh my goodness. Bom dia, São Paulo. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the 2026 Pokémon Latin America International Championships. Oh, my goodness, that performance, Adam, it was absolutely electrifying.
Took my breath away. I think it perfectly set the stage for this event and for all of our old school Pokemon fans in the audience, certainly.
Yes, in Portuguese, in English, in Japanese as well. So let's give a big round of applause once again for our lovely performers.
Over 3,500 of the fiercest competitors across the Pokemon trading card game, Pokemon video game, Pokemon Go, and Pokemon Unite are here in Sao Paulo, Brazil, fighting for their shot at the 2026 Pokemon LAIC champion title.
It's not just the title as well, we're talking about a $500,000 prize pool across all 4 games. And of course, a qualifying option for the champions to Worlds happening next August in San Francisco, California, and of course alongside the Pokemon experience.
Incredible. It feels like just yesterday that we were crowning the 2025 World Champions in Anaheim, California. And now here we are kicking off the first international championship of the new season with our competitors preparing to play some of their most intense games of Pokemon yet.
And it's not just about playing Pokemon, it's about competing, proving yourself, and taking that crown.
Well, let's not keep them waiting any longer then, Sophia. Competitors, get ready for round 1 of the 2026 Pokemon LAIC Championship.
Alrighty, so to get this started, let's give one final round of applause now for the lovely staff and crew making this lovely event come together. Alright, are you ready? Go!
Welcome to the 2026 Latin America International Championships. We're coming to you live from Sao Paulo, where the best trainers in the world are meeting to fight for the title of LAIC champion. Last year, two-time world champions Luminosity started their historic season off with a dominant win to start their 2025 IC sweep.
Has just been buckled in Brazil.
Your former world champs are your LAIC champions.
Regional hero Marto Galde persevered with unmatched resilience, withstanding one final brave bird attack before rising tall as the LAIC champion.
He might be the greatest of all time.
Miloslav Posledny proved that patience pays off. His highly calculated plays laid the groundwork for an inevitable victory and achieved status as TCG legend.
Brent doesn't think he can do it, extends the hand.
Defending LAIC champion Marco Silva devastated his opponents, burning through the competition and searing his name into Pokémon VGC history.
And the first three-time international champion in the Masters Division.
Welcome to the Latin America International Championships. Let the games begin.
Welcome in, everyone. We're here to kick things off at LAIC 2026 here in Sao Paulo. My name is Leonard König, aka Koning Lionheart, and I'm joined by Chris Reisner, aka Rise to Occasion.
The excitement is palpable. Here we are in Sao Paulo, ready to display a brand new meta, a limited meta for the first time ever in the Championship Series. I can't wait to get things going.
Yep, we have so many new Pokemon that have barely ever touched the realms of tournament top cuts here. We have so many returning Pokemon that have been good in previous formats, and now they're absolutely back and they're here to stay. They want another title. It is incredibly exciting. We all know how good the LATAM players are in Pokemon Go. We have some of the best trainers ever, like Lindos Harjev or Marto Galde, who won the last one. It's going to be insane.
Some of the best players, some of the best hype here in the LATAM region. The crowd goes crazy. Trainers traveling not just from their home region here in LATAM, but far and wide across the world to try and become an international champion. And to do so, they're gonna try and climb the points leaderboard as well. And we're gonna take a look at the championship points breakdown in terms of what they are trying to acquire here at LAIC.
Yep, in the end, everyone wants to go to the World Championships, and this is the way to go, right? You're getting 500 points plus a direct qualification if you are winning this tournament, and then it scales down a little bit, 480 points for the second place, 420 for third to fourth place, and so on. And of course, also, this works towards the Travel Awards. I think this is the last tournament that goes towards a EUIC Travel Award.
It's going to be intense trying to get those points to get that $3,500 potentially travel award to the European Championships, and you see some of the automatic bids as well. Top 4 will get a place at the World Championships, and the championship points breakdown. I mean, 500 just puts you so far ahead if you were to win, and the points here are extremely important at LAIC.
Yep, that's more than I have. Definitely, to get there, to get to those points, you will have to play for a double elimination style tournament, and if you don't know what that is, we have a video that explains it.
Let's dive into the format for Pokemon Go at the 2026 Pokemon Latin America International Championships. Trainers have traveled far and wide to compete for their share of over $500,000 in prizes and the ultimate title of Pokemon Go LAIC Champion. The competition takes place over 3 days, battling in a double elimination bracket using the Great League limited format. Only 3 trainers will remain to compete on Championship Sunday. Matches are best of 3 until the end of the bracket. Winners finals, losers finals, and grand finals are all played as a best of 5 series. Each match follows the Bring 6, Pick 3 format, where trainers craft a team of 6 Pokemon, but only bring 3 into each game. The trainers are bringing their all to the play tables this weekend, and we will soon see who will claim the trophy and title of LAIC champion. Let's get this tournament started.
Was that a Drampa I just saw there? We are, for the first time, again, in a limited format here at LAIC, the LAIC Championship meta, and we have so many cool Pokemon that we can discuss and that we're going to see there. What do you think about Drampa?
Drenpa, I think, has a lot of play. Lots of dragons are going to be utilized in this meta, and how are you going to counter those dragons? Ice types like Dugong, like Celio, some fan favorites, and I'm interested to see the creativity from these players here in this tournament.
Yep, loads of dragon types that can get you to victory, that can get you to prizes as well, because it's not only about championship points, but also about the casheroo, and that is $5K US for the first place.
That is a lot of cash, Leo. These players have a lot more to play for than just championship points. Some money is on the line, scaling all the way down to top 13. They can earn some prize money, but obviously going for that gold.
Definitely, championship points and money. What else is there to win? But this is going to be an insane tournament. And I was talking about the Pokemon earlier. What do you think is going to be the best Pokemon this weekend?
It has to be a Oranguru. It's the staple of the meta, but also we have to talk about Dugong. It has been a player in the Open Great League as well, but it's going to be a staple in this limited meta, one of the bulkiest ice types, and has that icy wind, which will debuff your opponent's attack, making it so effective, and drill run coverage for those steel types that do exist in this meta.
I love Dugong. It feels so safe everywhere it goes, even against fighting types. The constant debuffing. Most of the time you're even getting to 2 debuffs, but there it is. The big dog in this meta, Oranguru, with the Confusion, Brutal Swing, and Trailblaze coverage. It is so versatile. It basically hits everything. It basically is not walled by anything. It is so bulky. Confusion does a lot of damage. You can even boost yourself up if you have the chance. It's a menace.
Even those steel types that can counter it, it has that Brutal Swing coverage. It can ramp up with the Trailblaze, and sometimes it's going to need that to keep up with the damage pacing of something like a Gyarados. Gyarados is going to be one of the top closers in this meta. So good behind Protect Shields, and that Aqua Tail is so spammy. 9 turns, 8 turns, another Aqua Tail. Gyarados going to be a strong attacker in this meta.
And this Pokemon also has the accessibility to crunch a dark type attack, which is so important here, because honestly, the subtype of most of these Pokemon is actually Psychic. You have Oranguru that you want to hit for super effective damage, and then again, this makes Aqua Tail better. Aqua Tail is not only a strong attack when it lands, it's also so fast-paced that you can bait with it.
And Oranguru and Gyarados, 2 Pokemon that we don't typically see in the Open Great League that we think are going to be very successful here. On the other side, a Pokemon that has been a staple in the Great League, but we don't think is going to be able to be successful, is Dusclops. It just lacks the damage output, and it's a Pokemon that was very prevalent in our last International Championship at NAIC. I don't think it's going to be the play here, Leo. It struggles to keep up with its lack of damage output against some of the top picks.
You know, I think it could be good in this meta, but Oranguru is just such a hard counter for it. You almost get confused down. Your opponent is just probably trailblazing up, not even throwing super effective Brutal Swings, only if necessary. This is such a bad matchup, and this meta, it's so hard to gain big advantages because most of the matchups are really neutral. So if you have one really, really bad matchup you find yourself in, it's gonna be super hard to come back.
I was thinking one play to make Dusclops more viable would maybe have a purified one, maybe have that return to surprise opponents. And some people that make, I think, clever picks are players from this LATAM region. They're very spicy, and we have some top players to watch out for. We start off with LNDS Hard Jeff, Marto, Galde, and of course, Zardy as well.
That's scary, honestly. Already seeing those 3, it's going to be super hard for anyone else to compete here. They're always in top 4 here at the Travel Award race, at the points leaderboard, and look at those names. There's so many more fantastic players that are just waiting to prove that they can be the best there ever was.
Leo, one crazy thing I heard one of our co-casters, Will Dunphy, say was, if I told you someone was a 4-time regional champion and an LAIC champion, who would I be talking about? Well, I could be talking about Marto, or I could be talking about Hard Jeff. They've both done it. They are both so talented. And Zardy just came off a Belo Horizonte win. So some of these players trying to defend their home region here in LATAM.
We also have a lot of threats coming over from the pond from EU. We have Nickname, who's lying. His name isn't even Nick. And then we have Pau Lasha and Colin, the final boss, as we like to call him. Those trainers are fantastic. Nickname has won 2 regionals in the last season, and Pau Lasha and Colin come from regional top cuts in Gdansk. And look at this leaderboard.
All of them in great form, and we see Chris at number 1 here on the European leaderboard. Stone Collection is in attendance. He is at number 2, and lots of European players coming from across the pond, trying to get things done here.
In the 16th spot, we can see Patoman, who is also competing here at LAIC. He is the runner-up of the World Championship, just barely losing to Bilzeboy. They're in a really negative matchup, but maybe he could turn his luck around, find the team that he needs, and then be peak Patoman again.
He'll be looking for a 2nd international championship. You know who already has 2 international championships? It's Axon. Players to watch from North America. Axon fresh off of a top cut in Las Vegas. Same thing with Out of Pocket. Same thing with Dunebug. He won Las Vegas just last weekend. These trainers are going back-to-back tournaments, back-to-back weekends here in Sao Paulo.
That gold medal he was biting on, is that the one he stole from you last weekend?
Oh, too soon, Leo, too soon.
But I mean, you're still on number 1 here at the leaderboards in NA. Then, of course, followed by Out of Pocket and Dunebug. So they're all there.
Yeah, not too shabby, right? But some of these players are certainly going to pass up that number 1 spot here with all the championship points at stake here in Sao Paulo. Another player to look out for, Stud Muffins at number 5. He's looking to climb potentially into that top 4, going for that travel award. Lots of top players here coming from North America.
What about the 4th spot? Nighttime Clasher, who is actually in a group with his brother who traveled with him. Nighttime Clasher and Sustenance Eater might have to have a little brother-on-brother matchup here.
Just from a fan perspective, that would be a great matchup to see. Nighttime Clasher and Sustenance Eater. I don't know if they've ever actually faced off in the championship series. I don't think so. So if that's a first time here at LAIC, especially if it made it to the stage, that would be very fun to watch.
Yeah, we just had in our last European regional a match of Patoman versus his brother. So we always like those family feud matchups, right? So those are always amazing.
Yes, now we're going to head over to Oceania, where we have some players to look out for. Godzalama, Jamothi, and Steve, also known as PvP Steve. You know, Leo, it's a little bit of a running joke, but Marto Galde,
I was gonna say the same
he's a bit of a prediction, right? And I think he did predict Steve, so yeah, I don't know, maybe it's destined to be. And here are the leaderboards as well for Oceania.
Yeah, many cool trainers there. They love each other. We played in Gdansk as well, or in Lille, I don't quite remember there, but also a super talented trainer. All of those are absolute threats in tournaments as well. But I think PvP Steve has quite a good shot at winning the LAIC, even though we can't bring Bastiod on this time.
Yes, that was his signature pick last season. And PvP Steve looking to climb that leaderboard in Oceania. And while you guys are watching the stream, we have some exciting things to keep in mind, and that is Twitch drops. Make sure to keep watching the stream, and you will have access to, first of all, it's Axon's Inspired Araquanid. Yeah, that's all right. But I think more importantly, we're going to have some charge TMs as well. But before we get to that, you can also take a look at some VG Twitch drops on the screen right now.
Yep, we're gonna be served with Pokemon gimmicks on every single game. We have the Whimsicott here, inspired by Federico Camporesi's NAIC winning Whimsicott. This is a Pokemon that's also cool in the Open Great League, but it just doesn't have Tailwind there.
No, Whimsicott, a Pokemon that sometimes we see in Pokemon Go. I don't know if we'll see it in this tournament here, but next up, we have some TCG. Make sure to watch and receive the rewards in-game. That is a cool Venusaur jacket, Leo. I feel like that would look good on you.
Yeah, thank you. I would think so, too. I want this in real life, actually. Also, the deck box and the sleeves are absolutely stunning. Not to mention the coin here. Mega Venusaur is one of my favorite Megas, and it's my favorite first partner Pokemon.
Yeah, Venusaur, a fan favorite, and I also wish I could have that jacket in real life. That looks pretty dang cool. So lots of great rewards to keep in mind. Make sure you guys are watching on Twitch as well as YouTube to follow along.
Yep, and you mentioned it's Axon's Araquanid, which is also a Twitch drop you can get from watching the Go stream with the Elite Charge TM. I'm actually I'm actually quite poor on those, so I think I need to watch the stream for a little bit when I'm on break.
You know, some of us like to experiment with different movesets. Sometimes those TMs get low. I think us PvP enthusiasts, as I've said before, could really use those TMs. Those are the best. Get a little bit of dupe hider candy as well if you want to power up that Araquanid you get. But as you said, the elite charge TM. Maybe TM something like Blast Burn onto a Charizard. Such a powerful legacy attack, a community day move, and as well as 15 charge and fast TMs for your collection.
Just like Aqua Tail on Gyarados, which is really important for this meta, you sometimes need elite charge TMs if those are legacy attacks. But now that we have settled that, let's talk about the game again. What do you think? How many Oranguru are we going to see in the tournament?
I think it's got to be well over 150 if I had to take a guess. Oranguru is a staple in this meta. And then we're going to have to take a look at the top cut usage as well. But a little bit, okay, I think these percentages might be a little bit off.
Accurate. All right, we have Oranguru and Gyarados, but I think that the order in which they are, that actually should be correct. Oranguru, the top dog, makes sense. Gyarados also super safe in that meta. And then followed up by Pokemon like Dugong, which also will have a high usage. But I really like to see that Medicham there. You know, it's Axon already announced Medicham is coming to LAIC. Medicham is one of the few Pokemon that hard answers Dugong in this meta.
You have to wonder with this trend, if you say something's coming to LAIC, you say it's coming to a tournament, is it the plushie or is it the Pokemon itself? We've seen some trainers having some fun, like Beelzeboy with that for Vegas. But we talked about the core four. We talked about Oranguru, Gyarados, Dugong, as well as Turtonator, and it seems like those are going to be the top 4 Pokemon in this meta.
Yeah, but we also thought about some other Pokemon that are not necessarily in the top 4 that could come to this tournament. Some Pokemon that you want to add to your team to maybe throw your opponent off guard. And this is something for me like Goodra. I like the option to have Thunder Punch against those ice types, which are most of the time also water types there. But I also love Glalie. It is so cool. Rollout is such fast-paced, fast attack. And then you throw avalanches at everyone.
Glalie, one of your picks, so strong in the zero shield scenario with those hard-hitting charge attacks like Avalanche and Shadow Ball. I have a couple of water ice types, Dugong and Celio, I think are going to be menaces in this meta, but also some more obscure picks. The Vespiquen, a little bit of a core breaker, can wall the energy of some Pokemon, as well as Matang beating both Oranguru as well as some other fairy Pokemon and ice Pokemon like the Dugong.
Vespiquen is one of the few Pokemon that break the Gyarados Oranguru core, because you can hit with X-Scissors for super effective damage, and if you want to play Fury Cutter instead of Poison Sting, you also deal a lot of damage with fast attacks against Oranguru, and then you have fast-paced Power Gem for the Gyarados.
And that Power Gem in bad matchups can be something that we're going to see utilized. The Vespiquen maybe dancing around and landing the Power Gem on things like a Turtonator, which should destroy it, right, with those Incinerates. But that Power Gem hits awfully hard, and Vespiquen could be a surprise pick. And that's what I'm excited to see most, Leo, is the creativity from these trainers outside of maybe the core 4 picks. What are going to be those 2 wild card slots on their team that they're able to utilize?
Okay, there's one Pokemon I'm really excited for to see it.
Tell me.
Jinx.
Jinx, okay.
Jinx has Confusion and Avalanche. Those are 2 great attacks. I think it can sweep some teams.
Okay, I apologize for my chuckle when you said that, because I'm just so not used to Jinx, but if you think about it, I think you're right. I think that's a good point. Confusion, very powerful attack, very fast attack pressure oriented, and then the Avalanche, one of the most efficient chart attacks in the game. So Jinx, you just never think of it really in PvP, but you might be onto something. Maybe we'll see one.
If you get a farm down on something, which is quite easy with Confusion when it is heavy damage fast attack that also charges up a good amount of energy, I think onto the next Pokemon you can throw 2 Avalanches, and an Avalanche from a Jinx is so heavy hitting. Glalie, super bulky Pokemon, deals a lot of damage. You said it's good in the zero shield scenarios because 2 Avalanches most of the time knock out any single Pokemon in this meta.
Also resisting some of the ice damage from things like Dugong, like Celio, so maybe an ice type that could beat other ice types in the Jinx, and I think we saw some of those in the usage rate, so I hope we get to see it on stream, because that would be really fun to watch.
Now that you're saying ice so much, I'm getting a little bit hungry. Which Pokemon has spoons for me? It's Alakazam, also a part of the metagame. What do you think of that?
Alakazam, extremely high attack weight. It is a difficult Pokemon to use, so I think trainers are trying to figure out how they can get the most bulk possible on their team. And that's one reason that Oranguru and Dugong are so high in usage. They're two of the bulkiest Pokemons in a meta with lots of dragons, with lots of flying types, things that typically aren't as bulky. And they're trying to figure out a way to maybe combine that bulk with some of the more higher attack Pokemon to help utilize their strategies to win.
So which dragon do you think is the best in this meta? And honestly, let's count Gyarados as well, because it uses Dragon Breath as a fast attack, which deals a decent amount of damage and paces quickly.
So Gyarados is going to be the most common. Is it the best? I guess we'll have to wait and see. I think that the Pokemon you were talking about, Goodra, with that Thunder Punch coverage, could be a problem for some teams. And Leo, if you look into the stats, there are actually some Goodra that are able to take less damage from Gyarados and actually win that matchup. So that could be a strategy employed by some players if we see some specific Goodras employed in this tournament.
That is really cool, because also you have this fast-pacing Thunder Punch, which definitely knocks out a Gyarados. Gyarados, yes, deals super effective damage with the Dragon Breath while also taking neutral only, but Aqua Tail doesn't really hit hard. You have to hit those crunches. So the matchup is not as one-sided as you would think. If you get a farm down on anything, with the Goodra you outpace by a mile.
And you make a good point with the crunch coverage of Gyarados. This is going to be a tournament unlike really anything we've ever seen. In this meta, players are getting accustomed to these new matchups. These are matchups you haven't played so often, and who was able to practice the last few months since this meta was announced? Matchups like Gyarados versus Dugong, you didn't really see too much before, but now they're going to be extremely common, and I think we're going to get a real good look at players that have been getting a hang of this meta, that know how to play specific matchups. When a Dugong swaps it, how are they going to react to it? It's going to be an extremely technical tournament, and I think only the best of the best are going to be able to survive.
Exactly. Most of the time it's just easy to say, okay, this Pokemon beats this other Pokemon, but finding those niche win conditions in some matchups, which are not favorable for your Pokemon, you can invest perhaps 2 shields, farm something down. Your opponent might not invest shields, but you come out with a lot of HP and maybe 2 to 3 charge attacks. Then all of a sudden your opponent finds themselves in a situation that they are not used to. And this is something very critical in Pokemon Go. If you throw your opponent off guard, they have very, very limited amounts of time to react.
And while you guys are following along the action, this is actually a meta you can play right now in the Go Battle League. So if maybe you're more of a casual PvP player and you're seeing some of these top players utilizing Pokemon like Oranguru, Turtonator, wait, I haven't seen these things before, you can actually play yourself in the Go Battle League right now. And now we're gonna take a look at the day 1 meta. Here we go. Over 50%, we have 3 Pokemon led by none other than the Oranguru. 61.9%, Gyarados close behind at 56, and just about half of the trainers here in Brazil have brought a Turtonator onto their team.
And just a little bit less than half of the players have brought Dugong. So those are the big 4. You can also see it in the numbers because it's dropping rapidly after the Dugong. A quarter of the players approximately are running Bruno Regus, which is a Pokemon we haven't really discussed so far. Has Shadow Claw, great fast attack, Rock Tomb, maybe the best charge attack in the game, and Brutal Swing coverage for those psychic types. But what I am a little bit afraid of is Altaria here, because this Pokemon really wants to avoid ice types, but against everything else, it's great.
You have to wonder as well with Altaria, maybe Peck is an option rather than the Dragon Breath for something like a Medicham. But maybe Dragon Breath is just the way to go with something like a Turtonator being so prevalent as well. And we see the Steel types lurking there, 25% for Matang. I'm actually a little bit surprised that Matang has a higher usage rate than Bronzong. Bronzong has access to that payback, which is so threatening to the Oranguru. But Matang with that Fury Cutter, very fast energy generation, and has that Psyshock Gyro Ball coverage for its attacks.
You can also run Return if you want, if you purify a Metang, but if you're playing versus Oranguru, the Fury Cutters really just do add up. You're fast-paced. Then the funny matchup between Bronzong and Oranguru is in the Zero Shields, if you're landing a Payback, it does not knock out together with the Metal Sounds. You will need some more, and you're gonna get hit with some Brutal Swings, so it's not as easy as you would think.
That's good to know. And Medicham, a Pokemon that we saw on there with the Psycho Cut, it's going to be double resisted by those Ghost Psychic types, but 2 Dynamic Punches from a Medicham comes awfully close to knocking out both of those Pokemon in what can only be described as such a flexible, neutral matchup. So I'm interested to see all those picks we saw on the screen. Medicham I think maybe one of the lower usage, but strongest overall Pokemon potentially in this meta.
Yeah, Medicham has been widely overlooked in the beginning when people started to play test around this meta, try to build some teams, play it in grassroots or practice tournaments, but then people started realizing how good it really is. It has hard counters in the meta, but very few people are running Pokemon like Skeledirge, and other than that, it's so incredibly flexible. And Pedro AC07 is already running that Medicham versus Lindos Brumano, who's going for a more standard approach here.
Our first two trainers getting ready to take the stage, and this is a historic match, Leo. The first limited meta matchup in the Play Pokemon Championship Series. You have players that before the Championship Series came to go have been practicing these restricted metas in grassroots formats, and maybe those are the players who will stand out in this tournament. Maybe players that just got involved once the Championship Series started are going to be able to translate their skills to this slightly different format. But Pedro and LNDS Brumana, as you said, going to start things off here with our first matchup.
I cannot wait how this is going to unfold. The difference in the matchup is that Brumano has a Metang there and Pedro has the Medicham. And this is a very close matchup, as you mentioned earlier, to Dynamic Punch, almost knockout. Dynamic Punch also, just like Avalanche, is now one of the most efficient charge attacks in the game.
And we're going to get a look straight away with so many similarities across these teams. This could be a reoccurring theme in this tournament. I think we're definitely going to see some trainers bringing the spice. I know there's some top trainers I heard are leaving out the Oranguru, are leaving out the Gyarados and the Turtonator on their teams. But right now, this is a good look at what to expect in this meta. Some of the top picks, and how are they going to be able to handle potential mirror matches? Do you swap out? Do you give yourself an energy head start with certain Pokemon? It's going to be a great look for our first matchup here.
The players choose to play Pokemon with high attack to just win charge attack priority, or do they want to maximize their defenses in those matchups? And most importantly, here, Turtonator, Ember or Incinerate?
This has been a controversial question. Some friends of ours, Homeslice Henry and Martine and Adequins, have been talking about the possibility of Ember versus Incinerate. I know Martine feels like Incinerate is the way to go. Why give up just a little bit of energy when you can have double damage with Incinerate? That's his thought process there. But only a 2-turn fast attack of Ember is going to be a lot more viable in terms of your timing. Makes it things easier to time your charge attacks correctly when you aren't locked in that 5-turn Incinerate.
First of all, the Incinerate doesn't do a lot in the mirror match as well because it's double resisted. And second of all, with Incinerate, the matchup versus Oranguru is super awkward. If both trainers try to throw on the quote-unquote perfect timing, as we call it, Turtonator will throw after 3 Incinerate against the Oranguru. But after that, it's so hard to find good timing, because if you have a 5-turn fast attack versus a 4-turn fast attack, you will always want to throw after 3 Incinerate. Oranguru is so fast-paced, it will not let you get to 3.
However, one issue with the Ember is it's really difficult sometimes to farm things down because it's just not doing very much damage. Also, in what is a bad matchup for Turtonator, the Gyarados, the Incinerates plus Brutal Swing sometimes are enough, and here we go. We are ready for a lock-in just about. It's going to be our first matchup here at LAIC, and we are getting ready to kick things off here, Leo.
Pedro versus Brumano. This is going to be incredibly cool. We're going to see Oranguru, Turtonator, everything. Do you think we're going to see the Medicham immediately? Because there is one hard answer in the meta that is actually being played. Actually, not even that hard. Runerigus struggles with Ice Punches.
Runerigus, yeah, I would classify it more as a soft answer because they're typically not running the Shadow Ball. It's usually the Brutal Swing. Rock Tomb doesn't have that hard-hitting charge attack, just the Shadow Claws that are adding up. And 2 Ice Punches comes awfully close to knocking out. I think if you take 2 Ice Punches, you're going to get farmed down. And we are a go. Welcome to the Latin American International Championships. And we're going to start things off Dugong into Gyarados.
One of those more neutral matchups. But of course, Gyarados does not want to take any icy ones here. Doesn't want to get debuffed. The crunch is being thrown at perfect timing from Brumano. This is neutral damage. Again, no Shadow Pokemon in this meta allowed. So this is not going to deal over half.
And notice the wherewithal to throw the crunch before the debuff debuff and then making the catch onto the Icy Wind. Now, this is going to be double resisted. Beautiful catch, but you are locking yourself into a debuff for some period of time. And Leo, here we go, Ember Turtonator.
We're throwing those little pebbles of fire at the Dugong. Goes for a brutal swing immediately here. Yes, this Dugong is debuffed, but still Drill Run is doing super effective damage. You don't have Incinerate to deal that much damage, and we choose to throw an Icy Wind. And that is the correct play in this matchup. You want to debuff first, and then perhaps use a Drill Run, because one Drill Run does not KO.
It makes a lot of sense, very logical, with one Drill Run knocking out anyway. And we see the energy being built up, going for a Brutal Swing Bandage, sniffed out by LNDS Brumano. He's going to take the Brutal Swing here.
That dealt nothing here. Who's the debuff Pokemon now? Another Brutal Swing. This attack is incredibly spammy. Does not choose to go for the harder hitting Dragon Claw. And LNDS Brumano, he is going to be able to farm up some more energy here.
And once again, was able to take the Brutal Swing, going for the Drill Run out. This is going to be let through. This is going to knock out the Turtonator. Brumano still somehow... Oh, not quite out. I take it back. It actually gets an extra Ice Shard, so perhaps even better for Brumano. And now has to make a decision. Do you come back with the Dugong? You know, this could be a potential crazy farm down with Ice Shards for the Dugong. But Brumano going to get to a charge attack before going down.
Oh, Brumano is throwing immediately, so there might be a chance that he's going to swap out after this. Other than that, Pedro has the chance to just swap in his own Gyarados and try to go for a rather faster farm down here. Swaps in his own Gyarados here on the side of Brumano, and it is going to throw an Aqua Tail here. Is Pedro calling it? I don't think this would knock out.
I love this aggressive swap, not allowing the farms out, going for the Aqua Tail, and it can be difficult to keep track of those Dragon Breaths. Pedro shielding the Aqua Tail, now going for an Iceman, has so much energy on this Dugong. Brumano, is he ever going to use these shields? Yes, he's going to use the first Protect Shield here.
And I think this Pokemon might be hit with another Icy Wind here. This might draw the second shield out. There is a Gyarados, and the last matchup there is going to be this Rune Rodriguez. That is not too strong for Brumano.
Icy Wind connects, doesn't quite knock out, and is only going to be able to reach an Aqua Tail here. This is a double attack debuff. Gyarados and Pedro going to let this go. This is going to do very little damage to his Gyarados. In comes the Rune Rodriguez. I mean, this isn't ideal, Leo. You're going to take super effective Aqua Tail damage, but the Gyarados is a pretty frail Pokemon. I don't know if this is over.
Yep, I mean, at least this is not Bite for Brumano, because that would deal a lot of fast attack pressure as well. But you're going to get to that Rock Tomb. Rock Tomb is going to debuff. There is going to be this last protection. Does a Brutal Swing. It's a bait, but it doesn't debuff the Gyarados. Can an Aqua Tail knock out here, or can you reach a crunch?
Successfully gets the Protect Shield, settling for the Aqua Tail. This isn't going to be enough to knock out Rune Rodriguez, but is it going to be able to hang on to reach the charge attacks? It's definitely going to reach. It already has the Brutal Swing. It gets to the Rock Tomb. No catch there from Pedro. Rock Tomb's certainly going to knock out the Gyarados.
Definitely, but this is a dry Rune Rodriguez now. The Dugong is going to be coming in later on as well. Can it get a farm down here? Oh, this is a lot of Shadow Claw damage as well, though. Are you going to get to another charge attack? Or are you going to knock everything out with that Dugong? It's Dugong against the world. No, it's Dugong against Dugong. Oh. The Gyarados. Gyarados gets knocked out.
The Gyarados gets knocked out. There's an Icy. Throws the wrong attack. This is double resisted, but it might still be enough to knock out the Dugong. Icy Wind does knock out, and a little bit of a scare there from Pedro. You know, sometimes, Leo, you fall in love with the debuff. A little bit of a heart attack from my co-caster here, but it is enough anyway from that low of health to knock out.
I think this was just the assertion of dominance from Pedro there, so saying, hey, double, not super effective attacks. That's still fine with me. Pedro wins this first game, and that was crazy. It looked like Brumano was in an advantage when it came to energy and maybe even shields, but in the end it was Gyarados versus Rune Rodriguez.
Called 2 Brutal Swing baits. Felt like he was in control, felt like he was in position to win, but as you said, a negative matchup in the back. And I think one thing he could have done differently was maybe switch there into the Dugong at the end, force the pressure, get some more Ice Shard. What happened was he allowed the farm down on the Rune Rodriguez. Maybe he wanted that Shadow Claw damage first, but it gave the opposing Dugong the energy to get to that charge attack and ended up flipping the game.
This was also very important here when you're not even knocking out with the debuff Drill Run there to knock out the Turtonator. What I also found interesting is that he, in the end, there threw a Rock Tomb here. I think if you are throwing a Brutal Swing here, this might knock out the Gyarados from this range, and then you might get to another Brutal Swing against the Dugong if you are doing 2 and then throw. So
That's a good point. And had the switch available there to the Dugong, but just this too much energy, the icy wind there. Like I said, I think players sometimes fall in love with the debuff. They always want a debuff, no matter what the typing is, no matter what the resistance is. But luckily for Pedro, icy wind was still enough there anyway in that Dugong mirror.
okay, let's discuss this. Medicham was not brought in this game. Why not?
That's a good question because the Medicham looks awfully safe to me. If in my opinion, the best answer to it, as you said, was the Runerigas, and that Ice Punch deals super effective damage where it's not the worst matchup in the world. Even a Pokemon like Gyarados, right, although it's a flyer against a fighter, you're dishing out neutral damage. With Psycho Cut, Ice Punch, you're only taking neutral damage from the Gyarados. It's much more of a neutral matchup than you might think, and here we go. And it's once again going to be Dugong into Gyarados.
Are we going to see a catch again? Maybe not. This time the Metang is in the back instead of the Dugong, so no double resisted Icy Winds there, but we're going to charge up a Crunch as well again.
And you have to wonder with the backlines here, does Brumano ever, yes, swaps the Oranguru, gets the Crunch debuff as well. We're going to see an Icy Wind fired off first to debuff this Oranguru. Now Brumano, if you look at his line, he brought the Metang back this time. He's trying to do exactly this, lure out the Turtonator and get rid of it so that Metang is more free in the back.
Yes, but also Metang is now probably aligned versus a Gyarados, which is also not the best of all matchups. Resisted Fury Cutter, Side Shock does a lot of damage though, but we are going to see some brutal swing spam here in this matchup. You can time your charge attacks better and you can throw more brutal swings at this Oranguru, but agreed, at this range, farming down, not really an option.
And you have to wonder if after this brutal swing, if Brumano plays aggressive and swaps into the Gyarados, no, he's just going to stay in. Ember not going to be able to farm down, and we see Pedro elect to throw this brutal swing relatively quickly. Maybe didn't want to take extra confusion damage from the Oranguru. Oranguru goes down, and you have to come in with the Gyarados. Gyarados going to go for a farm down here. This energy could be really useful. Actually, no. Electric to the Aqua Tail didn't want to take a charge attack from the Turtonator.
I think this is a decent spot for Pedro here. He can just bring in his Dugong if he wants, or his own Gyarados, use some shields, farm it down, brings in the Dugong. Dugong is going to outpace the Icy Winds. A catch on the Metang, but now you're locked in a debuff Pokemon once again.
This catch is nice to take this resisted energy, but in comes the Gyarados, and honestly, these Dragon Breaths are adding up despite being resisted. Psyshock coming through, gonna grab the first Protect Shield from Pedro. You gotta use those Protect Shields eventually. It is debuffed right now, but I like the shield, and now going for an Aqua Tail bait.
Oh, and this bait is successful. Throws the Aqua Tail right into the shield here. Is going to outpace so hard with the Gyarados now. Are you going to reach 2 more crunches or an Aqua Tail and a crunch? Psyshock is going to be thrown here. This is still debuffed. I think you can easily take 1.
It's so tough to let that go if you're Brumano. I think it's a great bait decision by Pedro. Psyshock is taken. We see the aggressive swap. Gyarados on Gyarados, and another Aqua Tail bait incoming, and successfully gets it. Pedro, double Aqua Tail baits, pivot into the Dugong, but Dugong has no energy.
Yeah, this is a big overfarm for Brumano before throwing the crunch here. Are you going to shield this? No, you're going to use that shield for the Gyarados, but you're going to get outpaced in this range of HP. I think you might even want to shield an Aqua Tail here on your own Gyarados.
Crunch knocks out, just going straight Aqua Tail at this point. It's all you really need, right? With the fast attack pressure, going for the Aqua Tail. Pedro going to Protect Shield.
You can now knock out with your own Aqua Tail. You just have to overfarm precisely. Don't get in Fury Cut and Orange. Gets a full farm down here before the Aqua Tail is reached. That's a full crunch start. Throws it into the Metang. How bulky is it though?
Super effective crunch incoming. Metang is going to go down, and Pedro is your first winner here at the LAIC International Championships.
Gets the 2-0 victory here. So many great catches by Brumano, but the debuffs of Pedro were just too much, showing how good this Dugong really is. It is such a powerhouse. You have a positive matchup into the Gyarados. Your opponent tries to win with Gyarados, swaps out, but then you're stuck in a matchup with a debuff Pokemon. Doesn't even matter if Dugong is energy dry after you swap it out. It is so bulky, it is going to force your opponent to throw charge attacks at it.
What a way to start things off, and I think this is so fitting because I think this is what we're going to see a lot of. You are in for a wild ride watching this tournament. If you're used to matches, if maybe you're a casual Go Battle League player and you're like, oh man, I couldn't do anything this game, you know, I got hard countered. That's not gonna happen very much in this tournament. Yeah. There are so many neutral picks. Every game is going to be a battle, a fight. I was talking to Out of Pocket, top NA player coming into this tournament, and he said this is going to be a war of attrition, were his words, because every game is going to be a fight and is going to come down to who plays the best and who is able to outmaneuver their opponents.
And Pedro did just that with the Dugong. So much pressure, debuffing Pokemon left and right, especially the ones that were catching those icy winds, but debuffs are so critical. And this was probably the game-breaking moment. The full farm down with the Dragon Breath of Gyarados onto Gyarados with the crunch thrown in there to win the game here for Pedro. But on another note, how much did you like Ember Turtonator here? Because I thought it was really good.
Ember Turtonator just made life a little bit easier there, getting to pace a little bit faster, throw the charge attacks on easier timing. So I think Turtonator with Ember might be a little bit easier to use, but maybe Incinerate just has that little extra firepower, pun intended, to get the more farm down, more energy and damage output.
Yeah, I mean, the energy amount that you get from Incinerate is still rather high. It's such a good fast attack, but sometimes the thing is you want to deal the damage, right? But sometimes you just faint before you can get the damage off because 5-turn fast attacks are so clunky.
Yes, it can be difficult to use, and there are times when you're running a 5-turn Incinerate that you're forced to throw on bad timing. Maybe even a situation where you're forced to let an entire confusion go through from an Oranguru because you have to get your attack off first. You know they'll outpace you otherwise. So Ember, I think, makes life a little bit easier. Maybe Incinerate in the right hands, in the right position, can be the superior fast attack.
You know what? No, I disagree now. I'm
Okay.
Team Ember now.
You're going back and forth.
Yes, I'm Team Ember now. This is really, really strong. You're fast pacing against those Dragon Pokemon as well with the Dragon Claw, which is really, really strong. In the mirror match, you're beating other Turtonators. It's easier to time against those Oranguru. You get to those brutal swings incredibly fast. I think for this meta, it's a good shout.
Ember can also be difficult for opponents to count because it's only 10 Embers to have that brutal swing plus the Dragon Claw. So that is a nice pacing where you can have the bait and then the more hard-hitting charge attack as well. So Ember energy generation is just so crazy. It can definitely throw opponents off if they're not ready for it.
And also it's really hard to see because it's just this tiny little piece of fire instead of the Incinerate, which is just a lot of fire. It's really hard to miss those visually, but Ember can be confusing. I feel like I'm getting you on the Ember side now.
You know, I still am leaning more towards Incinerate just because I think that consistent damage output can be really useful, but I think Ember definitely has merit. So I'm not as polarized as Home Slice Henry and Martin. They're very one way or the other. I think both have merit here, and I'd be interested if we could ever see something like the percentage of trainers that opted for Ember versus Incinerate. That would be really interesting statistics.
That would be really cool. There's another Pokemon that has two different fast attacks, which is Medicham. You have Psycho Cut and Counter. Do you think there is play in this meta for Counter Medicham, just like the good old days?
Well, I think you need the Psycho Cut energy generation in this meta to take advantage of that dynamic punch because that pacing is so good. Only 5 Psycho Cuts, 10 turns to every dynamic punch is so useful. If you're running counter, yes, you have more consistent fast attack pressure, but it takes quite a while to reach that efficient dynamic punch. So I think Psycho Cut is the play here in this meta.
All right, but we have figured out who our first winner from the featured matches is. It is Pedro, and he's ready for an interview with Nick.
All right, thank you, Leo. I am here with trainer Pedro, otherwise known as Rodrigo. First question, I was curious, how did you get that name?
Oh, the name of the account is the name of my son. I started to take him to the square to play Pokemon Go. He gave up in the beginning, so I continued to play on his account, and I'm here.
Yeah, so I'm assuming that's how you started into the game?
2016, yeah.
And then how did you get into the PvP scene?
Oh, I think I started when GBL started because I live in a city there's not a great number of players. So when GBL started, it became easy for me.
It's great to hear how the different facets of the game allow different players to play and enjoy the different opportunities that we have within Pokemon Go. I saw in those matches that you were relying a lot on Dugong as well as Gyarados. Talk to us a little bit about why you like those Pokemon in this meta and how you think they shine.
I'm not a very good player. I have some friends who give me advices like Zardy, like Caleb. So they advised me that Dugong and Gyarados would be a very good core. So I rely on both of them, and I'm using them a lot today.
Well, you say you're not that great of a player, but your performance has been quite well. I think you've placed top 36 in every tournament that you've placed so far. This is your 4th tournament, I believe. I saw that you played in LAIC last year as well as Belo Horizonte this year. Yes. Do you have any more tournaments that you're planning on going to in the future?
I don't know yet. I have a dream plan to qualify for San Francisco, so maybe we have 2 more tournaments in Brazil, I think in Campinas and Curitiba, so maybe, who knows?
I hope to see you there. Last question for you. Do you have any shout-outs that you'd like to give to any friends or family who might be watching?
Yes, to my family, probably they are watching in Belo Horizonte, and to Zardy and Caleb, who helped me a lot until today. Thank you.
All right, well, thank you so much for the interview. Let's send it back to the casters. Thank you.
Some wise words. I think we're going to hear more from them. This is a very promising start to the tournament there. Some really close matches already coming down to the wire, coming down to a full farm down, some catches and some peak energy management.
What an impressive match to start things off, and that's one of my favorite things about these tournaments is the players that make a name for themselves, that become household names in just a matter of tournaments. And I agree, I think there's more we're definitely going to see from this trainer.
We have so many other trainers as well. We have a full house here. I can't wait to see how this tournament unfolds, and I really want to see those spice picks that players have found out, because the top meta picks, they are rather set. So what are we seeing here? It's time for a Galarian Rapidash?
Galarian Rapidash, this wasn't on my radar, Leo, but it is a fairy type. We talked about some people maybe bringing the Togekiss, but Galarian Rapidash, let's think about this. Do we think it has much play into Destroyer's team against DHC United?
I mean, it can Mega Horn the Oranguru if it wants to. You have Wild Charge as well, so 2 very strong charge attacks. You're very fast-paced with Fairy Wind, but also Body Slam has been buffed again, and it is very, very spammy. Very good to bait out shields. I think it has its uses.
And you have 2 dragon targets as well, where you're gonna heavily resist those fast attacks. The Galarian Rapidash, wow, and this is what we were talking about, right? The creativity. What spice picks are we going to see to try and core break this more condensed meta? Well, DHC United brought the Galarian Rapidash. He also has the Dusk Noir, which is something that I think is a little bit more popular, but the first time we're seeing it here on stream.
But are the dragons really good targets? Because I'm thinking of Turtonator immediately, which is also a dragon. Sometimes you forget that because it just does so much fire type damage. But you have Body Slam to hit it. Wild Charge would be resisted. Mega Horde would be resisted. It's not super effective Fairy Wind damage. I don't even think that's a good matchup.
Not against that dragon, but more so the Gyarados and the Goodra. Gyarados, of course, a pseudo dragon with that dragon breath, but Goodra is probably, honestly, it's still probably not a hard counter matchup, right? Because Goodra is so spammy to those Aqua Tails, it can probably 2-shot the more frail Galarian Rapidash. But here we go. Off and away. This is the same lead 3 times in a row we've seen so far. Dugong into Gyarados, and we're going to get used to this matchup, I think.
Yeah, I think so too. Dugong, Gyarados, of course, Turtonator and Gyarados, or Dugong in the back as well. No Oranguru is a bit of a surprise here, so both trainers saying we are going for the lower third of the top 4 Pokemon this meta, but this time, not a catch.
Yeah, we saw last time around going for the swap after the crunch, and this time, gets the Icy Wind to land, and now we're going to see Gyarados building up to the crunch, and the Dugong can definitely take this and not be afraid of getting knocked out.
But can it farm down afterwards and come out? Oh, that is a lot of swaps into the Gyarados. Now another answer with a Dugong, so let's run it back.
We have the role reversal. And if we take a sneak peek at the back line, it's going to be Turtonator against Turtonator. So the whole conversation we were having about earlier, Ember versus Incinerate, that could come into play. But as for now, it's going to be this Dugong-Gyarados matchup. But keep in mind that we saw DHC United bank a charge attack on his Dugong that he can potentially use for later.
Gyarados is now again being attack drop. We are seeing the same thing again. The big question is now, can you farm down with the Dugong, or are we going to see a swap into the Turtonator? The timer should be up relatively soon. Are you going to swap that in? Risk getting hit with a... Oh, tries to go for the upward tilt, gets knocked out before that.
Just barely doesn't reach that charge attack. You see spamming to get into... Oh, and catches an attack, but... Oh, and it's going to be the Icy Wind, so we'll take this a little bit better than a drill run, but now you are going to be debuffed for quite some time, and this also helps put you into Dragon Claw range. And look, they're both on Ember, Leo.
This seems to be the dominant fast attack set here. We're going to go for the first heavy hitting Dragon Claw here. Gets shielded up by Destroyer. Are we going to see some brutal swing baits?
The energy is about even, playing it safe, going for the Dragon Claw, guaranteeing big damage or the Protect Shield, and that Protect Shield comes out at the last second. You see the trainers on even energy, as we said, and ooh, DHC United over farming, allowing the Destroyer to put the pressure on with this next Dragon Claw.
You know what, I think you can easily take this because this is still debuffed here. So, oh, what a catch here. The Dragon Claw is being catched on the Dugong. Destroyer dancing around. Another game possibly coming down to catches. All of this damage goes nowhere here. And the Turtonator of Destroyer, who has the shield advantage as well, is still looking healthy here. Is DHC United going to come back with a catch himself?
It was a nice catch, but he also lost the energy on the Dugong, had a drill run loaded, and now we see the brutal swing bait. And here's the thing, because Ember does such little damage, this Turtonator is not quite in Dragon Claw range just yet. It's gonna do a ton of, oh! Goes for, wait! Was he anticipating the catch? I don't think so, but he went for a brutal swing. It's caught on the Dugong, and is this gonna set up a huge Ember farm down?
Wait, but can you even Ember farm down here? I think you can basically reach triple brutal swing and then swap into the Gyarados. That one gets knocked out by the Ice Shard as well. Goes for another brutal swing. How much energy do you still have? Do you have a Dragon Claw loaded?
I think he does. I think he does, but I don't know if it's enough to knock out the opposing Turtonator. Remember, the Turtonator's still very healthy. It's charge attack priority. He loses the charge attack priority, and this game number 1 is gonna go to DHC United.
Destroyer does one unnecessary Ember to overfarm. He loses charge attack priority and destroys his chances in game 1 there. DHC United winning that matchup with a super healthy Turtonator.
Just a little bit not precise enough in that end game to close things out. And you know, I do think the Turtonator would have survived the Dragon Claw anyway. But here's a question. If you don't go for that Gyarados catch, maybe Dragon Claw plus the few Dragon Breaths you had could have potentially been enough. So there was some play there from Destroyer. In the end, DHC United stayed with it, stayed composed, and was able to get the win.
Every game coming down to the wire already. With all of those mirror matches, I can already guarantee y'all that I am going to get confused in some of those.
And with so many swaps, Leo, counting becomes a whole nother ball game. The games are so flexible, right? Keeping track of this energy of all 3 Pokemon is going to be a real test for trainers, how they're able to do so. It's a huge part of the game.
You know who I think has a crazy advantage in this tournament then? Nighttime Clasher, because I can always see him noting something down mid-game, even in game 3. So I think he's the one who's writing down counts. That could be helpful.
Absolutely. And we saw some of the more standard picks in that first game with a 1-game advantage. Is it time to potentially bring in one of the more spicy picks? Here we go, game number 2. 4 for 4, Leo, 4 for 4. Dugong into Gyarados.
All right, this is a rather common lead, apparently. We want to see that Rapid Dash. Also, Wild Charge is a super effective charge attack against a Dugong, so that might be a reason to bring the Rapid Dash. Does not scare the Destroyer away.
And we're seeing this play out yet again. Crunch before the Icy Wind. Players playing this matchup correctly. Icy Wind now coming through. DHC United going to try to reach another crunch here. And Are we going to see Destroyer do what DHC United did? After taking this, maybe pivoting into another Pokemon to save this charge attack for later, we see the Crunch about to connect onto Dugong, and yeah, he's playing it the same way. Gyarados swapping by the Dugong.
Honestly, I think so far every player who has led Dugong into Gyarados has won the matchup. After all, so I think the tiny advantages that you can get from those games, they are making or breaking those. But I mean, if you're just swapping into the same matchup back to back, then what is even the big difference there? How do you keep your advantage?
I think banking that charge attack is the correct way. I like the way the trainers are playing it. There's a little bit of a head start here. Should be able to reach the Crunch, and oh, I think actually threw on the charge attack priority. They're expecting maybe DHC United to throw as well. Let in an entire free Ice Shard, going to shield this Crunch, and doesn't reach the Aqua Tail before going down.
Oh, we've seen that multiple times as well again, but DHC United valuing the HP on the Dugong here. I don't even think that the Crunch would have done that much damage. Now we're going to see the Turtonator being brought in here. After 2 Ember, you're going to see the Icy Wind being thrown here.
Lots of energy on this Dugong. Icy Wind connects. Maybe sniffing out that with 2 shields still in play, wasn't going to go for that drill run, was going to make sure to get that debuff. So I like the no shield from Destroyer. Dragon Claw coming through, wants to make sure to get the knockout or the protect shield. Dragon Claw will get rid of this Dugong. So we have a Turtonator that's been chipped, that's been debuffed, but we have a Turtonator now at full health, so not quite in Dragon Claw range. Goes for the catch attempt and wait. Oh, it tries to go for the full farm now, but not before an Aqua Tail is reached.
That pulls a shield, and that is so huge because you have so much HP, and the Ember, the damage is non-existent basically in this matchup. A brutal swing on charge attack priority, and this is still a debuffed Turtonator on the side of Destroyer, so I think you can even just no shield a Dragon Claw here.
Here we go, Dragon Claw coming through. DHC Unit, there's so much energy. When do you use the Protect Shield? Gonna use it here. Maybe this is the moment where it's less likely for a bait, so I think it makes sense. Brutal, but I don't think Brutal Swing's quite enough.
Does it bring it into farm down range even? Because Ember just doesn't do any damage in this matchup. No, this is far from farm down range here. Destroy is now going to connect one of those Dragon Claws. This is still debuff damage, so you definitely do need to quite the hefty amount. Is there still energy on the Dugong? A drill run is going to be combo play, and this should mark the end of this game with the combo play drill run here for super effective damage.
Super effective drill run gets the knockout, taking down the Turtonator. And Destroyer has tied this series up 1 game apiece. It is going to come down to a decisive Game 3. Nice adjustments there.
Let's make a prediction of what Pokemon we're going to see in this matchup. So I'm thinking DHC United or Destroyer could lead Gyarados.
No way.
And I think it's going to face maybe a Dugong.
I'm going to be bold. I'm going to say we're going to see 2 Dugong in the lead this time.
That would be exciting.
A first. It'll be a first through these first few matches. It's been 4 for 4, right? Gyarados, Dugong, except they did switch it around. It was the inverse this last time. So maybe we'll see a unique lead scenario as this lead has been playing. But this is what I've been talking about, is in this condensed meta, things become so technical. You're playing these matchups, and you mentioned it, Leo, how do you give yourself an advantage? That's what these players are figuring it out on the fly. Maybe they've been figuring it out in practice in these situations. So we see the replay here. Destroyer found a way to maneuver this game. This game really played out almost like the inverse of game number 1, and Destroyer able to tie up the series.
I really like to see that everyone is apparently running the Ember Turtonator. This Pokemon looks a lot more flexible than the Incinerate version of it. The more I see it, the more I like it.
Yes, I would agree. More flexible, but also we saw that situation where, right, you couldn't farm down the Gyarados completely and it reached that Aqua Tail. So there's situations like that. However, maybe just solely off the presence of Turtonator itself, right? Solely off Turtonator, you want Ember for that particular mirror matchup. Otherwise, like you said, you generate energy just slightly less fast, and the awkward timing of the Incinerate can make things more difficult. So even if it's just one matchup that it's much better for, that matchup is so prevalent, it makes sense.
But sometimes also the farming down process against other Pokemon, like especially Gyarados, is really hard with Incinerate because, I was gonna say Incineroar, with Incinerate because there's going to be 3 Dragon Breaths for free without dealing any kind of damage to the Gyarados if you use Incinerate, and that might sometimes mean that with 1 HP they still get to an attack. You are right about this, it's Dugong into Dugong.
I called it, what can I say? And this is the first time of potentially many we're gonna see this matchup, Leo, and one thing to keep note of in this matchup is some players will opt for a specific Dugong that actually takes 1 less damage per Ice Shard, which allows it to win this matchup, making your Dugong essentially a Dugong counter. So that's something to keep an eye on. And we're seeing DHC United. Now, Leo, I actually think one thing DHC could have, he's gonna throw the Icy Wind. You might want to throw it earlier, but maybe he wanted to build up that energy first. Then we see the swap into a loaded Dugong with the arrows. This is a little bit peculiar, and this Gyarados is gonna be locked into this debuff.
Yeah, I mean, the energy that you can throw with your Dugong, I don't even think you wanted to throw into the opposing Dugong. You want to throw all of those Icy Winds. A debuff Crunch is going to connect now, but this is nowhere near threatening a knockout there, so I think you just go for another Icy Wind. No, swaps into his own Gyarados there, and now wants to prevent his opponent from getting another Crunch up. You can throw an Aqua Tail here. No, wants to go for a full farm down. Do you invest a shield here?
I don't think you want to use it just yet. Oh, I take it back. Gyarados going to put up the Protect Shield and should get the farm down here pretty easily. Lots of energy, and this is what makes Gyarados so threatening. Ooh, but the immediate Icy Wind, it's a risky decision, right? If you're DHC, you don't want to potentially give away a full free Ice Shard, so didn't commit to throwing right away. But now you get debuff before you can utilize this energy, and Dugong's gonna be much more comfortable now.
What I think you can do is you can just farm up to another Crunch and then swap into your own Dugong back again. But this one is already so chipped, could potentially be farmed up by a Turtonator. Swaps in his Turtonator into a loaded Dugong that is going to hit for super effective damage. Goes for the ground type charge attack immediately.
It's the battle of fire and ice. Turtonator takes the drill run, super effective, and in comes the opposing Turtonator. Down a Protect Shield. This does not look great for DHC United. He's going for the Dragon Claw. No messing around, and it's gonna connect onto the Turtonator.
Oh, that is so much damage. Puts it maybe into the Brutal Swing range, actually. But of course, Destroyer knows it does not knock out. You can't be farmed down. You have 2 shields to 1 here. This is looking still so good for them.
He's over farming so much, and I think it's because if there is a knockout or a swap out, he wants to already have energy loaded for the remaining Pokemon. DHC United gonna let this go. Gonna force you to expend the Dragon Claw energy, but Turtonator has so much. It already has a charge attack for this Gyarados. Gyarados has a charge attack, didn't throw it, and now I think you have to Protect Shield this Brutal Swing.
Can Gyarados farm down? Is there energy on the Dugong? Because this is going to get close. Dugong is being swapped in, but it's completely dry. A Crunch is thrown immediately. Could have overfarmed more. Does this even knock out, or do you get some farm?
I think you're going to get the farm down, but you're going to be very low with the Gyarados. Oh, pivot to the... Oh! And is forced to expend a Drill Run here. Maybe could have farmed up a little bit more. Maybe could have farmed out with the Gyarados. Drill Run is going to knock out, but have you just set up Destroyer's Turtonator to destroy?
So much energy is being thrown into this Dugong in this game. Now we're going to charge up so much Ice Shard damage as well.
He's 1 away, Leo. He's still 1 Ember away from the double Brutal Swing, so he feels like he has to undercharge this. It's not going to knock out. Turtonator goes down, and DHC United is your winner.
That was so close there in the end. Could barely even follow that game. You said it before, the counting is so important in these matchups. Every Pokemon in the back there had energy. The Gyarados sat there with energy when the Turtonator fainted, and of course the Dugong also had energy. Both had a full charge attack start. How do you even prepare a game plan mid-game?
That was such an awkward end game, and you know, that if you're watching that at home and you're wondering why didn't he fully charge the Brutal Swing, why didn't he just knock out the Pokemon, it was because he was so low that he knew a few Dragon Breaths would knock him out, so he had to try and get more energy. It just wasn't quite enough to find the win. We see the replay and both players maneuvering around. It was Gyarados into Dugong, Dugong into Gyarados, Dugong into Dugong. These similar matchups playing out, and how do you find yourself an advantage? It oftentimes just came down to these end games, and in the end, it was DHC United finding a way to win.
It was the same matchup thrice, and all of those games played out completely different, which is, I think, very, very impressive. DHC United had a little bit of an advantage there because he won the charge attack priority with his Turtonator versus Destroyer's Turtonator, and that can make a huge difference.
And one thing I heard about in this meta is you can really make a strong team with just the core four. We talk about the core four. We're going to refer to Oranguru as well as Dugong, Gyarados, and Turtonator. Exactly. And it's going to be a matter of just outplaying players in these neutral matchups, or then do you bring in the spice picks? If you're playing against someone like, I don't know if I'm going to outplay them neutrally, maybe it's time to bring the Matang. Maybe it's time to bring the Galarian Rapidash. We didn't see it there, but maybe in the future. Those are the two strategies and mind games that we're going to start to see employed, I think, later on in this tournament.
Yeah, Galarian Rapidash, also a cool Pokemon that was a mighty Pokemon. You could just catch that on a high level in the Wild Zone just recently. But we have an interview prepared of our second winner of LAIC 2026. So let's go over to DHC United and Stephanie.
I am here with DHC United. Douglas, you just came off of a great tournament in Las Vegas back in the US. How are you feeling? That is an intense pair of tournaments back to back.
Definitely is intense. Wasn't really expecting to make it as far as I did in Vegas, but really grateful to have made that run. And we're here in Sao Paulo hoping to carry that momentum to the stage here, and grateful for like an intense kind of first game on stream.
Yeah, that was really well played. One Pokemon, though, that we did not see on your team that you decided to bring was that Galarian Rapidash. Tell me a little bit about that choice.
So a lot of credits to my friends who kind of encouraged me to bring that. But really what it does is it serves to kind of core break the top three Pokemon that we see in the Oranguru, Gyarados, and can hit back against the Dugongs with a Wild Charge. Of course, one-shot potential again against that Oranguru with a Mega Horn. And of course, resisting all the Dragon Breaths. Gudra, you might see some of those. So it kind of acts as like a Swiss Army knife, like core breaker type Pokemon. It is very glassy though, so definitely seeing that Matang, I was like, okay, maybe not the best choice, but it kind of serves as bench pressure in that sense. So that's kind of the rationale behind the Pokemon.
Very cool. I hope that we get a chance to see it a little bit later on. Now, tell me a little bit about your practice, because you just came off of an Open Great League tournament coming into this tournament, which for the very first time is that limited meta format. Right. How did you balance that practice doing the two tournaments?
Yeah, so I definitely front-loaded a lot of the Open Great League practice from last week, carrying that into Vegas. But this week was really focusing on the LAIC format, so playing a lot of GBL. So I know the LAIC format is in GBL, so definitely want to take advantage of that, and especially playing a lot of the Pokemon that I would want to get comfortable with. I think other than that, a lot of practice tournaments with my teammates, as well as like other members of the community as well.
Awesome. Do you want to have an opportunity here to shout out some of your teammates and friends before I let you get back to the competition?
Definitely. So, of course, want to first of all shout out my family and my girlfriend, who hopefully gets to join at some point. And I want to give a big, big shout out to my team at Thunder Road, and of course my buddies in PCP, Jello Too Good, HDM VZKF, and CC Chen Foray. So thank you all for helping me practice and get to where I am today.
I love seeing the great community behind all of these battlers. Casters, you've got another battle coming your way.
Shout outs to all the people in their community, those that are helping them along the way. He also referenced the Go Battle League. Leo, I have a question for you. Have you been playing any of this LAIC meta in the Go Battle League?
Yeah, quite a bunch.
And what have you been liking? Has there been a specific Pokemon that's been your go-to so far?
Actually, it's Gudra. While I don't think I would play it in a Show 6 version of the meta, it is so good in the Go Battle League. It is so spammy with those Thunder Punches. People overestimate the bulk of Dugong against it, and it's just such a nice save swap. It's a good bait out for certain Pokemon that free your Gyarados afterwards.
Go Battle League, certainly a great way to get some practice for this meta. It's definitely a different format to the Show 6 Pick 3, but players able to get some reps in with these Pokemon that maybe they're not so used to using. You talk about Gudra, that's a bit of a spicy pick in this particular meta. Coming up next, I took a sneak peek. We're gonna see a Vespiquen take the stage for the first time.
Vespiquen is a very, very bulky Pokemon. It is a little bit overlooked. I tried it in the Open Great League for a little bit. I really liked it. Fury Cutter, decent fast attack pressure, super spammy, and I mean, Rock-type coverage. You don't have a lot of that in the LAIC meta. Actually, Rock-type Pokemon are banned from it. You can't have a Pokemon that has a Rock-type in there. So having Power Gem, it's already a bit of an advantage, I would say.
And ever since a few seasons ago when Fury Cutter got that buff, it's such an efficient fast attack. Not only are you generating energy quite quickly, but you can get some sizable farm downs. And here we go. It's going to be Nyx taking on Hungry Wolfpack. Hungry Wolfpack, a player that I know, I believe a native to Wisconsin, the state that I'm from originally, and he is a player that has really taken things seriously as of late. It didn't compete in the first few seasons of the championship series, but he's really tried to improve his game, and he's traveling all the way to Sao Paulo. I mean, that shows his commitment to improve and to, you know, try to be the very best.
You know, in Europe, one of our superstars is actually Wolfpack, and every time I see him play, I get hungry for more, so this is perfect.
Yes, Hungry Wolfpack, maybe the alter ego, the North American Wolfpack here traveling down to South America, and he is getting ready to go. Someone that I know scrims a lot, and on Nyx 96's side, we are seeing for the first time Celio, that alternative pick to Dugong. Now, I'm someone, Leo, that has looked at Celio in this meta, and although I would probably lean towards Dugong because of that icy wind coverage to debuff, I think that's just so hard to pass up. The positive with Celio is you're much spammier. Yeah. You get to those body slams so quickly, and you have that quicker charge attack pressure. But here we go, and for the first time we're gonna see Matang in the lead, and it's gonna be against Gyarados.
And while Gyarados is fragile and Psyshock hits really, really hard there, you don't want to necessarily be in this matchup. Crunch is being charged up by Hungry Wolfpack, and a shield is going to be used here from the side of Nyx. Good shield, I want to say.
Good protect shield. Ooh, gets that Crunch debuff, and it was a charge attack priority. Matang, a fairly bulky Pokemon, so gonna lose that charge attack priority. Gets the Psyshock to connect. That does some sizable damage to the Gyarados, but these Fury Cutters aren't doing too much. They are resisted, and oh, we see the swap, but is going to throw this Crunch anyway onto the Gyarados.
The question is, what do you swap in here? Because surely you don't want to get farmed down here, but Metang is so good into both of your Pokemon. Brings in the Dugong here. That soaks the energy a little bit better than the Oranguru, but later on, you're going to have a rather healthy Metang versus your Oranguru.
Dugong seeming like the go-to counter swap to this fairly safe Gyarados, and it takes the Crunch quite well. Going to elect to not throw this energy. Ooh, and a full Ice Shard goes through. Now, Hungry Wolfpack could shield, but he's not going to. He doesn't need to. Dugong too bulky, gonna take this, gonna get the farm down, and come out with 2 entire charge attacks.
That is a massive advantage, especially considering your opponent only has 1 protection.
Energy goes everywhere.
Yep, that's the strength of Dugong. Ice and ground type coverage is crazy. Going to throw the Drill Run here. Are you going to deploy a shield? No!
Drill Run connects and is going to leave the Matang low. Oh, but maybe a slight mistake here from Hungry. He clicked the Drill Run. This is a charge attack priority, so he's going to use the Protect Shield to get this drill. He just wants to get rid of this Matang right now.
Yeah, Matang is a bit of a core breaker here for this heavily damaged Gyarados that had used the energy on another Pokemon, and the Oranguru takes out the Matang here, use up all the energy, and now this is a 1 shield scenario. Even match up a little bit of an energy advantage on the side of Gudra.
I would think neutrally, the Oranguru's bulk might benefit it here in the 1 shield scenario. The confusions adding up. The Aqua Tail not going to do too much to Oranguru, but the Brutal Swing combined with the confusion damage going to add up. I mean, the damage output here looks to be pretty even, and Hungry Wolfpack still has a few Pokemon with a little health remaining in the back.
That is true, and not even that little, because you kind of don't get far down just that easily. Dugong is going to deal some serious damage with Ice Shots. I think you can outpace here two Aqua Tails versus this Oranguru. You can knock it out, but then there is going to be so many Pokemon in the back.
All right, we see Gudra firing off another Aqua Tail. Hungry Wolfpack faced with a decision, going to Protect Shield. I think just to get another confusion worth of damage would probably be worth it. Oh, but the Aqua Tail is going to get there first. This should knock out the Oranguru. Hungry Wolfpack still has the Dugong and the Gyarados in the back. And we're going to see the Ice Shards coming through. It's going to be a fast attack off. Oh, the quick swap to Gyarados makes the catch. And this is going to knock, so basically it's going to come down to whether one Ice Shard KOs before the Dragon Breaths.
But I think Dugong still has a decent amount of HP. Dragon Breath by Gudra is not enough. Ice Shard down the Gudra, and Hungry Wolfpack wins game 1.
You saw the exhale there from Hungry Wolfpack, a little too close for comfort maybe. I think might have been better off just staying in with the Dugong because you do sort of lose one turn by making that swap, but in the end was still able to get the win. Hungry Wolfpack able to close game 1, shaking out the nerves. This is a trainer, Leo, I don't think has been on stage too much in his career, but now he's here at an international, taking the stage early.
Doing a beautiful job as well, getting that game 1, keeping the nerves in. But come on, trainers, we want to see the spice. Bring that Medicham, bring that Vespiquen. The problem that Vespiquen has is that Dugong is everywhere. And while you can hit it for super effective damage, super effective fast attack pressure, and debuffs, it's tough to handle.
Looking at Nyx96's team, I actually do like the Vespiquen here. It's most afraid of the Celio. Of course, there's that Rock Tomb coverage on Runeriga, so that's not a great matchup. So I'd say those are probably the 2 things it needs to most watch out for. And, you know, Gudra as well with the Thunder Punch coverage, so I guess it's not the easiest Pokemon to bring, but would love to see that Oranguru if you could line up that matchup.
That is true. We are going to see them go at it again soon. What about the Medicham here versus Metang? You're fine. If you get energy advantage, if you can swap it into something like an Oranguru, which is something that I like with Medicham, you lead rather weak to Oranguru, save swap the Medicham, get 2 Psycho Cuts advantage because Confusion takes forever, and then you can get an Ice Punch, but there's a Vespiquen.
Right, we haven't seen Medicham brought yet, and we're gonna see the Oranguru mirror now, and look at that beautiful shiny on the side of Nyx96, going for the brutal swing first, and you have to wonder, with the Vespiquen lurking in back, I'm whispering, because I don't want to give it away to Nyx. Just kidding, he's got noise-canceling headphones. Will we see a pivot to try and get that Vespiquen onto the Oranguru later? I don't know. Hungry Wolfpack right now just seemingly content playing out this matchup.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, this is the best target here. Hungry Wolfpack does not throw in charge attack priority, perhaps has a really defensive Oranguru, knows that you can hang on onto the next brutal swing, and now you're throwing that could have been an easy catch. Won't be. Are we going to see a shield from Nyx to farm this Oranguru down, take the Oranguru into the next matchup? But now we could see a possible Fury Cutter down here, brings it in. If you exit this matchup with a lot of energy, swaps into the Celio, but now you can throw a Power Gem and swap out, possibly take another shield?
I love this decision from Hungry Wolfpack. He's already used a Protect Shield, Nyx96, so you're really putting the pressure, and there goes the Power Gem, big damage onto the Celio, and you've put this into Drill Run range now.
Yep, and most importantly, Celio doesn't have a debuff, so you can overfarm so much energy. Body Slams do tickle. They tickle a lot, they tickle often, but you can take so many of those exit with another charge attack.
These 2 water ice types going head to head, and Dugong, as you said, going to take these body slams quite well. Going for the Drill Run immediately, wants to get it off before the next body slam.
I can see that. I can definitely see that. Yes, you can exit with 2 charged attacks, but you're going to take so many more body slams in the process. I think having a 60% healthy Dugong, which is phenomenal in this meta, is super fine, right?
And although the Metang is a steel type, right, against a bug flyer in the Vespiquen, oh, a beautiful catch onto the Oranguru, so that Metang does not have to take the Drill Run. But the Vespiquen, Leo, it does not have a bad matchup against the Metang, not at all. You deal neutral Fury Cutters, you have neutral same type attack bonus X-Scissor, and you also resist the Fury Cutters coming from the Metang.
Oh, and we're not even going to shield up this Psyshock here. I thought a possible strategy could be to just throw an Icy Wind here to just debuff the opposing Pokemon. But of course, 2 shield Vespiquen. Look at the resistance there on the Fury Cutters. You're going to outpace to those X-Scissors.
I would have to think Hungry Wolfpack's in a positive position here. The only way Nyx can overcome this is if he gets to multiple he needs 3 of them. He needs 2 to get both Protect Shields and then hope that a Psyshock would be enough to knock out.
And I'm not even sure about that. Maybe there is some sort of a breakpoint where you deal 1 more damage with every single Psyshock. He is outpacing to triple Psyshock, but Hungry Wolfpack doesn't even need that many. Deploys another shield here. How much damage is a Psyshock gonna deal?
Yeah, well, hold on. He gets the final Protect Shield here, and maybe he goes for the Gyro Ball now, doing a little bit more damage. Vespiquen is bulky, but can it hang on to the Gyro Ball? I'm not entirely sure. Gyro Ball connects. It's not enough. And gonna get to the double X's are here is the Vespiquen.
That is Vespiquen dominance. We were doubting for just 1 small second, but it takes the Gyro Ball like an absolute champ. Has double charged attack, and Hungry Wolfpack is going to beat Nyx here 2-0.
Vespiquen, I'm sorry for doubting. You said it was bulky. It showed it there. Knocks out the Matang, and Hungry Wolfpack gets the win on stream. He's having a grand old time, and he'll be moving on to winners round 4.
Big W, and in this case, W stands for Wasp. That was such a nice performance there. Throwing the Power Gem into the Celio was the best play he could have made there, because your opponent has already, when your opponent is 1 shield down, swaps into a Pokemon that you can hit for super effective damage, the likelihood of them using a Protect Shield, going down 2 shields, is so low, because your flexibility is just not there anymore.
It's a very smart play, because like you said, they've already used a Protect Shield. They don't want to use their final one and go down 2 Protect Shields. That's a big no-no sometimes. And how are you going to get rid of that annoying Celio? It's so bulky if you swap into your Dugong. That matchup's going to take a long time. Maybe they bank energy, swap out. Maybe they go for a catch. Made things as easy as possible for himself, Hungry Wolfpack, by delivering that Power Gem early and set the Vespiquen up for success. I thought that in the lead, it was the Oranguru, right? So you're not going to find your best matchup, but he found a way to find an advantage. And that's what this meta is about. He let his Oranguru go, took the shield advantage, set up his Vespiquen with energy, and Hungry Wolfpack with a calm-looking 2-0.
Yeah, but maybe Nyx was also too caught up in trying to play perfect, trying to play for the utility of having 2 Protect Shields, Because when you're just doing the map, in this meta, most of the charge attacks don't do that much damage. You've seen how much a Power Gem did to that Celio.
It did so much damage.
Shield.
I mean, the combination of bulk and the ability to deal that damage shows what Vespiquen is available. We got a great showcase for it in that matchup right there. One of the more niche picks in this meta, but a great display in that particular game of what it's capable of.
Yeah, Vespiquen is super flexible here, especially if the opposing Ice type is not Dugong, but Celio, because Celio, yes, has Powder Snow, but then again, the charge attacks won't hit for super effective damage, and they won't debuff you, so I think you are much more comfortable to bring Vespiquen if you're playing versus a Celio instead of Dugong. What do you think of double Ice teams?
Double Ice, I think, has a lot of merit. It's so much bulk. I was thinking, not to be toxic, Leo, but you could go for a double Ice team and play like a timeout strategy with Dugong and Celio, because you could debuff things, you could swap, you could go for body slam spam. So that would be a little diabolical, but double Ice water timeout strat, anybody?
I've been there, but not on purpose, to be honest. But double Ice is really good. You've seen how safe Dugong is in this meta, but now with the big uprising of Medicham, I think it has a big problem, and that is a fighting type that has caused so many players to win tournaments already.
That is a good point, as well as the steel type strat. We've seen Matang a few times. Although Dugong does have play there, it's just not the matchup you really want to be in, because Matang can overfarm as well and outpace. So that double weakness to steel, the double weakness to Medicham, maybe not the most balanced play in this meta.
What you really want to be in is Vespiquen, because that is super effective ice type damage versus the flying type Pokemon. Let's talk about the other matchups of Vespiquen. What about Turtonator? Not that great, I think, but you don't get hit for super effective charge attack damage, and you have the power of the gems on your side.
And with Ember's really not doing that much. We talked about the bulk of Vespiquen. It is super effective, but Ember's not really dealing that much. So I wouldn't think that matchup is really that terrible for the Vespiquen.
Is that a positive matchup now?
I wouldn't go that far. Let's not get ahead of it.
All right, okay. Oh, sorry.
Fury Cutter is double resistant.
But I think that is one of those. That is one of those matchups where you actually have, as a player who's incredibly prepared for the tournament, have the advantage of playing a different matchup first, shipping that Turtonator, putting it in Power Gem range, and all of a sudden having your Turtonator aligned on the Vespiquen is not as good anymore. This is something that happens to me sometimes, and I really struggle against it when players chip my Pokemon in chaotic battles, and then all of a sudden my positive matchups turn really negative, because I can withstand 2 charge attacks, but not if I'm at 70% HP.
Exactly. For example, in that game we just saw, you farm down an Oranguru with your Vespiquen, and they're down a Protect Shield. They don't really want to come in Turtonator. They don't want to take that Power Gem, and we essentially saw that happen just with a Celio. It was the same sort of thing, didn't want to take it, so Vespiquen could be an X factor in this tournament. We've been talking about it.
With the X Scissor as well.
X factor with the X Scissor, putting on a show with the Power Gem. And yeah, Vespiquen could be, as you said, okay, I'm copying you now, but
it's fine.
Yeah.
But we have just seen Hungry Wolfpack with the Vespiquen being the first successful trainer on stage with a Vespiquen. So we're hungry for more. Let's go over to the interview.
All right, thank you, Leo. I am joined by Hungry Wolfpack, who must be hungry for some wins. How are you feeling after this victory?
I'm feeling great. It always feels good to get the first few wins out of the way, especially on stream. So I'm excited for what's to come and just glad we got off to a good start.
And a fellow Bostonian like myself, how do you find the trip down here? How do you find, is this your first time in Brazil?
It is. It was a long trip, but it was pretty smooth. I want to thank my girlfriend for letting me come all the way down here, especially without her. I'm very glad I got to come, and it's a super exciting opportunity.
Let's dive a little bit into your team, right? There are a lot of options for a water and ice type in this meta. You chose Dugong over your opponent's option of Celio. Talk to us a little bit about why you chose Dugong in particular.
So I actually don't want to act like Dugong is so much better than Celio because I ran Celio for most of my practice. I think both Pokemon are very good. I felt like Celio was a really fun, like, flexible Pokemon. But I felt like my team needed Dugong because the things Dugong counters, it's a harder counter to than Celio is. And I just felt like it worked better on my team comp.
Yeah, a little bit more ice presence for any flyers out there. Speaking of flyers, you had Vespiquen on your team, right? And Vespiquen is definitely one of the Pokemon that's out in the meta to really hard counter Oranguru, but it also did quite well into that Celio. Talk to us about why you chose Vespiquen for your team and how well it's been performing for you so far.
So I had been practicing with Matang as my Oranguru counter, which is kind of similar with Fury Cutter. But basically, I felt like if my team could cover for Ice and Fairy, Vespiquen was pretty much a strict upgrade into everything else. Because not only do you have the bug stab damage, but also you have Power Gem for your bad matchups to make them a little closer, where Matang kind of struggles to do damage to things like Turtonator and other Pokemon that it might be weak to.
All right, well, thank you for your insights. Appreciate it. Before I let you go, any shout-outs besides your girlfriend for allowing you to travel down here?
So first of all, I'd love to shout out Jocko Loco. I got my team from him. He's a good friend of mine, and it was working well for us, so I decided to go with it, even though it's a little bit spicy. And then I will not be able to shout out everyone, but a lot of the people who have helped me along the way that I would like to shout out. RGR, I battle a lot with him. Great player. He's having a great season. I'm very excited for him. Koifia, Nickname, Ztarb, BBEX. I can keep going. I'm sure Dell, I'm staying with Dell. He's been great. We've been practicing together. And I'm sure I'm forgetting a lot of people. So many people in the community have helped me. So just know that I appreciate it, and thank you very much for that.
All right, well, thank you so much for your time. Speaking of Jocko Loco, we have him coming up soon, but right before that, we have a short break with Martine's most recent performance at a regional.
My name is Martijn. My in-game name is Inadequence. It feels fantastic to win my second championship.
Mudslap might be enough. Mudslap is enough. Giratina returns. Inadequence is your Frankfurt Special Event Regional Champion.
Key decisions were very much that I often needed alignment in my games, especially being 3 times weak to a Pokemon like Greydilly, and that knowing my opponent would always bring a Pokemon like Azumarill or Galarian Corsola. I know that I can read which Pokemon my opponent will bring and the answers that I need to bring. Even if one of their Pokemon looks so good, I can basically bring 2 of mine that counter it, and it would be a decent match. I anticipated a lot of Greydilly, a lot of Galarian Corsola, a lot of Marowak, and that's kind of what I built around. I'm not going to say that my meta call for this tournament was great, because I saw a lot of third in this tournament, and my team was not great into that. But if you don't face them, you won't have that problem. I really wanted to make Giratina Altered work, so that's what I built around. And then another Pokemon that really caught my eye was the Shadow Talonflame, which is excellent at forcing switch advantage, which could be really important in this meta. I practiced mostly against a lot of meta teams, and that even includes a Dunsparce. My opponent in the Grand Finals had that Dunsparce, and even though the Dunsparce looked so good into Giratina Alt form, I knew it wasn't. And my opponent didn't know that as well. So he answers my Giratina with Dunsparce, and then Giratina just wins. So just having like that knowledge ahead of time, it helps that you can see the opponent's team ahead of time when you're getting into day 2, so you can prepare a little bit in your head what you're going to do and strategize. It's not just at the tables that you have 2 minutes to go. No, you basically have like a pre-game already deciding what you're going to bring in. I make graphics regarding usage and teams for the Go Battle League, but also for the official and grassroots tournaments, and I think it's very helpful to help the community improve. I think it's important. It's important for me as a content creator and also a caster that the game is easy to step into for newer players, and I would like to give the tools to those newer players to step in. Of course, you have to catch Pokemon, raise them, but playing PvP is a whole different game. This win changes nothing for me because I already booked the trips to the other regional championships within Europe as well, so I will keep competing. I want more medals. This is number 7. There's only more to get, and also trophies.
Hello trainers, my name is Will Dunphy. Let's take a look back at the 2025 Pokemon World Championships in Anaheim, California. Pokemon like Cradily, Lapras, and Dusclops were meta staples, but picks like Galarian Moltres, Shadow Kenta Marowak, and Tinkaton set themselves apart. There were plenty of meta surprises too, like Senhudigo's Turtonator and Toedscruel, Lyle Jeffs III's Shadow Dusknoir, and Tonton Batus's Dragapult. After 2 days of extremely hard-fought battles, only Spain's Patoman and India's Beelzeboy remained. These 2 trainers were destined to meet on Championship Sunday, in the arena, for the very first time. On a Sunday morning unlike any other, the roar of the crowd was carried onto every street corner by the soft California summer breeze. As the palm trees swayed and Pokemon fans took their seats, Patoman and Beelzeboy clashed on center stage. Beelzeboy struck first, and he struck ferociously, dominating Game 1 with a triple Brave Bird barrage. Patoman rebounded in Game 2, overwhelming Galarian Moltres and delivering back-to-back Sparkling Arias to knock out the Shadow Steelix. Beelzeboy clamped down in Game 3 with a lights-out bait call on Patoman's Shadow Kenta Marowak, and then leaned on his mighty Shadow Steelix to win Game 4, forcing the bracket reset. In Game 1 of the Grand Finals reset, Patoman brought both of his Rock Tomb users to corner Beelzeboy's Galarian Moltres, but the trainer from India was one step ahead.
He gets the resistant grass knot on his Moltres here!
Patoman's strategy unraveled completely when Shadow Steelix connected a stadium-shaking crunch onto Galarian Corsola. After stumbling in Game 2, Beelzeboy unleashed his fury in Game 3, leading Shadow Annihilate for the first time in the entire series. This decision paid off, big time. Patoman's Cradily outlasted Beelzeboy's team in Game 4, and the table was set for a decisive Game number 5. In the final battle of the 2025 season, Beelzeboy's Galarian Moltres and Shadow Steelix shattered Patoman's shields and shredded through his Pokemon's HP. Then, with Patoman's 3 remaining Pokemon and Beelzeboy's championship dreams on the line, Beelzeboy turned to his final Pokemon, Lapras. Beelzeboy's Lapras reverse swept Patoman's entire team, striking decisively with Ice Beam and Sparkling Aria. The crowd cheered as Beelzeboy became our 2025 Pokemon Go World Champion, proudly hoisting his trophy for India.
It's Beelzeboy in 2023 World Spectator! It's Beelzeboy in 2024 World Competitor! It's Beelzeboy, your 2025 World Champion!
Beelzeboy proved to countless trainers that the key to becoming a world champion is trusting in yourself and your Pokemon. The future of competitive Pokemon is incredibly bright, and we can't wait for you to be a part of it. Visit Pokemon.com/compete, and we'll see you in the arena.
Welcome back, trainers, to the exciting continuation of the Latin America International Championships. I am here, Stephanie Christine, joined by my esteemed co-caster, Alpha Phoebe.
A very kind introduction, Stephanie.
The day marches forward here in Sao Paulo, Brazil, and I am so excited to continue the action here. A brand new meta, the first time we've seen this meta here in Sao Paulo, and so many unique Pokemon that we've seen up on stage. Vespiquen really just showing off how powerful it can be with great coverage and great typing.
Yeah, I am really excited. I love Vespiquen as a Pokemon, and I love that this meta is so unpredictable. I don't know if you would have asked us a couple days ago if we would have thought Vespiquen would have been a really popular choice, but it's really showing its stuff out here in Sao Paulo.
Yeah, and we were looking at the meta usage this morning, and the list was just so long. So many individual Pokemon at one usage here in Sao Paulo. It was, I want to say it was like 60-ish Pokemon that were nearly at one usage. The list was so long, it would take me forever to read it off.
But obviously there are some Pokemon that are really showing their stuff as being the popular choices, like Oranguru. We've been seeing Turtonator, a lot of Ember Turtonator rather than Incinerate, which is what we would typically see on that Pokemon.
Yeah, I know our co-caster over in Europe, we just saw a video about him, and Inadequence had a strong opinion of the Ember being the worst move compared to Incinerate, but I think it's mostly been Ember that we've been seeing thus far. We have our next two trainers up on stage. On the left, it is Jacko Loco, and on the right, we have Vitorello, who made an amazing run last year here at LAIC.
Yeah, so I am really looking forward to seeing Vitorello and Jacko Loco's play. Vespiquen looks great here, and especially against that Oranguru.
Yeah, Vespiquen showed off last match. It does have a little bit of a hard time against that Dusknoir, right? That bug type damage is going to be resisted by that ghost typing of Dusknoir. Dusknoir is not a shadow because we do not have the ability to have shadows in this meta, so it's going to be doing a little bit less fast attack pressure with those Astonishes, or maybe it's actually opted for a different fast attack, but we do have that available to us in the team sheets. Of course, it is going to be an Astonish as opposed to a Hex variant, so a little bit more damage, a little bit less energy.
Taking a look as well with Medicham. That was another Pokemon that I really wasn't expecting here in LAIC. I'm excited to see how Jacko Loco brings back this kind of OG original Pokemon, but with a very different moveset. We've hardly ever seen Psycho Cut Medicham do well, even in like limited Go Battle League formats. We hardly ever see it. It was obviously, you know, the OG, the Pokemon that's been around since Season 1 of Go Battle League, but what is it going to do now?
It generates energy just so quickly with Psycho Cut. You know, Psycho Cuts typically ran on a Pokemon like Mewtwo in the Master League, where it just generates energy. You get to the Psy Strike so quickly, but additionally, it's going to be running Dynamic Punch over the Charge Attack Psychic, right? We typically, in the olden days, with Counter, back in its glory days, we would see Ice Punch and Psychic paired up together, but here it's going to be running Dynamic Punch, which, if you recall, not that long ago, was adjusted to be a little bit cheaper to get to, so you can build up to 2 Dynamic Punches and store those back to back. Trainers are going to be looking through their team, seeing what they prefer to use against each other. Jacko Loco is going to be running that Turtonator with Ember. However, on the other side, Vitorello has opted for that Incinerate. So Incinerate is going to be a little bit slower pacing. I think it does a little bit worse in the mirror match because that fast attack damage is resisted by the Fire and Dragon subtyping. So it's not actually just single resisted, it's actually double resisted.
And Incinerate is just a little bit of a clunkier attack, right? It's hard to time your attacks with a 5-turn fast attack like Incinerate. It gives your opponent a lot more windows of opportunity to make a catch, to be able to outpace, things like that.
And it's really awkward, especially into 4-turn moves, right? And we don't see 4-turn moves be all that prevalent in the Open Great League, but here, our #1 meta usage Pokemon of the Oranguru does run Confusion, which is a 4-turn fast attack, right? The options are Confusion or Volt Switch, which you might see on an Alolan Raichu if it pops up here or there in this meta. But in the Open Great League, I guess really your best option would be like Charjabug with Volt Switch there, but we haven't seen Charjabug in the Open Great League meta for some time after the prominence of the rise of the Clodsire. But here we go into game number 1. It's going to be a quick switch out into Togekiss, one of the pesky Pokemon that we had yesterday. But Dugong is a great counter answer from Jackaloco.
I am excited to see Togekiss do so well in this tournament. Peck going into Aurasphere, I believe both Aurasphere and Psyshock, it's 5 every time.
Yeah, it's so quick pacing. In comes the Isoquin, actually undercharged by Jackaloco, probably expecting a shield. The next Aurasphere is loaded, and we're going to see actually 2 more available before the second Icy Wind. So switch is going to be dictated by Vitorello's Togekiss here.
And there goes the Dugong. We've got another Pokemon Jackaloco's got a decision to make. Bringing in that Confusion Oranguru. Aurasphere is going to do neutral damage to Oranguru, being a Psychic and Normal type Pokemon.
Aurasphere doing a little bit of chip. Remember, the attack of that Togekiss is a little bit lowered. Not able to reach a second charge attack, and now in comes the Turtonator. This is the Incinerate variant. Hard answered by Jackaloco, swapping out into his own Gyarados, going to be able to resist that fast attack damage.
And I love that it's a shiny Gyarados as well. That brings back good memories from Pokemon Gold and Silver in those main series games. Taking a look, Gyarados, one great thing about it is its access to Crunch. And Vitorello has to put up a Protect Shield. That would do some big, heavy damage to Dusknoir.
Heavy, super effective damage, and has the option to get the defense drop, which we did see occur here. So now the secondary Crunch is going to come through and do even more damage, and I think it might be just enough to pick up the knockout.
And it is. Dusknoir goes down. All that's left is Turtonator. It's a race to the charge attack, but Gyarados gets there first. This is a neutral Aqua Tail. We are about to see if this knocks out.
Aqua Tail coming through, not quite enough, but the fast attack damage actually opting for the switch here into the Oranguru, given that there was plenty of energy loaded. A switch plus a 4-turn fast attack comes out at the same pacing of that Incinerate, and given that Jackaloco did have a shield remaining, that is going to be a game win. Game number 1 going over to Jackaloco.
And congratulations to him for taking the game win. And I am so excited to see how Jackaloco performs the rest of this tournament, but he's got a long way to go left in this match.
Yeah, that is game number 1. We have 2 potential more games to be played out here. It is a best of 3 here in the early stages of this tournament. Looking through his team again, of course, it's going to be Dragon Breath, Crunch, and Aqua Tail on that Gyarados, and that Pokemon is just so safe into this meta. Medicham, we didn't actually see it pop out there. Do you think it's going to come into game number 2, Stephanie?
I'm not so sure if it's going to come in game number 2. Tell me a little bit more about your thought process, Nick.
I think the Pokemon's just a little bit risky. We saw Vitorello bring the Togekiss, right? Dusknoir was also on his team of 3, so there aren't that many places for that Pokemon to go and to be really, really safe. Of course, it's going to be okay into the Turtonator. It doesn't resist any of the damage. It does neutral damage in return, but it's going to be a little bit easier to play into that clunky 5-turn fast attack.
Yeah, like I was mentioning earlier, Incinerate is just a little clunky. It looks like we have our trainers sitting down, taking their time and really making their decision. It is tough under the lights of the big stage.
Yeah, being on stage is such a anxiety-inducing thing, but let's go into game number 2 here. It's going to be Dugong counter-swapped into the Togekiss. We saw Vitorello maintain switch advantage here with this counter swap, and I think this game is likely to play out pretty similarly.
And that Aurasphere, it does such great damage. I really am understanding why we chose Togekiss as being just so pesky in this tournament, because it can hit just about everything for at least neutral damage.
Yeah, and Psyshock and Aurasphere are both really powerful charged attacks. In comes the second Aurasphere here. It's going to pick up the knockout, but we're going to have to see how Jackaloco takes advantage of the remaining health pool on this Togekiss. It's going to provide him with a farm down on this Oranguru. As we said, this is just neutral damage from the Aurasphere because of the Psychic subtyping of the monkey Pokemon with a fan.
Oranguru certainly looks like a monkey. We see a nice quick swap out to the Gyarados jumping in. And then we have the Dusknoir into counter. Dusknoir is a really fun Pokemon running that Astonish and Shadow Punch and Dynamic Punch. Going to go to the quicker Shadow Punch, even though Shadow Punch is going to would do a nice chunk of damage, so Jackaloco forced to put up a Protect Shield.
We're going to see the crunch come through right before the Shadow Punch was reached. This is likely going to threaten a knockout. It's not, I don't believe it's debuffed at this point in time, and it does pick up the knockout there. That is some heavy damage, but a switch up from Vitorello, now opting for the Altaria here, but the Altaria is going to be taking super effective damage from the Gyarados' Dragon Breaths.
Crunch protected, and we see that swap out into the Oranguru, and it's just going to be going for Brutal Swing. Oranguru paces to Brutal Swing really quickly with Confusion. That's one of the things that makes it so such a utility in this LAIC limited format, because it can just consistently output a lot of quick chip damage with Brutal Swing in combination with the bigger amount of damage from Confusion.
And we see that Vitorello's not super happy with this state of the game. We have a shield remaining for Jackaloco, and although Dragon Breath does generate a little bit more energy nowadays, it's still very costly to reach these Sky Attacks, and it's very funny, right? Sky Attack's actually the cheaper of the two moves that this Altaria has to offer. In comes this next Brutal Swing, and I can't quite see how much health is remaining on the Altaria, but I think this is going to be just enough to barely not knock out.
Oh, the Altaria is going to come in with the Sky Attack, and that is going to be a knockout of the Oranguru, but coming in, the Gyarados is able to pick up the KO.
That is going to be a match win for Jackaloco there, taking it 2-0 and going to make his way through the tournament. And maybe a little bit of a surprise here to see Vitorello go down to the loser's side of the bracket, but Jackaloco, a great trainer in his own name. No surprise that he is actually going to be continuing on the winner's side of this bracket.
Yeah, such a great, I had an opportunity to chat with him a little bit. I believe it was in the last time I was in Vancouver or Toronto. And he's such a great trainer, really excited, I'm sure, to be here at LAIC today.
And definitely one of the nicest trainers out there. And I didn't have the opportunity to talk to him while he was actually on my flight down here to Sao Paulo. I don't think he saw me, but I'm always keeping an eager eye out to see which trainers are on my flights down. But looking back at these replays here, we do have the Aura Sphere coming through, and you called it out. Neutral damage, just not enough to threaten a shield from Jackaloco here.
I'm really enjoying the usage of Oranguru, and we are going to be seeing that all day. I think it's going to be a common theme of just being a great Pokemon to soak up some damage, output, do a little bit of chip, and then Gyarados can come in and deliver kind of that final blow to the opposing Pokemon.
Right, Oranguru is just so bulky, so safe in this meta, and Confusion, it's not going to be resisted by any Dark types, because Dark types are banned from this meta. They do not exist. It can be resisted by Steel types, it can be resisted by Psychic types as well. However, we just haven't seen quite as many of those. I know we saw a Metang earlier. I know Bronzong is one of your favorite Pokemon.
Bronzong is a really fun one. I like Metang a lot, but what I really like is getting a chance to speak to Jackaloco, and they are ready on the stage.
Welcome in. I'm joined by our winner of the last round, Jackaloco. How do you feel after winning winners round 3 against Vitorello of all people?
Well, I was very worried about this matchup, so feeling great.
You're playing Medicham and Vespiquen. We've seen those before. How were they for you so far?
Well, you know, I haven't used them yet, but they seem like incredible core breakers and scrims, so yeah, I've had hopes.
Now, your opponent hasn't had the big 4 on their team, just some of them. Have you played versus Oranguru, Dugong, Gyarados, and Turtonator every single time so far?
Oh yeah, those are like the most common Pokemon, so I usually have like well-timed plans against them, so.
How did you prepare for the entire tournament? Did you also prepare for many of the roguish Pokemon that are not in the big 4?
I did. Well, it's funny, I had like 6 or 7 different teams last night that I want to try out, so, you know, I had a lot of options, but I just ended up going with, you know, the core 4, like Dugong, Turtonator, Oranguru, Gyarados, and then 2 core breakers. In this case being Medicham and Vespiquen, because I just felt like they have great coverage overall, so yeah,
So you said you had 6 or 7 teams, but which was the spiciest Pokemon that you considered for this tournament?
Probably Drampa.
What are the merits of playing Drampa in this meta?
Not many, I'll tell you that.
Alright, I still think Drampa is a pretty cool Pokemon. Do you have any shoutouts for anyone you have probably played with or prepared?
Yeah, I've got a few actually. First of all, shout out to my family, my parents. Also, shout out to my scrim partners, especially Joe Eddy, Hungry Wolfpack, Susan Cedar, 9th Clasher, Angelo, and Cooks87.
Alright, thank you so much. Last question. Do you think that now that you have a pretty good standing in the tournament, do you think that you're going to take it all the way?
You know, I'm confident, but not going to jinx it.
Alright, fair enough. Thank you so much, Jackaloco. Good luck in the rest of your tournament, and we're going back to the casters.
Seems like Jackaloco is not a Drampa believer, even though I believe that I was. I think that Drampa is a very unique Pokemon with that normal subtyping, right? There are a good number of ghosts in this meta, and just having a dragon type that resists the ghost damage I thought was very unique and very interesting looking into this meta.
And Drampa's such a fun Pokemon. Like, why wouldn't you take an opportunity? I think this is such a unique meta, and this is such a unique opportunity. I cannot stress this enough to trainers listening at home. This is our very first time running a limited meta for such a major tournament, and I am so excited to see the variety and the spice that trainers are bringing. I think a lot of trainers can rely on a couple Pokemon. You have your Oranguru, you have your Gyarados, maybe a Dugong, but use the rest of your team to really showcase something fun with such a unique opportunity.
I do think it's a little bit funny you say Drampa is a very cool Pokemon. I think that might be one of the last adjectives I use. It's kind of like a really old dragon, right? A little bit like droopy. Cool in the meta. I will agree with that.
Yeah, it's a fun design, and it's unique. It's a Pokemon that doesn't get an opportunity to shine. I think there's been very few, it doesn't get a chance to shine in Open Great League, and I don't think there's been very many Go Battle League metas, restricted metas at all, where Drampa really has that opportunity, and that's what makes these limited formats so much fun, is a chance to showcase Pokemon that wouldn't necessarily get the spotlight otherwise.
Yeah, I don't think anyone a year ago would have been like, I'm predicting that Oranguru is going to be the #1 usage Pokemon in a tournament. Yet here we are in winners round 3 of Group A. We have Basti on the left and Granilo on the right. And Basti is a trainer who has done very, very well for himself in the LATAM region, and we'll have to see what Granilo can do to counteract that. We're seeing a Runerigus on both of these teams. I know this is a Pokemon that you were really looking forward to seeing in this meta.
I just think Runerigus can go so crazy if you give it an energy advantage, get like a Shadow Claw or 2 ahead, or you can give it a couple of shields to be able to protect itself against like an Icy Wind from a Dugong. I think it's a fun Pokemon. I think its coverage goes crazy with Brutal Swing and Rock Tomb. Rock Tomb is a fantastic attack that was given to several Pokemon a couple of seasons ago, and I really think this is its great opportunity. We get to see it on both sides of the desk.
And what are the Pokemon that are going to be resisting Rock Tomb? It's going to be the ground types, which are typically weak to dark type attacks. You have the Claydol, you have the Runerigus, right? Both of those take super effective damage from that Brutal Swing. And for Pokemon that resist it in their Steel subtyping, they are also typically Psychic type, right? So those Pokemon, such as the Bronzong or the Metang, those are also going to be taking super effective damage from Brutal Swing. So I think it has a really solid set of coverage, right? It might not be perfect in the Open Great League in terms of coverage, but it seems really, really good into this meta. Another Pokemon that I want to talk about a little bit is Togetic, right? It's typically the Togekiss that we see because of that Aura Sphere prominence and that really strong hitting hard charged attack. However, Togetic is just a little bit more bulky, so I would be curious to see how it matches up into this meta as well.
And this is a pair of teams, they're incredibly similar. The only real difference between Basti and Granillo's team is that Basti is running that Togetic, and we've got the Gyarados instead on the side of Granillo. If looking at just those two Pokemon as the difference, I would have to hand it over to Basti probably, Togekiss resisting the Dragon Breath damage.
Yeah, and it's an interesting point you make, because like Dragon Breath damage is one of the key modes of play here, right? We've got a Rangaroo with the Psychic type damage plus Dark type coverage, but Dragons here are very good because they can Dragon Breath down Pokemon that are a little bit more frail, which is something that we have happen here in limited metas.
And we are launching off here a Rangaroo versus Dugong, two Pokemon I think we're going to see plenty of today. The timing can be a little interesting going from a 4-turn attack into that 3-turn Dugong. We see Granillo actually build up quite a bit of energy on Dugong and then make the switch out to his own Rangaroo to absorb super effective damage.
And it's actually really comfortable for the Dugong there, right? Because it takes 5 fast attacks to get to your charge attack, which is 15 turns, which is going to allow you to have good timing into that Oranguru. We see the counter swap into the Turtonator here, catching the Brutal Swing, going from super effective damage to just neutral, and it's going to be the Incinerate Turtonator here for Basti.
They actually are both on Incinerate, both trainers, Turtonators. So that's the one thing that I am extremely excited to see is which version of Turtonator is going to reign supreme today. But for now, we are looking at both Incinerate users. So we're going to see a lot of those long, slow, really feels heavy fast attacks coming from these Pokemon.
We see that Granillo is giving up switch advantage, and I actually really like this. He's, actually opting for the Dugong here. I was expecting the Gyarados to come in because it gets access to Dragon Breath. It would be super effective fast attack damage here, whereas the Ice Shards from this Dugong are just neutral because they are resisted by the Fire subtyping of Turtonator.
Turtonator is going to try to get another Incinerate in, but it is not going to be able to launch another attack before Dugong throws this Icy Wind for the knockout, leaving Basti with a couple of different options. The Oranguru left with a lot of energy that it can throw into Dugong, but it's going to have an attack debuff before it can do that.
Yeah, the timing of the 3-turn fast attack into the 4-turn fast attack is very beneficial for that Dugong. In comes the Gyarados. It's going to be taking a Brutal Swing for its troubles. However, the attack has been dropped, so it's just not going to be doing that much damage.
And here is Runerigus. However, Runerigus is coming into this matchup without that energy advantage that I was talking about earlier that it really benefits from. So it's going to have to shield up the super effective Aqua Tail. Another thing I'm enjoying from this matchup, Shadow Pokemon are banned. So we don't see in it some of those big, heavy damage attacks, but also there's more of an opportunity for Pokemon to make it through the matchup with just a sliver of HP.
Yeah, fast attack pressure is a little bit less dominant without access to Shadow Form. Gyarados is going to be shielding up this Rock Tomb. It's going to be pivoting out into that Dugong, which has super effective Ice-type damage into that ground typing of this Runerigus.
Runerigus going for the Brutal Swing. This is Brutal Swing is not that strong of an attack, so it's only going to take Dugong into the red, but there's that Oranguru with all of that energy still available. Now this is going to be more than enough to KO the Dugong, but does Oranguru have enough health left to be able to dispose of this Gyarados?
I think it's going to get at least to one more Brutal Swing, which will need to be shielded. However, the question becomes how much energy is remaining on that Runerigus, and will it be able to sneak a charge attack into this Gyarados? I think a farm down is going to not be possible. Granillo actually opting for the charge attack here, but I think that the Runerigus has plenty of health, and there's not that much remaining energy on this Gyarados, but there's no energy remaining on the Runerigus.
And the Gyarados is able to get to that Aqua Tail. This is going to hurt. This is super effective damage into the Runerigus coming from a heavy attack Pokemon for the knockout. Granillo with the Gyarados takes game number 1. Now Granillo really relied on what I think are the core 3 Pokemon of this tournament, that this tournament is going to see. Oranguru, Gyarados, and Dugong. We are going to see those Pokemon on just about every single team. They are consistent, they are strong, and they're really good in their role, right? Dugong is really good at being bulky. Gyarados is really good at securing those knockouts, and Oranguru as well, good at both that bulk and outputting pretty consistent neutral damage.
And Dugong also really excels at slowing down the match, right? You have Pokemon that generate energy very, very quickly on all sides of this matchup, but being able to slow down these charge attacks, preventing them from doing as much damage as they would normally do, And getting to your switch clock, I think, was one key thing for Granito in this game, right? He was able to pivot in his Gyarados a number of times, get to a number of Aqua Tails, and Gyarados is not the most bulky Pokemon out there. It's got a really good typing here to try to resist a lot of damage, but the Aqua Tails coming in on each of those Pokemon was very key for Granito to take that victory.
I'd be really interested to see Basti bring in the Metagross, or I'm sorry, the Metang. Both trainers have it, but I think Metang is such a good counter to some of the more core Pokemon in this meta. Metang running Fury Cutter has such a great matchup into the Oranguru, and it also has a pretty solid matchup into your water and ice type Pokemon because it can use that super effective Gyro Ball.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think it looks like a good answer to that Dugong. However, it's not in the spot it wants to be right here. Paired up against that Turtonator, in comes the Oranguru, which is going to get 2 confusions off before taking a Brutal Swing.
Yeah, so Granito maybe reading my mind, thinking Metang might be a great counter. Basti bringing in that Turtonator in the lead to be a solid counter to it. And Turtonator is such a great Pokemon in the metagame, just kind of in general. It has solid matchups into just about everything.
And a little bit of awkward timing here from Granito, throwing 2 confusions before the charge attack. However, Basti opting for better charge attack timing, not throwing immediately, is now going to take another Brutal Swing for his efforts, but opts to put up a shield.
I'm looking at that Togetic in the back. If that can get landed on the Gyarados instead of the Metang, this could be really solid for Basti.
Right, that's another good Pokemon for that Metang to land on, but in comes the Gyarados, so the full line of 3 has been revealed for Granito. Basti now has full options to choose where he throws each of his Pokemon. The nice thing is that he has so much energy. He was already able to strip away 1 shield. The second Dragon Claw is going to come through. I think it's going to put the Gyarados right into the yellow.
And Gyarados is going to get a little bit of nice, juicy energy from the Turtonator, but this is where Togetic really shines, and here we see kind of the alignment that that really benefits Basti. Now, Psyshock is only going to be neutral damage into Runerigus. It's going to resist that fast attack damage, but you can see just how quickly those Shadow Claws are chunking away at Metang.
And I really like Runerigus over the other ground-type Pokemon such as Claydol because of the matchup into Gyarados, right? If you're Claydol into Gyarados, your Mud Slaps are double resisted by the Flying-type damage, but after this matchup plays out, we'll get to see just how powerful this Runerigus is into that Gyarados. However, we actually see Basti opting to no-shield the Psyshock, and that is neutral damage, almost enough to pull up the knockout.
Ooh, we're going to see some super effective Brutal Swing action to really take this Metang down low. Takes it down into the red, and this is really nice because now Granito switching in the Gyarados, trying to get a positive matchup here and going to start outputting damage into the Togetic. Gyarados cannot do super effective damage in this matchup, so it's going to have to rely on neutral Aqua Tails.
Aqua Tails coming through. This is the second one. It's going to put the Togetic about halfway through to the yellow, maybe about 1/3 of its health remaining, and there's just no fast attack pressure here. We see the Ancient Power getting thrown. Maybe Basti could have gone for the full Fairy Wind down, but I think this is very safe. Ancient Power, really great coverage option for the Flyers as well as the Ice types. Next, Ancient Power coming through. Although this is resist to damage, I think it's going to be just enough to pick up the knockout.
Yeah, I like how Basti really positioned the Togetic to be able to dispose of both the Gyarados and the Metang. Gyarados, no problem for Togetic. That's an easy matchup, but that is rough for against the Metang. So being able to pivot, being able to place the Togetic where it needed to be to take game number 2.
And I think really the key Pokemon for me in that matchup was the Runerigus for Basti. I think it just had so much great play against the Pokemon that Granito brought. It was, of course, able to avoid that Oranguru, which it doesn't mind that matchup too bad, but the Shadow Claws just do not add up in that matchup as quickly as they do against something like the Metang or even the Gyarados, right? And I want to go back to that point, right? I was making about the ground types into the flying types. Because Shadow Claw is neutral into that Gyarados, there's no real ability for the Gyarados to go for a full farm down like it would be able to into a Pokemon like Claydol. Claydol takes so long to get to its charge attack. It's going to be 5 Mudslaps into the Gyarados, and that's so many Dragon Breaths that add up because the Claydol doesn't resist the Dragon Breaths, right? So it does good, meaningful damage and allows you to farm down in situations where you otherwise might not be able to.
That's why Runerigus is my Pokemon for this tournament in terms of all of the ground typings. It still benefits from having some extra resistances. It still is going to suffer from being weak to Aqua Tail, just like all the other ground types are, but it's quick pacing to Brutal Swing, being able to deal heavy knockout-worthy damage with Rock Tomb as well. I think it's just a fun Pokemon to be utilized, and again, this is its chance to shine. This is LAIC, I think, is Runerigus' signature meta.
And a Pokemon that I'm just now realizing it's also going to be really interesting into is Turtonator, right? Rock-type damage into a Fire-type dragon doesn't really interact with Rock at all, so we'll be really key to see it here, and we see both of those Pokemon in this matchup. We have Dugong into Dugong to lead it off.
Yeah, and I believe Rise to Occasion was mentioning earlier about how some trainers are building their Dugongs a little bit differently for this tournament versus as you would for maybe like Open Great League, because you're planning on seeing the mirror match. If you can build out a Dugong that will take a little bit less damage from an Ice Shard and from the Icy Wind, you'll be able to win the mirror matchup.
And I have to imagine that the attack stat of these Pokemon is also very key to win that charge attack tie. If you are going for Icy Wings ever in this matchup, you're going to want to win that charge attack tie in order to ensure that you get that debuff first. However, these trainers are just going straight Drill Run thus far. Drill Run is going to be neutral damage. It's going to be more energy efficient, but does not have the upside of a debuff. If you wanted to pivot out, we do see a pivot into the Oranguru by Basti, doing lots of damage with those confusions.
Yeah, so Oranguru's not too upset to take this first Icy Wind because Oranguru has access to Trailblaze. It can always just rebuild its attack. But here into the Oranguru, it looks like Basti's just going to go straight Brutal Swing, even though his own Oranguru is down 1 attack.
If Brutal Swing is not going to be enough to pick up the 2-hit knockout here, given the debuff, the next Brutal Swing comes at a charge attack tie, and it does look that Basti does win that interaction, so that'll be key information in the remainder of this match, especially if either trainer opts to put up a shield. But no, Basti actually opting to let this go, knowing I have a debuff on your Oranguru, so this is not going to be enough to pick up the knockout.
And here comes that full health Turtonator, and I think we might get to see that interaction you were talking about earlier with Runerigus, because that's what Granillo has in the back.
Possibly, however, I have to imagine that Basti will opt to use his shields here, therefore maybe Granillo will opt for Brutal Swing instead. This is the one drawback that I see to Runerigus, right? You have the ground subtyping, which does not actually resist the fire type damage coming in from Turtonator. You would need a rock subtyping for that.
Speaking of rocks, what's really great about Runerigus is this Rock Tomb attack. Basti puts up a Protect Shield at the last moment, but what you can't protect from, what you cannot shield, is the attack debuff that is going to cause. Let's see if Granillo decides to shield up, is going to shield up this Brutal Swing, even though it's 1 attack stage down.
A very quick pivot into this Dugong, and I like throwing after 2 Ice Shards. We see the charge attack. I'm actually not sure if that's a charge attack tie. It depends on if Basti got a switch out in turn or 0. It was 0, so it is a charge attack tie here. Icy Wind coming through now, super effective damage, going to be doing a lot of damage to this Runerigus. Not quite enough to pick up the knockout.
And we're going to see just like at the start, we've got our Dugongs facing off. We are waiting. Both trainers are currently switch locked, so currently kind of waiting out the timer. Basti is going to be able to secure a knockout of the opposing Dugong.
And really importantly, like I had called out, Basti does know he wins that charge attack tie, so he's not worried about it whatsoever. In comes the Oranguru, going for these fast attacks. The Incinerate, not enough to pick up the knockout. However, good timing does not matter if you are going to be able to pick up the knockout in return. Turtonator's full Incinerate sneaks through, but actually consequential given that it does survive that Brutal Swing.
So Turtonator hanging on
on 1 HP, able to utilize that Brutal Swing energy. Basti, I can see that sigh of relief. That was critical in that matchup for Turtonator to be able to hang on.
1 HP in a Dream, 1 HP, and one more Brutal Swing we see getting thrown off there, and that is going to secure Basti the victory here and his way forward through the winner side of this bracket.
Such a fun battle, getting to showcase a lot of some of the staple Pokemon of the meta, the Turtonator and the Dugong and the Oranguru, but seeing a little bit of fun as well. Seeing the Togetic, seeing the Runerigas really kind of brightened it up for me a bit.
And I'm really curious to see how our fairy types fare going into day 2. I'll be curious to see if Togekiss or Togetic is the more preferred fairy. I have to guess it's Togekiss. I've seen a number more of them on teams here and there. And I think that's probably the first Togetic that I've seen, but you know, maybe Basti's cooking. Maybe rock type coverage is exactly what you need for this meta.
It very well could be. Let's take a look at that replay.
We see the Icy Wind coming through, just so much super effective damage. Basti doing a really great job of pivoting in and out of different matchups. Knowing that he wins this charge attack tie here, I think was very crucial for his victory here in game number 3.
The knowledge of the charge attack tie and the faith in this Turtonator to hang on through this Brutal Swing. That is incredible. I don't see any health left on that Turtonator.
Yeah, I think that is got to be exactly 1 HP and a Dream there. Able to pick up the knockout because there was no more energy remaining on the other side of the field, and just enough with that fast attack sneak to have the Brutal Swing available.
What was your favorite Pokemon to watch during that matchup, Nick?
I think Togetic, actually. Or did we see Togetic come out?
We did. We saw it in game 2.
Yeah, okay. I think Togetic there. I think it just provides really interesting coverage with that Ancient Power, which is going to be very key to play out into the Ice types and the Fire types in this meta.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, Basti only showed it to us for 1 game, but maybe that our interviewer can ask a little bit about it. I believe that they are ready on the stage.
Thank you so much, guys. I'm here with Basti, fresh off a win. The one unique pick that they were talking about in that matchup was Togetic. What made you opt for that fairy type Pokemon as opposed to maybe a different fairy type?
Yeah, Togetic is so good because it was all the energy from Oranguru, and from Yara the Crunch is so useful, and it's very tanky, so I think it's the best fairy around.
Yeah, that's a good point. More bulk to it than its counterpart Togekiss. And this is a brand new situation. The first limited meta here at a Play Pokemon event. What was your preparation like for this event? Were you surprised when you heard the announcement? And what have the leading up moments been like for you to this event?
Yeah, well, it's a limited meta, so not much room for spice. And it's like every team is almost the same, so you have to prepare well the same match and do well on the mirrors.
And you proved to do well there in that match with some of the mirrors. Thank you, Basti. Before I let you go, is there anyone you'd like to shout out or thank while you're here?
Yeah, I'm gonna do it in Spanish. Un saludo para mis compañeros de Conce, de Coronel. Los quiero mucho y gracias por el apoyo.
All right, thank you so much, Basti. Good luck the rest of the way. Casters, back to you.
All right, thank you, Rise, for that interview. Good to hear the insights into the team as well as the meta there. We are getting geared up for our 3rd match on stage, and I am just incredibly excited as to who we will be featuring. It is going to be, of course, none other than our previous LAIC champion, Marto Galde.
Yeah, tell me a little bit about Marto's history. I know you were really excited to see him today and coming back to kind of to claim the title, to defend the title.
Right, and Marto's had probably one of the most dominating seasons ever that we saw in the Play Pokemon Championship Series last year. But that's not the only space that he's dominated. Marto has been around since basically the beginning of Pokemon Go PvP, and one of his claims to fame is in the grassroots formats, which have historically been limited metas like we have here at the LAIC meta in 2026. So this is his bread and butter, right? He is so comfortable with limited metas. He is very comfortable with spicy Pokemon. He's very comfortable with Pokemon where maybe people aren't as knowledgeable as him with the matchups. So I think that this is going to be a very strong showing from Martel Galde.
And I think that's worth honoring today because before there was the championship series for Pokemon Go, when we came together first as a community, it was limited metas. So a lot of trainers who've been around since day one of Pokemon Go PvP, this is something really exciting for everyone to see.
Right, and I know our LATAM community especially had the largest tournaments in the grassroots formats for those grassroots tournaments. So a great showing here in Sao Paulo this year, and as you see it right there, we got Martel Galde versus Steps up on stage. We're going to give them a little bit of time to get their logins, get their team situated, and I don't know. I can't say it enough. I'm just so excited to see him perform up on stage.
I'm looking forward to his team. One of the Pokemon that he's bringing, again, we talk about return of the OGs, return of limited formats, return of some players who've been around for a long time. Medicham. Both of these trainers are bringing a Medicham to this tournament. We know it, trainers who've been around for a long time. Medicham with Counter was the dominant Pokemon in Pokemon Go PvP forever, for so long. But once Counter was nerfed after a very exciting World Championship series, I remember everybody cheering when Counter was nerfed. But now Medicham's back, but it's running Psycho Cut.
And we see both of these trainers actually opted for the Psycho Cut on the Medicham. The main difference between these two teams is going to be the Turtonator from Steps as opposed to the Vespiquen on the side for Martel Galde. So we see the belief in the spicier, the more niche pick from Marto, and maybe not being that happy with how Turtonator plays into the rest of the meta, given its slow, not bulky, but very laborious movement with the Incinerate. Very slow, fast attack.
Yeah, I like to call it heavy. It is slow and heavy damage versus something like a Dragon Breath, which is nimble and quick, or a Fury Cutter, like we're going to see on Vespiquen.
And realistically, I think it fits Turtonator, right? I don't think anyone would necessarily say that Turtonator is a nimble or quick Pokemon. It is quite large with that giant shell on its back.
It is carrying around quite a heavy shell, but what I am excited to see, Marto not bringing Turtonator at all. So instead relying on like the Medicham, the Vespiquen, the Runerigus, because we're going to see, right? We're going to see a lot of Turtonator in this tournament. So I think it's very unique when we see a team that leaves off a Turtonator or leaves off an Oranguru or leaves off a Gyarados. Speaking of Gyarados and Runerigus, we had it in this first matchup here.
And very importantly, it's running that Shadow Claw, so it has access to fast attack pressure. However, Gyarados, it's got such a high attack stat that it doesn't really need to go for a Crunch here. Both Aqua Tail and Crunch are super effective, and I have to imagine that after shielding up this Rock Tomb, Martel Galde is going to be in a position where he could potentially fast attack down. It'll be very close though, because the attack drop from this Rock Tomb is going to mean that those Dragon Breaths do just a little bit less damage.
Going for trying to get as many Dragon Breaths in as possible, trying to garner as much energy. Gyarados can hang on through a Brutal Swing, not a Rock Tomb. Brutal Swing, we can hang on a little bit, and then going for that full Dragon Breath down. Gyarados with energy is very scary. So Martel Galde very wisely pulling it away for later, because right now, if he threw those attacks, they would just get met with Protect Shields. He wants an opportunity to use that energy for a knockout.
And also, maybe there's a Pokemon in the back that the Aqua Tail could be used as opposed to the harder hitting Crunch. In comes the Dynamic Punch. This is going to be neutral damage into the Oranguru. A bit of a surprised look on Steps' face, maybe expecting for an Ice Punch bait.
Medicham going for the Dynamic Punch, and we're going to see that Protect Shield coming up from Steps. Dynamic Punch is such heavy damage into Oranguru, even though it's only neutral with Oranguru's normal and psychic typing.
And Dynamic Punch is just such a good, efficient charged attack here. We see the Oranguru has so much energy, actually going for the switch, and because the Oranguru was locked into that fast attack animation and the timing that Marto switched at, it doesn't take the damage. The crunch goes off and picks up a very massive knockout.
I mentioned earlier, Marto wants this energy to land on the Pokemon, not into Protect Shields. So even though this is a resisted Aqua Tail, it takes the opposing Gyarados down really, really low into about half health.
Marto now has an option. Does he go into the Oranguru or does he go into the Medicham? There's so much energy loaded up on this Gyarados, and there's only one Protect Shield for Marto Galde to use. First one not coming through, knows Oranguru can hold on to the crunch, but a second one would be devastating, especially if a defense drop occurs.
But Marto still has a shield to hide behind. This is that last opportunity to use it. Gyarados has a sky-high attack stat. It has an attack locked and loaded. The Aqua Tail is going to come through.
This is all of the remaining energy from the Gyarados, however, and the pacing for Medicham to those Ice Punches is quite quick. 1, 2, 3 more. He could have thrown Dynamic Punch, which I believe maybe does a little bit overall damage. It's resisted, so it's a lot less efficient, but Ice Punch is going to be more than enough to pick up the knockout there, and that quick pacing to that Ice Punch was so key to outpace that Gyarados in the death game.
And it's crazy to see Medicham pace that quickly now with Psycho Cut instead of Counter. It is challenging for me as a trainer who has been around for such a long time to see Medicham and not automatically think of it running Counter. But since Counter was brought down, it is no longer as used. I'm very interested to see these Psycho Cut interactions with other Pokemon.
And it is a bit curious, right? Because the Psychic fast attack doesn't really have all that much beneficial in terms of typing, right? I'm trying to think through the meta. There are very few fighting types in the meta. Medicham, of course, it's going to be neutral into as opposed to Counter, which would be resisted. There's Annihilate, but I don't think that's really going to be all that used in the meta. I saw it plenty in the Go Battle League, and I have to imagine that's just because it's so available, because Annihilate is the fighter of the Open Great League, but typing-wise, it's worse, but so it just means that the only reason for that Psycho Cut is the energy generation and is the potency of Medicham's charged attacks.
And what we are seeing here, Medicham being able to throw that crucial Ice Punch to knock out Steps' final Pokemon, that Gyarados. I think what was really key here was that Marto was able to build up all of the energy on his own Gyarados and not use it right away, but switch it out and leave it for later, so it wouldn't get bounced off against a Protect Shield. It would land into a Pokemon. We're actually seeing Marto going for kind of an aggressive switch out after the Dugong Mirror, and now we're going to see Medicham into Gyarados. Now, I believe Medicham, even though you would think Medicham doesn't have a lot of opportunities to win this, it does. Medicham does really well into the Gyarados matchup, potentially.
And as we saw there, he actually went for the Dynamic Punch as opposed to the Ice Punch, so opting for the harder hitting move. Aqua Tail coming through is just neutral damage, and it's going to come out, the next one's going to come out after this next Dynamic Punch, and this Dynamic Punch is going to be a little close to knocking out. I think it's going to be just shy, but if Marto opts to put up a Protect Shield after, he might be able to get a Psycho Cut down.
And we are going to see the Gyarados going for the crunch. This is going to be heavy damage into the Medicham, almost enough to knock out.
Actually, pivoting out, the defense did drop on that Medicham. It's just a visual error that it said that on the Dugong. Dugong Mirror is now here, and I have to imagine that Marto switched out to try to garner some sort of energy advantage in this matchup for later, so that he did not have to rely on winning a charge attack tie. Here he goes for an Icy Wind, not necessarily threatening a shield, but allowing for him to have a more comfortable matchup as this plays out longer and longer.
Yeah, Dugong matchup, it is tough because both Pokemon are throwing resisted fast attacks. Has the potential to throw a resisted charge attack, could throw an Icy Wind, but we're going to see these Dugongs throwing drill runs instead. We have both Protect Shields available. Marto says, this is taking too long. I'm going to swap it out. I'm going to switch it up and bring in the Oranguru. He wants to know what Steps' final Pokemon was, and it was Turtonator.
And I was curious to see if Marto would have opted to just continue to go for confusions and kind of force Steps to throw at an awkward timing. And it looks like throwing on great timing, Marto does that first time, and again on the second time, and now Steps has a choice to make. He's going to throw up a shield, but is he going to throw right away, or is he going to go for another Incinerate?
Looks like one Incinerate and then the throw that's going to allow this confusion damage to come through immediately after this charge attack is thrown. Marto Galde puts up a Protect Shield. His switch timer is just now available as Turtonator throws another Brutal Swing.
I think Marto is just taking full advantage of the awkwardness of the 5-turn fast attack. Going now for a Trailblaze would be super effective damage into this Dugong, so I like the shield coming up from Steps. This is likely going to be one of the more hard-hitting moves in the end. Question becomes, is there energy on that Medicham in the back?
Yeah, Icy Wind is going to connect with this shiny Oranguru, bringing it down to really low health, and Oranguru gets to throw its Brutal Swing, chipping away the Dugong a little bit. But as you mentioned, Alpha Phoebe, Marto Galde needs energy. Marto Galde needs charge attack pressure to get through this Dugong. Dugong actually, Marto going for the Icy Wind.
I'm not sure this is necessary. Kind of depends on how much damage he takes from an Incinerate later, but actually there's going to be no Icy Wind from Steps. This is going to do a little bit more damage, but we saw the energy counts from these two trainers. The next drill run is going to be loaded from Marto Galde, and the question becomes, is this enough to pick up a knockout? I think it's going to be just shy, but it might put it into Ice Shard range.
The drill run knocks out. We see the Incinerate come through, and the Ice Shard knocks out. Marto Galde takes a 2-0 victory here in the winners semis for Group B. He has made it so far here today already, and we're just getting started.
Yeah, he's only got one more win in order to get his ticket into day number 2 here in Sao Paulo. So I have to imagine that Marto Galde is feeling quite well with his play so far. I'm going to reiterate, I think it was a little bit awkward that he went for the Icy Wind into the drill run, because he was never really being threatened by a knockout from the drill run from his opponent's Steps there. However, it was very, very close of that drill run not knocking out, and had he, Steps' Dugong had enough residual health, that could have been one of his lose conditions, right? If a secondary drill run comes through, knocks out his Dugong, and if the Medicham is not healthy enough to survive another Ice Shard, could have been really close. But Marto Galde, a little bit better than me with his damage calculations there, knows that Icy Wind plus drill run is enough to pick up the knockout and secures his victory.
Yeah, and I'm imagining Marto knows everything about Turtonator because it's not on his team. So you're studying it differently. You're studying the effect, how Turtonator is going to play against your own team, because he had to know. He had to know that Turtonator was going to be all over the place, so I'm sure he's practiced a lot into it, both into Incinerate Turtonators and Ember Turtonators.
And I think that really was showcased there in that matchup, right? The number of times that we saw Marto just taking advantage of the slow fast attack of Incinerate there. We saw him throw Confusion into a charge attack, Confusion into charge attack, and his opponent doesn't really have the ability to opt for good timing there, right? You're a 5-turn fast attack into a 4-turn, so if you throw one, your opponent gets the first Confusion through and then gets a second Confusion right before your animation ends, so your option is to maybe opt for 2 Incinerates, but with the quick pacing that Oranguru has with Confusion into Brutal Swing, you almost never have an opportunity to force an Oranguru to need to throw 3 Confusions before its charged attack.
That's another thing that I really enjoy about this meta, is that it showcases some different turn durations. How often do we really see 4-turn duration interactions in the Open Great League? We don't see Confusion a lot. We don't see Volt Switch all that much either in Open Great League. So this is another very interesting showcase and a reason that I am really excited for this limited meta. I am sure that Marto Galde is also excited for this limited meta, and I'm excited to hear a little bit more from him down on the stage.
Thanks, everyone. Indeed, I'm joined by Marto Galde on a mission for another title. How are you feeling?
I'm pretty good. I haven't been on stage in a while, so I'm pretty happy to be here and get the win.
You have quite the interesting team, actually. You are one of the few trainers who did not bring Turtonator. Why?
Turtonator is not a good... No, I'm just kidding. I don't know. I like Vespiquen into the meta, so I just changed it. I'm not sure if it was the best decision, but hopefully it will pay off.
So you're running Vespiquen and Medicham. We've seen those quite a few. How were they so far?
They're pretty good. I really like the team in general. I have practiced a lot, more than I generally do, and I have been doing pretty well, so I feel confident.
I think a Marto Galdahue's practice more than normally is pretty scary. Are there any other competitors in the room that you really do not want to face?
Not really. I generally don't look at the names I'm gonna battle. You have to win against them all, right? And you never underestimate your opponent, so I really don't mind who I play. I just want to play my best game, and that's it.
Now, you're one of the best trainers in the world of all time in Open Great League, we know that. But how about the limited meta? How are you feeling about this?
So I used to play back in the day in grassroots tournaments. They have a lot of limited metas. So this is like a throwback, right? It's very nice to have. Only thing is, I wish we had like a tournament before this to feel the meta. But I feel the meta is pretty condensed, so it's not something you need to resolve. So I'm feeling good.
All right, now we know that you're already an LAIC champion. Do you think you can run it back?
It's very hard, right? Like, there's a curse. Nobody has repeated back-to-back internationals. So I just want to get some points, and I got them already, so I'm pretty happy. Whatever happens, I'll just have a good time and enjoy the rest of the weekend.
So we know there's a first time for everything, so we might see a back-to-back finally. Right now, we are in Brazil, and of course, Brazil is known for plenty of variety in football as well. Football is a beautiful sport, and we have a little video connecting football to Pokemon.
Welcome to a segment here we're going to call the Poke Go. I'm here with Leo from Europe, and here in Brazil, football is life, or soccer as we call it in the US. We're going to play a game where we're going to attribute certain Pokemon in this Latin America International Championship Series meta to the football fields. And we're going to go one by one. And for example, right, we thought that Grimmsnarl, to see how this works, would obviously make a great goalkeeper, but he's not going to be in this meta. So we're going to get rid of him and start things off. Now, Leo, what's our first Pokemon on the list?
Yes, so I think, well, fitting the position, Dusclops, which would be the first Pokemon. I think Dusclops, look at the hands, would make for a great goalie. I mean, it doesn't have long arms, so you can't really reach for too much. But I think Dusclops is a good goalie.
To agree with you. I mean, you can't go. Those are some big mitts on Dusclops. Hopefully, the ball doesn't go through him as a ghost. So I think he'd be good in goal. I agree with you. Now, what do we have next? Let's see.
All right, so the next Pokemon is a little bit spicy. It's Vespiquen.
Vespiquen. Now, Vespiquen doesn't really have the strength.
Yeah.
That maybe wouldn't want to be in the midfield. Seems, or a defender, really. I don't think Vespiquen is very physical. I think it's probably better on the wing.
Yeah, I would agree. Left or right wing?
Let's go right wing. Right wing.
All right, Vespiquen right up on top there. The next Pokemon, I'm just going to draw one without looking here, is Bronzong. And I think Bronzong would be a crazy...
All good.
Bronzong would be a crazy good defender just because, you know, it's a bell-shaped Pokemon. It could just sit on the ball whenever you try to attack it and then just chill there, move a little bit, and then pass when it wants to.
Steel type, very strong, hard to move off the ball. I agree with you. Center back.
Yep.
Left side.
All right. Now, Glalie, a Pokemon which I would consider a pretty good ball, actually. Where would you put it on the field?
It does look like a ball. I think we talked about Glalie, you know, it doesn't have any hands or legs. It kind of levitates. It'd probably be better using its head as our target man as the striker position. Vespiquen going to be setting it up in the box, trying to score goal after goal.
I would agree. Like, maybe if the pitch is a little bit like tilted towards there, it could be so fast, like accelerating like crazy when it's rolling, because I don't think it has the legs for a good sprint. But I think as a striker, Glalie could really shine. So the next one, Turtonator.
Turtonator is going to be so crucial in this meta. This is one I feel like we could go different ways. It's scorching. It's on fire. It's going to be a heater scoring goals. But maybe it can use that size, that strength back at our other center back position.
Yeah, I would definitely agree. It has the size, it has the defenses. And it's just like what I think it could do some backwards tricks, right? Always being with the back to the field, so it could do some Zizou-like tricks. But I think a defender is a very good spot here.
I like it. That's a strong defensive line we got going here. Dusclops, Turtonator, Bronzong. Not many goals being scored there.
What about Dugong, though? I think Dugong
Dugong
shouldn't go for too many headers because of its tiny horn. I think it would just pop the ball.
I don't know how fast Dugong is.
Yeah.
I don't know if we want Dugong going up the wing. I think Dugong seems better on the defense. Yeah. I see Dugong as a right back. What do you think?
I would have said it's like centerpiece.
Okay.
Center in the midfield, because then it can distribute the ball, can be very precise with its tail.
Okay.
And that's better because if you are playing on the right defense wing, you have to be fast as well.
That's true. That's true. You know what? I agree with that's a good point. Let's put Dugong right center mid.
All right. And now we have, talking about centerpiece, the centerpiece of this meta, maybe, Oranguru. This is a crazy one. I think central defense in the midfield.
Absolutely. Oranguru, very smart, very wise, high IQ.
Yeah.
Put it center defense, really run the show. I think this position, you know, kind of feeds off everyone else. I like that.
Yeah. And it's also like very calm, so it has the patience to distribute the ball where the ball needs to be. The next one. And I think we might have found ourselves the last winger, Gyarados.
No question.
Yeah.
Gyarados, fast, explosive.
Yes.
On that left wing. I like our attack going on here.
Yeah. I also think it could make a great defender because it doesn't have arms, so you could never have a handball there and cause a penalty.
Yes, absolutely.
All right. So now
next we have Golurk.
Golurk is a baller. I think Golurk is very, very strong. I think it could play everywhere.
Golurk seems versatile. I think it would have fit great in our center back position, but we've already used those up. So what do you think, left back or right back?
Yeah, let's go left back.
Okay, left back.
All right. And now
defense almost
we
filled.
have Goodra. And I think Goodra is such an all-rounder Pokemon, and it doesn't matter which attack update it gets. Every single time, it's such a nice safe swap. This Pokemon really is so versatile. I think it's the perfect midfielder.
Goodra, Thunder Punch, it likes to run.
Yeah.
Electric, you could say. Maybe put it on the right back where we need a little more speed at the right back position.
All right, I can see that. And now the last Pokemon.
Last Pokemon.
Runerigus.
Oh.
Runerigus, I think it would also be a great defender because it's just so scary to go up against. It's very physical, but it's also a ghost type. And I mean, we actually only have one spot left, but I think it kind of fits the boot.
One more ghost to fill out the roster. Runerigus, scary, and it has that Rock Tomb, which debuffs opposition. It can be a physical player, and I guess it's going to have to fit at that left center mid position. How do you feel like we did with our team here?
I really like it. We have a very solid defense. Glalie as a striker, because I want my striker to have a good header there. So I think we're going to score lots of goals with this team. Won't forfeit too many. I think it's the perfect recipe.
They say defense wins championships. I like the bulk of our defense.
Yes.
And we've got some high attack Pokemon up top. I think we did pretty well. Maybe we'll ask some players later on if they do anything differently. But that's going to do it here for the Poke Goal. Thank you guys so much. And let's get back to the action. On the winner's side of the bracket, some may consider him the best player in the world. That's a discussion that's always up for debate. Another player in that discussion, Leo, has to be Dunebug97. The guy won his 6th regional title just last weekend in Vegas. He went straight from Vegas to Dallas, straight from Dallas to Sao Paulo, and he's about to play next, trying to advance on in this international tournament.
Yep, Dunebug is on a run. Absolutely slammed his opponent in the grand finals of Las Vegas.
It wasn't even close. Well, I mean, I think his opponent did get one set off him, but then after that, it wasn't that close. He played pretty well.
And that's true. Once he learned how to play, the skill diff really showed, right? But he has been on an absolute roll. I want to say lately, but basically all the time, right? He has been a staple in Top Cuts for years and years. He's also made EOYC final in the last season. Actually, the second to last season, right?
Yes, he lost to Emmy Weedle in that final.
And here he is, Dunebug, 97. Just one of the top players really since the beginning of Pokemon Go PvP, dating back to grassroots formats. And that's something I was talking about earlier, Leo. The players that were grassroots formats, there was a grassroots format that Dunebug actually won a world championship in before Play Pokemon. And now, our first time having one of these limited metas in the official championship series, I think he's got to be one of the favorites. Not that he's not already a favorite, but he's going up against Elche. And Elche has some lore about him. Do you remember the lore of Elche at the World Championships? He made a mistake. He misregistered one of his Pokemon at the World Championships in Yokohama, I believe, and he made it super far. I want to say top 8. Top 8 with only 5 Pokemon he was able to use.
I think, what's the person who stopped him in Adequance?
Yeah, I don't know. I think it was the year before. I think it was Yokohama, so I'm not sure. Maybe. We'll have to revisit that.
Yeah, definitely. But let's focus on the matchup in front of us right here. One trainer, Elche, relying on the big four. So does Dunebug, but the flex picks are not as similar. There is a Medicham on both sides, but Dunebug is trusting the Dusknoir Pokemon, which is so strong in the Open Great League as well, while Elche has the Runerigas right here, which is supposed to be a little bit more popular in the LAIC meta.
One thing that actually really surprises me about Dunebug's team, he's not opting for one of the water ice types. There is no Dugong.
True.
There's neither a Celio as well, so he's foregoing that in exchange for something like a Togekiss that he has on the roster, as well as the Dusknoir.
In my defense, Togekiss looks a little bit like Dugong on that spike.
Yeah, if you looked at it from a distance, squint a little bit, you could maybe mistake it for a Dugong.
100%. I tried squinting, it looks the same, but it does not play the same. But we've seen earlier that Dugong, while it sounds fantastic versus the Togekiss, it's not even that easy of an answer, but we'll get into that later. The lead matchup is going to be the GOAT Medicham versus Oranguru.
And Dunebug going for the Dynamic Punch straight away. Dynamic Punch doesn't quite two-shot an Oranguru, but it gets awfully close to the point where you could Psycho Cut down after 2 Dynamic Punch. And we see the immediate pivot into his own Oranguru. This seems like a calculated play from Dunebug, like he's done this before. The Dynamic Punch and then the swap, it seems like it puts the Oranguru within that Brutal Swing range.
Yep, that is true. Oh, another catch here. Elche getting the Turtonator in, catching the Brutal Swing from Dunebug. The chip from his own Oranguru has dealt plenty of damage, putting it perhaps in Brutal Swing range on its own. But Dunebug is going to outpace here, gonna throw a Brutal Swing after 8 turns.
I really love that shiny. That is a beautiful shiny Oranguru. We're seeing another one here. Brutal Swing is going to connect on the Turtonator, so this Oranguru really putting on a lot of pressure, and we see Elche opt for the Brutal Swing here. Dunebug faced with the decision. Is he going to put up that first Protect Shield? He wants to get a little bit more utility out of this Oranguru.
Timing is immediately awkward here because of the timing in the last Brutal Swing. Dunebug outpaces now, can throw a Brutal Swing here against the Turtonator. Turtonator lets it go, is let go by Elche. What are you going to bring in? Resisted Shadow Claws might be a huge farm down.
Elche has the shield advantage, but there is so much health remaining on Dunebug's remaining opponent. And you were right, he does come in with the Runerigas, but doesn't get the Shadow Claw down before the Brutal Swing. And that is going to be brutal for Elche. He's going to put up the Protect Shield, and now we see the quick pivot. Oh, Dunebug, what is this? Swapping Medicham directly into the Runerigas.
They are leveled in shields now, and the Medicham is, of course, bulky. Doesn't get hit by super effective charge attack damage from a Runerigas. Oh, brings in the Oranguru, now goes for a Trailblaze here.
And I think that may have been a charge attack priority. I think Dunebug clicked the Dynamic Punch. Trailblaze will not quite knock out the Medicham. Gets off this Dynamic Punch here, and this should be enough to knock out Oranguru. However, this could pose an issue. If this knocks out, which it does, this sets up Runerigas for a nice Shadow Claw down against the Medicham, and it's not going to reach the Ice Punch.
Wow, Runerigas is loaded with energy there. There is a good catch potential on the side of Dunebug with his own Oranguru. Togekiss is a Pokemon that needs shields. It wants energy advantage. It's fast, it deals a lot of damage, but it does not take a lot of damage. But that is the perfect catch there. Was on the back foot, not anymore. Oranguru coming in for the rescue.
Dunebug doing what he does best, the catch at the unpredictable moment, and that could be the game changer. Going for the Psy Shock here, gonna put up the Protect Shield. Elche will be able to debuff the Togekiss, but as this health starts to dwindle for Runerigus, I don't know if this debuff is gonna be enough to prevent a Psy Shock from knocking it out.
Also, would a brutal swing bait lead to an outpacing to the next Rock Tomb? Doombugs has no shields this up, and now has to knock out with a Psy Shock. Or perhaps one more peck afterwards. But
This
I
is
think
close.
At this range, I think it should knock out, but I'm not sure. The debuff is crucial.
It's debuff. It's going to be close. Psy Shock doesn't knock out. Here comes the Rock Tomb. And I think this will knock out the Togekiss. You see the surprise on Elche's face? I think despite the catch, Elche in his Runerigus still able to close this one out.
How bulky is Runerigus? I've never felt like it was super bulky when I played it, but that Psy Shock did nothing. I know it's not same type attack bonus boosted by the Togekiss, but that was no damage.
That was very little, that's for sure. And I guess Runerigus, it's similar in bulk to its counterpart Kofagrigus, right? And so able to tank that. And you saw it on Elche's face. He did not think he had a chance.
Yeah.
And he was surprised himself that he was able to hang on there. So Dunebug it seemed like he did everything he could in that endgame, made the beautiful catch, but it wasn't quite enough. Runerigus, too strong.
Yeah, the Oranguru catch was insane. I thought he had it from there. I thought he proved his point once again that Dunebug wants to be considered the greatest of all time. But Elche, he has played this game to perfection. Even found a win con. He didn't even consider himself.
I mean, Elche's done it on the biggest of stages, so I think you see the replay of that catch, Dunebug. But you could tell on Dunebug's face as well, he knew it wasn't over even after that catch. He was still thinking about the situation. Rock Tomb there from Runerigus gets the knock. It looked like it still would have lived one more peck as well. So really impressive from Runerigus, maybe trying to show it's the superior ghost in this meta.
Yeah, let's discuss this mid-game for a second, because I think at some point, Dunebug swapped in Medicham on the Runerigus and got fully farmed down.
Right, and it did force Elche to swap out at some point, because maybe it was afraid of the Ice Punch being connected, but perhaps a Togekiss swap instead when he still had the Protect Shield could have been an option, preventing that farm down. But Runerigus, like a core breaker, right, to the Togekiss Medicham on Dunebug's team.
Arceus Aurelius walked so everyone else could run in this tournament. Runerigus really showing why it's a good choice here next to the big four. I wonder if tomorrow, when we have the top cut usage, if we have perhaps a big five.
Yeah, it'll be a discussion what we're going to add to that big five, but right now it's game number 2, and the matchup we ended with starts with this one, Runerigus into the Togekiss.
I can see that, and I want to see the even matchup played out here. Psy Shock immediately deployed by Dunebug. Not going to shield this. Elche now knowing this does not do that much damage.
He has the Turtonator in back, maybe wants to preserve. And Dunebug, once again, swapping the Medicham into the Runerigus. It's like he sees Medicham as his Runerigus counter. But to be fair, there is not a ton of charge attack pressure. It's really more so the Shadow Claws here. And now we're going to see a pivot of the Turtonator into Medicham, and this is an Incinerate Turtonator.
Yeah, and we have a lot of damage here, but of course the timing with Incinerate can be quite awkward. You can't now immediately throw a Brutal Swing and give your opponent one free Psycho Cut, or you get hit with another Dynamic Punch.
Dunebug easily recognizing that this is just a Brutal Swing, not enough to knock out the bulky Medicham, and he's going to do 2 Psycho Cuts most likely. Oh, going to go for even more in case Elche decides to let this go. He'll have more residual energy to hang on, and he does let it go. Not only...
Does it knock out?
I think it does. Not only does it knock out, but Dunebug's going to get to another charge attack here with his Medicham.
Yep, Medicham with the Ice Punch, hitting Runerigus quite hard. Dynamic Punch deals a lot of damage on the Oranguru as well. Let's see what Elche is coming in here. Catches an Ice Punch on the Oranguru, and that might shift the momentum in the game.
It's a very nice catch, but now Dunebug has the opportunity to come in with the Togekiss, which does wall the energy from the Oranguru. Confusions are going to add up. Togekiss is a little bit on the squishier side, as we say, and going to put up the protection here on the Aura Sphere.
The thing is, in this matchup, Oranguru is quite decent actually when shields are up, because you just throw Trailblazers. Your opponent kind of has to shield them at some point, even though they don't do too much damage, and you're gonna get so much damage done with those. Oh, we're not shielding. Does this knock out?
I think Dunebug was calculating whether he could withstand a Trailblaze and a boosted Confusion. He decided to go for it, but he did not. And now this Oranguru has a lot of work to put in for Dunebug. To be fair, it does have 2 Protect Shields, and it does like the Runerigas matchup in back.
Yeah.
But if there's energy there, things could swing for Elche.
There's also still the Medicham in the back. I say potential catch there. I don't think it has a lot of energy there. Tries to go for a catch. No, swapping into the Runerigas. Gets a full farm down. And now there's no swap left for Dunebug. He has a Rock Tomb stored. Elche is going to use the shield here. Wants to use all of his energy. He's so loaded on both Pokemon.
Does Elche ever opt for the Rock Tomb here? No, he's going to go for the Brutal Swing. The super effective damage. He is very close to the next one. He's either at it or one away. Dunebug going to let this Brutal Swing go through, connecting, and we see the next Brutal Swing. This is going to force the final Protect Shield from Dunebug.
Yeah, and he could have just used his own Brutal Swing. Elche was not at it, would have not even gotten to a Charge Attack priority event. Goes for another one here, but Elche is going to outpace here. Does not win Charge Attack priority.
I've got to be honest, Leo, I thought Runerigas won that for sure, but Dunebug knows better in this matchup. He's been studying. He gets it. He has the double Brutal Swing, but it's a Charge Attack priority for Elche, and I think this Brutal Swing might just be enough. Let's see. Oranguru knocks out the Oranguru, and Elche takes down Dunebug 97.
We have praised Dunebug so much, but it is Elche who comes out victorious out of this one here. A Swift to Runerigas to perfection. Going in there, going out there with a lot of energy, catching an Ice Punch. Phenomenal.
What a matchup there. Dunebug, one of the favorites in this tournament, but Elche, he's scared of nobody. He's gone far on the biggest of stages, the world stage, and he played that matchup perfectly to a T. What a win for Elche. And for Dunebug, you can't count him out yet. He'll go for the winner's bracket, or the loser's side of the bracket now. You know, you can't win them all, Leo. You can catch them all, but you can't win them all.
Yeah. But you also can't lose them all, because then you're out of the tournament. But of course, if you have only lost one game, then you are not out yet. There we could see in game 2 the Dynamic Punch that knocked out the Turtonator, dealt a lot of damage here. We're going to see the attempted catch here. Runerigas coming in, farming down. I think the most important part maybe in that game was Dunebug not throwing the second Brutal Swing into the Runerigas before it had its own Brutal Swing, forcing the shield.
I agree with you. I think it's possible Dunebug may have lost track of the energy. Maybe he thought it would have been a Charge Attack priority.
Been there, done that.
So yeah, we've all been there. So Dunebug maybe wishes he could have had that one back, but a remarkable performance from Elche. That was something to be seen, and I think we've got to now jot down his name as someone to watch out for the remainder of this tournament.
But I mean, this is something you have said earlier, right? This meta is so tough when you want to count precisely. The swapping in and out of Pokemon makes it so hard for you to keep track of energy, especially if there's Pokemon like Gyarados or Goodra involved when they have one-turn fast attacks. To register them in your head is super tough. So even the best trainers in the world can miscount in those games. But now we're going to hear it from the winner, Elche and Stephanie.
I am here today with Elche. We are so excited after that match. I know I personally am always rooting for the underdog, so it was so exciting to see Dunebug there. How are you feeling?
To be honest, I felt before in the backstage really nervous, because so many times I don't go in the big stage. So when I came here in the scenario, I felt more relaxed and try to apply that I practiced a couple of weeks ago. I proved Medicham and other Pokemons, and really works. It really works.
It really does, and I know it can be very nerve-wracking on the stage here under all of the lights, but you played flawlessly. Your game was perfect. How much did you practice before this tournament?
I think I prepare seriously this meta 2 and 3 weeks ago. I took very time of my daily life. I try to practice 1 or 2 tournaments per day. Sometimes I going well, and other times very bad. So I felt a little bit frustrated, but I don't know. I think to be here, to reencounter to another friends and some people to another countries and another part of the world, it's another sensation, to be honest.
It's completely on another level. We've got to get back to the battles, but can you give me one really quick shout out to a friend or family in the crowd?
A big shout out to my family and a friend, Francisco, to another friends. I see Emilio, I see Marto Galde, Ice Chris, so many people I can be. I have the pleasure to meet here and in another part of the world.
It is such a great global community we have here in Pokemon Go. Elche, thank you for talking to me for a few moments. Let's get back to the Pokemon action.
You know what? I'm really happy that Elche found his friends in the crowd.
Yeah, he was looking hard for him. He wanted to make sure he shouted them out, said, I see you rooting for me.
Yeah, definitely. Those trainers are remarkable. It's really cool to see how many friends you can find in the PvP community, and all of them are so crazy good. LATAM is incredibly stacked, and of course, we're going to have someone in the next matchup who's come of recent top 8 success in Belo Horizonte.
We do. And just to stay on that topic for one more second, Elche from Chile, and he mentioned Ice Chris. So many talented players from that Chile region. Desynced, another one in this tournament to look out for, and Elche showing what the Chileans are made of with that big win over Dunebug. But now we're approaching our next matchup.
Yeah, we're going to see Pataman versus Bruce Santos, which is going to be rather interesting. Pataman, you know, the runner-up for the World Championship in the last year, playing the finals versus our world champion, Beelzeboy. Pataman, of course, also a regional champion, international champion in Europe, and made top 4, I think 3rd place at the NAIC as well. So ICs is really where Pataman shines.
Patoman, one of the most decorated players in our game. I think he's maybe cooled off a little bit at the start of this season. In the last couple of regionals, has failed to top cut in recent events. But this is a player that anytime you see his name on the roster, you know he is in it to win it and has a good chance to do so. And like you said, has done it on the international stage, has done it on the world stage, getting all the way to the grand finals. So Patoman, always a treat to watch him play.
Pataman is crazy. You know, now everyone is used to him. Everyone has seen him play so many times. But back Liverpool 2023. First tournament, got into the finals immediately. Next tournament, got into the finals immediately. Third tournament, he won, finally. Had a record of always getting into the grand finals for the first 3 tournaments, which was insane, and he still is.
And you saw how much it meant to him. That's one of the moments ingrained in my memory as a fan watching the Play Pokemon Championship Series. After 2 losses in the grand finals, he finally broke through, got that championship, and he broke down in emotion. You saw how much it meant to him, and this young trainer now just has so much confidence, has the swagger when he's up there. He plays with his heart on his sleeve, and he is up against Bruce Santos here in winners semis of Group C.
And both trainers opting not to run Dugong, which is interesting. So Bruce Santos, of course, has replaced it with the Celio, which is a rather similar Pokemon, not quite the same. It is more spammy, whatever you prefer on your team. But Pataman is, I think, running the exact same team as Dunebug, which would make sense since they are on the same grassroots team.
Yeah, good recognition there. It is the same team, and the Medicham, the Togekiss, the Dusknoir. I think with some of this coverage for Patoman, it seems tougher to bring the Celio because just so much fighting coverage because, yeah, the Togekiss you take super effective from the Powder Snows, but I mean, if you're counter swapping Celio into Togekiss, it's really not that comfortable because you get to those Aura Spheres so dang quickly.
Yep, not even Dugong is very comfortable to swap in because if you are too slow, you might lose the 2-shield scenario because Aura Sphere after Aura Sphere after Aura Sphere is used so quickly. But now, a question on another note. Would you prefer as a goalkeeper, Duskclops or Dusknoir?
It's gotta be, I'm gonna say...
It's Dusknoir, right? I think we dropped the ball there.
You're right. I like the pun there. I see what you did. And Dusknoir, I feel like it's a little bit faster, right, than Duskclops.
Yeah, and the arms are so much longer, you know?
Oh, longer
wingspan. Very
wingspan.
limited range.
That's a great point. Yeah, long wingspan for Dusknoir. Maybe we could look up the heights on those Pokemon as well. But you know what else, Leo? We just saw Dunebug with the same team, as you mentioned, lose to that Runerigus.
Yeah.
Is there any way maybe Bruce Santos got a little bit of a tutorial, got a little bit of a match he could watch, see how it's done by Elche? Maybe he's going to be looking to utilize that Runerigus in this matchup against Patoman.
I can see that happening. However, Bruce Santos' team is a little open to a Dusknoir. You know, you also have the Metang. And yes, you have super effective Shadow Claw damage, and Brutal Swing is also great against the opposing Dusknoir. But Astonish is just maybe a little bit too strong.
It's very impressive. There's a chance that Dusknoir could, you know, kind of just two-shield everything except for the Oranguru, of course. But yeah, it does look very strong against Bruce Santos' team, so maybe he feels required to bring the Oranguru for that reason, and the Runerigus as well.
But if there's one Pokemon that you can't feel required to bring, it's probably Oranguru. However, then if you need it for a specific matchup, it's much harder to play because you can't use it in its all-rounder, safe swappy role. You can't just swap it in to gain some energy somewhere. You have to deploy it on the Dusknoir then, perhaps, if Patoman decides to bring it. But it is one of the threats. However, Patoman's team doesn't really scare away the Oranguru.
Here we are, game number 1, and it's going to be the Gyarados Mirror. Now, the question is charge attack priority. The other question is, do you stay and play out this matchup or maybe utilize your energy somewhere else? It's going to be Patoman playing things straightforward, going directly for the crunch. Bruce Santos electing to let it go.
Oh, calling a bait there is very reasonable. 10% defense debuff there, getting hit with it. A shield used by Patoman there, knowing I can fully well farm this down. If you want to swap out, feel free to do so. I might chip and dip. Actually reaches the crunch here. Patoman must go 2 shields down here.
A bold bait, and that's going to allow you to get to the crunch the same time Patoman gets to the Aqua Tail, so he's not going to risk that any sort of charge attack priority. He's going to use both Protect Shields, does get the farm down, and this energy will go far, but is it enough? Being 2 Protect Shields down, we'll see. Oranguru comes in, going to try to confusion down this Gyarados.
Yep, a crunch is going connect here, and that is going to push that Oranguru maybe into Aqua Tail range, so you can throw those more easily there. Maybe get to a 3rd charge attack. Runerigus is coming in there, getting a Shadow Claw off, shields the Aqua Tail.
Got to use those Protect Shields eventually, and now Patoman positions the Oranguru where he wants it against the Runerigus. Now the question is, oh, actually going for a Rock Tomb here. This is interesting. I guess, I don't know if 2 Brutal Swings quite knocks out anyway, so maybe that's the thought process here, but you got to think 2 Brutal Swings plus Shadow Claws would be enough, so I'm not sure about that play.
And Patoman is just getting that attack right back up with a Trailblaze. Has to be shielded. All of those charge attacks are super effective against Runerigus. Runerigus going for another Rock Tomb. Now Patoman has the option to maybe clear that debuff by swapping out. Quite a lot of charge attacks have been thrown there. Does not have the switch up quite yet. Goes for a debuffed Brutal Swing here. After that, switch timer is going to be up.
This will not knock out the Runerigus, and we're going to see a pivot from both trainers. It's going to be Oranguru against the Medicham, and with this health status of the Oranguru, I don't see it being able to survive a Dynamic Punch. Trailblaze coming through, going to ramp up the attack.
Now I think Pataman is in a really good spot here. It's a very low Oranguru. You could even consider Ice Punching. Might not knock out. Better safe than sorry. Throws the Dynamic Punch. So much HP on the Medicham. And we know that Ice Punch is going to be enough to take out Runerigas from this range.
Down goes Oranguru. Great energy management by Patoman. And this Ice Punch will deliver the knockout blow to the Runerigas. And here we go. Patoman taking game number 1.
You said he had a slow start to the season, but he's in winner's semis of LAIC, wins with 3 Pokemon that are still up in the running. Perfect energy management. Is it time to see peak Patoman again?
I hope so, because he's a treat to watch when he's in form. And I mean, that's almost all the time.
Yeah.
When I say maybe it's a cold start to the season, right, we're kind of saying by his standards, by world finalist, multiple time champion standards, but he is here and he looks locked in. Patoman, a trainer that has played in grassroots formats before as well, and I really like seeing him on the biggest of stages because he's so fun to watch, and he pulls off plays, finds win conditions that sometimes you don't even see coming.
Yep, and also Pataman just has this aura, right? He is scary to go up against. Very intimidating as well. Sometimes he just stares you down while defeating you, and you're just sitting there like, wow, okay, well, never had a chance, right?
Yeah, Patoman, we see an instant replay of this game number 1. Yeah, went down 2 Protect Shields was Bruce Santos, and Patoman then used those Protect Shields back. Ended up being relatively close in the end game, but just too much energy on this Medicham. Psycho Cut generating 9 energy per Psycho Cut, so it's one of the fastest energy generation attacks in the game. Makes that Medicham so spammy. Definitely functions differently than it used to, as we're seeing as a counter Medicham in the Open Great League meta.
Indeed. But Dynamic Punch makes up for the lack of damage on Psycho Cut. Sometimes having some psychic coverage in quotation marks still helps, but also Ice Punch, while it is not the most efficient charge attack, it's an Ice type attack. Ice type is so good offensively. I think it might be one of the most used charge attack types from Pokemon that are not Ice types.
It is just one of those.
I just made that up. I have no stats to back this up.
Well, I believe you. You said it convincingly. I believed you, and I think we're ready for game number 2. Patoman into Bruce Santos, and the Metang makes an appearance. An immediate pivot from Pato. Gyarados gonna greet this Metang.
You know, Metang is not the worst matchup for Medicham, but Gyarados is so safe in this meta. You can just throw it in there, maybe realign at some point, but also now you're in danger because you can just get hit by a Psyshock and then your opponent might swap out. Goes to throw a Crunch here, and I think that Bruce Santos is in a decent spot.
Got the shield first with the Psyshock. Now Crunch coming through, going to even the Protect Shields here. Bruce Santos may go for the Crunch before Patoman gets there, and that's exactly what he does. Patoman now faced with a decision. Is he going to invest both shields early? No, he's going to let this one go because I think he recognizes he can still get to the Crunch anyway.
It looked really good for Bruce Santos because he was outpacing. However, this is going to be minimal farm down for the Gyarados. A Crunch connecting here. Now the question is, can you farm this Gyarados down? Defense debuff as well. Packs down, but not before an Aqua Tail is reached. Pataman lets it go. Does not want to use his last shield, but already has a charge attack stored on the Togekiss with these cute little flowers on his head.
A slight grimace on Patoman's face. He did not want Bruce Santos to reach that Aqua Tail. That does some sizable chip damage to the Togekiss. Aura Sphere coming through here. Should be able to 2-shot the Metang from this range. It connects, and we're going to see the Psyshock break counting, throwing it just before Patoman reaches another Aura Sphere.
Oh, Patoman recognizes Psyshock might knock out from this range, and you want to get rid of the energy that you have on the Togekiss. You want to use it. Go for another Aura Sphere, but it is going to be catch double resisted.
The anticipation Bruce Santos feeling here in game 2. Catches the Aura Sphere onto his Ghost-type Pokemon. Patoman will be able to reach the Psyshock here, but you have to think he might have to be forced to pivot his Medicham now into the Runerigas.
Yeah. Now, I mean, this is definitely one Ice Punch range, right? But the energy advantage on the Runerigas is quite good. Shadow Claw damage. This reminds me so much of Sableye versus Medicham back in the day.
Right, exactly. And I don't know if 2 Brutal Swings plus the Shadow Claws will be enough. So this is going to be a difficult situation for Bruce Santos. Yeah, definitely not enough. Brittle Swing coming through. Patoman over farming, considering there's still a Protect Shield remaining. So how is Bruce Santos going to find his way out of this? He's going to go for another catch maybe on the Matang. So patient, Patoman. He was waiting for it, Leo. He was waiting for it, and it still happened.
Wow, Bruce Santos getting a little lucky there. Patoman not recognizing that the swap there happened. Goes for another Ice Punch immediately. Threatens a knockout here. Bruce Santos might consider to just keep this shield.
Oh.
Uses it actually, Patoman. Are you going to swap out of this matchup now?
Throws the side shock, just wants to get rid of this Medicham. The problem here is Bruce Santos might still be switch locked momentarily, so he could surrender a potential farm down. And the Fury Cutter's not doing anything to Togekiss. They're double resisted, going for a peck down. Oh, we see the catch attempt, and he gets it back onto the Gyarados.
Patoman catching the Psyshock here. Is the switch timer up for Bruce Santos? Is he going to reach a charge attack there? No, the Psyshock is going to be used by the Togekiss. It is going to definitely knock out this Runerigas. But what about the Metang in the back? Does it still have enough HP to Fury Cutter down? It is going to come back in pack versus Fury Cutter. Everything's resisted, but Togekiss farms it down. And Patoman advances to the winners finals. It's peak Patoman again on an IC stage.
Peak Patoman, persistence pays, and he's able to take the win. That looked like it swung in several different directions. Bruce Santos pulled off the catches. It seemed like he had in control. He was about to force a game 3. Patoman said, not so fast. Anything you can do, I can do better. Pulls off a catch himself, and he is moving on onto the winner's side. What a matchup between these two trainers.
And you can see how calm he's staying. He knows the job's not done yet. He's not a trainer who is overly satisfied when he reaches a day 2, when he reaches a winner's finals. No, he wants to win it all.
How many catches were made in this game? I think it was all 3. All of them, yeah. That's a better way to phrase it. And, you know, I think Bruce Santos was playing so well. It seemed like he was reading Patoman like a book. The one thing maybe he could have done differently in that endgame was let the Matang go and try to sweep with that Runerigas. He ended up shielding it, and then the Matang was still switch locked and just had no fast attack pressure. Remember, even though it's a steel type against a Togekiss fairy type, the Fury Cutters are double resisted by that fairy flying typing, and Matang just wasn't able to do much there in the end.
And that was a perfect catch by Patoman, because you know what? If Bruce Santos recognizes the catch, he just gets Drag Breath down.
Exactly. He was pinned. He had no other option there. So it was a safe opportunity for Patoman to go for the catch. It paid off, and he is going to be moving on. That's one of those games where it looked like he was way behind, but you just never give up. You never know what's going to happen.
Yep, this is what happens in those dense metagames. You said it before, it is so incredibly neutral here at LAIC in the LAIC Championship meta. So many niche scenarios that can get you back into the game. I mean, right now we saw an Aura Sphere being caught, not catched, caught on a Runerigas, and Bruce Santos still lost the game.
Talk about mentality, mental fortitude. To talk a little bit more about that, we've got an interview over with Patoman.
All right, thank you, Rise. I'm here with Patoman. Congratulations on that winner's semis victory. That game number 2 was really close. There were a lot of catches, a lot of back and forth. Talk me through your mental state as that game progressed and how you were feeling.
I'm feeling really good, really confident about the tournament. But also, yeah, that was a really tough matchup. Bruce is a really good player. And also, like, that meta in the lead was hard to deal with. And then the catch he made, I think he did like double catch maybe. And yeah, that's like not really good, but I'm happy I was able to overcome that.
And you were able to get a catch of your own with that Gyarados, right? Pressuring him a little bit to throw because you were resisting the Fury Cutters. Talk to me about your participation in this meta. I don't believe that you have been in this community quite as long as some others, right? Only a handful of years as opposed to, you know, like maybe the 20 years that Marto Galde's been in this community. Just kidding, it's probably like 7. But this is the first official limited meta for the Pokemon Championships. How did you go about preparing for the limited meta as opposed to the Open Great League?
So at the first sight, I really liked this meta because like, I mean, the Open Great League meta of Europe, I don't really like it because it's like a bit RPS from my point of view. But still, yeah, I didn't have like the best result of my last tournament, so I'm happy I can like adapt myself and do like the adjustments I need for this tournament, and also I really enjoy this meta.
All right, well, glad to hear you're enjoying it. It is a very wide open, but also restricted meta because of how good and safe the top 4 contenders are. Talk to me about your thoughts about niche picks as well. We've seen Vespiquen perform quite well on some teams. Why didn't you choose something like Vespiquen, or why did you choose a niche pick on your team?
So I actually really like Vespiquen because like Metang is the Pokemon that everyone runs just to stop the Oranguru. But like Vespiquen, I think it's a Pokemon that isn't that RPS as Metang, for example, with those Turtonator or Ghost types. And then Vespiquen is, I think, less RPS because it has the coverage it needs for the rest of the matches. So I really like that pick, but I'm not a fan as well. So I picked the thing I think is gonna be better for this tournament.
All right, well, thank you so much for your insights, Pato. Good luck in the rest of the tournament. We're gonna send it back to the casters.
Half Pato, half man. He is the Pato man, and he is in it to win it once again. Like they were talking about, Leo, the neutrality, the dynamicness of this meta, and I don't think we've seen a single game yet where you're like, oh, right off the board, like this player wins, that player wins. Sometimes you see those alignments of 3 and you're like, oh, it's going to be tough for this player to get out of it. I don't think we've seen a single game like that so far. Really fun stuff here at LAIC.
Yep, it is really dynamic. So is Medicham, and I think this is one of the Pokemon that has been an MVP so far when it was brought. Medicham looking incredibly good. Right now, we won't see it in this matchup, but there is a Vespiquen.
There is a Vespiquen. Basti is back. We saw an impressive match from him earlier with that Togetic as well. He was really hyping it up in the interview. Thought it was a strong Pokemon because of its bulk. Has more bulk than its evolution, Togekiss. Now, the old Draco, we said in our caster predictions that the Pokemon that we felt like was maybe overrated, least likely to succeed, Dusclops. He's opting for it. And now, Dusclops, one of the main reasons we said that it kind of lacks the damage output against Oranguru, against Dugong, that doesn't mean it doesn't have play. Old Draco, maybe he'll have a bone to pick with the casters, show us that Dusclops, you just got to know how to use it.
Yeah, but maybe also the new Rico would pick a Dusknoir, which has a lot more fast attack pressure, but the old one definitely still has this one. I was going to check if he has something like a Return or a Poltergeist there, which is not the case. So this is the good old Dusclops that we all know and love. But let's look at the team of Basti. How is it looking against it? Because I quite like it, except for against the Oranguru. Dugong also not the best matchup because you don't deal a lot of damage. Once you get debuffed, you deal even less damage. But Togetic is a decent matchup. Turtonator should be okay-ish. Metang looks good, and I think you're doing a decent job against Runerigas as well.
That's true, it certainly has play, but one other thing that I don't really like about Dusclops, it has that 3-turn Hex, and you see a couple things like the Metang, like the Dugong, where it could be awfully easy to potentially catch an Ice Punch resistant onto those Pokemon, so Dusclops can be a little bit awkward to use in that regard. We'll see if he decides to bring it in this matchup. Basti versus the old Draco. Here we go. It's going to be a Oranguru and a Dugong. A favorable lead for Basti here.
Yep, Basti has basically brought all the Pokemon that are kind of good versus Dusclops. I like the core that old Rico has with Dusclops and the Vespiquen, because Vespiquen kind of scares away Oranguru at least a little bit.
Now, although this matchup favors Oranguru, typically Dugong going to throw on 5 to get the debuff off first, and Basti, forgoing the timing, wants to just boost right away here with the Trailblaze. So he's going to throw that, but this is going to allow the Dugong to reach this. Oh, and we actually see a Simul Swap. I think both players maybe trying to go for a catch there. It didn't happen. Now we've got Turtonator on the Dugong.
That is so funny that both trainers are trying to go for a catch in a 4 to 3 turn matchup, because it is almost impossible to catch something there. Now we're going to see a shield to an Icy Wind. That is crucial. Wouldn't have done that much damage anyways, but now Dragon Claw is going to be thrown there. A lot of damage if it wasn't for that debuff.
Perhaps old Draco regretting that Protect Shield, but he's able to do a nice chunk of damage with the Dragon Claw and already getting to a second Dragon Claw. Now, because of the debuff, I think Dugong can hang on here to reach its next charge attack. Let's see, Dragon Claw doesn't quite knock out, and even going for an extra Ice Shard. Nice intelligence there, going for one extra Ice Shard in the middle of the Incinerate, getting off this drill run.
Yep, a little bit more damage can go a long way. Shield is being used here. Turtonator is staying strong. Runerigus coming in there. Now this is a Runerigus that has 2 shields to none. Old Rico is bringing in the Dugong for a combo play. Basti is saying, yeah, I'm gonna use a shield here. Definitely that super effective damage. Now brings in the Oranguru again. Throws a brutal swing here. Does that knock out? I would say so? Question mark?
I don't think it'll knock out, but he might get the confusion down here before Dugong gets to another attack. So Oranguru with some energy, a shield to hide behind. This looks like a lot of work for that Dusclops with no Protect Shields remaining for the old Draco. What does he do here? Does he come back in with the Turtonator? He does.
I don't know how good this is for Basti now, because that Oranguru is not going to knock out with the brutal swing here, but it might knock out into confusion. So a farm down is very, very unlikely. The old Rico is going to swap in, store 2 charged attacks there to a brutal swing, brings in the Dusclops, but gets connected with a brutal swing here.
Yeah, this is not going to feel good for Dusclops. Does get a head start here against Runerigus, but these Shadow Claws are chunking and going to put it into brutal swing range. Shadow Punch coming through. Old Draco does have 2 brutal swings loaded on his Turtonator, but there is still a Protect Shield for Basti, and I'm not sure that the Turtonator can withstand 1 Shadow Claw.
Yep, that's also what I'm worried about. Of course, having 2 charge attacks versus 1 shield is good, but actually, okay, goes for a brutal swing immediately, recognizes the win condition. The win condition is using Shadow Claws on that Turtonator and not going for brutal swings onto it, deploys all the energy. Now, is this going to be enough? But there is also an Oranguru in the back with 1 HP.
He may withstand the shot. This is going to be so close. Does the Shadow Claw that snuck through knock out? It does. Doesn't get off the second brutal swing. And that is going to be a good game for Basti. And, you know, even if he got off that, it was an Incinerate Turtonator, right? So 1 confusion would have then registered before the 1 Incinerate. So I think Basti had multiple win conditions there.
Yeah, but the Oranguru was incredibly low. So I figured that it is better to use the Runerigus there and shield that one, because maybe if you're at 1 HP, a brutal swing would still knock out through a shield. So I think Basti played it perfectly in this situation.
Yeah, that's a good point. Basti really mixing up his lines as well. We saw him utilize the Toka Tick in his last matchup, and this time going with a more standard line. We'll see if he makes any adjustments, tries to adapt going into game number 2.
So there we can see one of many brutal swings this weekend. Turtonator withstanding it like a champ, but taking a little too much damage in the process here. Nice play from the old Rico, bringing in the Dusclops, but Dusclops wasn't able to do what it wants to. And if you're looking at the Pokemon that Basti didn't bring, those are the primary targets for Dusclops, if Turtonator even is one.
Although it didn't quite pan out for the old Draco, I really like the thought process. That was a very creative play, right? Going for the Incinerate and then transferring the damage, banking those 2 brutal swings. Had he had a little bit more health where he was able to utilize both of those brutal swings, could have been a game-winning play. Just didn't quite have the health left as the Oranguru kind of confusion down the Turtonator where it was so low.
Yep, and now we're going to see a crucial lead. Phenomenal for Basti. Immediate swap out into the Turtonator, but there is no hard answer for the Turtonator on the side of Basti, so he might go for a chip and dip. No, lets the Turtonator get a lot of energy there. Bit confusion damage, swaps into the Dugong. Can the old Rico flip switch?
We'll see. He's going to certainly try to regain alignment here, because if you have that Dusclops aligned with the Oranguru, it is no bueno. And here's going for the Dragon Claw here. Dugong going to let it go. And Dugong will certainly reach this charge attack. So, but this is letting old Draco dictate what he wants to do. He can shield this, farm down, and that's exactly what he's going to do and reclaim that switch advantage.
Wow, that is insane. Pain. I did not see this coming.
It's another Incinerate too.
Yep, he gets so much energy. Yes, he is debuffed, but does that really matter in the end? Because that is still a lot of energy. Runerigas is going in there, immediate Brutal Swing, and you're going to see another Brutal Swing. At this point, it doesn't really matter if you're debuffed or not. It's going to deal a lot of damage.
Dare I say, a brutal swing of events as he flips the switch advantage now. Oh, but he gives it up and has his Dugong position here, but we're seeing Basti stay in for a very long period of time. I guess it's because he recognizes the Dusclops in back, so he still wants to preserve that Oranguru for the Dusclops.
Yep, I think he probably just switches out before the Runerigas gets knocked out or saves 2 shields for the Oranguru. Oranguru, of course, can be debuffed by the Dugong now, can't swap out anymore, but you have the Blaze of Trails that is going to get your attack back up. Can go for perfect timing here. 2 confusions, throws a Trailblaze.
This feels like Oranguru against the world. It has a ton of energy, but it's going to try and get through 3 Pokemon here. Boosting now against the Dugong. Dugong's going to be able to reset that with the Icy Wind here. You got to use these Protect Shields at some point, and you recognize an Icy Wind will do more than anything that the Dusclops can dish out.
Right, if you want to play Oranguru versus the world, this is the place to do so. Oh! Catches a Trailblaze on the Turtonator.
What a catch, double resisted. Turtonator's gonna hang on here. Now, does the Brutal Swing, does it have the, it does! It catches, gets a Brutal Swing. This is massive for the Eldrico.
Yep, we are not debuffing the Oranguru though, and Oranguru is going to deal a lot of damage to this Dusclops. You can go for 2 confusions and then throw double Brutal Swing. Is this going to knock out? How boosted are we even?
I believe we're single stage boosted at this point because we had 2 Trailblazes, we had the Icy Wind. Oh, but double Brutal Swing's not quite enough here. Dusclops is gonna get off the Ice Punch. I think Oranguru hangs on.
Yeah.
Can you potentially double up here on the Brutal Swing? Let's see, Ice Punch puts it low. Oh, he gets the double up, he catches, but I don't know if this catch is gonna matter.
Nope, you're boosted. The Brutal Swing deals a lot of damage. It's for sure going to knock out that Dugong from that range. You can just throw another one. Super effective damage into the Dusclops, and I think that this is day 2 for Basti.
Oranguru against the world, and Oranguru is on top. 2 shields and a bunch of boosts as the Oranguru takes down the opposition. What a win for Basti. He is going to be moving on.
If anyone has ever questions if you should put Oranguru on your LAIC Championship meta team, this is the answer. This Pokemon can play every single matchup neutrally, basically. The only thing that kind of disturbs it is a Vespiquen. But if the Vespiquen is not on the field, you can just 3v1 Pokemon, 1v3 all of those Pokemon.
You saw it with the ability to hit super effective on everything in its path to keep on ramping up. I thought that was a tough looking position for Basti because the Dugong with the last Pokemon, usually when you have 1 Pokemon remaining and you're gonna get debuffed, it is game over. But not for Oranguru because he can reset those debuffs, and we even saw Draco pull off this nasty catch. This was insane. Double resisted Trailblaze, hangs on, gets the Brutal Swing, keeping himself in the game, but Oranguru proved to be too strong, too bulky, and this catch wasn't going to matter much because he had the double up, and Oranguru, wow, it just showed why it is the top meta pick here in this meta.
And with the catch, it was so important that the Trailblaze didn't even knock out because it really needed that 1 confusion, because this Dusclops was 1 hex away from the next Shadow Punch, which would have knocked out. So everything just falling into place there. Basti knowing precisely what he needs to do in those matchups. What a game.
What a game, what a match, and it swung back and forth. Basti has been able to mix things up, and this type of meta that's so dynamic as we've been talking about, it's going to test players, their ability to adapt different play styles, recognizing whether you need to go for switch advantage or just hang back and take that shield advantage. That time, Basti, he let his opponent take back the switch advantage, and he had faith and trust in his Oranguru to do the rest.
Yep, Oranguru is surely a Pokemon of all time, especially here in Brazil. This is quite crazy. If you want to build your teams, you have to keep in mind that different Pokemon have different roles. You could sort of say different categories, and we have a video for you where we're discussing the categories of different Pokemon in the LAIC meta, so stay tuned.
Welcome, Pokemon trainers. We have a Poke Categories game for you. I'm joined by my esteemed co-casters from the Go game, and we have 6 different categories starting from the least expected, all defense, all arounder, pesky pesky, safe swap, and return of an OG. And we are going to be crowning a champion of each of these categories in the LAIC meta. Let's go ahead and start with our first one, the least expected. I have to say, the least expected Pokemon for me in this meta was Glalie. It is so dominant. Up next, I'm gonna let Stephanie say her option.
I think it's Metacham. After Metacham left the meta, I didn't think it was ever coming back. So seeing it back with Psycho Cut really took me by surprise.
I like the Metacham pick, Stephanie. I'm gonna go a different direction with Turtonator. Fire Dragon, we've never really seen it that viable in a particular meta. I think Turtonator becoming a top dog here is a big surprise.
Yeah, that's true. Turtonator is really cool. It's also quite versatile with Incinerate and Ember, but I'm going to go with Togekiss. It's a meta filled with Ice-type Pokemon, but with Aura Sphere being so good and so fast, for me it's Togekiss.
Well, in our first category, we already have 4 different Pokemon down. Let's move on to our second category, all defense. This one to me, super obvious, has to be Dugong. Rise, while Stephanie's writing that out, why don't you go next?
I'll second that, Nick. Dugong, I'll go with you there. Super bulky and probably one of the bulkiest staples in this meta.
Stephanie?
Another bulky Pokemon that we're going to see all over the place is really Oranguru. So I'm going to put Oranguru on here for a Pokemon that's just very defensive.
Well, you know what? Just because I like to withstand you guys, it's gonna be Celio for me. It's a water and ice type that is bulky. That is so unique, especially in this meta. I've actually played Dugong and Celio together on a team. I think it's good.
All right. We have only 3 Pokemon. We had 2 votes for Dugong in that category. Up next is All-Rounder, and I'm going to steal Stephanie's pick from the last one. I'm going to have to go with Oranguru. And let's go ahead and go back to Stephanie right away.
I have to agree. I think Oranguru also makes a really solid all-rounder pick.
The problem here is we could put Oranguru in so many categories, but all-arounder, it has to be, right? The coverage. Leo, are you going to ruin this? Are you going to ruin the Oranguru sweep?
Of course I'm going to ruin this, because I think actually Gyarados fits the shoe as well. Gyarados has so many neutral matchups in this meta. I think it would, maybe it is an even better safe swap than Oranguru.
Controversial.
I'd
but
say
we'll
so.
get to the safe swap eventually.
Yeah, I just realized that.
Yes, we do have safe swap as our, not next category, but the one after. So we have Oranguru and Gyarados for all-rounder. Up next, we have Pesky. And I think that Gyarados is a great spot for this. It's going to be so hard to deal with because it's a really good safe swap, but also it's going to be hard to deal with as a lead Pokemon because it's so safe into the meta. Stephanie.
Nick, you have so many great ideas today. I've got to say Gyarados as well. That thing is going to be pesky. It is going to be a menace with energy, with shields. It can just steamroll a team.
I'm going a different direction here. The biggest pesk is Togekiss. And the reason why, I was just playing the Go Battle League. They swapped Togekiss. I swapped Dugong. Should be in a good position. No. Aura Sphere hits so hard. It's so spammy. It's annoying to deal with.
Told you. Did you expect it?
No, I didn't.
All right. All right. I think for Pesky, it is Dugong, actually. This Pokemon is just everywhere. You're going to get debuffed all the time. It is so good.
All right. I like that answer as well, given it was my all-defense pick. Up next, we have Safe Swap, and I'm going to have to go back-to-back Gyarados picks. A little bit embarrassing, but is what it is.
And I'm gonna have to do that too. If I'm using it as a safe swap in Go Battle League right now, and it's doing really well.
I'm gonna go with something different in one of the most mentioned Pokemon on this list, Dugong, as my pick. Dugong, the main reason, it's an ice type. It can debuff so many things with that icy wind, and also wins the zero shield against these steel types. So you counter swap your Matang into a Dugong. Dugong is grabbing a shield on its way out. So I think Dugong's maybe the best safe swap.
I would agree. I'm just gonna go Celio in this one, just because it is so good, and I think it's on a decent roll against Dugong as well. It's hard to swap something into a Celio that has a little bit of energy.
All right, we are down to our last category, and that is going to be Return of an OG. For me,
there's only, 2, 3, 4 OGs in the Open Great League meta, but there's one OG that's returning to this meta, and that, of course, has got to be Metacham. That is my pick for return of an OG. Stephanie, what about you?
I like Metacham as well, and that's honestly my pick, but I have to pick something different from you this time. So I'm going to say Dugong. Dugong, I think, has been used for a very long time, and seeing it back again, this is a familiar Pokemon to a lot of people.
I actually really like that, right? Because in the Open Great League, it's kind of getting pushed out of the meta a little bit because of Lapras, but that's enough for me. Rise, what's your thought about the OG?
The correct answer here has to be Metacham, but I'm going to give an honorable mention to Claydol, because Claydol was a meta staple a few seasons ago, and it is back. I think it's very strong in this, but Metacham's the real OG.
For me, it was between Metacham and Dugong, obviously, but I'm so coping on Dugong in the Open Great League, I can't let it go from my team, so I'm going to go with Metacham as the return of an OG, because Dugong never left.
All right, well, that fills out all 6 of our categories. Now, we have to go through each of them and crown a champion. Let's go ahead and start way back at the beginning. We might have forgotten it. It's the least expected category. We have Glalie, Metacham, Turtonator, and Togekiss. And I'll say, after seeing all of these things play out, I still really like Glalie. And let me try to argue against Togekiss.
Okay.
Because I think that is actually a perfect spot for Pesky. Thoughts?
I'm with you, Nick, because I'm still on my Turtonator for number 1 for least expected, so I wouldn't mind Togekiss being crowned as Pesky.
I think we can rule out Metacham because I think it's dominated another category. But I can see Glalie as well. Glalie has been, I love this Pokemon ever since it got rollout. It's very cool that it's in the meta finally.
All right, final opinion from Stephanie.
Let's go with Glalie. Rise, can we agree to go with Glalie here?
Okay, I'll let you have it.
All right, I'll take that as a point for me because I was the one who suggested that.
Glalie also follows the same logic of when has Glalie been good? Well, maybe now.
Maybe now. All right, up next we have all defense, Dugong, Oranguru, Celio. 3 solid picks. A number of these have contentions in other categories as well. Let's go ahead and start on the other side. Leo, what are your thoughts for the top pick here for all defense?
I mean, we had 2 Dugong, right? So I think that Dugong actually just kind of takes this here. It is the most defensive Pokemon there. And with all the debuffs, it gets even more defensive.
All right, and I forget who actually was the second person to say Dugong. Was that you, Rise, or was that you, Stephanie?
It was me, I believe.
All right, so Stephanie, have we swayed you?
I think so. I think Dugong could be all defense.
All right, we have it there. We've crowned our second champion in Dugong. Up next, we have all-arounder and
Oranguru.
Do we need to argue here?
No, we don't need to argue. It's Oranguru.
Take it.
We even convinced Leo, the one who is always having to stick out. Up next, Pesky. We talked about it a little bit before. Anyone against Togekiss at this point?
It is so pesky with that Aura Sphere. It gets there so quickly.
I see the look on your face, but I think Togekiss gets this one.
Yeah, it's super pesky, guys. I definitely agree here.
All right, that Pesky Peck fast attack coming in. Togekiss, our pesky Pokemon. Safe Swap is up next, and we have Dugong as all defense. So really, I think it's just between Gyarados and Celio, and I don't know, Leo. I think you might be alone on an island here. Let's go ahead and
Celio
put
had
that
to get
star.
some love, though. It had to get somewhere on this list.
Has a nice name, right?
Honorable mention.
Absolutely. I think it is a great safe Pokemon, but I think it just gets eked out a little bit by Gyarados as the safest swap. And return of the OG.
It's Metacham, right, everybody?
It's Metacham.
It's Metacham.
All right, it's Axon. Has got to be happy to hear this. Metacham taking the final crown here as the final Pokemon to win our categories. So we just crowned all 6 of our Pokemon as champions of their categories. Now I got to ask the rest of my co-casters, if we had these 6 Pokemon on a team, would you bring it to the LAIC tournament?
Well, these 6 are all really strong, but sometimes the strongest Pokemon don't work well as a team together. Something obscure that could wreck a team like this, Alolan Raichu. So many targets for it. I don't know what you would even do. We don't have a ground type on here, so Alolan Raichu would be a problem.
Yeah, you top left. Also, I think that steel types may become a problem if you don't have ground or fire type coverage, so stay wary of that, trainers.
Last thoughts from Stephanie.
Is there what strong Turtonator answer is there other than Gyarados? And I feel like Turtonator is going to be such a popular choice that having more than one solid Turtonator counter could be beneficial in your team building.
All right, well, you have it here first, folks. Even if you have 6 of the strongest Pokemon on your team, it might not make the best team of 6. You might need to think about how those Pokemon synergize together. That's going to be it from us. Let's go back to the 2026 LAIC action. Welcome back to the 2026 LAIC International Championship. I'm Alpha Phoebe, joined at the desk by DeFi E250, and what a wonderful segment where we were able to categorize different Pokemon into different Poke categories and see which champions reigned supreme. Of course, Medicham coming back from the depths of despair of the counter nerf. Now Psycho Cut, the move of choice here at LAIC.
It was really fun to take a moment to really dive through and look at all of these different Pokemon categories because we've never had an opportunity to look at this meta before. It is brand new for LAIC. I am excited to see what new and exciting things are going to be coming up. But first, we are going to be seeing a trainer we've already seen today because he's on quite a roll. I believe we've got Marto Galdi coming back to the stage.
I am categorically excited for this matchup up next. And against him is going to be Emilio, who has done quite well in the Latin American region as well. So it's going to be 2 fierce competitors to see who can break their way in to day number 2.
And we are looking forward to it. Marto really utilizing no Turtonator, having a Vespiquen on his team, having the Runerigus on his team. You can see him here with that Bidoof plush. That is, I think, if anything, is going to bring him good luck here in at LAIC. Maybe try to get. I'm not sure if are there any Pokemon on his team that would benefit from having a little bit of extra luck.
Ancient Power. On the Togetic would have the ability to boost up 1 stage. It's not quite as frequent as it once was, and it's not quite as impactful as it once was. Back in the olden days, it used to boost the attack and the defense by 2 stages, which if a Pokemon had that boost occur, it would just roll through the rest of the team. And I'm really excited to see how Togetic does fare in. This is not our first one of the stream. I believe we've seen a number of them so far. And kind of peering across the typing, we have the flyer Vespiquen for Marto Galdi, and that's not going to be a great matchup for that Vespiquen unless it's able to land that super effective power gem into the flying type of Togetic.
Some moves that we use, some attacks that we use on Pokemon, they're guaranteed every time to do something, right? Trailblaze, guaranteed self-buff to attack every single time. It's consistent. However, moves like Ancient Power, moves like Night Slash, it's a chance, right? It's not consistent, so it's really surprising and really exciting. I would love to see those trainers pop off when they are successful.
And it like makes me think about like, what if this meta was based around Oranguru, which had Night Slash, right? It would be so much more volatile, and I think that's one of the benefits of Oranguru having Brutal Swing as opposed to Night Slash, is that it becomes a little bit less dependent on whether or not you get that boost, which is, you know, great from a player's perspective, but maybe a little bit less exciting from a viewer's perspective, as, you know, it's always nice to see the players pop off when that low percentage chance boost does occur. But we've seen our players shake hands up on stage. I think we're just about to get ready into this matchup.
And these are 2 fantastic trainers. They are battling it out for the winners finals. They are looking for a spot in day number 2, and we have Metang onto Dugong on the side of Emilio. Metang is a Pokemon that I have been thoroughly enjoying using because it resists the ice shards. It resists the icy winds from Dugong, but it's got to watch out for that drill run.
Marto Galdi seems a little bit comfortable here. Psyshock, of course, going to be neutral damage back. Drill run being thrown immediately. You don't necessarily need to worry too much about the timing of your fast attacks into these 1-turn fast attack users such as Metang.
Matang shields up, and we see a switch from Martogalde, kind of an aggressive swap into the Runerigus, which is going to be countered by the Oranguru. Look at all that energy Runerigus has. It is going to be outpacing a little bit here with that energy advantage, and that's why I love Runerigus as a Pokemon. You give it a bit of an energy advantage, it can steamroll through a team.
Unfortunately, it does not get the same type of attack bonus on these brutal swings, so it's not going to be able to quite pick up a knockout with this second one. But the question becomes, is this Shadow Claw downrange? Those Shadow Claws aren't double resisted, they are just single resisted.
Right, because Oranguru has that very interesting typing of normal and psychic type, where it has a very interesting interaction.
That's a bit of a tongue twister.
A little bit.
And we see the next Brutal Swing being shielded up by the Runerigus Martogalde trying to fight for switch, but we don't see that Emilio is going to allow that farm down. An immediate switch into the Matang, going to take super effective damage from these Brutal Swings as well as the Shadow Claws.
This is a great matchup for Runerigus. However, right now it's behind in energy and has 0 shields to hide behind. Going for the more impactful Gyro Ball that is to get some nice neutral damage, but Runerigus is able to hang on. This might give Martogalde a little bit of a sacrificial swap opportunity later on.
And I think he did have energy for a charge attack there. The difficult thing, though, is that we're going to see Matang throw another charge attack, not pick up the knockout, and now an Icy Wind. I really do like this choice from Martogalde, going to either pull the shield and imply a debuff or take the knockout here. Icy Wind is going to be just enough to pick up that knockout.
Gyarados comes in looking to get some juicy energy, and now because of that Dugong was pretty low in health, but now Gyarados is up energy, which is where Gyarados always wants to be. Is going for the crunch. Marto has no protect shields to hide behind. This is a crunch coming from Gyarados. Even Oranguru, it has to fear it, and the defense drop.
The really tough thing for Marto here, right, is that it's a one-turn fast attack user of the Gyarados. I'm not sure if he's going to be able to launch his charge attack off with his Runerigus, right? Because it's so low health, maybe one Dragon Breath is enough to pick up a knockout.
The Aqua Tail knocks out the Oranguru, and the Dragon Breath knocks out the Runerigus. We have a victory here for Emilio.
And I actually really like what Marto was going for there, right? He was going for another Shadow Claw because he knows that the Brutal Swing wouldn't be enough to pick up a knockout. And even if it did, there's still going to be that Oranguru in the back, which might not be knocked out by 2 Shadow Claws, so it was a really dire situation. And you know, he's going for what would theoretically be a win condition of landing that Rock Tomb, just not enough health remaining.
I wonder how Marto is going to turn this around. Emilio's team, really great with the Matang, I think has a lot. Matang was able to do a lot there, right, in that matchup. Matang was able to counter had a great matchup into the Oranguru, and had great matchups kind of further out, was able to do a lot of heavy hitting damage with Gyro Ball. So what is Marto going to do to pivot here?
I think he just has to respect the Matang a little bit more, right? He was a little ABA weak to it, bringing in the Ice-type damage from the Dugong with the Oranguru in the back, maybe opting for a Vespiquen, which is going to have a little bit more favorable of a matchup here. And we saw just Runerigus, although it's a very good Pokemon, I don't think it's as solid of a safe swap in this meta, where you have a normal type that can tank 2 Brutal Swings, or a normal and Psychic type that can take 2 Brutal Swings and really just not be threatened by a fast attack down with those Shadow Claws.
Martogalde's Dugong really tried to do as much as it could, and a lot of times if you have a full health Oranguru at the end of a battle, you're in a pretty good spot, but Gyarados ahead on energy is just too much for just about any Pokemon to overcome.
And also being down a shield, right? I think it was really crucial that Emilio no-shielded that Icy Wind into the Matang. Had he shielded that, I think Marto would have been in a much more positive endgame scenario, because Gyarados is a little bit frail, can survive one Brutal Swing, but if you go for the Trailblaze, that plus the confusion damage is, I think you need 1 additional confusion afterwards in order to pick up a knockout, whereas with Brutal Swing, you do not pick up a knockout with 1 additional confusion.
Taking a look at our matchup, our players are leaned in. I think we are just about ready to kick off this game. I can see him tapping away. Let's kick it off. We have Runerigus into Gyarados. Both of these Pokemon really benefit from that energy shield advantage, but here we're starting from 0. Taking a look at this matchup, we see a catch onto the Dugong.
This is a great catch, taking that that super effective damage and turning it into resisted damage. Dugong, I think, is going to potentially get met with a Metang later on. However, Marto Galde has created his team to be much stronger into the Metang, and actually, no, going into the Oranguru and potentially thinking maybe that the team composition of Marto Galde is going to be built in a way to pull out the Metang, but actually, I think Metang would have been much better in this scenario as opposed to the Vespiquen later on.
And now the switch timers are going to be truly misaligned. Marto is going to have his switch clock available really quickly here, or he could just let the Dugong get knocked out. His switch clock is available now, and he goes aggressive switch into the Vespiquen, knowing he's got some time. This Oranguru is switch locked for a little while longer.
The one awkward thing for Marto is that now Emilio is going to be able to land his Gyarados onto this Vespiquen. However, with access to Power Jam and with being able to load so much energy, no, actually not opting for the Gyarados, maybe just too afraid of those Power Gems.
Yeah, Power Gem would threaten that Gyarados. So instead, Vespiquen's going to be able to do neutral X-Scissor damage. X-Scissor, a bug typing, being super effective against Psychic, but resisted by Steel, ends up with neutral damage into Metang, which X-Scissor does great neutral damage.
And I'd be curious to see exactly how Marto plays this out. I have to imagine a shield comes up because he knows that Vespiquen's good against the remaining Pokemon for Emilio. Actually opting not to shield, knowing that he does hold on, and now switching into the Runerigus, which is now poised to just do so much damage to the remaining Pokemon on Emilio's team. You have the Gyarados, which takes super effective damage from the Rock Tomb, and you have Oranguru, which will take super effective damage from the Brutal Swing, and in comes the Gyarados. There's so much energy. We should see the shield come up, and Aqua Tail's not going to land.
I really like how Marto did not shield against the Metang, instead opting to save all of the shields here for this matchup against the Gyarados, recognizing, hey, Runerigus can handle whatever this Metang is throwing right now. Against the Gyarados, not so much.
We see the second Brutal Swing being thrown before Emilio reaches for another charged attack. I'm not sure this is quite enough to pick up the knockout. It might be just shy, but Emilio does put up the shield anyways.
And now we are, as these protect shields are getting utilized, we are going to start to see some of these charge attacks really connect and make an impact. We're seeing Marto make a really quick pivot into the Dugong, does one Ice Shard of damage. We see that Dugong just do one tail spin around before throwing the Icy Wind to secure a knockout.
And that was a little bit risky for Marto because the switch cock from Emilio was very close to being up. We see the Metang is going to not be able to get the farm down. Emilio grimaces in pain.
And finally, going for the drill run. I don't see health on either of those Pokemon. I think both of those Pokemon are exactly at 1 HP, but Marto actually was able to save all 3 of his Pokemon at very low health. This was a dance for Marto. He was pulling Pokemon in and out, making a lot of really aggressive switches, and kind of leaving Emilio on the back foot.
Yeah, and I think he just built his team comp in a way that really was able to take advantage of the Pokemon that Emilio has been leaning into Game 1 and Game 2. He got really great alignment into... He had pretty good alignment into that Gyarados, right? Able to avoid the more negative matchups. You know, Vespiquen's going to be doing resisted damage with the Fury Cutter because of the flying type of that Gyarados, and he was able to build up so much energy on so many of his Pokemon that even though Emilio was saving all of his shields for that Gyarados in the end, he was able to get enough charge attacks to land in order to strip away the shields and land in a charge attack.
Taking a look at the replay, we're going to get to see a lot of those aggressive switch-ins and Marto saving all of his shields. What really hurt him in game number 1, what caused his loss a little bit, was the lack of shields in the end game. So Marto said, you're not going to get me again. And you can see here, Icy Wind for the knockout. Dugong is able to hang on just barely long enough to throw this drill run. And even if it didn't, Marto still had both of his other Pokemon in the back pocket. This was a clear and dominating victory for Marto.
And if my memory serves me correctly, I think Vespiquen was quite close to another charge attack of its own. So he had a couple of insurance policies in the back that he could call upon if necessary, if the Dugong wasn't able to survive against and get the Ice Shard down against the Metang.
Now these trainers are 1-1. Day 2 is on the line. Winner takes it all. We have Runerigus into Medicham. This is a fantastic matchup for the Runerigus. You are going to see that they pace, Runerigus paces to the Brutal Swing at the same time Medicham paces to an Ice Punch. However, Ice Punch does do super effective damage into the Runerigus.
This is going to be the one downfall of not having Shadow Ball access on the Runerigus, is you don't have the option for charged attack damage that's super effective into Medicham. However, the pacing is excellent, just like that charge attack, and Brutal Swing is only neutral, so you don't see that 2 is going to be enough to pick up the knockout. So we see Marto putting up the shield, maybe trying to play out the 1 shield advantage, or maybe opting to switch up later.
Yeah, I really like Runerigus here, though, because it is able to do super effective damage with those Shadow Claws, right? Where the Psycho Cuts are only neutral into the Runerigus. We're going to see Marto Galde go for the Brutal Swing, knock out the Medicham, so kind of playing out, utilizing 1 shield to secure a switch advantage, but pulls out and switches right away, saving that energy for Runerigus later on.
And I think we're going to see that play time and time again from trainers, right? This is such a safe meta. There are really not that many RPS matches, maybe besides like a Alolan Raichu into Gyarados, but I don't know if we've actually seen an Alolan Raichu on any team yet. So you're very comfortable just making these safe switches where your answer into the Medicham is going to be Gyarados, right? However, Dynamic Punch is such a good move, and Gyarados does not have any flying type coverage that it runs. You're so safe even being answered by one of your worst nightmare matchups.
And the Medicham, even though it's not running counter, which is ineffective against Gyarados, those Psycho Cuts, I feel like they do hardly any damage. That's not what Psycho Cut's here to do. Psycho Cut is here to garner energy, but Medicham not able to garner quite enough energy to make an impact there.
And that was really good timing from Emilio, just barely picking up the knockout with that Aqua Tail. Aqua Tail has been buffed a number of times, so it does even more damage for how cheap it is. And this is looking a little bit like a very tough matchup to play for, frankly, both of these trainers because of the shield advantage that Marto has. Emilio's got to be feeling a little bit uneasy about that. But the Pokemon in the back for Emilio is Oranguru, which is just so safe. However, by switching out now, he's kind of limited himself in terms of how much damage his confusions are going to do because he's getting Icy One debuffed.
Oranguru can always rebuff itself, though, with that Trailblaze. Now Marto has this excellent opportunity to use a Protect Shield. He's got 2 attacks locked and loaded, but is it going to be enough? Oranguru is thick. It is a strong Pokemon. It is tough to get through. We go for 1 additional Shadow Claw before throwing this first Brutal Swing, and he's got at least 1 other attack loaded.
I'm curious to see how many Shadow Claws he does here. It's just the 1, so he's preventing that confusion damage from applying. He could have gone for potentially 3 or even 4 if he knows that he wins the charge attack tie into Oranguru. But in comes the Gyarados. It is very low health. It needs to build up energy for the Dugong in the back, so the Brutal Swing is going to be thrown right before.
And the Brutal Swing is thrown, does not knock out, so we see a very quick switch into the Dugong to absorb this energy. Gyarados is holding on as best as it can, but can sustain through this Runerigus? And it just cannot. Gyarados did not have enough left in the tank.
A really tight matchup there between Marto Galde and Emilio, and Marto Galde is going to be our next trainer to qualify into day number 2, and I know he's got to be happy about that.
I'm sure he is. I heard earlier, like, it's kind of, being the reigning champion is a little bit of pressure, right? And I believe we've never had a repeat LAIC champion, correct?
No, I'm not even sure we've had a repeat IC champion.
So that's a tough title, trying to be the first repeat victor for Pokemon Go at a competition so prestigious, so elevated as this one.
Wait, I'm thinking, did Saxon win too, or am I going crazy? I forget who won NAIC this past year. Anyways, let's look into the replay to see how these trainers played this out. In the game number 3, it was really tight all through the game, and the safe swap of Metacham, I think, provided Marto a lot of flexibility for his Dugong to come back in to the Gyarados matchup, right? And wall a lot of the energy. You saw 2 crunches land back to back there and not really threaten a knockout.
Again, loving Runerigus in this matchup and really enjoyed kind of how it paired so well with the Dugong. Additionally, paired so well with the Dugong. Again, you give Runerigus a little bit of shield, you let it be a little bit flexible, then I think it does really well. I also really enjoyed, just kind of in general, I'll say it again, how aggressive Marto was in his play, really just leaning in, because sometimes you can play passively in Pokemon Go as well, but Marto was making very aggressive swaps. A lot of times you see people play for switch advantage, and then even if it's kind of not advantageous, just staying in it because, oh, I've got switch advantage, I don't want to give it up. But Marto doing those aggressive plays, I think worked out really well for him.
And I think in the Open Great League, you'll often get punished, right? On both sides. You'll get punished if you let a farm down occur, but you'll also get punished if you do the counter swap out to try to prevent your opponent from gaining all that energy. So it can be a little bit tricky in the Open Great League, but I like how players are kind of thinking about how safe this meta is and how comfortable they are in doing that play of switching out after having won the lead to preserve that Pokemon and not allowing an opponent to gain so much energy for free.
You know what is free for us to do right now is check out some social media posts and see what we have in store. We have Omar saying, welcome to LAIC 2026. I love collecting the gifts from all of the different Pokestops at different events. I need to get out on the floor and start spinning stops and sending gifts to your friends. If you are out here on the floor, out by the stage, definitely be spinning Pokestops to send them to all your different friends.
Home Slice Henry here, one of our co-casters, up in the 3200s, loving energy management metas. LAIC meta is too fun. Excited to watch the event tomorrow. Well, Henry, congratulations. If you are watching, congratulations on 3200 ELO. That is very impressive. I have yet to hit the legend rank.
Same here. I'm still hanging out at Expert. Chris Brown writing, doors are open here in Sao Paulo for our Latin American International Championships. Good luck this weekend to everyone attending. It is such a wonderful experience to walk into an international championship or walk into Worlds. Everybody walks in on that first day and you have all of the judges, all of the staff giving this big round of applause. You see the giant Pikachu floating right there. It is truly just an out-of-the-world experience. Right there is the Pikachu.
And we got Professor Pokedad on a Pokedad duty here at LAIC. I'm sure he's doing a great job making sure our event is running smoothly on all 4 of its cylinders. You know, the Go cylinder, the VG cylinder, the TCG cylinder as well, because it's an international competition. We have Unite here, and I am so excited to hear the Unite crowd as this day goes on, because LAIC for Go is the best crowd, right? We're always the loudest, we make the most noise, but Unite is right there with us. I love hearing their crowd at each and every venue, because as it gets closer and closer to finals, they erupt. They are so loud and so excited to watch their players, and it's definitely something I enjoy watching as well.
I am so happy to be here in the LATAM region today, just for that reason. It is electrifying in a way that really the other regions just haven't been able to get to yet. And I love this opportunity to showcase all of these trainers from the LATAM region. It's really wonderful. We have 2 wonderful trainers here who are battling it out to be the winner of their group. We've got Padoman, who is honestly, like, when it comes to Pokemon Go PvP, a household name, someone that we know a lot about from coming here from Spain. But we also have Gondox, who is coming in with the Goodra pick, which is really fun. I enjoy Goodra. It gets to Aqua Tail in about 9 Dragon Breaths and Thunder Punch consistently in 10. I believe if you keep your Goodra on long enough, it can actually get there. I think the 4th one, you get there in 8 Dragon Breaths. It paces just so quickly.
Yeah, Dragon Breath with its better energy generation in this season is quite good. And I do want to very briefly go back and mention that I was initially incorrect and then secondarily correct. We did have a repeat NAIC champion of its Axe, and he did win the 2025 NAIC as well. And a little bit of a fun fact, because the video game does have a back-to-back repeat champion of Marco Silva, who won it last year as well as the year before. But we are Pokemon Go, and Patoman is looking to potentially be a 2-region international championship winner. We have mentioned it time and time again, maybe not today so far, but there has yet to be a time where a Pokemon International Championship is won from outside of the region, and maybe Patoman is looking to do that here in a game number 1 of Winners Finals Group C.
Gyarados is in the lead matchup. Again, it's such a safe pick. I prefer it kind of as a safe swap or as a closer, where you can give it an opportunity to give it a bit of an advantage, either in energy or in shields. Just like Henry mentioned in the tweet, this is an energy management meta, and we're about to see a little bit of that here as Gyarados is pulled out of the matchup with quite a bit of energy.
I have to imagine Patoman was looking at those last couple of matchups and seeing the Medicham throwing the Dynamic Punch into the Gyarados, but instead that was actually a catch of the Ice Punch, which goes from just neutral to super effective. Maybe Patoman's okay with that though, because Togekiss is good at taking 1 charged attack and still being able to make it to 2 Aura Spheres, basically no matter what comes in.
The Oranguru going for the not very effective Trailblaze, but it picks up a shield, so it doesn't matter, and now this next Confusion is going to be doing even more damage. Before that Confusion damage is applied to that Togekiss, we're going to see an Aura Sphere, which we recently saw got a buff, so we're seeing it be an absolute menace right now.
I really like this play from Patoman, right? He's going to be pivoting back into the Gyarados and now baiting with an Aqua Tail. I think this might be just a little bit shy to pick up the knockout. No, it actually does. And now Gyarados has energy going into whatever matchup it's going to face next. It's going to be the Medicham, which is going to be able to get some energy, and Ice Punch is not quite able to be loaded before the crunch goes off.
And that crunch is happening right now, and it lands on the Medicham. You know, I don't really miss how long it takes to get through a Medicham, how many attacks. I think that's that's one thing about Medicham that I'm happy to leave in the past. It's just such a thick Pokemon, so defensive, so much HP, that it can just outlast a lot of things in the meta.
Shield actually goes up from Patoman. I was expecting him to no shield there and try to get energy advantage onto his Oranguru, but instead going for more fast attacks here, catching the Ice Punch and sneaking an entire Confusion through there.
That is 4 turns of sneaking through. So that Confusion damage is going to apply. And here's that Goodra that we mentioned earlier. It paces quickly, and Dragon Breath damage can be very oppressive. Oranguru, before it even throws an attack, is all the way down under half HP.
Because of the slightly slow counter swap into this Pokemon, the second Brutal Swing is now actually loaded before either charge attack is thrown by Gandox, and of course that Goodra is going to still be able to reach a Thunder Punch here. Will it be enough to pick up the knockout?
Thunder Punch is a really quickly charging move, not the most powerful, especially in neutral damage, so Oranguru is able to hang on through, but Gyarados comes in really quick. We see that aggressive, quick swap, good energy management, holding on to the Aqua Tail to be able to finally get this Medicham off the field of play.
That was a really great patience there from Patoman, knowing that there's only so much energy that Goodra could have, and being able to very quickly switch into his Gyarados afterward to pick up the knockout was quite a heads-up play there from him. I do also want to call out, again, the Thunder Punch is going to do a little bit more damage than Aqua Tail on that matchup, but it still wasn't enough to pick up the knockout into the Oranguru, and I think that was very key for Patoman in order to win that game.
I really loved seeing that Goodra, though, from Gandox. I hope that we get to see it a little bit more, kind of just throughout the meta, just because, again, it paces so quickly, and it lends itself really well to energy management, just because it can stay on the field for a long time and garner a lot of energy that you can swap out and use later.
I think Gandox might need to use it a little bit more differently. It's very good at staying on the field. It's very good at gaining energy, but its charge attacks just don't do all that much damage. So I don't think it's necessarily all that worthwhile to invest too much into it, but it is so safe that I think it's very easy to continue to bring as long as you're able to utilize its bulk effectively.
Yeah, and looking at Ice-type pressure, Patamon didn't bring a Walrein or a Celio or a Dugong or a Glalie to really deliver a lot of that really quick and oppressive ice typing attacks. Instead, it's really just the Medicham with Ice Punch.
Yeah, and I think because of that, right? Because Patoman doesn't have any really hard scares into the Goodra, and there's the Gyarados that has Dragon Breath, so that'll be a fairly good matchup for the Gyarados. However, Aqua Tail doesn't do that much damage into the Goodra because it is resisted and Crunch is just neutral. So there's not that much worry about the charged attacks from Gyarados, but the damage coming in from Dragon Breath, it doesn't have the same type attack bonus, but it is super effective damage, and super effective damage is more impactful than same type attack bonus damage.
Yeah, super effective. It's double, right? It's ×2 when it's super effective, correct?
In the video game, but for our game, it's 1.5.
It's 1.5.
Yeah.
I've been playing so much Legends ZA Alpha Phoebe. I've really been enjoying that game, and I've been getting ready for a lot of new megas that are coming to Pokemon Go eventually. I'm very excited.
Me as well. There are so many different ones. What's your favorite from ZA?
Ooh, I gotta go with Frostlass. You kidding me? Frostlass is one of my favorite Pokemon. Obviously, Mega Lopunny is my favorite, but because Baneri is my favorite Pokemon, I've been really enjoying Mega Lopunny in my playthrough.
But it is not new.
It is not new. But in terms of all Megas, Lopunny would be my favorite. However, in terms of what is new, I think I love that Frostlass is getting a little bit more attention.
I didn't even know that Frostlass got a new Mega, but I did know
Spoilers.
that for Ninja, so that was my favorite. Anyways, great lead here in game number 2 for Patoman. That's going to be the Dusknoir into the Metang, a quick swap out into the Oranguru, which we've seen Oranguru be a counter swap answer for Togekiss, but instead this time it's actually the Togekiss coming in to answer the swap for Oranguru.
Yeah, and we're used to, I think, anytime we've seen Togekiss in previous metas, we're used to it running Charm, right? That's kind of something Charm is kind of synonymous with Togekiss. However, now it's running Peck, and that is allowing it to get to these attacks so quickly. Aura Sphere and Psyshock pace the exact same 5 Pecks every single time.
And very importantly, Gendux threw the Trailblaze there, so now these Confusions are going to be doing just that much more damage, and we're going to see that Patoman is unable to reach a third charge attack, given he no-shielded that Trailblaze.
And you can't really come in and try to use Ghost typing to farm down an Oranguru to try to garner an energy advantage. So Patomon's kind of forced to bring in Gyarados here and have to absorb a Brutal Swing, which is not at all what Gyarados wants to do. Gyarados is not here to absorb energy. Gyarados is here to deal heavy damage.
And really interestingly, Gendux is now giving up switch advantage and now realigning that Dusknoir from Patoman onto his Metang, and his own Dusknoir is fine into this Gyarados matchup, but it's really that final matchup where Metang's Fury Cutters are going to be resisted by the Ghost typing of Dusknoir, and Dusknoir is going to be doing super effective damage with Astonish back, and Astonish just adds up so quickly.
We see the Protect Shield deployed by Gandox to save the Dusknoir a little bit. Dusknoir has an attack ready to go, but Patoman has that Protect Shield to hide behind. Are we going to get to see a juicy farm down from the side of Patamon?
We do, because that Astonish that went through did pick up the knockout. The Oranguru is still in the back for a potential catch later on, and there are no shields remaining, so it's going to be very crucial, and I really like Patoman throwing immediately here. I think the switch clock just came up from Gandox, and had he had waited for longer, I think it might have provided Gandox a better opportunity to catch.
I'm waiting for the catch. I am watching the switch timers. Metang instead goes for the Psyshock. This should not be enough to knock out the Dusknoir. It is frail, but not quite that frail, taking it down to about a third of its health. We see the Oranguru come in. It has a Brutal Swing ready, so Dusknoir is kind of forced to throw its energy here.
And I think this is going to be the game going to Patoman, right? There's not that much energy left on this Metang, and it's going to just be 2 Astonishes to pick up the knockout, and Patoman's made his way into day number 2.
Congratulations to Patamon for taking a decisive victory here in Winners Finals for Group C. We are seeing trainers already lock in their spots for day number 2, and Nick, I still feel like we're just getting started, even though it's already in the afternoon.
And I know Patoman's got to be really excited about this victory. Before my previous interview with him, he was saying that Gundox is a trainer that has very consistently been able to beat him in the heads-up matchup, and he's been able to go against that now. He took a very clean 2-0 victory, and I really like the lines that he's brought. I think he made some really good reads into the teams that Gundox was bringing, and he's got to be very happy with that win.
I am sure he is. It's great to have that victory and to go in. And now, like, again, it's what, about 1 o'clock, 1:30 in the afternoon?
My watch doesn't say anything, unfortunately.
That's okay, mine does. And you're already set for day number 2, so you can go out and enjoy the tournament, celebrate with friends, and also get a little bit of practice in maybe for tomorrow.
Or even potentially sit down and watch the rest of the trainers play. I know that's something that I really like doing when I am competing, because there's a lot to learn, I think, from watching other trainers play out matchups, and potentially, you know, it doesn't even matter if you're going to play against those trainers or play against their opponents, right? Just seeing how they play out matchups, maybe you can learn a little bit about, oh, you know, Patoman really likes to play out the one shield matchup in the Oranguru mirror and then get a farm down with Gyarados afterwards. You know, kind of learning the tendencies from other trainers can help you improve your own play. And I think that's one of the greatest things about these international competitions, because we get so much crosstalk between the regions. And, you know, I've never had the opportunity to interview Patoman before, but I had that opportunity here because it's an international championship.
I love the international community here. It's great hearing so many different languages, seeing so many trainers from different regions, from different countries. It has been such a blast to go out there on the floor. So I highly recommend it. If you are here on the floor, definitely sit and watch the battles. I think there's a lot to be gained from that. But also go out, introduce yourself to other people, make new friends. Internationals are such a great opportunity for that.
And you can also find Pokemon here. At the international events, we have plenty of things happening, but you can also find Pokemon events near yourself. Of course, there are local tournaments. You have cups and challenges. You also, for the video game, have the global challenge, which can be a ton of fun. Make sure you're scanning this QR code to see what sort of events are happening nearest to you, so that maybe if you haven't had the opportunity to go out and attend a regional level tournament or an international level tournament, you could take those first steps towards attending one of these tournaments by going to a local tournament, meeting some people there, make a few friends, maybe learn something about the game that you're playing, or maybe even learn about the games that you're not playing, right? Because oftentimes when I have a local event, it's at the same time as the video game tournament, or maybe the same time as the trading card game, and you can make new friends, you have a shared hobby, right? So I think it's a really great opportunity to go out and meet people and go out and have some fun.
Yeah, and there's a lot of really good opportunities, especially like you're in the Boston area. I think there are a lot of trainers who you might have an opportunity to meet. Who are some of your locals?
Of course, I had the opportunity of interviewing the Hungry Wolf Pack earlier, but also, I didn't even realize that. Nice call. Hungry Wolfpack is up on stream, and he is a Bostonian local. Actually, thought you were referencing our good friend Anna Enhoff Hoffman. However, Hungry Wolfpack is another Bostonian who is in the winners finals for Group D, and he's got a really tough opponent across from him. One of the LATAM trainers that is very consistent, has always done well at these tournaments, Ice Chris.
And of course, always shout out to Anna Enhoff Hoffman when we have the opportunity. But yes, I was leading you into Hungry Wolfpack is here having a phenomenal tournament run. We've really seen a lot of growth from this trainer recently. But Ice Chris is someone, as you mentioned, that we've seen do really well here for a long time.
And looking at these two trainers' teams, there's a couple of really key differences, right? The bottom half are exactly the same, and I love that they're set up that way. It makes my life super easy. Medicham, Oranguru, and Gyarados. However, the top three, we've got Dugong, which is also the same, but the other two picks, I think, are going to be the keys here for kind of deciding which Pokemon these trainers lean into. And I think that's like, this is actually a picturesque matchup for how this meta's played out. You have very consistent Pokemon like Dugong in a mirror match like we have here, and you've got some interesting niche picks, right? So Ice Chris has opted to bring his Runerigas here, but we have Hungry Wolfpack with just 3 of the core meta staple Pokemon on this team of 3.
And as we watch this Dugong mirror play out, we can see Hungry Wolfpack going for the drill run first. I think we can also mention that as we're starting to see some of these teams that are very similar, I think we're starting to see what the recipe for success is in these trainers as we're noting these how similar the teams are as we get to the winners finals. It's kind of like this big build-up to see like what is this final painting of what the meta looks like.
I really like this play from Hungry Wolfpack. He threw 2 Ice Shards, and because of the 1-turn switch from Ice Chris, it was ideal timing into the 2-turn fast attack of Metacham and able to get a debuff off and then switch into Gyarados. We've seen how good Metacham is into a counter swap of Gyarados because it is able to do so much neutral or so much resist. I wanted to say neutral there because of how much damage the Dynamic Punch does, but it's good resisted damage, and in comes another Ice Punch, and because of the debuff, I feel like he's probably going to need to go for 3 Ice Punches as opposed to 2 Dynamic Punches.
That Ice Punch just doesn't do enough damage, so we see the quick swap in to try to catch that Gyarados a little bit off guard. Hungry Wolfpack says, you know what, that's fine, and almost lets the Gyarados go, but it stays on with 1 HP. That could provide a really nice sacrificial swap opportunity.
Also potentially saving that charge attack for later because you don't really want to throw an Aqua Tail into a Dugong. Oranguru is going to be really happy in this matchup. However, it's a little bit awkward because of the timing. We see a full Ice Shard going through there because Hungry Wolfpack opted to try to throw this Trailblaze as soon as it was ready.
And is going to, it bounces right off of that Protect Shield, but now these Confusions are doing even more damage. Ice Chris returns fire with an Icy Wind. We're starting to see these shields get peeled away kind of layer by layer, and now the Pokemon are being left with very little to hide behind. Ice Chris has no shields remaining. Hungry Wolfpack still has 1.
The next Brutal Swing is coming through, and it's barely not enough to pick up the knockout. So now Ice Chris has the same thing, a 1 HP Pokemon in the back for a potential catch. And this is going to be a what looks like a potential charge attack tie. I wasn't quite sure of the timing there. Brutal Swing coming through at the same time as a Trailblaze actually opting for this time, given that it was not actually a charge attack tie. Trailblaze going to do a little bit more damage and also boost up these Confusion.
Super effective Trailblaze and a swap, so loses that boost to go immediately into the Dugong, but Dugong takes super effective damage from Rock Tomb. We are going to see how much that does, taking the Dugong quite a bit lower. We are seeing again this dance, this energy management, the Dugong able to hang on, Rodriguez unable to get to a charge attack to knock it out. We're going to see the Metacham get debuffed here.
Icy Wind coming through, going to do good neutral damage to the Metacham. The question is, because of the fast attack option here, he's going to need to go for the Dynamic Punch, and that's going to just use all of the remaining energy from Ice Chris. And if you remember, there's an Aqua Tail loaded on the Gyarados, and I think there might be even a move on the Oranguru as well.
Gyarados coming in quickly with 1 HP. We've been seeing that so much today to knock out the Metacham. And the Dragon Breath damage applies before the Ice Shard is able to complete. So Gyarados really getting to clean up there.
And it was an unfortunate position for Ice Chris in the back. He only had Pokemon with 2-turn or 3-turn fast attacks. So even though the Gyarados had 1 or 2 HP left at the end, there were no opportunities for him to snipe that damage in before the charge attack was going to be able to be thrown by Hungry Wolfpack. So a great win for Hungry Wolfpack there, and we'll have to see if he's able to continue this momentum into game number 2.
I'm also really curious to see Hungry Wolfpack play the Turtonator a little bit, because this Turtonator is on Ember. No Turtonator on the other side of the battlefield from Ice Chris, so I'm wondering if that is going to, how that is going to impact the matchups. Because as you mentioned, Ice Chris didn't have a fast attack that was quick enough. Ember is a lot quicker being a 2-turn fast attack than a 5-turn.
Yeah, maybe we see Ice Chris opt to bring in the Gyarados this game for a little bit more fast attack pressure. It's very unfortunate, right? You see him faint with the charge attack there because the damage is applied before the charge attack can be launched, but I think our trainers are already locking into game number 2. We had to cut the replay a bit short, and it's going to be a pretty good lead. Actually opting for a switch and a full Confusion Sneak once again.
I love seeing the Vespiquen on Hungry Wolfpack's team. I'm excited to see it later in the matchup, but just getting a little bit of energy before switching into the Oranguru. Oranguru's such a safe position, really a safe pivot into just about any Pokemon. Even the ones that it's kind of weak to, it can still deal either neutral or super effective damage.
The one thing I really like from Ice Chris here is the Pokemon he's brought in the back. It's the, I almost said Reuniclus. The Runerigus is going to do quite well with that Vespiquen because it's going to resist all of the damage that it can put out, the bug type damage of the fast attack and the X Scissor, as well as the Rock Tomb are all resisted by either the ghost typing or the ground typing of that Runerigus, and it's going to be a big wall, and we'll have to see exactly how this match plays out. However, because Ice Chris was unable to win switch advantage, I think it's going to be really key, and now the Vespiquen is going to be able to align onto the Oranguru, where it has an incredibly good matchup.
Exactly. The Oranguru trying to get that farm down. Runerigus coming in just to be able to knock it out. Now we have Gyarados versus Runerigus, and as you mentioned, the Vespiquen is going to be poised to take on that Oranguru. Gyarados has a great matchup into Runerigus if it has a little bit of an advantage. If it can, and right now, Gyarados has some shield advantage.
I'm a little bit surprised to see him go for the Rock Tomb here, right? I think a bait would have been a little bit better given how much energy these Rock Tombs cost, and Hungry Wolfpack is likely going to double shield in this matchup because it's not, the Vespiquen's not ever really threatened by a charge attack coming in from the Oranguru.
Yeah, Vespiquen can hang on really well. It's just worried about the confusion damage if the confusion damage is ramped up. Brutal Swing's not doing too much damage to that Vespiquen. Ice Chris going for the heavy-hitting attack twice. Now, Gyarados is double debuffed. Let's take a look at this interaction between Gyarados and Runerigus. Now that the Aqua Tail has been debuffed not just once, but twice. Runerigus able to hang on now and get to another attack. Actually, we see a swap out.
I'm not sure. Maybe we'll see it in the replay, or maybe we'll see it in 30 seconds. If he had the Rock Tomb loaded, I thought he was one short, which might be a mistake. We see the farm down here is not possible, and if it's just a Brutal Swing coming in from the Runerigus, I don't know if that's going to be a win for Ice Chris. We're seeing the Brutal Swing from the Oranguru come in. It's not a lot of damage, and there's so much energy for this Vespiquen, and it looks like, no, he was one short of the Rock Tomb, so this is going to be not a possibility for Ice Chris to win because this X Scissor is coming through, and even if it's not enough to pick up the knockout, the Brutal Swing wouldn't be enough to pick up the knockout in return, and that's going to be game number 2 going over to Hungry Wolfpack, and he's got to be really happy. He's just punched his way to day number 2.
Congratulations to Hungry Wolfpack, a local of yours. I think Hungry Wolfpack really succeeded in energy management here. I think what we're going to see from trainers time and time again throughout this tournament run is if you can manage your energy, you are going to do so incredibly well.
And I think Ice Chris had a few other options to play that match out a little bit differently. I think it was really important for him to dictate switch there because, you know, we've talked time and time again about how switch is not super key in the overall meta here, but I think if you have a Vespiquen on your opponent's side of the team and you have a Runerigus on your team and you're able to wall off all that damage, you really want to try to fight for switch as best as possible, especially if the other Pokemon that Vespiquen could land on is Oranguru, which is an awful matchup.
Taking a look at the replay, we're going to see Oranguru, like Ice Chris seemed to have some opportunities here, getting rid of the heaviest damage Pokemon on the side of Wolfpack kind of early.
And the Brutal Swing just not that much damage in the end, and even if the charge attack tie had gone to the Runerigus here, Brutal Swing was the only charge attack that was loaded. Ice Chris swapped out one Shadow Claw too early in order to have the Rock Tomb loaded, and it wouldn't have threatened a knockout. It's only neutral damage, and it is an incredibly bulky bug and flying type.
And it has, and again,
Pokemon that are having a chance to shine here at LAIC. How often do you see Vespiquen in the Open Great League? I think it's had a chance in a couple of limited Go Battle League formats, maybe some grassroots tournaments, but really in the Open Great League, this is not a Pokemon you're going to lean on, but here at LAIC, it has a great matchup into that Oranguru. It paces really quickly, it's bulky, it lends itself to that energy management style of play that we've been showcasing so much here this weekend.
Yeah, and I think there have been a number of changes that have occurred across the seasons of Pokemon Go, where each and every time there's like, oh, maybe Vespiquen's going to be a breakout Pokemon in the Open Great League, but it hasn't quite made its way there. But here in Brazil, it has made its mark. And speaking of Brazil, I think we're going to take a very short break, but while we're gone, we're going to learn a little bit about Portuguese Pokemon names from our co-caster in Unite, Sophia.
Welcome in, everybody, to the 2026 Pokemon Latin America International Championships. I'm here with Jake, the resident content cowboy.
Yeehaw.
That's the one. And we're going to be talking about a couple of Pokemon names in Portuguese here from Brazil and in English. So I'm going to go for an easy one. Gen 1 here, Charizard.
Okay, sounds like Dodrio, but I'm going Charizard.
Good one. Okay, Charizard. So you got it right.
Good.
For the second one, I feel like you're really going to enjoy this one. Hopipi.
I do enjoy this one a lot. It is Hoppip.
Okay, good. Right. Thank you so much for getting our next guest coming in here. We have Dube Snacks, and we're also going to the basics. Bulbasauro.
Sounds like Dodrio, but I'm going to go with Bulbasaur.
I feel like we got a lot of Dodrios here today. Bulbasaur, correct. Now, another one that I have a feeling that you guys from Unite really enjoy now specifically.
No guarantees.
Magikarp.
That's a solid one. It might be Dodrio. I'm going to pivot, and I'm actually going to say Magikarp.
Wrong. That's a Mudkip for you. Magikarp.
Wait, say it again.
Magikarp.
That kind of sounds like Magikarp.
Cut him out.
I should have gone with
Cut him
Dodrio.
out. Okay, so this is a pretty cute one.
Okay.
I did recently in Unite, Costa.
Ooh, okay.
Piplup. Piplup.
Okay. It
Piplup.
sounds like Doduo, but I think it might be Mudkip.
I feel like people are messing with me today, but I guess that's fine. I feel
Sorry.
like-
Okay, third chance, final chance. I forgot. No, Piplup. I'll go with Piplup.
Good,
All right,
good.
cool.
Piplup. Okay, Piplup. It's a good one. This is a favorite of our fellow caster from Oceania, Kellosaurus. She really likes how I say this one.
All right, cool.
Gyarados.
No? Did I get that? I butchered that. I know I did.
You're good, you're fine.
Okay, cool. I'm going to go with not Dodrio, not Doduo. I'm going to go with Gyarados.
Good
Just
ones.
my
Last time it kind of sounded
Yeah.
like Magikarp. This
Yeah.
time is the evolution of
True.
Magikarp.
Yeah.
So we're good. All right. Thank you so much. Next
Thank you.
one. Let's coming up. Okay, so this one, it's a very interesting one because it is supposed to be originally in Spanish inspired to begin with. Scarlet Violet, that's what we're talking about.
Okay.
But here in Brazil, we say esprigatito.
Wow, I'm not going to attempt to pronounce that. And it also wasn't on my Duolingo course, but I'm going to say Sprigatito.
Good one. Well done. Now for our next one, we also have one that was very controversial for Unite, especially when we used to watch that Brazilian broadcast for UCS. You probably heard that a couple of times in the last few years. Rayquaza.
Rayquaza, you know? Everyone's saying these sound like Dodrio. It doesn't sound like Dodrio to me. It sounds like Rayquaza.
Okay, good one. Right, thank you so much. Let's get the next one up. Moving on here, another Unite specialty. Not a lowland this time, but Ninetales.
Oh, that might be Ninetales.
Good one, right. Followed up by also a Unite specialty, Talonflame.
Oh, that is, the German name is Fiaro, and that is
Fiaro.
Talonflame.
Talonflame, well done. Thank you so much. Let's get our next guest coming. So, for the next one, we have Chiranita.
Excuse me?
Chiranita.
Are you sure that's a Pokemon?
Correct.
Dodrio.
Dodrio, just kidding. Tyranitar. Okay. So this one is a little bit of a, elementary school math lesson. Porygon 2.
Porygon. I understood Porygon. I'm gonna assume Deutsch is 2.
Correct. Porygon 2. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Right, next up, what do we have? This one is also a very, very, it's very close to my heart how it's pronounced. Because in English, personally, it doesn't have as much of a endearing feeling to it.
No personality.
No person. I mean, I wasn't the one who said it. Huhuchi.
Huhuchi?
Huhuchi.
That could only be hoot hoot.
Correct. For our next one, it's also interesting in the way that it sounds similar to Huhuchi. Shinshou.
Oh, that could be a number of different Pokemon.
Shinshou.
Shinshou. I'm gonna guess not Chimchar. I want to say Chimchar, but not Chimchar. Chinchou.
Chinchou. Congratulations. Thank you so
you.
much. Then almost wrapping up here, we have 2 more Pokemon. This one sounds a little bit funny, maybe a little bit weird. Kilowattrel.
Ooh. It's another flying type Pokemon, much like Dodrio is a flying type Pokemon. But
It's
I
the
think
topic of the day.
It is the topic of the day, and I think that would be Kilowattrel.
That's a great guess. Good job. I love that for you. Right. So next one, also with the way that we do R's, we can do rolled R's like Gyarados, but we can also do Butterfree.
Ooh, that's gotta be Butterfree.
Butterfree, another one that's gonna be flying up into the air. And well, I feel like somebody wanting to come here.
Hello.
Hi, Gabby.
You've been doing such a great job educating everybody on Pokemon pronunciations. I was hoping you could educate myself and the audience on how to say good luck, have fun, and good game in Portuguese for their battles.
All right. So in Brazil, we say boa sorte, bom jogo.
All right. So one more time.
Boa sorte for good luck.
Boa sorte.
Wonderful. I love that for you. Okay. Bom jogo.
Bom jogo.
Bom jogo. Good game. Good luck. Have fun. We usually say it in English, to be honest. We do the GG's, good game, have fun, and that's how we roll. Right, so let's roll for more 2026 Pokemon International Latin America Championships.
We welcome you back to Sao Paulo for the Latin American International Championships. Alongside Leonard Koenig, Chris Reisner here joining you on the cast, and we have seen some epic matches throughout the day, debuting this brand new limited meta. How are we feeling so far, Leo?
Oh, it is splendid to be here. Those matches are actually insane. Marco Galde versus Emilio coming down to the wire. That was probably my favorite one so far, but of course, also Patoman seems to be in peak form again.
Some of the top players that we're used to seeing succeed on the big stage, doing it yet again. And another player that falls under that category is one Out of Pocket, a international champion at the North American International Championships. And now he has come down to Sao Paulo to try and win another. He'll be next up in his group winner finals.
Pocket is, again, one of those younger trainers who, when they have a good day, they are just crushing everyone. One of the most technical players we have in the game, an absolute threat to be reckoned with against DHC United, who's probably bringing the spiciest pick of the tournament so far.
Yeah, we take a look at these trainers, and we saw DHC earlier with that Rapidash. I don't think we got a chance to see it take the field, but we will be in for a treat if it does. And when you talk about Out of Pocket, just kind of a staple in our game, it seems like he's always top cutting, so consistent. And when I mentioned earlier, players that had experience with grassroots formats in these limited metas, Out of Pocket falls under that category. He is someone, when he was 13, 14 years old, was already one of the top players in these grassroots formats. So he has a wealth of experience in that regard, and he's going to try and translate it here in this tournament.
He's the definition of someone who has 10 years of experience at a job with 18 years old, basically.
Yes.
So he is one of the greats we're having, trying to prove that once again here in Brazil with a rather standard meta team here.
And I happen to know that in some current grassroots formats, Pocket has been practicing this meta for quite a while, so he's gotten a lot of reps under his belt. But I don't know if any of those reps, Leo, have been against a Galarian Rapidash.
Yeah, the thing is, Galarian Rapidash, I'm not quite sure what targets it has in this meta. I think in the interview before we had with DHC United, he said that he's running high horsepower on it, so there is a ground-type charge attack, which can be quite useful in this meta.
That is interesting. I hope we get to see it in action. Out of Pocket, like you said, more of a standard team. A lot of picks that we've seen throughout the day. The Dusknoir, another little bit of a obscure pick on DHC United's team in terms of usage, but we've seen players like Patsoman, I believe, utilizing the Dusknoir. So it's very powerful in those neutral matchups. It can avoid that Oranguru.
You know, the standard is the standard for a reason, right? Those meta Pokemon, it just makes sense that they are meta. The team from Out of Pocket with the big four, Gyarados, Oranguru, Dugong, and Turtonator, followed up by Medicham, which seems to be, maybe from outside of the big four, the best pick of the tournament so far. Vespiquen, of course, also a contender, but I think every time we saw Medicham, it really lived up to its potential. It has always been a key factor in those games.
I noticed Medicham in some games, Marto Galde going for those dynamic punches, a little bit more harder hitting.
Oh!
And oh, what a lead for Out of Pocket. Matang into the Oranguru, and Turtonator Say Swap met by Dugong, but this is not a straightforward matchup for Out of Pocket.
Yeah, how is the matchup actually with Ember on the Turtonator versus the Dugong?
Well, you are able to pace a little bit faster to the Dragon Claw. Out of Pocket building up, not worried about a brutal swing, and he's going to go for the Icy Wind, recognizing that he's going to need 2 charge attacks anyway, debuffing the Turtonator, and it looks like with Ember, you're not doing enough fast attack pressure where 2 Dragon Claws threatens to knock out.
Yep, definitely. And also Out of Pocket can just safely go for another Icy Wind afterwards, putting that Turtonator in range of another one. Can actually just throw immediately on the charge attack priority. So good from DHC United, recognizing that throwing after 3 Ember is the correct play. Here goes for the Brutal Swing. Is debuff. Does it knock out? Yes, it does. 2 little HP. Immediate swap in on the Metang, realizing this is only Ember. I don't really need to fear Incinerate here.
You see, Pocket doesn't really like the situation. I think was hoping maybe was able to survive that Brutal Swing before, but not the case. Gonna farm up a ton here with the Matang, eventually forced to throw the Size Shock. But this Turtonator took out a great deal of health on the Matang. At least Pocket will have quite a bit of energy going into this Dusknoir.
DHC lets it go. Of course, Metang is going to throw another Psyshock here after resisted Fury Cutters versus that Dusknoir. It's not a Shadow, can't be in this meta. Takes this like a champ. Turtonator incinerating, swapping in here. But there's still the full HP Oranguru in the back. This is looking decent for DHC.
A lot of work for this Turtonator to do to try and pull a win off for Out of Pocket. We're going to see the Oranguru swap in. Not the best matchup for Oranguru. Out of Pocket building up quite a bit of energy, throwing after 2 Incinerates here, trying to get the timing as decent as possible in this awkward 5 versus 4 turn situation, and is going to grab the first Protect Shield and going to do another Incinerate, but not before Oranguru gets off this Brutal Swing.
The question is, does DHC get to another Brutal Swing before Out of Pocket gets his next Incinerate off? The Metang is still not ready to swap in. Are you going to connect the Brutal Swing and then immediately swap out into the Metang to get some more damage with Fury Cutter in?
Pocket doesn't like this situation, gonna swap in the Metang, and a Brutal Swing is unleashed. This should be enough to knock out Metang, but still 1 Protect Shield for Out of Pocket. Big decision here. He's gonna put up the Protect Shield. He has some energy. Will need to connect on a Gyro Ball, but the Dusknoir swaps back in. Pocket trying to farm, but he took that last Astonish, and that could be rough for Out of Pocket here.
It's double resisting those confusions. If he is outpacing this Oranguru, this could still be really good for him. Look at this non-existent damage. Brutal Swing is being reached. Throws the Gyro Ball here. Oranguru is super bulky. Metang doesn't have the most attack. Is this going to knock out?
It's gonna be close. Gyro Ball does just barely enough. Knocks out the Oranguru, and Out of Pocket pulled off the win when it seemed like all hope was lost.
Yeah, how did he come back from that?
He knew that Metang double resists the confusion.
Yeah.
And he took an extra Astonish to build up more energy because he knew that the Oranguru could not farm him down even when he was that low. How did he pull that off? He's just that good.
Yep, that is the correct answer, I guess. Just identifying those little niche win conditions in those critical moments. Most players, including me, probably would have panicked against the Duck Noir, saying, hey, I don't want to take any Astonish damage anymore, but you need that energy over there. And there you can see those critical moments from the last game. Throwing that gyro ball here, and now looking at it, it really does not look like it should knock out here.
And he still had energy on the Turtonator, so DHC United couldn't really throw that brutal swing at the Matang. Otherwise, it would have just been a brutal swing delivered by the Turtonator to knock out his Oranguru, so was kind of pinned in that situation. Out of pocket, I love how he was, you know, cringing, making faces the whole game. He never really liked his position, and yet he still found a win condition in the end game.
Rice, is it time for the pony?
Please. I want to see it.
We want the pony.
We want the pony. Type it in the chat.
DHC United with a Rapidash on their team hasn't brought it on stream so far, but this might be the win con. This might be the Pokemon to throw off your opponent who is so experienced in this meta, in previous metas. Out of Pocket has played versus most Pokemon in the game, but has he played this team versus a Galarian Rapidash? This might be a secret win con.
To be fair, it doesn't really want to see the Matang. It doesn't really want to see the Turtonator, although if it does have that high horsepower, that could be a game changer, but we'll have to wait and see what exactly we know for sure that it's running. The Galarian Rapidash it's one of those Pokemon, right? We talk about the kind of the core 4, maybe even 5, and it's one of those wild card slots, if you will, that can try and disrupt things as these players look things over. And we have a lock-in for game number 2, and it's going to be a good lead for DHC. Gyarados into Turtonator.
Out of Pocket is staying in here, is not opting to pivot into something like his own Gyarados or a Dugong, which we have seen multiple times actually just plays. This matchup has farmed up a full Dragon Claw already, goes to throw a Brutal Swing here. Are we going to see a shield from DHC?
And Pocket doesn't really seem concerned. I feel like a lot of trainers would swap out immediately. Brutal Swing connects, and he plays it out for a little bit where they're at pretty even health, eventually swapping into his Dugong.
So far, this looks like the most clear game we have seen all day. However, if you're looking at the backline matchup, that is the Gyarados from Out of Pocket aligned to DHC's Turtonator, so things might swap back into Pocket's favor in the endgame.
And when we did our segment kind of labeling different roles, the most likely Pokemon in certain situations, Gyarados is one of the top closers in this meta. If Out of Pocket preserves his Protect Shield for that Gyarados, that could speak for problems for DHC. But right now, we're in this mid-game matchup. Dugong putting up a fight against Oranguru, dishing out these debuffs. Oranguru has energy, gonna go for the Trailblaze here.
Dugong has the advantage in this negative matchup that the timing is so much easier for you. You're kind of outpacing to the first attacks. You're gonna debuff, or else your opponent is going to give you lots and lots of energy. But now Out of Pocket has his Gyarados aligned on this Turtonator.
DHC didn't want to surrender the farm down, so he pivots aggressively into the Turtonator. Brutal Swing coming through, and because these Dragon Breaths are not same type attack bonus, they don't do as much damage as you may think. Super effective against the Turtonator, so it's not like Turtonator is completely a waste here. It has some play to fight back in this matchup, going for another Brutal Swing as these Incinerates are adding up.
Yeah, actually, I think it's Ember. And this is why DHC is pacing so much faster than usual. So he's going to get to those Brutal Swings really, really fast. And this might cause some trouble for a Gyarados in a dynamic game state.
Right, the fast energy generation of Ember. Aqua Tail connects, but it hangs on. Actually was able to save a Brutal Swing there, but swaps in the Oranguru, and it doesn't get to the Brutal Swing. That's tough for DHC.
Pocket's Gyarados is loaded with energy. DHC reaches his Aqua Tail first. Out of Pocket has to shield you. You have a gazillion energy on your Gyarados. Are you going to throw a Crunch? It was Charge Attack priority even. Throws his own Aqua Tail. Is this even enough to knock out?
I don't think so, but this bait is going to allow Out of Pocket to more comfortably reach this. Oh no, he's just settling for the Aqua Tail here. He's nodding his head. He just said good game. This is not going to be quite enough, but it seems like he has this figured out. It's going to allow him to Dragon Breath down first, and the opposing Turtonator is just so low. If it was to fire off the Brutal Swing, it would not be able to knock out the other Turtonator. So that is going to be a good game. Trainers shake hands. Out of pocket. Going on to day number 2.
Yep, out of pocket into day 2 of the LAIC 2026 in Sao Paulo. What a performance, a 2-0. Both games kind of looked bad for Pocket, but he just clutched it back.
Especially the first one. I swear the entire game he was cringing, he was smirking, he was shaking his head back and forth like, no, I don't like this, but he still found a way to get it done. And that shows you what the top players are made of. DHC has been really impressive so far. No shame in going down to Out of Pocket, who was also able to top cut in this tournament last year. Back-to-back LAIC top cuts for Out of Pocket, and he is no stranger to day number 2. So we are going to see him yet again.
One of the greats in the game. Funnily enough, in this game, Gyarados knocked out 2 Pokemon that were just ready to throw their charge attacks. Was a Aqua Tail or was a Brutal Swing? Was 2 Brutal Swings actually that were denied by the Dragon Breath damage coming through.
Yeah, and we've seen that happen quite a few times. Games really coming down to one turn where it may seem insignificant, but right, if that Oranguru reaches that Brutal Swing, it could have been a total game changer. So that's where, you know, stats on these Pokemon can come into play and matter, and those quick reactions, those quick aggressive swaps, not allowing that extra little bit of farm is massive.
Was it lucky or was it all planned? The only person on the planet who knows is Out of Pocket, so let's throw it over to the interview.
Thank you so much, Leo. I am here with the man with a plan and also quite a bit of luck, Mr. Out of Pocket. Now, I thought your Gyarados was definitely really impactful in that last game. Would you say it's your MVP of, of this tournament team?
I would say so. A lot of the times, you know, people have been able to sweep with Oranguru thanks to Trailblazes, other offensive picks like that. But I feel like the most oftentimes, I feel like I have a great opportunity to invest in the Gyarados, and I know its matchups very well. So when for example, when DHC threw the Brutal Swing bait, I immediately knew, like, there's 2 shields, he's an Ember Turtonator, he's gonna be baiting me. So, you know, I just, I feel like I know the ins and outs, and I am very confident in my ability to use it at its best ability.
A lot of trainers are saying if anyone can take LAIC out of region and be that guy, it's going to be Out of Pocket. Do you think you're going to be that guy this weekend?
Honestly, I played a very tough opponent today and off stream against Jackaloco, someone that I practiced against quite a bit, and until now, I don't even think I took a game off of him, so I'm feeling really confident. I wouldn't say 100% that I'm going to take the title this weekend, but I'm feeling really good, and I'm really happy to be day 2.
Awesome, and sometimes that little bit of confidence is all that you need. You also need a big community behind you, and I know you have probably a ton of people to shout out. Can you keep it to just a few for me today?
Of course. I'd like to thank Eric, Harry, David, Colin, Shimon, and John, who were, when we were eating dinner and we built this team together. I wouldn't say really like built, because it's a bunch of meta Pokemon, but Harry was really clutch with the idea of running both Psychic types, and I've been really liking it. Well, both Psychic types and Medicham and Metang. People don't really run those together normally. And then also big shout outs to the NTL, Spiral Static, and Cersei.
Lots of great trainers. We all have community behind us, and I love that you brought it together over food. Food is a big reason to bring people together in the community. Casters, we've got more battles coming your way.
Yes, sir. Out of Pocket has been known for winning tournaments, precise plays, but for me, most outstanding is this $1 million smile. It's almost like an anime character. When he's sitting next to you, he's smiling at you. You already know this is going to be a tough one.
Especially when they play that feature of him winning NAIC. That's just a legendary smile from Out of Pocket, and a couple of legendary players coming up next. Elche taking on Arrow, who I would say has one of the more unique teams that we've seen thus far.
Yep, there's an Abomasnow. Where is this one coming from? With a fast attack that has been buffed, which it is phenomenal now. However, hasn't really seen too much play so far. It's Leafage.
And if we take a look at the opposition, this Abomasnow has played really into everything other than that Turtonator. because the leafage is going to be super effective against the Dugong and the Runerigus. You also have coverage with that energy ball to hit hard, and I think these players are getting ready to lock in. You just have to avoid that Turtonator at all costs. So the Abomasnow is a little bit of a risky bring, but that could be a strategy for Arrow. That bench pressure as well of the Abomasnow.
That sounds good. You're kind of forcing your opponent with most teams to play into it, to bring that Turtonator to have an answer, and then base everything around alignment in the endgame to get this Turtonator onto this Abomasnow. Maybe if it isn't even there, then you're winning off of the energy of other Pokemon. But there it is avoiding LJ's Turtonator, which isn't even here.
In the lead, and how often have trainers faced a Leafage Abomasnow? Maybe catch them off guard with the counts on this thing and going for the Weather Ball. Remember, Weather Ball did get buffed recently, so it hits pretty hard. I bet it can two-shot this Oranguru with the Leafage damage added on top, and that was a little bit risky for Elche. He almost allowed Arrow to get to another Weather Ball there, but Brutal Swing coming through. Oranguru going to try and hold its own here in this matchup.
Abomasnow is looking strong, goes for the charge attack priority now. So after taking the first Brutal Swing, is Elche going to respond with a Shieldty? No, lets it go. Does it even knock out? No, it barely does not. This is why Oranguru is the champ of this meta.
Barely holds on, and I think this Abomasnow will hold on. We may see an aggressive swap. No, Arrow wants to keep the alignment, just going to play this more safe, and is going to potentially allow a farm down here for Elche. He's deciding what he wants to come in with. Is it the Medicham? Is it the Runerigus? He's going to get a few Psycho Cuts here with the Medicham. 3 Psycho Cuts. That's pretty nice of a head start for Elche.
Yep, brings in the Gyarados as an answer, but especially in the Zero Shield scenario, Gyarados is really not an answer to Medicham. Most people don't know that because it's a flying type versus a fighting type, but Medicham is looking so strong in this one. It does change a little bit when shields are applied.
And looking at the back line, this will be really interesting. Dynamic Punch coming through. We saw Marto play this matchup a few times, often opting for the Dynamic Punch. It does a little bit more raw damage than the Ice Punch despite being resisted. Just a better charge attack and another Dynamic Punch going through. Arrow willing to take it.
Yep, 5 more damage than Ice Punch. Looking good here, but not even farm down range. There's going to be the first Aqua Tail here, or the second Aqua Tail from that Gyarados. Can you even farm this down with your Runerigus? I bet you can. Swaps it in immediately. Pivot from both trainers. Now there's a Turtonator here, which is outpacing 2 Brutal Swings.
And this is where you have to wonder, when these players were studying for this meta, do they know the specific matchup? This is the 2-shield scenario. Turtonator versus Runerigus, who comes out on top. And you have the super effective Brutal Swing for the Turtonator, but the Shadow Claws are going to add up a little bit more over time. And ooh, we see a successful bait here from Elche, grabbing that first Protect Shield. Arrow locked in, building up energy, going to want to throw before a potential Rock Tomb debuff, and he does. Brutal Swing grabbing the second Protect Shield from Elche.
Brutal Swing as a bait for Runerigus is a little bit odd because maybe you get the energy advantage from it, but you're not getting the debuff on your opponent. Now Arrow, is he going to call another Brutal Swing? No, shields up the Rock Tomb correctly, therefore does get a debuff here. So basically that's a win-win on the bait scenarios for Elche here. Now Turtonator is going to throw another Brutal Swing. This time debuff will probably not knock out, but Arrow has so much energy.
This is a 50-50 call. Going to get to the Brutal Swing at the same time. Calls the catch attempt. Gonna double up on the Brutal Swing. And Turtonator has 2 charge attacks. That might be enough for Arrow to win this game.
We've been wrong on attack of these Pokemon already once. Who wins charge attack priority? Is it going to be the Turtonator? And this is going to knock out the Runerigus. Arrow takes the lead in the winners finals of Group F.
Charge attack priority and the game priority going to Arrow. He nods his head. You see the passion there, and a 1-game lead against Elche. Arrow with a confident endgame there, staying really composed and patient on his way to victory.
Yep, using this Abomasnow, so showing this is not only a bench pressure Pokemon. I am going to bring this and it is going to do a really good job, even though there was a huge farm down from the Medicham on it. But Arrow rocking that EOYC jacket there is looking good after this first game.
I was a little bit surprised when Arrow let the Abomasnow get Psycho Cut down in the lead scenario, but he wanted Switch, and it paid off for him. He got decent alignment in the back, and it was enough to overcome that 3 Psycho Cut head start from the Medicham, and then just the great patience on display. They got to that charge attack at the same time. Elche literally could have just thrown the Rock Tomb and won the game, but that's too obvious. So that's where the mind games come into play, and they are next level from these two trainers.
Sometimes to just play it simple is to just win games. If you just throw on normal timing, you might win the game. So this is the thing that you think about when you're lying in your hotel room at night in your bed. You're like, man, I should have just thrown this, then I would have won.
Yeah, should have just thrown the move. Should have just run this Pokemon, that Pokemon, and that Pokemon in this specific order, because that would have hard countered them, and then I would have won the game.
Bats told me, throw moves, not games.
Yes, and here we go. Game number 2. Dugong into Gyarados, one of the more common leads we've seen today, in an immediate save swap into Medicham, met by that Turtonator, but this is not all that comfortable for Turtonator, especially once Medi gets a little bit of a head start.
Yep. Has the Incinerate though, so the matchup is a little bit better because you're dealing a lot more damage with your fast attacks. Dynamic Punch is going to be shielded here. Such a strong charge attack. Now, if you try to throw on perfect timing, you're gonna get punched again by the Medicham. But now, with more and more Incinerate damage adding up, are you going to be able to take this Medicham into Dragon Claw range?
Now, if this Dragon Claw does not knock out, Arrow's going to be able to get off a Dynamic Punch here, which could be tough for Elche. And I think Medicham is bulky enough to hang on to this Dragon Claw, which it does. Going to throw immediately, and Elche not going to allow it to happen that easily. He's going to throw the Brutal Swing that he had banked.
Wins the charge attack priority event, however, gets rid of all of his energy. And now Arrow has the shield advantage. Immediate pivot out into the Dugong on the side of Elche. The Gyarados ramping up more and more energy. Arrow still has the Amber Turtonator in the back.
Crunch coming through. Elche holding on to these protect shields. Dugong takes the Crunch and is going to keep on building energy. Oh, we see a catch on the Icy Wind, but honestly, I don't think Elche is really going to mind this.
Yeah, catching Icy Winds is not always the greatest strategy. Yes, sometimes you don't take that much damage from it, but the debuff and you're being locked in, those can be critical combinations there. Another Icy Wind is being thrown. At this point, what does this Turtonator even do?
Arrow is known for his bold play style, and he takes the Icy Wind, calling it. I mean, a Drill Run would have come close to knocking out. Dragon Claw coming through. It is going to be double debuff, so Dugong should hang on pretty easily and is going to clear this debuff, now swapping into the Medicham.
Yeah, Dugong did not care about that Dragon Claw whatsoever. Arrow has to throw another charge attack. Double debuffed, brutal swing. That is pitiful damage there on the Medicham, taking more and more energy. Now swapping into the Gyarados, going to throw an Aqua Tail here. Nothing is threatening to knock out this Medicham while it's ramping up energy.
Embarrassing damage from the debuff Brutal Swing, but Gyarados with 2 shields to hide behind. We've talked about it before. One of the best closers in this meta. Is it going to have what it takes to close out this game? Putting up a Protect Shield for the first time this game is Arrow. He shields the Ice Punch, and we're already seeing another Ice Punch from the spammy Medicham. Arrow knows it's just an Ice Punch, so he's going to let this go. Does a little bit less than the Dynamic Punch, and Gyarados building up energy, going for the Aqua Tail.
Throws it immediately to not be in farm down range for later Pokemon there. Doesn't want to take too much Psycho Cut damage. A shield is being used here from Elche. Now, who is going to outpace it? The Turtonator gets to throw the Brutal Swing here, but catches it on the Turtonator of Elche.
And I don't know if Arrow's Turtonator is low enough to even be farmed down here. The Incinerates are heavily resisted. Gets to another Brutal Swing, gonna knock out the Turtonator, but leaves himself vulnerable to a farm down. What an awkward position this is.
Yeah, I think Medicham can just come in and Psycho Cut, but maybe that is also too little damage there. Maybe you want to bring in the Dugong here to take another Icy Wind later on in the game. Gyarados is waiting in the back. Which Pokemon do you bring in? The choice is Medicham. Can you farm down here? That does nothing but enough. Medicham is going to reach another Ice Punch, throws it into the Gyarados. There is one more shield remaining for Arrow. So little HP, so much hope.
But the Gyarados doesn't have enough energy here. Oh, but we actually see the swap into the Dugong and does reach the Icy Wind. That's going to be a good game. Elche evening up this series, 1 game apiece.
The Dugong usage in the most recent games has dropped a little bit, but now that is back in this game again. It looks stronger than ever. Dugong, really, really good Pokemon, but now that people have started to use Medicham more in this tournament, I feel like people are more afraid to bring it, because this is one of the few matchups that can put you in such a big disadvantage that you might not be able to recover from it.
Both trainers waited so long to utilize their Protect shields, and then it came to a position where there was such little health across the board, but there was so much energy. And that Medicham has been a real pain to deal with for some trainers. Cycle Cut generating so much energy, and I think that Cycle Cut down that Elche was able to get at the end was the key to the victory, having so much energy on Medi for the Gyarados.
I'll say confusion of Oranguru is the name of the game here, because this game state got really confusing there. Who has how much energy on which Pokemon with how many shields? Look at this Turtonator standoff, and there you could see the pitiful damage that the fast attacks do, double resisted on each other. But in the end, it was all for nothing for Arrow, because the Dugong was able to reach this charge attack.
Speaking of Oranguru, I'm trying to find it on Arrow's team of 6.
Wait a second. Wait a
It's
second.
not
There is none.
It's not there. And Arrow's known for bringing his own creative teams, likes core breakers, and maybe Oranguru just didn't fit his style to meta here for Arrow, and he opts to leave it off his team of 6. So we'll see if that ends up paying off. And we talked about it being meta for a reason, right? It's so strong, bulky, versatile, but when you know it's coming on almost every team, maybe Arrow felt like that's doing himself a disservice, so he's opting for more core breakers like the Abomasnow. And here we go. Game number 3, Turtonator into Medicham in the lead.
Medicham is outpacing to this heavy-hitting fast attack, charged attack rather. Dragon Claw is being thrown before, even though Medicham had the dynamic punch. One Psycho Cut before, doesn't even get put to half HP here. This looks like in the Zero Shields might be a very dominant matchup for the Medicham.
And if we take a sneak peek at the back lines, I think this is a rare game in this meta where Arrow needs switch advantage at all costs. Oh, but he gives it up. He gives it up, and now this Medicham opting to throw the energy here. We'll see what Elche decides to pivot into, but right now going to soften up the Gyarados with the Ice Punch, and doesn't really have a great option to swap into, so right now he's just staying in.
Did Elche go super soft into Gyarados?
Pretty much triple soft to it. Medicham, I guess, is his best answer here, but eventually goes to Runerigus, and Arrow is nodding, but I don't know. I don't know if he's going to like the potential backline matchup here. Aqua Tail coming through, going to connect on Runerigus.
I think he knows that Turtonator is in the back, because if there was any other of the last 3 Pokemon, they would have been swapped in to his Gyarados, so he can now read this. And of course, the timer is misaligned, even though it looks like it's still going to be good switch for Elche. But Arrow can basically decide what he wants to do. Gets a lot of farm here on... Wait a second, we're getting to the Rock Tomb. This is going to be either shielded or deal enormous amounts of damage. Do you want to shield the Abomasnow when you know that the Incinerate Turtonator is coming?
Parting Rock Tomb is really rough for Arrow here. He's gonna see the Turtonator come in now, swaps into his own, and oh, the Medicham had an attack, but it's gonna be charge attack party, and we're actually getting the final Protect Shield. This could open up some play for Arrow.
Wait a second, are we also in range for a Brutal Swing now? Because Arrow is going to win charge attack priority always here. This is not looking too bad for them.
I think win conditions are being spotted, and I think if Arrow can over-farm well enough here, oh, throws the Dragon Claw. He wasn't confident enough that the Brutal Swing would knock out, so he goes for the Dragon Claw, but now I don't think he has enough energy to potentially outpace this opposing Turtonator. It's only 1 Incinerate away from the Brutal Swing, and this is going to connect. Now Arrow needs to somehow get to 2 Weather Balls, but I don't know if he can.
I think he can get to 2 Weather Balls. The question is, with Leafage as a fast attack, is it going to be enough even? Because that does nothing. Are you going to reduce the HP on the Turtonator to half with his first Weather Ball?
First Weather Ball comes through, and no, it's not going to be enough. We're learning matchups here left and right, but double Weather Ball with the double resisted leafage damage, just not gonna cut it here for the Abomasnow. There is a charge attack loaded for the Turtonator. Brutal Swing coming through, and let's see, does this knock out the Abomasnow? it does. And Elche comes back from 0-1 down, takes this one against Arrow.
Wow, that was so close again. Well played to Elche, just going through NA in this tournament, knocking down Dunebug to the loser's bracket and now knocking down Arrow to the loser's bracket as well. Advancing to day 2. What a performance by him.
He just seems so unfazed. Was down 0-1, didn't matter. Stayed composed, found a way to get it done. Elche seems to be one of the more composed, stoic players I've seen, and he is proving why him getting top cut at the World Championships was no fluke. He's doing it day 2 here at the Latin American International Championships.
No big deal, right? Just playing versus some of the best trainers in the world, showing why he is one of the greats here. And then we could see this is something that might have cost Arrow the game, actually. Going for that Dragon Clay and Brutal Swing might have knocked out, and then you would be able to pace quickly enough to deal some more damage to the Turtonator of Elche.
It's a tough decision in the moment, right? Because if the Brutal Swing doesn't knock out, then you lose. But in the end, looking back at it, I think that was the play you had to go for. Had to at least try to go for that Brutal Swing, have the residual energy to make the Dragon Claw. Who knows if it would have knocked out, possibly. But either way, great plays by both trainers, and Elche has been defending the home region, right? Took down Dunebug, took down Arrow, some of these invaders coming down from the north, and Elche gonna be moving on to day number 2.
Yeah, and Abomasnow has not made day 2 yet. Of course, Arrow is still in contention. In the losers bracket is going to play the losers finals. So once you get to the winners finals, you basically have 2 tries to get into day 2. Of course, if you lose that losers finals as well, you are very close, but not close enough, because then you are eliminated from the tournament. This is just how double elimination goes. Do you want to see Abomasnow in day 2?
I really do. I really want to. I don't think Abomasnow got a fair shot. I liked how it won that lead against the Orangaroo.
Yeah.
Able to take the double Brutal Swing. So I think we need to see some more Abomasnow. It has more to show us.
Yeah, Leafage is such a strong attack, and also Weather Ball is one of the best cheap charge attacks in the game that we currently have. A lot of damage for so little energy. It applies so much pressure, and I mean, we did not really see the situations it wanted to be in so far, but maybe if you can get a farm done on something, Abomasnow can go crazy.
Absolutely, the high energy generation of Leafage. I would love to see it against the Dugong, because normally we're accustomed to seeing Abomasnow with Powder Snow, where that Dugong matchup is so awkward, right? Because a single energy ball, it does a lot, but it doesn't do enough where you can even farm it down with Powder Snow. But with Leafage, it certainly would be able to farm down. So I would like to see that matchup play out a few times. And as we finish up and wrap up that matchup we just saw, we've got a couple of trainers coming to the stage soon from North America. It's going to be Nighttime Clasher taking on Dilap.
Yep, and I want to say Dilap just beat Nighttime Clasher's brother, so it is time for revenge. We were so close to having a brother-on-brother matchup in the finals of a group. But of course, Dilap, he is no stranger to top-cutting events. He is also a really, really strong NA player, and he is going to play versus Nighttime Clasher, who is also one of the greats in this game, right? He's playing for a very renowned team. He is such a strong player. He has always showed up, came to Europe, won a regional, and then started casting there.
Yes, Nighttime Clasher, he had a stretch last season where he had, I believe, 5 consecutive top 6 performances. He was either tied 5th or better, and was so consistent, looking to get back to the top. We're seeing a little bit of rock, paper, scissors going on from these trainers. And these are 2 former regional champions from a couple of seasons ago. Dilap winning in his home of Canada, and Nighttime Clasher, of course, went across the pond and won that regional in Liverpool.
Yeah, but beat Tomahawk in the grand finals there, and then missed out on his own winning ceremony because he needed to catch a flight, which he then missed, by the way. But that's that. We're seeing Medicham in both teams in the finals of this group. I think we have found the return of an OG. We have found the surprise pick of the tournament. I think Medicham is actually building up to be one of the greats here.
It is. It's a Pokemon, like you said, was a little bit overlooked by some rankings that were in place. Maybe some people didn't think it would be this good, but its bulk, its versatility, its spamminess, it is just so strong as we're seeing in this meta. And these are 2 very similar teams that we're going to be seeing between Dilap and Nighttime Clasher.
And also, the negative matchups that you're having, I don't think they're outweighing the positives. First of all, not everyone is running Rune Regis, which is, I think, one of the worst matchups. Even though Brutal Swing does nothing to Medicham, Shadow Claw damage is there, yes, but you're also knocking out with 2 Ice Punches. So if you outpace, if you get 1 Psycho Cut advantage, I think you even win the Zero Shield scenarios, which is fantastic for Medicham. And then again, Pokemon like Dugong that felt so safe. Many players have built their team around Dugong being a safe swap. You're hard punishing that. Gyarados in the Zero Shield scenarios. With most sets, you're winning this matchup kinda hard.
Right. Based off what you're saying, we were talking about Dugong as potentially the best save swap in this meta, but it might just be Medicham, because if Runerigus is the most common ghost type we're seeing, like you said, it's not that bad of a matchup for Medicham, doesn't have that Shadow Ball coverage in this meta, and we're not seeing as much Dusknoir or Dusclops. We've only seen a few of them, so those are probably the hardest counters to Medicham in this meta, so it's not completely unchecked, but those are not that common.
Yep. This is why I like that some trainers like Pataman or Doombug have brought the Dusknoir, because they check Medicham. Those core breakers, sometimes they just take apart entire teams that opponents bring just by being there. Your opponent knows, okay, all of the lines that I tried to play this tournament, none of them are going to work sufficiently. So you have to put them on the spot immediately, show, hey, you will have to come up with a brand new idea on how to play your team versus me just because I have Dusknoir.
Right, we use the term bench pressure, and having that Pokemon on the roster sometimes eliminates that strategy. You start to think, I can no longer safe swap this Pokemon as a pivot because I risk aligning it in this terrible matchup. So just having that coverage is a strategy in itself in team building to not allow something like a Medicham to be a free swap against your team.
Yeah, but no Dusknoir anywhere near in sight. I think for Dilap, the Medicham looks even better versus Nighttime Clasher, because Nighttime Clasher doesn't even have Runerigus on his team, so there is no answer to that Medicham. So if Medicham is being safe swapped, I think you need to apply a good old chip and dip strategy where you still use your first Pokemon that is being safe swapped on, if that makes sense, to deal some more damage with a fast attack and then possibly also a charge attack, and then swap out to continue having switch if you would need that.
Right, I think Dilap just has a few more things he can freely swap than Nighttime Clasher, one of which being the Medicham. So we will see how this one plays out. Like we mentioned, very similar teams, and the Turtonator on Nighttime Clasher, one of the differences here, so he does have a pretty hard check to that Matang. Matang on Nighttime Clasher side really has to avoid the Runerigus.
It looks like there are a lot of polarizing matchups, but I don't even think there are. First of all, does the Turtonator on the side of Nighttime Clasher have Incinerate? Yes, it does. So in this matchup, Metang really, really suffers. Versus Ember, you do have some decent play. Pays fast to a Psyshock, deals a lot of damage. Yes, Brutal Swing is a problem, but you can still chip a lot. Incinerate plus Brutal Swing, I think you just get farmed down after an Incinerate, after a Brutal Swing.
Absolutely, and Matang with that quick energy generation, like you said, sometimes Ember isn't all that bad, allows some pivoting around, but Incinerate is a game changer in that regard. You can't really afford to stay in that matchup too long, and Dilap knows that. You know, analyzing these teams, I'd say they're two of the more standard we've seen, right? We just came off that Leafage Abomasnow Vespiquen team with Arrow, so these trainers with these similar matchups going to be one of those matchups where it's really going to come down to how they play and how they try to find some sort of advantage.
All right, but while we're setting up this still, right?
Yeah.
Looking at those more standard teams, Rice, you have completely crushed me in this meta multiple times now. What would you bring? How would you try to approach this matchup? Let's say from the side of Nighttime Clasher, because you're sitting to my left.
From the side of Nighttime Clasher, I'm looking at the Gyarados as my safest Pokemon. It's something I can freely swap. It's something maybe I can save shields for in the back, along with the Medicham as well, pretty free on his team. So I think those might be his top two as his best core, and it's a matter of what you're going to bring with him, what you think helps complement, supplement those two for Nighttime Clasher, and that's where it's going to be up to him.
I think what you can do is safe swap an Oranguru to bait out a Metang. None of that is going to happen. No Oranguru, nowhere in sight. Medicham swaps out immediately out of the Metang. Rodriguez is being swapped in there, but it got some Shadow Claws in there, so you're almost outpacing try Rock Tomb.
An aggressive swap into the Runerigas and met by the Gyarados from Nighttime Clasher. Interesting that he didn't opt for the Dugong. It could be a choice because you don't want, you prefer this matchup, or it could be because he's suspecting it was supposed to lure out the Dugong. So we'll see how this plays out. Rock Tomb does get Protect shielded, so that is going to debuff the attack of the Gyarados, but Gyarados still going to outpace here to the next Rock Tomb and goes for the Aqua Tail.
Yeah, but at this point, I don't even think it knocks out after being debuffed once. Aqua Tail is not the strongest charge attack in the game. Actually, really healthy Runerigas here. You can opt to shield this one and then try to farm down, even though I think we might be able to reach a Brutal Swing on the side of Dialab.
And Dialab might pivot to avoid the farm down here. Yep, goes straight into the Gyarados, and it's met by the Dugong of Nighttime Clasher. A matchup we've been saying favors the Dugong, but in this scenario, you're down a Protect shield, so maybe not so clear cut for Dugong.
Yeah, but I think you're rather fine with having Dugong on the Gyarados than on the Medicham that Nighttime Clasher knows it's in the back. So I think just maybe soft losing this matchup with the Dugong is kind of fine. Actually, landing that Icy Wind, and we have seen that it's almost possible to farm down a Gyarados afterwards. However, we haven't landed as many Ice Shards.
And we did see a Crunch debuff on that first one, so this is essentially hitting for no debuff stages as they offset each other, and Crunch coming through connects. Dugong going to fire off the Icy Wind, just wants to get rid of this Gyarados, force Dialab to make a decision, and you see his reaction. He wanted to try and get out of there, but unable to.
But I think this is a Medicham farm down if I've ever seen one. Nope, Metang is being swapped in. Runeriga is so low in the back, but Medicham swapped out of this matchup. Now you have a shield advantage.
Double Dynamic Punch will be just about enough to knock out Metang. Here we go. The first one is going to connect. Metang building up energy, going for the Size Shock here. One Protect Shield still on the board for Dialab. Is he going to use it here? He's going to, yes, use his final Protect Shield.
Are we going to see a catch on the side of Dialab versus the Side Shock? No, we're going to see a Dynamic Punch first. Nighttime Clasher is going to barely withstand this, might have to throw the Side Shock immediately. That's a potential catch opportunity for Dialab. Actually goes in with a Shadow Claw, farms down the Metang with the super effective damage. Gyarados is being swapped in. A catch on the Brutal Swing of Runerigas. That might be a farm down. The farm down that Nighttime Clasher needs to win this game. Absolute no charge here. Gets in. Some more Shadow Claws. No, knocks it out with the Sneak Ice Shard. Medicham is coming in to farm down that Dugong.
A couple catches back to back, and we're seeing the Dynamic Punch here. I don't think the Gyarados is going to be able to hang on to at least get to 2 Aqua Tails, which it needs to knock out Medicham. No, the Dynamic Punch just straight up knocks out. And in a dynamic game number 1, it's Dialab taking the victory.
Yep, Medicham overcoming the greatest opponents like a Gyarados, like a Metang. This is so strong. It is proving to be one of the best Pokemon in this meta. It's outperforming a few of the top 4, no?
Yes, absolutely. It's given the core 4, as we deemed, a run for its money. And Medicham, what stood out to me in that first game is no trainer was staying in the matchup completely. They weren't allowing themselves to get farmed down. And it really speaks to the change that we saw this season, Leo, the shortened switch timer. And that shortened switch timer is also what's making this meta so dynamic, is these matchups, after about 3 charge attacks or so, these players are switching out and not giving any room for farm down for the opposition.
3 charge attacks and the matchup is over, no matter if one Pokemon is being knocked out or not. This was one of the best plays here. The Runeriga swapping the Shadow Claw, knocking out the Metang. Now throwing a Brutal Swing here, absolute no charge, feigns and then gives. This was also perfect. Brutal Swing, no charge, brings in the Medicham for some energy for free. That was so important for Dialab, because otherwise, if he does not get the farm down there, maybe the Gyarados gets the 2 Aqua Tail before.
Absolutely. Dynamic Punch just enough in the end. And Nighttime Clasher going to think this over, think about what he wants to adjust for game number 2. And it is just so different in this restricted meta, thinking about it, because you have so many similarities. So you're trying to think 2 steps ahead of what type of strategy can I pull off to try and change things around. And here we go, Metang mirror in game number 2.
Metang versus Purified Metang. There is no return though. Are we seeing a little bit more damage on the side of Nighttime Clasher? No. Am I making this up?
I think you're making it up. I think they look about even here. These Fury Cutters hitting for neutral and going for the Gyro Ball, of course, single resisted as opposed to a double resisted side shock. So building up maximum energy before throwing. And both trainers at the moment content staying in. Notice how they're building up so much energy, because if there was to be a swap, they want to have energy to threaten whatever Pokemon comes next. This time, Nighttime Clasher opting to throw first.
Yep, I think Dial-Up did not throw because he had expected a catch there. Purified Pokemon tend to have a little bit more attack than the other swaps, and the Runerigus is answered by Oranguru. The GOAT is back.
And you talk about adjustments. That's what this is from Nighttime Clasher. We saw Dial-Up aggressively swap the Runerigus in game number 1. This time, it has an answer. It's met by the Oranguru, and Nighttime Clasher going to reach for this Trailblaze to boost up his attack.
That has to be shielded. It is not shielded. This is looking good for Nighttime Clasher. All of a sudden, another Brutal Swing is going to connect here. But are you even going to shield this? You know there is a Metang with a lot of energy in the back for Dial-Up. No, you're taking this Brutal Swing. Are you going to be able to farm down after this and get to another Brutal Swing yourself? Or is Dial-Up just going to reach the 3rd Brutal Swing? Knocks out the Oranguru.
Nighttime Clasher opting to let this go. Could have used the Protect Shield to throw a parting charge attack against something else, but is more content just letting it go down, and is going to actually come into Metang, and in comes Gyarados. Going to go for a Side Shock here, and I have to imagine Nighttime will look to switch after he unleashes the Side Shock.
Yep, barely outpaces here. Shield is being used by Dial-Up. Needs to have some health on something. Doesn't throw the Aqua Tail immediately. Would have been caught by the Dugong, but of course you don't want to get farmed down. Dugong is in this matchup. Shields the first crunch. Hopes for no debuff.
What's a little bit awkward here for Nighttime Clasher, no debuff there, is that Metang was preserved with enough health where the Dugong cannot really comfortably Ice Shard it down. Another crunch coming through here. Dugong building up energy, and Nighttime Clasher is going to start to become weary of a potential catch. He throws the Icy Wind, nice awareness just before the switch timer comes up, and now Dial-Up gonna let this go. All his Pokemon have pretty low health at this point.
Yep, Gyarados swaps out here with almost an Aqua Tail, swaps into the Metang, has the Side Shock loaded. This won't knock out, but it is going to deal a lot of damage. Nighttime Clasher needs to preserve some HP on some of his Pokemon. Shields this Side Shock, brings in his own Metang. Can he farm down here? If not, he's just going to soak more energy, get more Ice Shards on the Dugong.
Double resisted Side Shock, a slight undercharge. Maybe Dial-Up doesn't want to quite knock out the Metang. He wants to leave it low where he can farm it down with something, and he does with the Gyarados here. There is an Icy Wind loaded, but I don't think you bother going for it. There's still a Protect Shield on the side of Dial-Up. Crunch coming through. I don't think this is quite enough, but it's going to be close.
Crunch does a lot of damage, but not enough to knock out the Dugong. Dugong has the charge attack stored, is going to fast attack down the Runerigus, flexing the counting there, not even throwing.
Dugong too strong, hanging on, and that's a win for Nighttime Clasher. He evens up the series at 1 game apiece, and these two Titans from the North American region. I mean, Nighttime Clasher is like a world traveler. Who knows what region he's staying in at this point in time. But this is a heck of a matchup here in the winners finals. One battle to decide who moves on to day 2 on the winner's side.
Yeah. Look at this team. Oranguru, Gyarados, Dugong, and Turtonator, they're all standing strong. But this game, Metang really shined there. Taking on the Metang of Dial-Up, and then just basically chilling. Later on, forcing another charge attack from the same Metang. The win conditions these trainers are coming up with mid-battle, it's just impressive.
And Dial-Up was actually the trainer that saved the energy from the Metang in the lead. Nighttime Clasher was willing to just commit to staying in, trying to win the lead matchup, and it ended up paying off for him, landing that Gyro Ball on the Metang early. Dial-Up, I like this play, the undercharge to try and farm with your Gyarados, but it just wasn't quite enough in the end. Gyarados a little bit too low and unable to take out the mighty Dugong here. Ice Shard down, and then it was just 1 Ice Shard in the end, I believe, that took out the Runerigus.
And Nighttime Clasher not even have to throw the charge attacks. We just half attack down everything, and we're going into game 3. Dial-Up versus Nighttime Clasher. Who's going to make it to day 2, and who has to try their luck in the losers finals again? I think this is one of the most skillful metas we have ever seen in the Play Pokemon tournaments.
It's just so dynamic. It's so hard to keep track, and these trainers have to do it with the pressure of being on stage, the lights, the camera, and they're going to try and take game number 3 here, obviously. I like the adjustment from Nighttime Clasher in game 2. He brought the Oranguru this time, was able to counter that Runerigus. So now Dilap knows that.
Did it counter the Runerigus? If I remember correctly, it lost the matchup.
Yeah, that is true. That is true. It actually did lose the matchup, but I guess it put Nighttime Clasher in a position where it neutralized the Runerigus enough to maintain some sort of advantage. But here we go. We have a lock in game 3, and this is a big one. Turtonator into Runerigus, and the immediate pivot from Nighttime into Gyarados.
Well, the Dugong has a little bit of a disadvantage when it comes to the energy, but usually it always gets outpaced. Nighttime Clasher, of course, on perfect timing, throwing the crunch right before the Icy Wind can connect here. Stylab going to throw it immediately here?
I would assume so, yeah. Veteran plays from a veteran player, just trying to get this debuff off as soon as possible, and he is going to let it connect Nighttime Clasher. And because of the swap in, should be able to reach a couple of charge attacks here before going down. Goes for the crunch. Now, if he can survive one more Ice Shard, I think he would get to another crunch. So let's see what happens here. Nighttime Clasher, actually gonna save the Gyarados, swapping into his Dugong, but that was a one-turn swapping. He only got one Ice Shard there.
Yeah, but now the energy from Dilap is going, it's a drill run going into the Dugong. This is where you want the energy to be, right? This is still neutral damage, but it is not really hurting you too much. Now Nighttime Clasher has one Ice Shard advantage here. Psyshock is going to connect, of course, first. You don't want to debuff that Metang. I think you want to go for the drill run.
Decent matchup here for Dilap. Was able to get a little bit of chip damage as well, but still enough health in the Dugong where you can't really farm it down. Drill run coming through, Dilap going to allow it to connect. I think he really wants to save Protect Shields for that Runerigus because he already saw the Turtonator, right? So he knows that he doesn't want to expend shields here. He wants to keep them for his Ghost to maybe shield those brutal swings from the Turtonator.
But now Turtonator is at least going to get one turn advantage here. It's going to throw the Incinerate. The switch timer wasn't really up, so Dilap is going to bank a charge attack, swap out, but that is a lot of damage on the Runerigus. One free Incinerate damage, basically, puts up a shield against the Brutal Swing.
I like that decision from Dilap of saving the Psyshock for later and swapping into your Runerigus. Now going to opt for the Brutal Swing here. This is such a tough no-shield for Nighttime Clasher, so he immediately puts up the Protect Shield, and this is going to start to favor Dilap. If he can get that final Protect Shield, also has the Psyshock banked, but this Turtonator so oppressive with this Incinerate damage as the Runerigus starts to approach Brutal Swing range.
Yep, and yes, Nighttime Clasher has a potential catch with the Gyarados in the back there. Actually goes for the Aqua Tail, brings it in. The Aqua Tail is going to connect on the Runerigus. This is such a momentum swing for him. If the Metang can now knock out with a Psyshock, the Turtonator, which I don't think, that knocks out. Dugong is coming in here, wants to apply some more damage. You have the Psyshock, but you're going to really need it to do a lot of work to take out Turtonator. Turtonator is still in the green. Can Metang pull this off, or is Nighttime Clasher going to incinerate his way into day 2?
I think Psyshock is not enough here. One Incinerate is going to land, and there's still a Protect Shield as well for Nighttime Clasher.
All right.
So that's going to be even more comfortable. And Nighttime Clasher going to take Group G. He's going to day 2 on the winner's side.
Nighttime Clasher again with a big icy performance. Another day, another top cut for our favorite Traveler here. It's just everywhere. He is performing everywhere, showing how important consistency is. I don't think there was ever a season where Nighttime Clasher was not on the leaderboards, right? Except for the one where he tried to make Togedemaru work.
Right, that was his first season, and it was a learning experience. Maybe Togedemaru wasn't the play, even if it was his favorite Pokemon. He liked how cute it was, but maybe wasn't the play in that meta.
Yeah, it's a bit humbling to see that we both started playing competitively at the same time.
And he's got a few more championship points, I guess.
A few more, especially over the last 3 years. He's one of the greats as well. We keep saying that during every match, but this tournament is so incredibly stacked. Every trainer here has almost already had a championship or multiple top cut appearances.
Right, Nighttime Clasher has been real consistent in his career ever since his first tournament. He's just always been practicing, always been improving, and showing what he's made of here, taking down a really talented trainer in Dilap. Both players played so aggressively, just so many swaps throughout this match and keeping track of that energy, keeping track of health. The play that really impressed me there was, in the end, the bold swap from Nighttime with the Gyarados. I wasn't convinced the Gyarados had enough health to reach that Aqua Tail. Nighttime was convinced, and he delivered that Aqua Tail, which was kind of the knockout blow in that match.
It's another testament to why he's one of the better trainers here, because sometimes, even though it is risky, you have to play to your win conditions. If you just play to play the game a little bit more safe, sometimes you're missing out on those important combo plays or something. It might knock you out and then you have a worse shot at winning the game. But if it works, it wins you the group. And I think you have to take risks at this tournament.
Safe, risky, passive, aggressive. To get more thoughts on Nighttime and his strategies, we've got an interview with Nick.
All right, thanks, Rise. I'm joined by Nighttime Clasher. Congratulations on that huge win over Dial-Up to make day 2. First question, pretty easy. NA or EU?
NA all the way. I've played so many NA regionals and met so many awesome people, and I want to represent them well here at the Latin American International Championships by going further into day 2.
All right, I'm gonna ask you a question that's prompted by EU. Inadequence is a big fan of Incinerate over Ember. You have Incinerate on yours. Do you think it's the right choice? Do you think that is going to be the Turtonator that takes it home?
I honestly think it's the wrong choice, but my team had a couple too many weaknesses to, I guess I won't say it yet, but there are reasons why I had to put Incinerate to my Turtonator. I basically played only Ember for the last 2 months, and I changed it last night, so let's see where this goes.
Well, it's working out. It was really great for you there, even though maybe you could have used a little less worrisome pacing with your fast attacks. Thinking about the team that you've created, you know, this is a very safe meta. A lot of the Pokemon are very safe and safe swaps. What do you think has been the standout Pokemon for you in terms of dictating swap or maybe having energy generation to take endgames?
Honestly, think like Medicham, you can bring in every game pretty comfortably. Like the hardest answer to it is like Runerigus, and that's like a little bit fake into Medicham, of course. 2 Ice Punches, depending on like the health of the Runerigus, it may or may not hang on to 2 Ice Punches, so that could be a little bit tricky. But yeah, I think it's a fantastic team. I'm running double Psychic with the Medicham and the Metang, and definitely shout out to my brother because he came up with this team, and I just took it at the 11th hour. Not really sure what I would have done last night if I didn't have this, but definitely shout out to him. Hopefully he makes day 2 as well.
All right, well, any other shout outs that you'd like to give to any friends or family at home?
Yeah, shout out to all the people who also brought the same team as me. We had a lot of fun talking about it last night. Shout out to my family, shout out to Teresa for always watching, and shout out to Luminosity for always supporting me here. And yeah, thanks so much.
All right, well, congratulations again on day number 2. For now, we're going to take a little bit of a look back to last year's winner of LAIC, Marto Galde. Don't go anywhere. The action will continue here in 26 LAIC.
Marto Galde, one of the most accomplished players in the world.
I started in competitive Pokemon in 2018 when PvP was first introduced. I started playing with my friend and then some grassroots tournaments. So my starter Pokemon is Grookey, even though I haven't played the Galar games. It reminds me of myself a bit, so I just love it. My earliest memory was when I went to a tournament just to get a Meltan box, and my friends convinced me to play the tournament, and after that it was just emotion and getting excited for battles. I couldn't stop. I think I've learned to be composed. I think I have a lot of experience in stage, so that generally is an advantage against my opponents. Going to this event, I had a team that I felt kind of comfortable with. It has some holes and some weaknesses, but me knowing those weaknesses made the opponent's team more predictable. I think that was the most important key aspect. The thing I want to improve the most right now is to predict what my opponent is running and what should I do, because sometimes you need to bait out something or you need to play a certain strategy, and I feel like I could improve that. Due to the magnitude of the tournament being international, finals had a bit more pressure. I started to get nervous and played a bit less confident than I generally do. Every year, I think it's harder to win in Pokemon Go. Everyone is improving, so the competition is getting more fierce, and that's why I feel like I have less chances to win. This finals was pretty rough, and I thought I was gonna lose at the end. My Azumarill survived that with very low HP. At the end, it was crazy. Looks like I still have it.
Immortal has just reached Azumarill status. He might be the greatest of all time.
It means the world. I never expected to win it. it feels so real. This one is very important because I sometimes doubt myself, so this helps me a lot. It has been a crazy season. It doesn't make sense. This is the third time I have qualified to Worlds this season, and I think we're only like 2 months in. When I qualified to the grand finals, I started crying and I threw myself into the floor, and it's a moment I will never forget. I think the most epic finalist to face in Worlds would be Yekai. Yekai sent me to the losers bracket right at the end of Worlds. I think I kind of choked in the last game. I could have won that game, and I still am a bit sad about that. That would be epic to have the revenge. Worlds is always very fun and very fierce, and also I want to go to Disney.
Marto Gold is your 2025 Latin America International Champion!
All right, trainers, get ready to take some notes. It's time to study Pokemon types. In Pokemon Go, there are 18 total types. Some Pokemon have a single type, while others are dual type. You can identify a Pokemon's type in the inventory menu or on the top right of the battle screen, similar to the Pokemon TCG. Every attack in Pokemon Go has one type property. Similar to VGC, the type property of a Pokemon's charge attacks are displayed on screen during battle. We can use this scale to see how damage applies in Pokemon Go PvP. Neutral, resisted and super effective, double resisted and double super effective, and triple resisted. In VGC, flying type Pokemon are immune to ground type attacks. However, in Pokemon Go, no types are immune to other types. The closest comparison to immunity in Pokemon Go is triple resistance. More on that later. Unlike TCG, no Pokemon in Pokemon Go can use a special ability to remove their type's weaknesses. Therefore, every fast and charge attack will deal at least a tiny bit of damage, leading to improbable, unexpected, and exciting win conditions. Let's begin with the interactions between fire, grass, and water. Fire is super effective to grass, grass is super effective to water, and water is super effective to fire. When two single-type Pokemon battle, their attacks are usually neutral, resisted, or super effective. However, dual-type Pokemon are much more complex. To determine effectiveness for dual-type Pokemon, consider each type individually. For example, a Psychic-type Confusion from Bronzong will deal super effective damage to Poison and Fighting-type opponents. When Bronzong battles Toxicroak, that damage becomes double super effective, because Toxicroak is both a Fighting and Poison type. Some Pokemon single resist, double resist, or even triple resist attacks from other types. For example, Steel-type Pokemon single resist Dragon-type attacks, while Fairy-type Pokemon double resist Dragon. A Fairy and Steel-type Pokemon like Mawile will actually triple resist Dragon-type attacks. These are all of the double resistances in Pokemon Go. If you combine one of these double resistance interactions with another single resistance, you get triple resistance. Let's deep dive into a complex dual-type matchup, Beedrill versus Skeledirge. Beedrill's fast attack Poison Jab is neutral to fire, but resisted by Skeledirge's Ghost type. Skeledirge's Incinerate is neutral to Beedrill's Poison type, but super effective against its Bug type. Beedrill's X-Scissor, a Bug-type attack, is resisted by both Fire and Ghost, making it double resisted. Skeledirge's Disarming Voice is a Fairy-type attack, which is neutral versus Bug, but resisted by Beedrill's Poison type. Skeledirge's Shadow Ball is neutral to both Bug and Poison. Beedrill's Drill Run is neutral versus Ghost, but super effective versus Fire, resulting in super effective damage. Always keep a close eye on the screen while battling. Super effective or not very effective appear when Pokemon use their fast attacks. Protect shields turn red when shielding super effective damage, purple when shielding neutral damage, and blue when shielding resisted damage. Lastly, make sure to check the type icons at the top right corner of your screen. The power of a charge attack depends on the Pokemon using it, so an Earthquake from Swampert likely hits harder than one from Clodsire. A Pokemon that uses an attack that aligns with its type will receive a slight damage bonus, called Same Type Attack Bonus or Stab. Finally, buffs and debuffs can swing the momentum of an entire battle. An Icy Wind debuff will lower all of a Pokemon's attacks, and a Night Slash boost will raise them. That's all from me. Best of luck in your future battles, trainers.
are back here in Sao Paulo, Brazil for the Latin America International Championships. Thank you so much, Speediest Chief, for that wonderful video that illustrates type matchups. We have a lot of really interesting type matchups that are featured during this meta in Pokemon Go. I am Stephanie Christine, and I am joined by Nick Livesey.
We are making our way through the winners side of the bracket. Of course, we are seeing winners finals after winners finals to see who is making it into day number 2. And our next matchup on stage is going to be an exciting one. We're going to have someone who was at LAIC last year, but in a little bit of a different role, coming in as a competitor this year. Of course, that is none other than Swaggeron or Pedro.
Yeah, Pedro is such a great person, such a fun member of our community. He makes great content and really just loves to travel and talk about Pokemon Go. But up against him, we are going to have Zardy, who is coming off of a win at Belo Horizonte.
Yeah, but before we get into that, we have some off-stream matches to take a look at to see who is moving forward on the losers rounds of a bit of a surprise potentially in that first slot. A DeepCon taking out one of the favorites from Brazil, Elendias Harjef, and that's a big upset because, of course, Elendias Harjef won LAIC 2 years ago.
Yeah, but Adib Khan is a great battler as well. So, like you said, it could be an upset in some people's eyes, but I think people who know Adib know he is perfectly capable of taking down the best of them and standing up there with the champions. We also saw Ice Chris continuing on in the tournament after an early loss, and Dunebug 97 in the loser side of the bracket in another big upset match.
Yeah, and Dunebug making his way through the loser side, not a big surprise, but being knocked down so early, maybe a bit of a surprise, but by who it was from, maybe not so much. You know, of course it was Elche, right? And Elche was one of our top competitors in Yokohama, and you know, back then he only had 5 Pokemon on his team. Now he's got 6, so he's got to be just that much better.
He's playing this game on easy mode this weekend. 6 entire Pokemon? He can do it, no problem.
We'll actually have to see if he's utilizing all 6 throughout these battles. Of course, you know, when you're paired up against any particular player, maybe, you know, the Vespiquen against a 5-fire type team doesn't really see a lot of play. But on these 2 teams, actually, I see not just 1 Vespiquen, but 2 Vespiquens, and, you know, for Zardy, it's going to be just a little bit easier to play because Swaggeron does not have a Turtonator on his team.
Vespiquen is one of my favorite Pokemon. For those of you who play Pokemon Go, you need to catch a female Combi. Those are the only ones that can evolve into Vespiquen, making it a really exciting catch when you do finally find that female Combi with the jewel tone in the middle of its chest.
I've got a question for you, Stephanie. Do you have any shiny female Combi?
I don't, and it's a tragedy. I have a perfectly maxed out IV Combi that is male. I can't evolve it. And I have multiple shiny Combi, but they are all male Combi, so I can't evolve them. It's really disappointing, but it's going to make it that much sweeter, sweet as honey, when I am able to finally find and catch my shiny female Combi or a Hundo Combi.
I do get to flex a little bit. I have 1 shiny female, but I also have like 6 or 7 shiny males, so it evens out in terms of the odds. Let's go back and look at these teams a little bit. Of course, there's those Vespiquens, but on the teams, we also see Celio as an interesting pick for Zardy, but we're locked already into game number 1. It's Gyarados against Turtonator, and this is going to be an Incinerate Turtonator, so a little bit slower, and it's opted to run Dragon Claw as its secondary charge attack.
Gyarados feels so much more nimble in this matchup because it's running that 1-turn fast attack of Dragon Breath. So in a matchup that it's already dominant in, it's that much more dominant because Turtonator, every time Zardy wants to use that Incinerate, it's going to take 5 entire turns. Swaggeron's got a lot of wiggle room here. Zardy actually pivoting out into his own shiny Gyarados.
And opting to throw a Crunch before swapping out in return, Swaggeron's going to do good neutral damage into the shiny Gyarados and going to swap into his Dugong here. And I'm not 100% sure I agree with how that played out because now he's allowed for Zardy to get a lot of energy on his own Gyarados. The one thing I do like for Swaggeron, though, is that if he lets this Crunch go, he could potentially go for a full farm down here.
Yeah, Yeah, with the crunch and the defense debuff already on the Dugong, that is going to make this crunch do even more damage. The second crunch comes through. Dugong is able to completely farm the Gyarados down, but with a little bit less health than maybe Swagron would have anticipated.
Ooh, the confusion goes through, but it's not enough to knock out even with that crunch debuff. Icy Wind coming through to lower the attack of the Rangaroo. However, I don't know if there's enough health to have another charge attack launch, so we see the swap out into Metachan.
And Turtonator's going to get two in a brutal swing, but you saw how long that takes compared to the Psycho Cuts of the Metachamp. Getting to the brutal swing, not going to do very much damage, even if it hadn't been shielded. This gives Metachamp a great opportunity. We talk a lot about energy management. Let's see how Pedro manages his energy here.
Zardy is going to let his Turtonator go down, and in comes that Oranguru once again. Brutal Swing is loaded. Trailblaze actually being launched, given that there is only one shield remaining for Swagron, and he is going to opt to no shield the first. I like this call because that Trailblaze would be doing less damage than the following one.
A lot of times we see that with Pokemon that are able to ramp up their attacks. You allow the first one to come through, and that can actually help you predict a little bit from your opponent. You can say, I don't think my opponent's going to shield this because it's the first one. Then you can maybe go for an even bigger attack.
Swagron is now in a fairly good position. He has all of his Pokemon remaining, and this next Confusion is not going to be able to pick up the knockout. So maybe one more Psycho Cut could have been done, but it is resisted damage into the Oranguru and probably would not do that much, but would have maybe allowed Swagron to have a slightly easier time getting a farm down in this endgame.
We are nearing the end. The Dugong not quite able to launch its attack. So Gyarados comes in. It has one shield to hide behind. So it is able to guard itself against this brutal swing. So it's going to be going to try to farm down, but Zardy's just got too much energy.
And I think the amount of health that is still on that Oranguru means that likely that one additional Psycho Cut would have not been enough to knock out. I believe that is a little bit too much health remaining. So game number one is going to go over to Zardy, a really tight, close battle between these two trainers. Zardy was looking a little bit frustrated in that mid game, but ended up making it work in that end game. Just really good awareness of how much health his Oranguru had at that endgame and showing how good Oranguru is because of how bulky it is.
It's safe, right? So what are some of the things that you want to pair a lot with Oranguru? Because you got to create lines of three. You have to create a team. Everybody's using Oranguru. That's a given at this point. But Nick, what are some really good Pokemon to pair with the Oranguru because it's so safe?
I think he's going to need to pair it with a Turtonator as he did, right? One of the hardest answers on Swagron's team for that Oranguru is the Vespiquen, and Vespiquen is not going to want to go up against an Incinerate Turtonator. Turtonator, of course, going to do so much super effective damage with each of those Fire-type fast attacks.
I like the pairing of Oranguru and Turtonator a lot. I think also because Oranguru is so safe, you can pair it with some of those spicier, more fiery picks that we've seen throughout the tournament, like the Vespiquen.
Going into game number two, I'd like to see Swagron maybe try to optimize a little bit on his fast attack timings. I don't think it was necessarily impactful in game number one, but I think it is something that can be impactful in this next game number two. It was a bit tough, right? I think so much of that was dictated by Zardy's belief in how bulky his Oranguru was, and Swagron really doesn't have any say on how bulky Zardy's Oranguru is.
This is a great lead for Swagron. Dugong into Vespiquen. Vespiquen taking super effective damage as it is both bug and flying type Pokemon. Vespiquen getting to that power gem really quick. Does Swagron put up a shield? No, allows the first one to go through. Second one is going to do even more damage, or a second one is going to do even less damage now because of the Icy Wind, but I don't think that matters because the second one's still going to knock out.
Icy Wind coming through, not enough to pick up the knockout. X-Scissor is reached, but actually opting for the Power Gem, and that's going to be now resisted on the Metachamp, so a great catch by Swagron.
Excellent catch. All of that energy going essentially nowhere into Metachamp, but now Metachamp is met with something that counters it pretty well, and that is Gyarados.
Counters it pretty well, but still does not enjoy taking these resisted dynamic punches. I've said it time and time again, even though it's resisted damage, it does just a little bit more damage than those ice punches, and I think we'll see a no shield on this neutral crunch and potentially another dynamic punch coming in from Swagron.
Something that you don't always expect is to see a trainer intentionally throwing resisted damage into the opposing Pokemon when you have an option for neutral damage. But that comes down to the matchup. That comes down to how well these trainers have studied, knowing that the dynamic punch is, over time, the more efficient move to throw. Well, continuing moving forward, we have the Dugong continuing with that Gyarados. This Icy Wind is going to do quite a bit of neutral damage. The Gyarados hangs on with just 1 HP.
Turtonator able to get the farm down there. I really think that catch was so great from Swagron, taking that Aqua Tail into resisted damage. Turtonator is now not in a matchup that it really doesn't want to be in, because the Incinerates are resisted by that water typing of the Gyarados, and it's going to not like the Dragon Breaths that are coming its way either.
Going for the attack that's going to do more damage if you only think you're going to throw one, going for the big heavy crunch. However, that Zardy does use a Protect Shield here. No defense drop, but Turtonator is taking a lot of damage from these from the Dragon Breath.
In comes the Dragon Claw. Not going to be doing any damage because of the Protect Shield. The next crunch comes through. This is going to be a little bit more damage coming from the crunch, although Aqua Tail is super effective against the fire typing of Turtonator. It's resisted by the dragon typing, and there's just barely any energy health left on the remaining 2 Pokemon for Zardy. Dragon Breathing down the Gyarados, Dragon Breathing down the Vespiquen, and that's going to be game number 2, going over to Swagron.
Within seconds of each other, Gyarados knocks down 1, it knocks down 2, it takes out all 3 of Zardy's Pokemon. Gyarados definitely the MVP there, being the last one standing, having a lot of health remaining and energy.
I think Swagron really showed that he is an extremely capable battler in this matchup, catching 2 very impactful charged attacks, right? It was going to be a Power Gem into his Dugong, but instead caught on the Medicham. It was going to be a Aqua Tail into his Medicham, but instead caught back onto that Dugong. So really great awareness from Swagron there about how he can minimize the damage from his opponent's charged attacks and allow himself to gain advantages in that game too.
We're gonna see how Swagron uses his other Pokemon to set Gyarados up for success. Gyarados succeeds with energy, with shields. You need to give it some kind of advantage. There's 1 knockout with the Crunch, 1 knockout with the Dragon Breath, and then 1 more little puff of air coming from that Dragon Breath, and the Vespiquen goes down as well. So saving Gyarados in the back, recognizing that it had so much potential to sweep the team if given the advantage by its other 2 team members.
I'd be curious to see for this game number 3 if Zardy opts to remain on that Turtonator. I think it was a big liability for him in game number 2. However, Swagron does have the option now to pivot into his Vespiquen if he is predicting Zardy to feel like that Turtonator needs to stay on the bench. Of course, that's going to be his best answer for that Vespiquen, and if Swagron feels like it's not coming, that makes Vespiquen all that much more safe. And, you know, we've seen Zardy bring the Vespiquen himself, so maybe we might get some Vespiquen on Vespiquen action.
But the action we are seeing in front of us today is Medicham and Gyarados. We've talked about how this matchup wouldn't go as you may initially think, with Dynamic Punch being resisted damage. However, due to its pacing, the Dynamic Punch's pacing and the raw damage it outputs, it's the better attack to throw.
And I really actually like the pivot that Zardy's done. In the back, he's brought the Dugong, which is a great answer for both the Gyarados that was so dominant in the last game, as well as the Vespiquen, and he's left that Turtonator on the bench, which I think is very key for his ability to do well in this match.
Dynamic Punch coming through, that is going to nearly pick up a KO on the Gyarados. Going to need a few more Psycho Cuts to make that happen. Can Medicham withstand long enough to be able to garner a bit of an energy advantage?
No, it looks like the Aqua Tail is just enough to pick up a knockout. In comes the Dugong, 1 Ice Shard energy advantage into the next matchup, and it's either going to be an Oranguru or it's going to be a Dugong Mirror, in which case that Ice Shard would be incredibly impactful. However, it's a little bit less impactful in a non-mirror match.
Yeah, Runerigus on the side of Suegron, I don't really know where it wants to go at this point. The Runerigus could either go into a little bit more of the Oranguru, in which case the Shadow Claws aren't doing anything, or it ends up against this Dugong, it might likely now happen here, where Ice Shards is doing super effective damage. This Runerigus is not finding its targets.
I actually like this no shield a lot from Suegron because it is the Dugong in the back. He's going to be able to build up some energy here. And in comes the Rock Tomb, which is going to lower the attack of the opposing Dugong, but the Dugong doesn't really mind this. It's not a very attack-weighted Pokemon, so the amount that it's being dropped is not that much. We're going to see an Icy Wind now launched, and this is going to threaten a knockout into the opposing Runerigus, and we'll have to see if Suegron decides to shield, maybe build up to another Rock Tomb, and then pivot out so that the Rock Tomb is not Icy Wind debuffed.
Yeah, when you are playing against a Dugong, you want to make sure that you keep your options open, that you have Pokemon that you can swap back into to clear the debuffs. Once you switch your Pokemon out, those debuffs are no longer applied, they are cleared away.
Drillrun coming in from Suegron's Dugong, going to do a good amount of chip damage to the opposing Dugong. However, I think Zardy's just going to build up some more energy, maybe just pivot out instead. Trailblaze is loaded. It's not quite enough to pick up a knockout because Oranguru is not the most attack-weighted Pokemon. However, this is just a really tough spot for Suegron, right? We see him grimacing up on stage. He's not very happy with his position because he's not going to be able to get to this Icy Wind before a Brutal Swing is ready.
Brutal Swing, which has been buffed now by that Trailblaze. Suegron was able to shield the Trailblaze earlier, but now Dugong is at such low health. This confusion is gonna apply. I don't believe it's going to knock out the Dugong, but it might put it down just to like 1 HP.
I was a little bit surprised to see the undercharge there because I really like the timing from Suegron, because doing 2 Ice Shards into the Oranguru meant that the second confusion damage didn't apply. However, I just don't think there's enough energy here, right? Drillrun is reached at the same time, and even if Suegron run that charge attack tie, we don't see him throwing here, right? It wouldn't have mattered because Zardy's Dugong is well outside of Drillrun range, and Suegron's is well within it. So Zardy's going to take that game number 3 and make his way to day number 2.
Congratulations, Zardy, taking the Group H Winners Finals. Congratulations, securing his spot in day number 2. But again, Nick, this was Winners Finals. Suegron still has an opportunity to lock in to day number 2. He just has to win another battle over in the loser side of the bracket.
This is really close, very back and forth in this endgame between Suegron and Zardy, and I think that goes to show that I think Suegron has a really solid chance to win that loser side matchup and potentially punch his own way to day number 2 as well.
We haven't seen as many breakout performances in PvP from Suegron, right? We've seen a lot of performances from him here on the stage at LAIC as a host. We've seen him do all kinds of other content, playing Pokemon Go, but not as much for PvP. But here he's kind of making a stand, showing that, you know, he can do it all.
And he played incredibly well, just a bit unfortunate alignment here, right? We saw that the Runerigus had no really great spots to put itself. It was either going to be against the Dugong or is it going to be up against the Oranguru, and the Oranguru wasn't low enough to really be threatened by a Brutal Swing. So although that matchup isn't incredibly one-sided like maybe the Dugong matchup is, it was just not in a right spot.
I noticed that Zardy was playing a lot of the Gyarados and the Dugong together. They come together in a lot of teams. Is there a good reason you think it's easy to pair these two Pokemon together? Typically when I think of cores, I'm not going to think of Pokemon that share a typing like Gyarados and Dugong do, but maybe because there's not really a lot of electric and grass.
Yeah, electric's a great one, right? Because neither one really resists, whereas with grass, actually both of them do fairly well into grass types. Dugong with the ice damage, you know, it's incredibly bulky, so unless it's up against something like Superior, it typically wins almost all one-shield matchups, whereas Gyarados, it is got that sub-flying type, so it's actually only neutral to grass type damage.
I'm really curious to see, maybe Zardy can talk a little bit about his team construction. Maybe he can talk about how confident he is already coming off of a big win this season. Let's go ahead and hear a little bit from Zardy himself.
Thank you so much, Stephanie. I'm here with Zardy, fresh off a win, also fresh off the Belo Horizonte win. First of all, Zardy, just take me through what's going through your mind right now. How are you feeling?
I'm pretty I'm pretty happy because after a long break, this is my 4th time reaching top day 2. So it's an incredible feeling in my country this time, in my home state, and in front of my friends. It's the best. Words cannot describe it. When we win and you hear the crowd, your friends, it's simply amazing.
Talk to me more about that. Yeah, you hear the audible cheers from the crowd, people in your home country. What does it mean to you to compete here in Brazil at LAIC, fans supporting you? Just take me through like your emotions and what that means to you.
It means everything. That's I feel like for me, it's what keeps me playing the game. It's be alongside them. Not only them, but all the Pokemon Go community. They are incredibly friendly every time. So it's not only winning. Of course, winning is it's what we want. But for me, for sure, the best part is always being with them and all the Pokemon Go community. It's incredible all the time.
And now a more Pokemon-specific question. I noticed that matchup against Swagger, and both of you guys opted for the Vespiquen. It's been one of the more unique picks that we've seen today. Can you take me through your thought process there? Was that something you were planning on all along? Maybe something you kind of adopted along the way? What brought you to run the Vespiquen?
It was kind of underestimated in the beginning of when we started practice. We didn't see it a lot, but because mainly Turtonator is everywhere, Ice types are everywhere, but it still has some play with those Pokemon. So why not bring in the hardest check for the Oranguru, the top one in the meta? It's not only for this, but it has some play against every Pokemon, like we saw in my match. He can beat Dugong, so yeah, it's good to have a hard check for the most common Pokemon in the meta. So that's what was my tough my thought process to bring a Vespiquen here.
And it's working so far. Thanks so much, Zardy. Casters, back to you.
All right, thanks Rise and Zardy for the insights into why Vespiquen is so great, and also the insights as to why the community here at the LAIC Championships is so great. The Brazilian community, as well as the rest of Latin America, are all so supportive of their friends, of each other, and it always shines through on day 2 and day 3 here at LAIC about how much they love their friends, how much they care for their friends, and how much they want them to succeed.
Some trainers that are no strangers to success in front of us right now. Ashton Ash and Spartan L17. Ashton Ash, I would say his strongest performance was NAIC 2024. You and I were casting those matches.
We were.
And it's great to see him back on the international stage. Ashton Ash, though, is still waiting for that win, that victory in the end. We know he's capable. He's gotten to the grand final stage before, I believe in Merida as well, but not quite clinching that win. Is this the weekend he does it?
We'll have to see. Only time can tell. Looking at these teams, there's a couple of interesting Pokemon on Spartan's team. We do see another Goodra, but additionally, we see a Bronzong.
We do. I also just want to shout out Spartan has also made it to multiple grand finals, but still looking for that win. Both of these trainers are looking to secure a winner side spot in brackets for day number 2. If you secure winner side day 2, so much more of an easy route. Loser side is so rough. Going into this, Ashton Ash in a bit of a weaker position against the Dugong. It's able to apply pressure with Dragon Breath, yes, but it has to go reach all the way to a crunch to do any significant damage. Where Dugong, those ice shards are really starting to chunk away.
The nice thing here is that the Crunch also has the opportunity to get a debuff. We don't see one here. We do see a catch, great catch awareness from Ashton Ash that Spartan's likely going to throw very soon after the Crunch comes through, and instead of being neutral damage, it is now resisted. In comes Turtonator. This is the Incinerate variant. We can just see how quickly that damage is adding up.
And the Dugong just whipping its tail around and around to try to garner as much energy as it can for these icy winds to try to start bringing down the attack, bringing down the power of those incinerates. Look how much less damage it did just from one attack drop.
You could say Dugong whips its tail back and forth.
That it does. As it goes one more as the Dragon Claw is thrown. Dragon Claw does a lot more damage now after a recent attack update, so it's something you've got to shield before switching out. Ashen Ash opting to switch for the Gyarados. Spartan waiting a little bit longer before pivoting into his own Dugong. And we know from earlier, generally Dugong is favored in this matchup, but Gyarados going right for the crunch, taking it down low, and a defense drop.
Ooh, and because Spartan doesn't throw right away, another Aqua Tail is going to be thrown before Spartan gets that Icy Wind off. Gyarados now able to win that matchup pretty cleanly, and in the back is his own Gyarados for Spartan, as well as the Turtonator. I have to imagine that we go into the Gyarados because it resists the Aqua Tail, and the Dragon Breaths are only neutral, so Ashen Ash likely going to reach for a Crunch.
Crunch has been reached. It bounces off of the shield, but Spartan's Gyarados has an opportunity to exit with a lot of energy or put some hurt on this Oranguru.
This is a really devious bait coming in from Spartan. We see the no shield from Ashen Ash calling the bait. Aqua Tail is just neutral damage. Now, Ashen Ash has the opportunity to potentially protect up this charge attack. I think it makes a ton of sense, right? A Crunch might pick up a knockout at this point. Aqua Tail is going through. One more confusion, goes for the Trailblaze, but it's caught. It's caught, but it's not actually the Trailblaze, it's the Brutal Swing.
This is much better for Ashen Ash than throwing that Trailblaze. This energy is at least going somewhere. Able to throw one more confusion before reaching the next Brutal Swing to knock the Turtonator out. Ashen Ash is really building up some momentum for himself here in the end game.
And the brutal thing for Spartan there is that his own Brutal Swing could not be loaded because of how slow it is. And ooh, Ashen Ash a bit frustrated there because he wanted to get that charge attack off, but the Crunch is coming in.
Crunch coming in with the knockout, but Ashen Ash still has two very healthy Pokemon. One confusion, two confusion. He needs three. This confusion damage is not going to apply because the Aqua Tail is going to knock out his Oranguru.
Ashen Ash looks very, very frustrated with what's happened. However, he has more health on his Gyarados and he's going to win that game.
He is. I'm wondering if he noticed something wrong that happened, or was he frustrated with himself?
I think he's frustrated with himself. I read his lips, and I think he called himself stupid, which is definitely not the case. But you know, everyone makes little tiny mistakes up on stage. It's a very intense position to be, especially all the way in winners finals of your group.
Yeah. I think sometimes it's really easy for us as commentators or in the audience, or if you're watching the stream at home, to criticize or critique some of the little misplays that trainers sometimes make when up under the big lights. But it's easy to criticize when you haven't been there yourself. Do you know what I mean? It is tough. It is a lot more pressure than maybe playing at the tables or just sitting playing Go Battle League on your couch at home.
I've been in this situation at an IC on the winner's side, and I would never be critical of someone else, but I would like to be critical of myself. And I think what happened here is Ashen Ash had the same issue as that I did, right? Where having long-term memory of energy from the beginning portion of the game can be so incredibly difficult, and that's why I think a lot of top players try to make notes about the amount of energy that Pokemon leave matchups with, and maybe Ashen Ash had forgotten to make that sort of note, or maybe he just tries to rely on his memory, but I feel like taking notes is a bit more consistent of a way to try to deal with that. As we go into game number 2, this is a matchup where energy management and energy counting is not super critical because it's a very slow-paced matchup between these two Dugongs.
Right. What could win you the matchup in the Dugong mirror? Is it going to be, are you looking to have a Dugong that's trained a specific way? Are you looking to throw the order in which you throw Icy Wind and Drill Run? What are some things that you can do if you are in this matchup yourself? Perhaps you're playing Go Battle League. LAIC is the meta at home right now.
For me, I think the most impactful thing is to try to catch a charge attack on a different Pokemon and try to preserve your own energy on your Dugong. because the Dugong mirror match is two extremely bulky Pokemon. One, Dugong doesn't do a lot of damage with its charge attacks, and two, it does even less damage against opposing Dugongs because of their bulk. So having that charge attack land on a different Pokemon, I think, can be the most impactful thing that you can do to gain advantages from a Dugong mirror match.
Not only do we have a Dugong mirror, we also have Gyarados in the back. So this match could come down to the third Pokemon that each of these trainers chose. We have Oranguru and Turtonator, which are both, that's a pretty neutral matchup generally. Both are bulky, both deal that heavy. I always like the word heavy to describe those slow, fast attacks.
We see the charge attack being thrown by Spartan, Drillern coming through. I think what might be very key here is the exact training, but no, we actually see a simultaneous swap, and this is going to really benefit Ash because in the back is his Gyarados for that Turtonator, which is going to take super effective damage from those Dragon Breaths.
Crunch comes through and puts a punch into that Oranguru. Oranguru's doing as much as it can, though, to fight back. It gets another confusion through and going for the Trailblaze. Spartan, no shields.
That's really good for Ash because now just 2 more confusions are going to be needed to pick up the knockout. However, instead, Spartan throws the Crunch before the damage applies, and I think this is going to allow Ash to potentially get a fast attack down with his own Gyarados.
And that is exactly what Ash is aiming to do. Gyarados, with some kind of advantage, goes crazy. And this time, giving Gyarados a little bit of an energy advantage since we're in even shields.
Actually, sure, I like this decision from Spartan, throwing that Icy Wind immediately, because it gives the opportunity for Ash to switch out before anything else happens to lose the debuff. Instead, staying in, Aqua Tail Throne gets shielded. I might have preferred to see a switch out now because these Aqua Tails and Dragon Breaths are doing a little bit less damage due to that debuff.
Yeah, it's tough though, because sometimes you have to just grin and bear it and just use some grit to get through a matchup before swapping out. Maybe can Ash bring his Gyarados, maybe looking to get another charge attack before swapping out.
That is going to be key here, given that there is 1 shield remaining on Spartan's side. We see the second shield up from Ash protecting from this brutal swing. I think maybe we'll see an attempt at a fast attack down. No, instead a swap into the Dugong, Aqua Tail coming through. And remember, Ash and Spartan simultaneously swapped earlier in the match, so there is a charge attack left on that Dugong, and an Ice Shard coming through. 2 Ice Shards going for the drill run first to not risk that charge attack time.
Yes, I love how Ash threw the drill run just before Spartan got to his next one. But now, so Ash has the Dugong remaining. It cannot withstand an Incinerate. The Gyarados comes in. Can the Dragon Breath down? No! Spartan takes a victory, shoring up this matchup.
And I think really that game came down to not switching out. That Gyarados was doing less damage with its Dragon Breaths because of that debuff. And had it been doing more damage, we saw how little health there was remaining on the Turtonator. And I have to imagine that the reason that Ash didn't want to switch out is because then you switch lock yourself into the Dugong and provide that Turtonator a little bit more energy. It's tough, right? Because if it gets a farm down, maybe you don't pace to those Aqua Tails quick enough, but you also have the ability to land an Icy Wind debuff, and that maybe means that the Incinerates are doing less damage as well, and then you're not threatened by a singular Brutal Swing.
Unfortunately, there's no way for us to rewind the battle and pick a different path. We have to go with the path that was chosen.
And I think also really key here was Ash was forced to throw at the timing that he did. He needed 2 more fast attacks there, but the Incinerates is always going to apply its damage before that second Ice Shard lands. So bit of an unfortunate health remainder for Ash there. I think maybe some opportunity for changing how he plays out that middle game, but Spartan really believing in that Incinerate Turtonator, and although it's very awkward to pace to its charge attacks, it was very comfortable in making it to, I think, 4 in that end game.
And here we have it, our anticipated game number 3, Dugong versus Turtonator. I see an Oranguru in the back for Ash. That Pokemon is so safe. We talk about it all the time.
In comes the Icy Wind, no shielded by the Turtonator. Its fire subtyping being very beneficial here. So much energy on this Turtonator. In comes the first Dragon Claw. This is going to be one stage debuffed, so I don't think it'll threaten a shield from Ash and Ash. The question is, does the second one? It's thrown immediately so that the second Icy Wind does not come first, but I think the Dugong holds on.
Dragon Claw connects, Dugong holds on. Ash and Ash throws one Ice Shard before throwing the Icy Wind, hoping for a knockout. Does Spartan decide to preserve the Turtonator? No. Turtonator goes down. It is out of the game. This actually, that might be a little rough for Gyarados. It gives Gyarados one, like, its target is gone.
And I really like the immediate pivot out from Ash and Ash, right? Had Spartan's Dugong gone for a fast attack down, it would have left with so much energy because those Ice Shards are double resisted by the water and ice typing of Dugong. In comes the Oranguru, and that's the second time in a row we've seen it go for that Trailblaze, boosting up its attack. Aquatail getting shielded here by Spartan. I think it's going to be able to reach a crunch afterwards, but I think it's going to necessitate a second shield from Ash and Ash because just of how much damage this Oranguru is going to be able to do with its fast attacks.
These trainers, I believe, have brought the same 3 Pokemon to each of these battles. But these battles are playing out so differently. It's really how you arrange, how you manage your energy, and how you are kind of playing your pieces on the board, which can dictate the end of the game.
We see Spartan going for the Icy Wind immediately. Ash and Ash now has another decision, just like game number 2. Do I want to switch out in order to remove this debuff, or do I want to do something else instead? Opting to throw the second attack here. This is not going to be the Trailblaze. It's not going to raise his attack, but it is going to pull a shield.
Pulling a shield is crucial. No shields left in the game. All attacks hit. Gyarados loves to be in a situation where its opponent doesn't have any shields, but it doesn't exactly love having no shields itself, as this Icy Wind connects with Gyarados, taking it down to half health, and now it's switch locked in here, throwing a Crunch that's been attack debuffed.
Crunch coming through is going to do maybe about half of the remaining health of that Dugong. Dugong is so bulky. The question becomes, can he outpace to another charge attack? Doesn't seem like he's willing to go for it. Aquatail coming through. There's still a good amount of health on the Oranguru, and remember, there is a Dugong in the back with a bit of health as well.
Yeah, he's got Ash and Ash has 3 pieces left on the board. Spartan only has 1. This Icy Wind is going to clear out the Gyarados. Ash and Ash, hands behind his head, has to make a call here. 1 Ice Shard, 2, and he takes it. You look at that pop off from Ash and Ash, winning his Group I Winners finalist. Let's go, Ash and Ash.
It is funny. He was definitely feeling a lot of stress on the table. Of course, Spartan is a great player in his own right, and Ash and Ash is going to be very familiar with Spartan's game, but he didn't. It seemed almost as if he didn't believe he was going to win that endgame, but because he was able to get so much damage done with the Oranguru as well as the Gyarados, that Dugong had less health than his own Dugong had at the end of that first initial matchup, and he was able to get that Ice Shard down, even though Ice Shards are double resisted. Spartan was nowhere near another charged attack, and from our point of view, it looked like the game was clinched, but from Ash and Ash's, maybe it wasn't.
Yeah, and we can see all the pieces. We've got beautiful screens and everything. We can take a look at both sides of the table. But it's tough when you're under those lights. It can be very stressful. You can think, oh, am I forgetting something? Did that Pokemon have more energy than I thought it did? It's stressful up there. Some of our best trainers are the ones that are just remain cool under that pressure.
In this replay, we see just Turtonator, I think, struggling a little bit to keep pace with these other quicker Pokemon. I think Dugong really shown from both trainers here. However, the Dragon Breath damage just adding up from the Gyarados. I liked... Actually, you know, Ash and Ash did the same thing as he did in game number 2, where he stayed in after the debuff, and it really worked out for him. Because the Dragon Breath damage was able to add up so much, he was able to reach a second crunch there, able to just do a little bit more damage. Actually, I think it was an Aquatail, but even though it was a resisted Aquatail, it did just enough damage in order to pick up a knockout after just a few more Ice Shards.
I'm really curious from Ashton Ash if that Gyarados is really his MVP pick. It seemed to be the MVP for him in this matchup, but I'm wondering throughout the tournament, has it been the Gyarados the whole time? Casters, how about you let me know? We have the interview down on the stage.
Thank you so much. Indeed, I'm joined by Ashton Ash, who just won his group. How are we feeling?
Ooh, I've alleviated, to say the least. It's been a very nerve-wracking day, but I mean, good thing it did turn out well, so yeah.
We have the fans in the crowd already. We're hearing that. The casters made a good point. Which Pokemon so far was your MVP?
I think it's Gyarados. Before this tournament, I was gonna run Togetic, but it just felt so RPS to me, so that, and everybody was saying, dude, if you're not running Gyarados, you're just memeing at this point. So I was like, okay, I do need to bring Gyarados. So I think Gyarados has been the true MVP.
I mean, Gyarados was absolutely insane so far in all the matches, basically. Were there any other crazy Pokemon you were considering?
You know what? Runerigus gets a lot of hate on right now, but I think Runerigus has actually, it does put a lot of pressure into like that Vespiquen, Togetic, right, and all that. The reason why I left it on the team is because of that reason, right? So I think Runerigus, like, maybe doesn't have that much play, but when it does, or at least it deters those like pesky core breakers out there, yeah.
Ashton Ash, you're one of the most consistent trainers we know, right? You have had so many standout performances, like second at NAIC, but you have never won a gold medal or a trophy. How are you planning on changing that?
Ooh, just one game at a time, I have 2 international trophies. I have second place, fourth place. At fourth place, it was here, right? And I have second, fourth medals, right? I don't know, like, I think I'm just gonna keep on playing until I get something like that, and hopefully it can be at LAIC, and if it is, well, hopefully it is,
All right, the best of luck. Are there any shout-outs you want to give?
Yeah, sure thing. I want to shout out the Swablu community, from California. Dude, they were so great. I'm not even part of their team, but they helped me out a lot by scrimming with me, right? Dapper Disc, man, thanks so much for the video, actually, that you sent me yesterday. That's the reason why I ran Matang instead of Bronzong, actually. Shout out to Inadequence's YouTube videos, of course. Obviously, my girlfriend, Monica. Shout out to you as well. And my brother Ether is actually here with me as well. Hungry Wolfpack, PvP Steve, just like everybody that just sends out messages to me. I really appreciate it. Hopefully I'm not missing anybody out. Dre Flames, thank you for inviting me to that. Dre, special shout out to you, Dre. And yeah, hopefully I'm not missing anybody. If I am, I'm sorry, okay?
I mean, those were plenty of people. It's really hard to memorize all of them. Thank you so much for your time. You're good to go now. It is going to be a phenomenal day too for you, I hope, as well. Good luck on your next rounds, and we're kicking it back to the casters.
Thank you, Leonard, for that interview with Ashton Ash. There's so much that I want to talk about from that interview. I really loved how Ashton Ash said, the SoCal Swablu team, I'm not even on their team, but they're out here helping me. I think that goes to show just how different our Pokemon Go PvP community is and how welcoming we are of so many different people. Also, he said Runerigus is out there getting some hate. Who is out there hating on Runerigus? Come talk to me, because I think Runerigus does not deserve any hate. I think it's a great pick, especially if counters a lot of those anti-meta fun picks that people are bringing. I think Runerigus does a good job.
You're so humble, Stephanie. You didn't even mention how he said that Gyarados was his MVP pick, which is more or less what you called out at the end of our cast there. But let's move forward. We have one trainer in his home country and one trainer who is across the pond trying to take a trophy home for himself. It is the final boss, Colin 6, versus our very first LAIC champion, all the way back from 2023, JW Naldo.
JW Naldo, no stranger to the stage in Sao Paulo, but Colin is no stranger to a grand finals, to a winners finals. He is known as the final boss of Pokemon Go PvP. He is the one you have to beat in order to make it to that trophy. I'm very excited to see how these two trainers are gonna battle it out to see who secures that day 2 spot for Group J.
And looking at these two teams, there's just a few differences. Colin 6 has opted for the Gyarados as opposed to the Togekiss from JW Naldo. There is a Runerigus, so we'll have to see if that is fake or if the hate is deserved for that Pokemon in this matchup. And then for Colin 6, of course, there is that Matang with access to Psyshock and Gyro Ball, going to be able to provide some good coverage in that steel type damage for the fairy type of Togekiss.
We called Togekiss the pesky Pokemon out of all of the LAIC meta because it paces so quickly, right? 5 pecks every time to Aura Sphere and Psyshock. That makes it really tough to deal with, especially because there's not a lot going on for active counters, but one of them, a very active counter for Togekiss, is Dugong. So JW Naldo pulls that Togekiss away, brings in Turtonator instead, running Ember this time.
And Ember's really great here because it allows JW Naldo to throw at a timing where Colin 6 cannot reach his Icy Wind before he throws, but actually instead of the Icy Wind and going for the debuff, goes for the super effective drill run here. It's going to do a little bit more damage because it's super effective as opposed to just neutral, and then he pivots out into his Medicham, and is he going for a full Psycho Cut down here?
Colin might have the time to be able to pull that off. Dragon Claw does a lot more damage than it used to, so it is a formidable attack, but it's gonna be a moment before it gets to another one. I don't think Colin can pull it off. Maybe that's something he wanted, but not quite able to. Psycho Cut, we've talked about it, does not do hardly any damage. It generates energy, that's what it's there for.
In comes the Togekiss. This is going to be a great matchup for it overall. However, one thing it's not going to like is the amount of energy that the Medicham came out of that previous matchup with. First Ice Punch comes through, and another one will be loaded shortly, so I have to imagine that we'll see a Psyshock from JW Naldo. No, maybe going for a shield here and then a peck down of his own.
Ice Punch bounces off the Protect shield, and Medicham is pulled away. Dugong put back in its place. We're in the same position we were in the opening matchup. But now Togekiss has energy. It can part this matchup with an Aura Sphere, or bank another Aura Sphere, save it for later.
Icy Wind coming through into the Medicham to help shore up the matchup against Oranguru. No shield makes a ton of sense. However, we'll have to see if Colin 6 goes for more energy or if he swaps. No, he's actually switch locked because he retained his own Medicham. In comes the Dynamic Punch. This is going to be more than enough damage to knock out if no shield is applied.
And it doesn't look like it is. Boom! The Dugong is out of play, leaving the Oranguru. Colin made a really good choice in leaving this Oranguru for last with minimal shields to hide behind, because Oranguru can just soak damage. This Dynamic Punch only does neutral. A quarter health, maybe?
And it also has been debuffed by those Icy Winds, so it does even less damage. In comes the Trailblaze. This is going to be enough to pick up a knockout, but a shield makes a lot of sense. JW Naldo trying to preserve the rest of this Medicham, given how much energy it has.
JW Naldo going for another Dynamic Punch, but as you mentioned, this is debuffed damage. The Medicham has been debuffed, only does about a quarter health still, and the Confusion doesn't knock out.
Yeah, the Confusion is unable to apply there, given only one Psycho Cut was launched. Dynamic Punch going to be shielded. Is there energy remaining on the Togekiss? Yes, but unfortunately JW Naldo forgetting the counts there and goes for a fast attack instead.
Unfortunate. Trailblaze is enough to knock out despite resisted damage. Always hurts to get knocked out by a resisted attack, Alpha Feed.
Yeah, a bit curious as to how much energy Colin 6 had on that Medicham still. I recall correctly, it still had a bit, so I think JW Naldo had the right thing in his head. He needs to go for more fast attacks there. However, even though resisted, Trailblaze was just enough to pick up the knockout and secure victory for Colin 6.
I'm really enjoying how these trainers are really good at that energy management and having your charge attack and saving it for later. I don't know about Munich, but it's really tough for me. I see like sweets. There's some like really nice chocolates out there that we have backstage. I don't want to save them for later. I want to have them right now. And I think that's the tendency for a lot of trainers, especially when they're starting out in Go Battle League or they're starting out learning how to do these tournaments. You get to a charge attack, you want to use it right away. What are some of the benefits of being able to save all this energy for later?
So depending on the exact matchup you're in, sometimes it's nice to build up way more energy than needed, like you're calling, especially if you have the option to throw multiple charged attacks back to back. One, it gives you a bit of insurance if you have your opponent catch your charged attack, and 2, it allows you to have more insurance if your opponent no shields and you pick up a knockout, so that if your opponent brings in a Pokemon that has fast attack pressure against your own, such as like a Charm Wigglytuff into Medicham, you could still launch your charge attack because you're taking less damage from another Pokemon in the beginning. So I think those are the 2 main reasons that you want to build up energy. 1, to maintain energy into the next matchup, and 2, to have insurance in the back for a potential catch option from your opponent.
Great reasons, things that these trainers in front of us have mastered. But Medicham into Oranguru, you know, back in the day, I would have considered this a little bit more of an advantageous matchup for the Medicham, where running like neutral counter. But here running Psycho Cut, that's a little bit tougher. It's doing very, very little fast attack damage, where Oranguru is kind of allowed to ramp up with Trailblaze. It's a little bit more neutral now.
Trailblaze coming through, going to do decent chip damage to that Medicham. Another dynamic punch is loaded. Almost said the dynamic punch as if I was Brazilian there. Going through, pulling the shield from JW Naldo, and I think we're going to see a counter swap into his own Oranguru because the confusion damage is resisted here as opposed to neutral damage.
Incredibly important. Brutal Swing connects, takes the Oranguru down just above half health. Oranguru fights back with the Brutal Swing. Taking a look, we're in the mid-game of the matchup. We'll have to see how this endgame is going to play out. I see a Medicham on the side of JW Naldo and a Dugong on the side of Colin. If JW Naldo can arrange this, if he can align the pieces of the puzzle just right, may be able to secure himself an advantage here.
Surviving on 1 HP, this Oranguru gets a parting Brutal Swing off. Not a parting shot, but a Brutal Swing. In comes the Dugong, going to get a little bit of farm here, but it's going to take a charged attack or 2 for its troubles.
And the first one, Turtonator launches the Dragon Claw, but Colin does protect the Dugong with a shield. Both trainers now at 1 shield each, but Colin is down an entire Pokemon, so that's a little bit of a rough hill to climb back from.
Yeah, you mentioned that the Oranguru matchup is a little bit worse for wear because of the Psycho Cut. I think the Dugong matchup is also a little bit worse for wear because of the Psycho Cut. You don't really have any fast attack pressure here. Shield comes up from Colin 6. The one benefit, though, is that you reach your dynamic punches so much more quickly so that you do threaten damage here. And a bit of a curious overcharge from Colin 6. I think it was a little bit risky just in case JW Naldo threw immediately. You would have lost all your energy on that Medicham. In comes more fast attacks, a charge attack tie now this time, and Colin 6 actually winning it, so that might strip away the last shield, or maybe with some confidence that you survive it, you no shield.
And with confidence in his Pokemon, JW Naldo has practiced this many times with Medicham, knows that it can hang on, so is able to knock out Colin's Medicham. Colin is down to 1 Pokemon left.
No fast attack going through for Colin. Going to take this super effective dynamic punch, and we see an immediate pivot into that Oranguru. And we're going to see an Ice-Wind launched before the Oranguru can make a move, but the Ice Shard not going through doesn't really matter here, right? He would have had 1 more Ice Shard than he does now. However, there's a Trailblaze already loaded. The attack is dropped, but will be raised up once more. But I think this Trailblaze is going to be just enough to knock out.
Connects, and boom, Dugong goes down, and with a triumphant attack raised, Oranguru stands strong. JW Naldo taking the victory.
Yeah, I think JW Naldo did a really good job of positioning his Pokemon there. Got a little bit lucky with lining the Medicham onto the Dugong, but, you know, sometimes it's not luck. Sometimes you're making a prediction, and you are skillfully saying, I think my opponent is going to use that Dugong because it's so defensive, because it's so safe, and I think that it's a pretty clear choice here. Also, to be fair, Medicham is also very bulky and also very safe in this meta.
Yeah, I called it out a little early that if JW Naldo could get the Medicham in a position where it could throw charge attacks into the Dugong, then JW Naldo would be set up with a really great advantage in the match. However, that's not guaranteed. Colin could have had shields remaining. There's a lot of work that needs to go in to be able to align your Pokemon exactly the way you need it to secure a victory. We are 1-1. This is for the winners finals for Group H. The winner moves on to day number 2, has it secured. The loser goes down to the loser side of the bracket and has a tougher road ahead.
I'd be really curious to see what sort of changes that Colin makes to his team of 3 here. It's tough, because you really want to bring the Dugong to have a great answer for that Togekiss. And when I say great, I mean okay. Because really, if you have an energy lead on that Togekiss, you are very safe into an opposing Dugong. It's only in very neutral energy positions where that Togekiss doesn't thrive. Dugong has the ability to do a lot of fast attack damage with Ice Shard and get a debuff with the Icy Wind, but taking back super effective damage from the Aura Sphere just is really painful.
I certainly would not like to be faced with an Aura Sphere coming from any Pokemon. It is quite the charged attack. And Togekiss is, again, it's pesky. It is a tough Pokemon to deal with in the current meta game.
Waiting on our trainers to lock in their teams. JW Naldo, I don't think has brought the Runerigus, or did he game 1?
I don't believe so. I believe JW Naldo has been relying on Turtonator, Medicham, Oranguru. Did bring the Togekiss in game number 1. Colin also only bringing Dugong, Oranguru, Medicham, but this time swapping out the Medicham in favor of Turtonator. And this is Incinerate Turtonator.
It is, and we see an attempted catch there from Colin 6. It was going to be 3 Incinerates into the catch. However, no catch is found. Swapping in the Dugong, pulling out the Medicham, and looking at the Pokemon that Colin has in the back. Maybe this is a premeditated plan. Maybe he wants to save his Oranguru for a different Pokemon.
Oranguru is so safe. But Medicham, despite doing resisted damage with the Psycho Cuts, those dynamic punches hit for neutral, and they pack quite a powerful punch.
We're going to see another dynamic punch reached before the next Icy Wind. 2 shields invested in Colin 6's Dugong, really saying, hey, there aren't that many Pokemon that can do a lot of hard-hitting damage into Dugong. Even Trailblaze from an Oranguru doesn't do all that much. And now, your Medicham's going to be very debuffed. You're going to no-shield this, and maybe I could even catch this Dynamic Punch on a different Pokemon.
Icy Wind connects. The attack is buffed, is down even more. Colin aggressively switching in the Oranguru, which does allow that Medicham to save that charge attack for later.
Seeing the Brutal Swing come through, no shields used thus far from JW Naldo. It's fine at this point. You're not going to be taking all that much damage from the fast attacks from the opposing Oranguru. Have to imagine that a shield comes up at this point. Charge attack tie is won by Colin 6, which is great for him because I think the opposing Oranguru is going to do a lot of damage with this first Brutal Swing.
Brutal Swing has, Colin's Oranguru has nowhere to hide from this Brutal Swing. It connects, takes the Oranguru down under half health. Colin has 2 very healthy Pokemon in the back though, with the Dugong, with the Turtonator, still with a lot of health available. Colin's got some options.
The Turtonator does have a lot of health remaining in a simultaneous swap from these trainers, but Incinerate goes through and JW Naldo actually went for 2 Ice Shards here, so it's going to be the Dragon Claw coming through first, going through unshielded. It is a charge attack tie, however. Drill Run coming through, going to be super effective damage into the fire typing.
This is going to hurt. Turtonator braces itself, stays on, hangs on with a little bit of HP, but cannot get to another attack because Dugong gets to that Icy Wind first. Turtonator is off the field of play.
In comes Colin 6's Dugong, which is incredibly healthy because of the shields that he invested into it. We see the first Drill Run come through. Don't know if it's going to be just enough to knock out. It's very, very close, and it does pick up the knockout. Very key to prevent any charge attacks or any Icy Winds from landing into his own Dugong.
That Medicham, remember, it saved an attack for later. Medicham, the Pokemon gets knocked out.
Yeah, unfortunately not able to catch this Dynamic Punch, and things are looking a little bit dire for Colin 6 because this is super effective Dynamic Punch. In comes the Oranguru. It does not have any charge attacks loaded, but Icy Wind coming through, but not being thrown, given that JW Naldo still has a shield remaining, and that's going to be Colin 6 going down into the loser side of the bracket, and JW Naldo making his way into day number 2.
Congratulations, JW Naldo, Group J winners finals. Let's go. Very exciting. Sao Paulo, Brazil. But as you mentioned, Colin is down, but certainly not out. He moves down into the losers finals for Group J, where he awaits an opponent there.
Ronaldo is in the making for a second LAIC run. We haven't had any repeat winners here yet, so potentially there, as well as Marto doing quite well himself. So have a number of people in the running for not necessarily back-to-back, but repeat LAIC champions.
And they're going to be looking to keep the LAIC trophy in LATAM, keep it in the region. There are other trainers out there, trainers like Out of Pocket, trainers like Colin, who are coming in from overseas, trying to see if they can steal that title away.
Yeah, and this was a really tight matchup between Colin and JW Naldo. I think JW Naldo really relying on the safety and the power of the fighting typing of Metacham into Colin 6's team. He does have a resist. Maybe would have liked to see the safety of Gyarados come out a little bit more from Colin 6. Be curious why he's why he was a little bit afraid of bringing that Pokemon. He also had his own Metacham, right? And I don't think that came into game number 3, but it did come into the earlier games. And Metacham does have the ability to soak up that damage a little bit better than the rest of Colin 6's team does because of its psychic subtyping.
Yeah, Metacham was only brought to those first 2 games by Colin. JW Naldo bringing his own Metacham every single game. I am loving these battles, but I am so hyped for what we have coming up as well. We've got LNDS Bernardo, we've got Richie and Desynced here as well, who are going to be facing off against each other. Septile Ice 25 and Paul Ashaw 97. Its Axon is coming up soon too. This is a stacked tournament, Nick. I am so excited for all of these trainers that are getting to showcase on the international stage.
Now that is a great list of trainers that we're going to be seeing shortly. However, first, we've got an interview with Leo, with our previous winner, to see how he feels about a second shot of potentially winning LAIC.
Correct. JW Naldo is here after being successful beating the final boss. How are you feeling?
Nada, depois de vencer o Final Boss Colin, como você sente?
Eu estou muito feliz, porque é uma temporada que eu não queria me comprometer, competir e tal, mas fiquei muito feliz que consegui ser grande campeão, né?
So he's really happy because he was a bit unsure about the team, but he's really happy that he made it and he will do his best.
You used that Medicham to perfection. Was it your MVP so far?
Você utilizou muito bem Medicham. Foi seu MVP até agora?
Sim, eu utilizei o Medicham em todas as partidas. É um Pokémon que eu tenho muita familiaridade. Desde a época do Like de 2023, que foi meu MVP em todo o campeonato, eu sempre tive um amor pelo Pokémon. Então, ter a oportunidade de trazê-lo nesse campeonato foi muito feliz. E claro, eu usei em todas as partidas durante o dia.
So he's really familiar with Medicham. He used that in LAIC 2023 when he did really well. So he was really happy that he could fit it in this meta, and he used every game so far.
What do you think is the best Pokemon in this meta so far? Is it the Medicham?
Qual é o melhor Pokémon nesta meta? É Medicham?
Ainda acho que é o Oranguru, porque ele é muito flexível, ele encaixa em todas as composições. A Medicham, apesar dela conseguir jogar contra todos os Pokémon do meta, inclusive o Runerigus, que é um possível counter, o Oranguru ele é mais flexível, então acho que o Oranguru continua sendo o mais forte.
So he thinks that there is no just one best Pokemon because it's a pretty flexible meta. He talked about Runerigus, that is a really strong pick right now that shuts down Medicham.
It's a flexible meta, it's a very skillful meta. Is there any player you are afraid of, or do you think you can just take it all?
É meta muito flexível. Há algum jogador que você tenha medo de jogar?
Não. Como falei, é uma temporada que eu estou mais leve em termos de competições. Então, qualquer jogador eu estou enfrentando. Eu gosto de jogar com bons jogadores, então qualquer um.
So he's not afraid. He feels in a good place right now, and he wants to play with everyone.
All right, you heard it here first. JW Naldo is ready for day 2, ready to take it all, possibly. Good luck on your next matches. And we, if you ever wanted to play a legendary Pokemon, are going to show you how to master it.
The one banished. The one that watches. A legendary Pokémon that exists in the shadows, feared for its presence yet coveted by trainers worldwide, Giratina has left a lasting mark on the world of Pokémon Go. In its altered form, Giratina thrives as a supportive force, anchoring teams and wearing down opponents with patient strength. But in its origin form, Giratina's true nature awakens. Freed from the chains of exile, it becomes a serpentine dragon unbound by gravity. Its attacks grow fierce, transforming it from a sturdy defender into a devastating closer capable of ending battles with overwhelming power.
And Giratina does it! Inadequate pulls up an impossible endgame there against Beelzebub.
It's no wonder that such a wickedly versatile Pokémon has claimed its place on championship-winning teams. Yet, having a legendary Pokémon is not the same as mastering it. It takes knowledge to unlock the full potential of these giants. Allow me to show you. Legendary Pokémon are notoriously difficult to obtain, but their power makes the effort worthwhile. They shine the most in the Master League, where their CP can reach staggering heights. But some can also be kept below 1500 CP, making them viable for the Great League. Trainers often trade with friends to secure legendary Pokémon that ideally sit as close to 1500 CP as possible, without exceeding that Great League threshold. Examples of legendary Pokémon that are very good in the Great League are Cresselia, Giratina, Registeel, Zapdos, and Galarian Moltres. Galarian Moltres was a key member of world champion Beelzebub's team. It has some of the best fast and charge stacks in the game. Once Mandibuzz ruled the skies, but now Galarian Moltres has taken the throne. With its dark and flying type, it is one of the best counters to popular ground and ghost type Pokémon. Giratina comes in two forms. Origin, offering more offensive pressure, and Altered, providing greater bulk. Recently, trainers were able to rescue Shadow Giratina Altered from Giovanni, and it has proven to be successful in the competition immediately. Its typing gives it 8 defensive resistances, making it one of the top choices as your ghost-type Pokémon to bring to the battlefield. Next to strength and versatility, some legendary Pokémon focus on coverage and bulk. Cresselia has been a staple in competitive battles for years, thanks to its flexible choice of attacks. With Grass Knot, it threatens water and ground-type Pokémon. With Moonblast, it handles dragon and dark-type Pokémon. And with Future Sight, it delivers strong neutral damage. It has won multiple championships for a reason. Legendary Pokémon demonstrate that many favorites can find a place in competitive battles. With their strength, versatility, and coverage, they can be tailored to fill the role your team needs the most.
Whether it is in friendly matches or the Pokémon Go Battle League, mastering these Pokémon can give trainers a decisive edge.
Try for yourself by catching or trading one of these legendary Pokémon and adding them to your roster. Best of luck, trainers!
Going to Championship Sunday.
There you have it, Inadequate. You can see the emotions. He cannot believe it.
I think the Pokemon type that I would be Fire, because I like to play a little bit more aggressive, to try and confuse my opponents with some of the playstyles that I do and try to get in their head a little bit.
But in comes Giratina. Inadequate says, no, no, no.
I started playing PvP when the Go Battle League came out, but as soon as Play Pokemon included Go in their competitive circuit, I immediately started playing as well. The closest one was the 2022 Europe International Championship, and that's where I joined. There were about 100 competitors, and I got to top 8 there. It was the first time I played in this format. After that, I went 0-2 in Lille, unfortunately, but I never gave up, and at some point, I just top cut almost every single tournament that I played.
The King of Utrecht wants to be the King of World Championships, and that's a top 3 at least finish for Inadequates.
My favorite memory is winning the Utrecht Special Event.
It wins the MP! Martijn is your Special Event champion!
And And also just playing at the World Championship, it's very comparable. Just the support that I have, hearing the crowd go wild when I do something good.
And it looks like Inadequates is going to take this series 2-0.
The player that I admire the most is the previous world champion. It's Axon. He's a very humble, a very nice guy. And on top of that, he started making content creation after gaining fame with winning the world championships. And it has been very helpful to many new players.
You know, trial and error, just playing a lot, and you know, eventually you'll get a hang of it.
Something that I've learned since I've started competing is that you should never give up. Never give up in any battle. Obviously, when your Giratina is on Lickitung, it's probably over. But any other scenarios, I've won battles that I thought I could never win, but just keeping my head up and seeing if my opponent could slip just a little bit and I can still take the victory. That is something I will always remember in any battle that I play.
Inadequates, what a player, what a name, the master of dragons. They have one weakness though, and that is fairy typing, and this is probably why he has lost in the last cup versus Triptando, who used a Swirlix.
They have got a good rivalry going, I've heard, in locals over there. And Inadequates, he shouted out it's Axon, one of the best players in the world. He'll be featured shortly later on the stream, but we've got a couple of amazing players taking the stage a little bit sooner than that.
Yeah, one you're looking at in particular for this tournament. Who is it?
LNDS Bernardo making his debut in the Play Pokemon Championship Series. We were talking behind the scenes. This is a player, and it's my favorite type of story, a player that is dominant in grassroots formats, a player that maybe hasn't had the opportunity to travel to these tournaments thus far, and now he gets the chance to show what he's made of on the biggest of stages. LNDS Bernardo, a young trainer that has defeated me. You said he's defeated you in grassroots formats, and if that's not impressive, let's see what he's got.
Yeah, give him the trophy.
Gonna do here on the big stage.
Give him the trophy. Many of these trainers, they have prepared for this big tournament. Actually, a very funny story that Ashton Ash Jills told me. He used his silver bottle cap on a Dugong just to prepare for NAIC, and then he got hit with the task that he had to play with his buddy for 15 days in a row. Couldn't fulfill it, couldn't get the right Dugong that he wanted. Silver bottle cap, still well used, I want to say.
Yeah, sometimes you have to do that little bit of extra research in order to make use of those bottle caps before getting it ready for these big tournaments. And here we go, LNDS Bernardo. I'm so excited to see this trainer make his debut. He's already here in the winners finals of Group K, and we've got Victor as well. Victor Hug going to be his opponent. And is there anything that really jumps out to you off the page, Leo, when we take a look at these two teams from either of these trainers?
A Togekiss. That is a Pokemon that was considered rather spicier in this meta, but it really appears quite a lot. I think it is a very surprising performance from Togekiss. So few players are playing this Pokemon, but it has quite the good usage in those finals here. But would you say that it is the biggest surprise? Do you think the category fits now, Rise?
You could argue that for Togekiss. What I've seen from Togekiss, I've been following some social media of trainers that are really enjoying this meta in the Go Battle League, and Jason, one of the players that's known for being one of the best Go Battle League players in the world, he was saying that Togekiss has been his MVP today in this meta in the Go Battle League. We're gonna see it potentially translate here to the Show 6 format because its main counters are those ice types, and it's got the powerful Aura Sphere coverage to make those matchups really uncomfortable.
I think there's one more Pokemon that has heavily dropped in usage that kept this Pokemon in check from the get-go, and that is Bronzong. With a super effective metal sound and then same type attack bonus boosted Psy Shock addition there. I think the matchup was insanely good for Bronzong, but barely anyone has played it. I think the only finalist of the groups was Spartan that used it.
That's a great shout. Most people are opting for the Matang, which has the double resisted Fury Cutter. It's not even that bad of a matchup for Togekiss. We saw a situation earlier where the Matang couldn't farm down the Togekiss. Togekiss ends up winning that game. So the lack of Bronzong is a good shout, and I'm pretty sure we saw in the usage rates earlier, Matang had like 10% more usage than Bronzong, but here we go. LNDS Bernardo against Victor Hug. Gonna start things off with the Gyarados Mirror.
Someone call Mr. O, because it's a Gary Mirror Gyarados. versus Gyarados, Dragon Breathing to the crunch. Victor is overfarming here, does not want to reveal charge attack priority yet.
And how will these players value switch advantage versus the health on their Gyarados, the energy here? Bernardo going to let this first crunch go through, and I wonder if he's going to just immediately pivot after this. Yeah, looking to swap into that Celio, which he's opting for over the Dugong. We haven't seen as many Celio today, but it's extremely bulky and it's spammier than the Dugong. Gonna eat this crunch as well, and Celio now over farming, gets to a body slam, and it's caught onto the Dugong.
Oh, and this is the charge attack you want to catch on a Dugong. Of course, it is not double resisted like an Icy Wind would be, but it still does not do a lot of damage. Your Gyarados got so much energy for free, and this is your sponge in this meta. Funnily enough, Celio is also a Pokemon that you want to swap onto a Dugong that has a lot of energy, so both of these Pokemon just trying to soak each other up.
These body slams not going to do much, but Celio has an opportunity here to, okay, it's going to let the next body slam go through. It's not quite in drill run range. I wonder if Bernardo ever elects to swap out of here, or if he's going to keep building, because Celio is one of those Pokemon that you can just build so much energy here and save it for later and try to pivot around. Drill run coming through. Bernardo still hanging on to his Protect Shields.
I don't think he ever wants to swap out of this, because Celio looks so good in this matchup, especially considering that Gyarados is extremely low and Togekiss is so bad in this matchup when the Dugong has an energy advantage. Therefore, I think Bernardo is just very much fine with playing out this matchup here.
And we're going to see Victor bank an attack. Then swap into the Gyarados. It's quickly met by the Togekiss. The Gyarados is at double Aqua Tail. Now, these Aqua Tails do chunk the health. Other Togekiss doing nearly 50%. So we're going to see a Protect Shields come up from Bernardo, and we're going to see an immediate Aqua Tail from Victor.
Letting this one go, wants to keep the shields level, does not want to commit too much here. This might be the heaviest hitting charge attack that could hit your Togekiss. Dragon Breath doing no damage whatsoever. Has 7 packs worth of energy already. This is almost 2 Aura Sphere or Psyshock.
Gets the peck down, but this is a lot of health on Turtonator to try and deal with it. Is an Ember Turtonator. That may be beneficial for Bernardo in this particular situation. Aura Sphere unleashed, doing about 40% to the Turtonator, and going for a brutal swing is turning out. There is no charge attack pressure here, so Bernardo is just going to let this brutal swing go.
Well, so many Ember Turtonators in this meta, and Togekiss is just so strong against it. Just another reason why this Pokemon is so good at the LAIC 2026. Bernardo is now charging up the next attack. Has another one-star, but I think this was charge attack priority.
That was the final protection inside of Victor. Keep in mind, he has the Icy Wind loaded. So this is a tricky situation for Bernardo. Do you potentially call the combo? He does! He predicts it and catches the Icy Wind onto Gyarados.
Lindos Bernardo sets up another farm down there just to later on Aura Sphere this Turtonator Pex, dealing so much damage, but you have to throw here. This is too much Ice Shard damage. Celio now has to cut it.
2 packs in between the Ice Shard. Gonna knock out the Dugong. He's so low health-wise, he's not gonna get there. Celio has a little bit of energy, but it's not enough. It's gonna be Turtonator getting there first. And Lindos Bernardo gonna go down here to Victor Hug in game number 1.
Victor, another one of those games where the player who we thought is on the back foot actually takes it in the end. They're playing this endgame perfectly. Victor with such a nice comeback win there. The Togekiss looked phenomenal in the position. Lindos Bernardo brought it in, but Victor managed to sweep it in the end.
Victor pulls it off, and man, so many games today, you see these highlight reel catches, but it's just not quite enough because they come so down to the wire. What a prediction that was from Bernardo. Just not quite enough in the end. That Turtonator, the Ember, I think, made things tricky for Victor in the end, but after that, the quick energy generation allowed him to outpace anyway.
Yep, there we can see the damage of the Aqua Tail here. Maybe this should have been a shield there.
Maybe, yeah, because what I guess you don't know, right, what was in the back at that point, and you want to maintain somehow. You don't want to get just farmed down, maybe shadow clawed down by a Runerigus or something to that extent. So was holding on to that protect shield, and then the fast attack started to add up, and Turtonator just barely gets it done.
I think also maybe in the end it would have been the correct play to let the Togekiss go down to the ice shards of the Dugong, and then try to get a farm down with the Celio, because I think from that range you needed a Surf to knock out the Turtonator.
Yeah, that's a good shout. That would have been some nice recognition there in the end game. Obviously tough in the moment. Celio versus Dugong, we saw that matchup play out for quite some time, and normally you don't see that matchup being played out to its full extent. I think it was Victor that's actually swapped the Dugong into the Celio, and he was also the one to swap the Dugong out of the Celio, banking the icy win. So it just shows you how long that matchup can play out.
Now, why did Bernardo, in his team choice, go so weak to a Pokemon like Dugong?
Well, maybe he views his Celio as a Dugong counter. Some people do, but the fact that it had been shipped first made things much more awkward there. So you're right, he did go a little bit soft to it, but maybe he felt like he had enough neutral play to deal with it.
So we did not see a single Oranguru in this matchup.
That's rare.
Oranguru seems to be the GOAT of the form, and we're now discussing Medicham, maybe, after it has performed phenomenally. But why do you think was there no Oranguru?
Well, we do see a Metang on both sides, and as safe as Oranguru is in this meta, Metang, one of the harder checks to it. Fury Cutter, double resisted, Psychic, Steel typing for Metang really makes those confusions do extremely little. So Metang, one of the best answers, and maybe just felt like the Oranguru, I can see on Victor's side as well, right? There's the Metang and there's the Togekiss, which does wall the energy, even though it's not that bad of a matchup for Oranguru. So I could see it from Victor's point of view, and for Bernardo, maybe just trying to catch his opponent off guard, maybe doesn't want to play out certain mirrors of Oranguru.
Yeah, this is how good Oranguru is versus Togekiss, especially. You win the one shield scenario most of the time, I think, and the two shield scenarios. Your energy gets completely walled by Togekiss. Your fast attack is only neutral. You're still winning that matchup.
That is hard to believe, but we looked at it. I believe it. And here we go. Let's get ready to believe in game number 2. Gyarados mirror once again, players going back to basics. And Bernardo, this is a rematch in terms of the lead scenario in a game which he lost. So maybe he feels like, I'm just going to run it back. I feel like I could have found a win condition there. And he's running the Gyarados yet again in the lead. This time it's playing out the same way so far. Crunch gets protect shielded. Victor throws the Crunch himself. Last time Bernardo let this go. Is he going to play different? This time he's going to invest in the Gyarados.
Yeah, the Gyarados is so valuable in this meta that maybe letting it go is not always the best choice, especially if a Pokemon like Dugong is in the meta that deals much less damage, so shielding Crunches up is a good idea. Hits the Crunch onto the Dugong. Okay, that is tough. It's a good catch, but you're still dealing neutral damage. So you can farm up a lot of energy here, and possibly then go into the Celio when a charge attack would be thrown. Drill Run is going to connect now, but so much Dragon Breath damage.
I like this from Bernardo. Not only do you save a charge attack from the Gyarados, you get your Celio in here in a situation where 2 body slams could be enough to knock out the Dugong, going for the first body slam here to do some chip damage. And we saw the catch in the lead. With these mirror matches that we're seeing so often, it makes it extremely vulnerable to these catches because you have an easy way of seeing and keeping track of the energy since you're with the same Pokemon. So a nice catch from Victor. Dugong chipping away at the Celio here.
This is also why we see so many simultaneous swaps, because people predict a swap from the player who loses the charge attack priority most of the time. But the Celio versus Dugong Legacy, it continues. We are seeing charge attacks after charge attacks. Do we actually farm this down?
Oh!
Tries to go for the Drill Run. Metang gets a full farm down. But now the Metang is going to be answered by the Turtonator. This is such a good matchup for the Turtonator. Would be much better with Incinerate, though.
And the fact that it's running Ember could keep Bernardo in this game. Going for the Psy Shock here. This will do a little bit less than half that we saw earlier. Takes it quite well, the Turtonator, and now going to start throwing these brutal swings. These will, 2 brutal swings should be enough to knock out the Metang. Bernardo going to elect to let the first one go through.
Metang is super bulky. I don't even know if it is going to be enough. Another Psyshock is being thrown here, just barely, theoretically hanging on to the brutal swing number 2. Makes this Metang get off another attack. The HP on Victor Hook's Pokemon is dwindling.
Turtonator using its shell as a shield, takes the side shot quite well. Brutal swing coming through, does knock out the Matang. In comes Gyarados, it's got lots of energy. The quick pivot to Celio and gets off the body slam before Victor elects to throw a charge attack.
He kind of has to shield this, right? Because if you let it go, deals so much damage, almost knocks it out. Now the crunch is being thrown immediately. Do you shield this or do you bring in your own Gyarados afterwards? No, he decides to use a shield here. It is going to be a crunch. You can throw an Aqua Tail. You can't throw an Aqua Tail. Powder Snow down. Gyarados in the back is loaded with energy. Going to throw a Body Slam first.
Throws the charge attack. Is there any way that Victor can overfarm here? There's still a Gyarados on the side of Bernardo, which could Dragon Breath it down if he throws immediately, but he feels like he's forced to. He doesn't want to take the Powder Snow damage, so this is going to knock out Celio, but I would think Gyarados should get the farm down here first. Gyarados comes in, and it has a charge attack as well. That's going to knock out the Turtonator. Bernardo evening things up in this series, going for a comeback.
Catch after catch after catch. You would think that Metang has a tough time versus Turtonator, but if it is running the Ember fast attack, the damage of the fast attack isn't adding up fast enough so that you can knock out easily with 2 brutal swings, which led Bernardo to get another Psyshock off.
And you mentioned, Leo, that Incinerate would have been so much better there in that situation, and maybe that's why Bernardo felt like he could make that quick swap, eliminating the energy, getting that Fury Cutter down, because even if it's the Turtonator, well, at least it's on Ember, and I can hang around in this matchup. That getting rid of that energy was so critical.
Don't say it too loud or else Martine is going to make another video about it, which we're going to watch in the next broadcast. But we're going into the replay here. You can see the great catch on the Dugong, but even if it is a good catch on a bulky Pokemon, you don't have the fast attack pressure. The Gyarados can get the energy back up and you still dealt neutral damage.
And that's what this meta comes down to, is these situations where a trainer swaps something in, how do you best handle it? If you swap in a Celio before dealing more Dragon Breath damage, you're in a situation where you need 3, 4 body slams. But Bernardo chipped it enough where he double body slam, he got the Fury Cutter down, and he managed that Dugong in about as the most efficient way possible where it couldn't put him at a disadvantage.
Yep, Dugong, fantastic, but you can play around those Pokemon sometimes that pace slowly, that have those charged fast attacks that are not too efficient. I mean, Dugong is such a great Pokemon that it can make Ice Shot work. Ice Shot is not the most efficient fast attack. It has some decent amount of pressure, but still, Dugong, sometimes you can just dance around it and then you're going to win off of your place, basically.
Both trainers opting for similar lines. It's been the water ice types going head to head. Both trainers leading that Gyarados both games so far. The difference has been with that third pick. What's it gonna be? Is it gonna be the Matang again for Bernardo as it put in work that last game, even though it got matched up against Turtonator for quite some time? Victor has been liking that Turtonator so far in this series. As they think things over, it really is a mind game. Will they mix it up or will they bring something similar?
I don't know. I was going to say something, I have no idea. The line that Victor Hug played so far has been working. Game 2 has also been incredibly close, but I don't even know if it was because the line was so good. I think you can play basically anything. There is an Oranguru now.
Game number 3. Victor triples down on the Gyarados lead, and it's met by an Oranguru this time. Bernardo making an adjustment, and we're going to see the crunch unleashed from the Gyarados. Big decision, and Bernardo's going to let it go through.
Calls the bait here, takes so much damage over half. You rarely see this in this meta. Throws a Trailblaze here. Is Victor Hug going to go down a shield? Because the Confusions, they still deal a lot of damage. You will have to throw a charge attack. I think the 0-1 shield scenario for Oranguru is kind of fine here.
Oranguru is going to potentially, no, it's going to put up the Protect Shield. It wants to win an advantage. Oh, and we see a catch onto the Turtonator, a boosted Brutal Swing here. So Victor giving up the alignment and transferring this Brutal Swing damage to his Turtonator, but it's met by the Gyarados.
Gyarados has super effective fast attack pressure. Look how the Turtonator ironically is melting to that water type. Gyarados exerting a lot of pressure. Has this Aqua Tail to hit hard. It is not super effective, but it should almost be enough from this range.
That was some heavy damage from that Dragon Claw. In game number 2, Bernardo decided to invest in his Gyarados. This time, he doesn't see it as valuable. He's saving shield, because once the Turtonator's out of the picture, the Metang goes to town. And Crunch is coming through, going to connect on the Dugong here. And I think Bernardo is going to like this situation more than Victor.
We've been waiting for a good Metang game. It has been on the bench so many times. It has been farmed down by Incinerates, but this time around, this Metang is looking mighty good. Dugong is now going to throw a Drill Run, which is still super effective damage, correctly shielded up. No Icy Wind. Wait, the Metang is racing against this Gyarados. There's still a Protect Shield to hide behind. Psyshock would knock out here.
Psyshock going to be Protect Shielded. Victor should reach this Crunch, and there are no remaining Protect Shields in play. So this Crunch is going to connect onto the Metang. It's going to deal a lot of super effective damage. Is Metang going to be able to hold on to farm down, or is Bernardo going to have to throw energy here?
The switch timer is not even close to being up, otherwise Oranguru could be crazy. Oh! It gets farmed down. The Aqua Tail is not going to be thrown here. Metang has 1.5 side shocks. The Dugong is so far away from its first charge attack here, and Metang is looking good to close this out.
And Bernardo, instead of going for the Gyro Ball, stays composed, reaches 2 side shocks instead, much more efficient. And after going down game number 1, call it a comeback. Bernardo taking games 2 and 3, and he's moving on to winner side day 2.
3 Pokemon staying there. The triple Pokeball flex. Then knows Bernardo, fantastic. You said it was his first tournament. He played like he has been here for ages. What a champion-worthy performance.
He's got to be feeling good after that one. Stayed composed, stayed locked in. One thing I noticed earlier when Zardy was playing, even when he was in a bad situation, he looked so composed. And the youngster, Bernardo, you can say the same thing there. Gets the alignment, and he was the one that was making the adjustments, making his opponent adapt to him. And in that final game, was able to utilize that Metang to get the win.
I think the more difficult the meta is, the more important these mental games become. Your mental stability in those matches is super important. You have to be able to think straight all the time. Here we can see this Fury Cutter farm down on the Gyarados, just barely getting it there. Psyshock used to clean the floor here with the Dugong. Don't know if that makes sense, but knocks it out and wins with the triple ball flex. Lindos Bernardo going in to day 2.
Every so often we see a great first-time performance from somebody. Not too shabby, right? To top cut an international in your first ever tournament, hey?
I think that's decent. I think that's very, very decent. Bernardo definitely here to stay. Standout performance on day 1. I'm quite curious to see what he's going to deliver on day 2.
He's one of those wild card picks we were talking about. Sometimes when a trainer you know has a strong background in this game but hasn't competed in the official championship series, they go unseeded in Go, and some of the top players are like, oh, I don't want Bernardo as the wild card in my group. He ends up taking his group. What a start to the tournament for this young trainer.
Well, some people don't want to have the wild card in their group. Let's see what the wild card has to say. Let's go over to Stephanie for the interview.
Thank you so much, Leonard. I am here with LNDS Bernardo, who this is his first tournament ever, but I feel like in the crowd, we feel like we know him already. If you're in the Go Battle League, trainers know you for sure, hitting those 3,500 ELO range. Tell me about your first tournament experience. How are you feeling today?
Yeah, it has been incredible. I had a lot of expectations, and it's been going really good. I managed to practice the last few days, and it's going really well.
Awesome. And trainers kind of know that LNDS in front of your name. That is widely known here in Brazil. Tell me a little bit about you and about your team.
Yeah, I'm really grateful for the Jeberindos family who helped me a lot. I entered the game basically meeting them, and now I'm here to meet them and play with them. And my team is really standard. I only thought about Togekiss later, but yeah, that's basically it.
And do you have anybody that you want to shout out here to thank in the crowd? Any family or friends or anyone back at home?
Sure, all the Jeberindos family, my friends who are shouting, and my family, I guess.
You have
quite the crowd there already. We are so excited to see you continue on through the tournament. Congratulations, and thank you for taking some time to talk with me.
Thank you, sure.
Thank you. Casters, we have so many battles left to go today. Take it away.
Congratulations again to LNDS Bernardo. What a performance. I know we keep talking about it, but it's so impressive to me in your first ever tournament. The stage, the crowd, and an extra big one at that here with all the production at LAIC. And he is looking composed as ever going on to day number 2. One more congrats to him.
You know what happened in my first tournament?
What?
I lost.
Well, everyone loses at some point except for one person, and even they might lose a match. They've got 2 to work with, but congrats.
I also didn't win, though.
Oh, okay. That's tough. That's tough. Well, maybe Swiss eventually. Who knows? But we're going to go to an epic matchup coming up next. It's going to be Richie taking on Desync, 2 players that are staples here in the LATAM region, have won multiple tournaments in their careers, and Desync known for bringing the spice. We also were talking about the steel types before. You said we weren't seeing any Bronzong. Well, teaser, there may be a Bronzong on one of these next teams with that metal sound, generating some pretty good energy as well for Bronzong, taking advantage of that Psyshock payback moveset.
Ring the bell. We're having a combat soon with those steel types. Maybe finally a really strong answer against this Togekiss, even though Togekiss is unanswered on some teams. Maybe as a maximum answer, the Dugong. I don't think it performs too well for being rather safe.
And unfortunately for Desync, his Togetic, which is his spice pick on this team, does not want to deal with that Bronzong whatsoever, so he'll have to be careful of that. He does have some nice answers for it, however. The Runerigus, the Turtonator may discourage Richie from opting to bring the Bronzong in this matchup.
Yeah, those 2 are tough. Those 2 are tough, but it is also an Incinerate Turtonator, which is really, really even more scary for the Bronzong. I feel like the evolution of Turtonator plays with so many Ember Turtonator made room for so many more Pokemon. Because in the beginning, I was like, yeah, Steel types are cool, but everyone is playing Turtonator, and if they get the Incinerate Turtonator on your Bronzong, game's pretty much over, and there's so many neutral ways to play this meta. I don't want that. With an Ember Turtonator, I'm so fine having my Steel type against it, because most of the time you're just going to throw some charge attacks and then maybe swap out anyways.
Right, you're just laughing. You're just laughing, having a good old time. Oh, this is Ember. This is supposed to be super effective. Why is it doing nothing to me? This tickles.
Exactly. That's what you're doing while playing that. But also, very interesting thing that we observed in those matches. It feels like winning Switch in the lead matchup equals losing Switch. Because every time you win with like 5% HP in the first matchup, you have to swap out immediately, giving your opponent the chance to realign their Pokemon.
Right, it almost seems like you're better off making the opponent throw a second charge attack and then swapping yourself and keeping some energy for later. Desync is known for running really creative teams. Sometimes he opts for things like Abomasnow in the Open Great League and likes his spice picks. He's run I'm struggling to think off the top of my head, but he's run some pretty... He ran a Shadow Ursaring once in a tournament.
Oh, that is cool.
In the Open Great League. So in this, a little bit more standard, but it wouldn't be a decent team without at least some sort of niche pick, and that is going to be the Togetic for him. For Richie, he's got the Celio, the Bronzong, and the Vespiquen, which we've been raving about today, seeing it put in a lot of work.
So if you replace Celio with Dugong, we still have the top 4 Pokemon, basically. It's a very similar role. I prefer Dugong a little bit more with this possibility to debuff. But other than that, Vespiquen, I feel like we have seen more Vespiquen than Bronzong, which is insane to me.
Definitely. We've definitely seen more. And you talk about Celio over Dugong. Desync, his team, not opting for either. Doesn't have either of the water ice types on his team. We'll see if it still works for him. And okay, here we go. Togetic against Oranguru, going to wall the energy and has the Ancient Power Dazzling Gleam moveset on this Togetic.
I think Togetic does a lot better than Togekiss in this matchup because you probably won't get farmed down by confusions. But who knows? Oranguru is going crazy in this tournament.
And with the Fairy Wind energy generation, you're getting to that Dazzling Gleam at a more reasonable pace. And it looks like it's still 2 shots the Oranguru, so Richie's staying in here, gonna boost up his confusion damage with the Trailblaze. But as you said, Leo, noticeably less damage it does to this Togetic.
Oh, but a brutal swing is being thrown here, and if you do not shield that, I think the Oranguru actually has the possibility to just farm down with a shield. So that's going to be interesting to see. But do you really want to farm down here, give up a shield? No. Actually, let's the Oranguru go down here, because this is probably a perfect farm down range.
Do we see a blind swap from Desynct here? No, he's going to stay in momentarily and pivots into the Medicham. Now, this is a risky play because that Runerigus in the back does not really want to see the Celio, but maybe Richie's thinking, oh, he wouldn't give up switch if he was weak to this in the back, so Richie might be reading this saying, oh, I'm going to stay in. No, that's not the case. Gyarados now going to swap into the Medi.
I don't think you can stay in with Celio versus Medicham. Under no circumstances, with whatever you predict in the back, I don't think you want to stay in this dynamic punch matchup. Also, Gyarados soaks the energy much better, ironically, because it is so fragile, but it is going to deal a lot of damage with Aqua Tails now.
Gyarados putting on the pressure, explosive pace from this water flyer. Aqua Tail coming through as Medicham builds up energy, and Desynct, nice counting, throwing the dynamic punch before another Aqua Tail. Protect shield coming up from Richie.
Richie also realizing that he has to shield this Pokemon at least once. Nice counting, knowing exactly how much energy there still was on this Togetic. Throws the Aqua Tail beforehand. But still, it's kind of a catch.
And it might seem like it's not much there from Desynct, but I like that he found a way to utilize the remaining health he had on that Togetic. It had such little health remaining, but he at least forced Richie to expend some energy there. Ice Punch coming through. This is going to draw the final Protect Shield from Richie, and now he is going to try and get rid of this Medicham before it reaches another charge attack. Desynct, he knows there's a Celio, right? So he might feel like he has to protect the Medicham here.
You can overfarm a little bit. No, hard swaps into the Celio. Immediately, the Dynamic Punch is going to be thrown. I think at this point, you're trying to catch a Body Slam on the Runerigus, no?
Yes, this is great. Oh, actually just going to immediately swap and gonna try to get to this brutal swing. Is gonna have to take a super effective surf here. Now, this won't be enough to knock out, but it's gonna do some heavy damage to the Runerigus. Let's see how well it takes. It puts it into the red.
Oh, it's definitely hanging on there and is farming down the Celio, coming out with a charged attack, and this is going to be too much for this low HP Gyarados. Rock Tomb going to knock it out straight. Desynct 1, Richie 0.
We started off the day seeing Runerigus take that Psyshock from Togekiss.
Yes!
And here it takes the super effective Surf from Celio. And Runerigus, as a ghost with its impressive bulk, has been one to impress here at LAIC.
It is so flexible in this meta. The Pokemon is just incredibly strong, right? Rock Tomb is one of the best charge attacks in the game, if not the best charge attack. Actually, some legendary Pokemon might say something different, but still, it is so strong in Great League formats. This Pokemon has proven to be really, really strong here. And also, Pokemon like Metang and Medicham that people use as flex picks on most teams. Runerigus answers those quite nicely.
A ghost that can actually hang with Oranguru in this meta, and we're seeing it against these ice types. It has that Rock Tomb coverage, its bulk is helping it out. We were talking about Dugong, then Medicham as the best save swap. Runerigus making a run for its money. It wasn't really a save swap there, I guess. It acted as a closer, but able to overcome a bad matchup here and then deliver the Rock Tomb as the final blow to the Gyarados. Really nice plays from Desynct. Nice patience in the end. Didn't feel like he was forced to throw early. He just committed to that farm down and made things pretty straightforward.
Yeah, just perfectly played here from Desynct. Sitting there with a Togetic. It is such a strong Pokemon. Again, another surprise. We thought Togekiss was all the rage, but Togetic, pretty nice conversion rate.
And I like the thought process from Desynct. He leads the Togetic. I was saying that the Bronzong might scare it off, but from Desynct's perspective, right, maybe the Bronzong is too hard for Richie to bring with some of his counters. So he was banking on the fact that Bronzong was not coming most likely and was able to utilize the Togetic there, because if it avoids the Bronzong, I guess it's mainly the Celio that it's afraid of. But even Celio, you have that super effective Ancient Power, so I can't imagine it's that bad of a matchup for Togetic.
Yeah, also Togetic is really bulky. And Celio doesn't have super effective charge attacks. I think the Dugong matchup might be a lot worse. But taking a Surf plus Powder Snows, I mean, probably not ideal still. But if you get a boost with the Ancient Power.
Yeah, why not? Why not just get a boost? You know, the skillful boost, I like to call it. And Desynct gonna think things over here for game number 2. Togetic and Runerigus core. the MVP for him in game number 1.
Of course, we all knew it.
Yes, I think we have a lock-in for game number 2. And now here comes the Bronzong. Richie adjusting. Maybe he was afraid of the Togetic lead again, but this time there's no Togetic to be seen. So Desync gonna opt to stay in here, and we're seeing the Psyshock unleashed from Richie.
Bronzong wins charge attack priority against Medicham. I knew that.
I guess so.
And that is a lot of damage, actually, putting it into range of perhaps 2 Psyshocks, but we overfarmed a little bit, so I think 2 might not be enough. You need some more metal sounds for that. Dynamic Punch does a lot more damage, but you're never in range for a farm down. These only do 1 damage per Psycho Cut.
Right, you're never going to get farmed down by the Medicham here, so Richie willing to let it go. The quick swap and a nice reaction from Richie. Have to be careful not to let that energy go to waste. And a positive matchup for the Oranguru here, but slightly behind. So we've seen this can get pretty awkward for Oranguru. Gonna look to see if Richie goes for that Trailblaze to ramp up, or if he just goes for the quicker Brutal Swing.
I was thinking the same thing, just because the last time we saw it with a shield, it got outpaced so hard to multiple Brutal Swings. Desync is just going to let this go, but you're still going to get to 1 more Brutal Thing. I don't think you can reach 2.
I think you can, actually. I think this Runerigas might take 1 more Confusion. Let's see. It definitely takes this Confusion. It takes 1 more and forces Richie to fire off the Brutal Swing. So Oranguru now at a health range where it's just going to get farmed down. Will Richie make the aggressive swap into Celio here? No, he's actually staying in. Oh, I guess he wanted to maybe try and get a Confusion worth of damage on something, but this looks like a really tough situation for Richie.
But also, you don't want to necessarily swap in your Bronzong. You might want to have a combo play later to force a shield or get a knockout. Because if you bring in your Bronzong there, it's just going to get farmed down immediately.
And he does still have that Psyshock banked, Richie, on the Bronzong. So that very well could be a difference maker here in this endgame. But right now, Desync putting on the pressure, going for the Aqua Tail bait. He knows it's so hard for Richie to no shield at this stage of the game. Celio trying to just outbulk its way to victory, but not before another charge attack coming through. Richie looks up to the sky. Is he going to protect you? He is, and a nasty double bait from Desync.
That is so much energy saved on the side of Desync, but Celio still also has Body Slam ready to go here. No shields on the side of Richie. The Dragon Breath, nasty smell, is dealing so much damage to that Celio. We're just going for more Aqua Tails.
I think this might have been a prediction that Richie was going to combo play with the Psyshock because shields were down, so opting for the... Oh, and now he decides to unleash the Psyshock here on the Medicham. But this is interesting because Medicham might be able to farm down here.
I don't think so. Bronzong has decently high HP. Actually just lets it go. Farms down the Medicham, but now it is a farm down for the Gyarados. Does not reach the Psyshock. So close, but yet so far. Now Celio still is rather healthy. Has only been hit by an Aqua Tail. Can Desync reach the crunch before Celio has another Body Slam?
I don't know. Celio's pretty close. It's only a few Powder Snows away, and it is going to get there just before the Aqua Tail. I don't know if Aqua Tail would have been enough from that range anyway, but Body Slam coming through, and Richie fighting to keep himself in here. He's going to tie up this series 1 game apiece, forcing a game number 3.
Richie getting it back here. Looked dire at times, but he came back. Also, I admire the bravery of just bringing Celio every game versus a Medicham team.
I like Richie's demeanor right now. He's just like nodding his head. He's like, yeah, I won that. I played that pretty well. Yeah, I'm feeling myself. And he's forcing game 3 against a terrific player in Desync. Desync was able to win 2 tournaments in a season. I don't remember the specific locations. Somewhere in LATAM, he likes to joke. But he is against a Titan from Mexico in Richie here. Desync, of course, representing Chile. And what a close game. They're so close to that Aqua Tail. Desync really did what he could in the end game. Got that double Aqua Tail bait, tried to save so much energy. Just wasn't quite enough for the spammy Celio.
And then I think you were right about the anticipation of a possible combo play, throwing the Aqua Tail there, even though I do think it still was quite a mistake. He still had a shield. If the combo play was to happen, you can just shield that and then farm down fully.
Right, that's a good point. I think that probably would have been the better option over what Desync decided to do there, but he's got to recover from it. Game number 3, can he lock in and find a win here against Richie? Richie, by the way, made day 3 at this tournament last season, finished in 3rd place behind Marto Galde and Vitorello. So Richie, no stranger to doing well at this tournament. I remember watching last season, the home crowd was behind him. He had lots of fans cheering him on, representing, of course, 7-Eleven Gaming, and he is trying to make his way back to day number 2.
And he is doing a really good job. If he loses this, he still has the chance to play the losers finals and then qualify for day 2. But of course, that's not what you want. You want to have the full odds going into day 2, trying to become the next Latin America international champion here in Sao Paulo. Are we going to see more spice? I was delighted to see a Bronzong here. I love Bronzong. I don't even know why. I don't know where it comes from, but I love Bronzong. What are we going to see next?
It would be bold if Desync elected to bring back the Togetic after Reggie brought the Bronzong and had much success with it in game number 2. So that would be a risky choice, but I wouldn't put it past Desync. He's a bold player. Richie, on the other hand, hasn't brought the Vespiquen, right? But it doesn't look that great, if I'm being honest, against Desync's team. It has 3 checks: Togetic, Turtonator, and Runerigus, all Pokemon that Vespiquen doesn't want to see. So perhaps just not the matchup for the Queen Bee.
Also, Medicham is kind of good with the fast-pacing Ice Punches.
It's a pretty even matchup, honestly, yeah. And here we go. Game number 3. Celio's back, and it's against the Gyarados this time around. Interesting matchup. I mean, you would think Celio has the slight advantage here just because it outbulks the Gyarados. It also outpaces to the neutral body slam, but we'll see how this plays out.
If you're not debuffing your opponent, that is a massive disadvantage that Dugong actually can do. Now we're going to see a crunch being thrown. Celio is super bulky, gets barely into the yellow, but the defense debuff is going to take care of that bulk, let me tell you that.
I feel like these crunch debuffs have been more than 10% today, and we're seeing Desync elect to let the body slam go through. Feels like he can reach another crunch, and he does. It's caught. Oh, but it's onto a Rangaroo. I don't know if Richie's gonna love this catch.
Oh, that is gonna deal a lot of damage. If Desync could have chosen where to put this crunch on, I think that would have been the choice. Swaps in the Oranguru as an answer, and they're going to go for... He's going to overfarm here. Knows, hey, I can risk a charge attack priority, but I don't have to. I can overfarm for a little bit and then knock out with one brutal swing.
And that crunch doing enough damage where this brutal swing should knock out the Oranguru. If Richie lets this go, this is a whole lot of health to get rid of from this opposing Oranguru. Here we go. Brutal swing does indeed knock out. Still has a decent chunk of health on the Celio, or does he bring in the Gyarados?
That's a good-looking Oranguru right there. Like, nice haircut, but this is so well positioned right here. Can throw a brutal swing even, so goes for the last damage charge attack. Doesn't boost the attack, but it is spammier. A shield is being used here. You are forcing your opponent to farm less energy before throwing.
Starts putting the pressure on Richie here. Already got one Protect Shield. I don't know if an Aqua Tail is even enough from this range. And Desync, oh, he does put up the Protect Shield to get off his brutal swing here. But now Richie faced with a tough decision. You only have so much health remaining on your Pokemon, especially if you let this go through. But he saves the Protect Shield, and that might be the better course of action considering what's in back. But these confusions are adding up quickly.
Yep, you have a positive matchup versus Runerigus. You don't have a positive matchup if you only have 10% of your HP. That is a different issue here. Runerigus looking to clean this match up. Still has a Protect Shield here. You're going to reach one, that is fine. You can just shield that up. Depending on how much energy the Celio has, you want to shield up a Surf rather. Nope, shields up the Aqua Tail. Has a lot of energy there. The Celio is going to come in, but you also have the Rock Tomb. You can basically guarantee a debuff. You can hang on to a Surf here.
Going for the more energy cost Rock Tomb rather than the Brutal Swing to debuff this Celio. It is locked in here. It cannot switch out to clear this debuff. Surf coming through, super effective, but is it enough to prevent this Runerigus from reaching a Brutal Swing? Let's see, oh, I don't think so. I think Runerigus is gonna get there, and Desync looks like he's gonna take down Richie on his way to day number 2.
Runerigus defying all odds, all the type disadvantages. We are swinging brutally. Shadow Claws down the Gyarados, and Desync makes it to day 2, winning Group L.
He's a bad man. Desync takes down Richie, and you see the two trainers, the great sportsmanship, hug it out. So much respect for one another, representing Chile. And I feel like today's been the day of the Chileans. We saw LJ, much success earlier. Ice Chris was in his winter final, and now Desync, also representing Chile, is trying to take this LATAM crown.
Man, these games are so close, I'm losing it. This is insane. So many battles that came down to the wire, so many close decisions in the end game. It's so funny to see all of those crucial decisions, never knowing if it was correct or not.
It's a wild weekend, and I'm here for it. We see the instant replay. Crunch, this was a pivotal part of the game early on. Richie, I think you see the head shake. Like, sometimes it's almost reactionary, like you go for the catch, but then you think about it like, oh, maybe I was better off just staying in and forcing this energy on my other Pokemon. Instead, it falls super effective to the Oranguru, puts it in a position where Desync can deal with it quite comfortably with his own. And although it was a positive matchup in the back, Gyarados against Runerigus, it was just the health had been damaged so much already that Runerigus once again able to sweep.
It feels like 90% of the charge attacks that are thrown in this tournament deal 30 to 35% HP. I think this is the average, maybe 25 to 30%. If you can prevent a charge attack of your opponent from dealing 60% to one of your most important Pokemon, do it.
And in this meta, we talk about these safe swap situations and how you can most effectively deal with it. Sometimes you swap in aggressively to make things uncomfortable with your opponent, where they have to swap something in behind energy. But this was a situation where Desync had a pretty clear answer. He had already landed the crunch. He could just swap in his own, and it made things relatively simple in such a complex meta to find his way to victory.
Complex meta indeed. However, someone who has solved the puzzle apparently is Desync, and we're going to hear it from him and Stephanie.
Thank you, Leonard. I am here with Desync, who perhaps has solved the puzzle in team building here. You just had some really interesting battles. How are you feeling?
Well, the battles themselves were a little bit kind of a blur for me right now. Like, if you ask me to tell you how I felt, I can describe that precisely. There's shaking all the way through. But if you ask me play by play right now, I can't tell you anything. I'm just very glad to be here though.
We are really glad to see you here. Tell me a little bit about your team construction, because normally when I think of you, I think of really spicy, interesting picks. This seems a little more tame from you. Tell me about building your team.
Well, when I added Medicham into my team, it was considered spicy. Togetic, it is, still I would consider that. But the options you had to build in this meta are very limited. So there's not much you can innovate. I did explore some options. One of those was Galarian Rapidash. I actually swept a practice tournament with it. It is a fun pick, but it's very dangerous.
All right, lots of fun and dangerous picks, but I agree. Sometimes that can be tough in a limited meta. Medicham, I think, really just got popular a couple days ago. And you are a very popular trainer. You have lots of fans and friends in the crowd. Do you have any quick shout outs?
I would like to shout out my teammates. I would like to shout out all the people, all the players from Chile who are here. And all the people back home, my locals, and my family, of course. I'm very glad to be here, very glad to make Big 2. And let's keep going.
We are excited to see where you go. Thank you for taking a few minutes to talk to me, Ricardo. Casters, we've got more battles on the way.
Thank you so much. Finally, we have been sitting here for a while, and I don't think we've had it yet. It is going to be US versus EU in the next one.
Little bit of friendly rivalry. Coming up next, going to be Sceptile Ice taking on Paulasha. Now, Paula, they call her the queen of PvP over in EU. She is so talented. She's won multiple regional titles. Sceptile has come very close. Had a runner-up finish in Toronto, I believe, to Elam. And he is still searching his first ever championship title. He had a nice run just this past weekend as well in Las Vegas, made top cut. So he is in good form, and he'll need it to take on Paula.
And honestly, in that second place finish of his, Elom was unstoppable at that time. Paulasha recently has top cut in Gdansk with a Gyarados.
Ooh.
And I think maybe she can transfer this to this meta.
Running Gyarados before it was cool. Paulasha now bringing it to this tournament as well. Any particular picks that stand out? I say not really. I'd say these are two of the more meta teams we've seen today. And we see the Matang on the side of Sceptile offering a nice check to that Oranguru Dugong core, and Medicham reappearing once again on both sides.
Medicham just appears to be one of the top 5 Pokemon now. This Pokemon has been super flexible for all of them, has almost always been used. Just in the beginning we thought we're going to see a lot of Dugong, Gyarados, Turtonator / Oranguru teams, but Medicham, every time it's been on a team, it kind of has been used as well.
I remember seeing that Furret plush for Paula at multiple tournaments. It seems to be to bring her good luck. We'll see if it can do it here against Sceptile Eisen. I think the past few matches we've seen, Leo, were you going to say something actually?
I was just going to say, do you know how hard Furret would go in this meta?
Oh my gosh, I don't want to think about it.
Oranguru, Runerigas, Gyarados, okay, but the other Pokemon Metang, crazy.
Good thing it's not allowed. Furret would be running rampant through this meta. Despite how cute it is, it would be a powerhouse. I was going to say, well, another Pokemon it would run through, Runerigas, has just been so impressive to me in the last few matches. I feel like it's been the MVP, you could argue, today. And that's a big statement. I mean, we've seen Pokemon like Oranguru, Medicham doing so well, but that Runerigas is definitely in the conversation for that MVP pick.
Yeah, it also profits a lot of players who really know what they're doing, from players who have prepared a lot with it, know the exact damage ranges that they want to have, which is also like a statement that is true for most of the Pokemon in this meta, because we've seen so many games 1-on-1 to 5% HP.
Absolutely, and knowing, right, like whether a Brutal Swing will knock out from that range or not can be so critical. Here we go. Tough lead for Sceptile, game number 1. Medicham against the Dugong. Immediate swap into Oranguru, and no obvious answer for Paula. Now, keep in mind the timing here. Paula, knowing the one-turn swap, can throw after 6 Cycle Cuts, maximizing that energy. Gonna throw the Dynamic Punch. It's let go by Sceptile, and Paula is going to now swap in the red Gyarados.
Yep, landing a Dynamic Punch is huge. It is one of the hardest hitting charge attacks in this meta, especially against an Oranguru. It's even better versus Dugong. That's why Paulasha is trying to keep the switch here. But now the Trailblaze connected. Aqua Tail is going to go through, but it lets a free Confusion through.
And Sceptile recognizes it, feels like it's worth investing in the Oranguru. He's gonna have to throw here to avoid another Aqua Tail, and oh, you've got so much energy. It's hard to let this go to waste if you're Sceptile. So he's gonna double Protect Shield his Oranguru, which is boosted and has a lot of energy.
Maybe this was just baiting out 2 shields there with this one sneak through. Now a Brutal Swing is being thrown here. I think at this point you are in range for an Ice Punch. But can Paulasha sweep the game with the Runerigas in the back?
Yeah, Sceptile knows he has to throw immediately. Otherwise, an Ice Punch could come through from the Medicham. So throws the Brutal Swing, is only 1 away, I believe, from another. So yeah, gonna save the Oranguru and force some energy here from the Medicham. Paula opting to throw the Dynamic Punch here, as we talked about, doing slightly more damage, and now throws in the Runerigas, but has 2 shields to hide behind.
Runerigas is looking so good here. Shields ahead, 2 shields is crazy talk. I think you can bring the Gyarados safely into a Brutal Swing range here to knock it out. Shadow Claw dealing a lot of damage as well. Runerigas, of course, it has a type semi-disadvantage. Oh, actually lets a second Aqua Tail be used here. Maybe this would have also not knocked out with a Brutal Swing. So over-farming the maximum amount of energy. You know that there is not a lot of energy on that Dugong, can't be, but the Oranguru, does it have a charge attack?
It's 1 Confusion away, I believe. So this is not clear-cut by any means. Still has to get through an entire Dugong for Paula. And the Dugong plus the Oranguru, that's a lot of bulk, a lot of health to deal with. Is going to be able to land the Rock Tomb here. And the Switch Clock should be available if Paula wanted to aggressively swap in the Medicham, but is not going to do that. Is going to stay in here. Going to look to maybe just simply get to another Rock Tomb. And we're going to see Paula go for it, and I think this should be enough to knock out the Dugong.
Yep, this is going to take out Dugong. Super effective damage from that rock tomb. The Medicham is still in the back. Can the Medicham actually also get to another charge attack here? Sceptile Ice is going to throw this Brutal Swing. 2 more confusions to the next Brutal Swing. Paulasha is going to have to find a way to knock this Oranguru out, because I don't think that you can farm it down ever. I think we're going to go to a charge attack priority event. Is this Medicham of high attack? No! Actually outpaces here.
Great awareness from Paula, understanding that the Oranguru was on its 3 confusion cycle, gets to the Ice Punch first, and that was too close for comfort. But a great win for Paula, game number 1.
Again, 1 HP.
1 HP, maybe 2 actually.
Yeah, all right. I'll give you 2 HP there. The confusion not quite doing enough. Another one would have definitely knocked out, but the Ice Punch was enough in the end there. 2 shield Runerigas against that backline that looked nasty.
It looked like Sceptile thought that he might be able to survive that Rock Tomb with the Runerigas. Seemed really disappointed once it did indeed knock out. It was definitely close, but Paul able to find a win. But I mean, credit to Sceptile, right? He led Dugong into Medicham, one of the worst possible leads, and it came down to just a matter of a few HP in the end.
Definitely. I mean, there's so many ways in this meta to prevent losing to a negative lead, right? There are so many good save spots that you can use against the different teams. Oranguru is one of them, but getting connected with a dynamic punch early in the game, that is going to prove costly in the end most of the time.
I like to say going down to protect shields, don't try this at home, kid. It's usually not a good idea. It's usually not safe. But in this scenario, it seemed like the right play for Sceptile, as he went down to protect shields, but he had nearly 100 energy on a boosted Oranguru. It went very far, and then was able to make things really uncomfortable for Paula in the end. But Paula just able to find the win condition. So a really close game number 1. Sceptile, such an impressive player. I know he's friends with one of our co-casters, Homeslice Henry, who's a really talented player himself. So they're probably strategizing together. Sceptile trying to find a way here to come back against Paula.
Paula is looking strong here, so no easy opponent to overcome in the end there. Gyarados. Gyarados has been used by Paula before with the Shadow version. This time it is the shiny Gyarados that has been proving well. Using 2 shields there. No, actually the Runerigas had the 2 shields. But still, I've seen so many players go down 2 shields in this format so far. I don't even think it's most of the time the wrong choice, right? It feels counterintuitive, but if you have the chance to shield up some attack that deals a lot of damage, you kind of have to do it, even if that means that you're going down 2 shields.
And here we go, a more favorable lead for Sceptile in game number 2. Can he take advantage? Gyarados into the Medicham. We talked about how Medicham can win the 0 shield scenario here, but I still think you'd prefer to be the Gyarados, and throwing that Aqua Tail, doing some chip damage against the bulky Medicham. Paula going to be electing to throw the Ice Punches here instead of the Dynamic Punch.
If you throw the Ice Punch and you land a Dynamic Punch afterwards, you are going to be able to farm down the Gyarados and leave with a full Ice Punch in many scenarios, depending on the appraisal of these Pokemon.
Another Aqua Tail unleashed from Sceptile. Ice. Gyarados is one of those Pokemon that is just so fast, puts on the pressure, and he's, I think tried to catch a potential charge attack on the Medicham, but Paula electing to use this energy here. Maybe a little bit of a peculiar decision. Does she have an obvious response in the back? I guess the Gyarados as well would be the preferred response, and banks an Ice Punch in the process on her Medicham.
Well, now chipping with an Ice Punch on the Medicham, I think, switches this matchup entirely. Gyarados already incredibly dominating then. I think maybe with a crunch you can put your opponent in farm down range. Actually, does not really look like it. Going to throw an Aqua Tail anyways.
Going for the Aqua Tail. This will connect onto the bulky Medicham. Sceptile Ice has quite a bit of energy already, throwing for the Dynamic Punch now, and Paula faced with a decision. Do you let this go through? It would put this Gyarados very low, so she is going to invest and should be able to outpace this Medicham to the next charge attack. Does Sceptile go for a catch attempt this time? No, he does not. Aqua Tail coming through, and this would knock out the Medicham from this range. Sceptile going to allow it to connect.
Paula valuing that red Gyarados here. Lance would be proud of her. Oranguru coming in. Oranguru is in a good range to farm something down here. Has shield advantage. This is where it likes to be. Dealing confusion damage to knock something out, and then later on being incredibly spammy with those brutal swings or with Trailblaze even.
Settling for just the Aqua Tail there. Sceptile Ice puts up the Protect Shield, and now we have the Oranguru Mirror. Surprisingly, I feel like we haven't seen this matchup all that often today. The Oranguru Mirror, we talked about it. And first Brutal Swing connects. We see Paula is locked in. Sceptile Ice is not. He can freely swap out the Gyarados when he sees fit. Brutal Swing coming through onto his Oranguru.
Double Brutal Swing, by the way, is not enough to knock out an Oranguru together with the Confusions. Trailblaze plus Brutal Swing is, however, together with Confusions, enough to knock out. But both trainers deciding to go for those Brutal Swings. Paulasha is at 1.5. Won't feign to the next Confusion, but Sceptile Ice might still decide to Protect Shield it.
Puts up his final Protect Shield here. We see the aggressive swap. Oh, and has the Ice Punch. Could have opted for the Dynamic Punch, though, and I don't think this is enough. This could be a slight miscue from Paula. Let's see. Ice Punch doesn't quite do enough, but at least forces Sceptile to expend the Brutal Swing here.
Yep, and now this Oranguru is in a farm down range for the Gyarados, forces Sceptile Ice to switch after this, so basically losing one turn, but probably still enough to farm down this Gyarados. Farms the Gyarados of Paulasha, and now there's only the Oranguru with 1 HP. Sceptile Ice ties it up.
And I don't know, thinking about it, if that Dynamic Punch would have made much difference at all. Would Sceptile Ice's Gyarados just end up Dragon Breathing everything down in the same extent? I think it might have not made much of a difference there. Maybe Paula was actually going for that to get more energy onto her own Gyarados, so that might have been a calculated Ice Punch instead of a miscue like we called. I got to give more credit to Paula there. She wouldn't misplay.
Yeah, exactly. But maybe this Medicham was also, I don't really remember how much HP it was at, but I don't think it was too much to withstand too many Dragon Breath, because Dragon Breath, ever since it changed, it is a lot more energy heavy and less damage heavy. It's not as easy to farm down Pokemon anymore.
Absolutely. And we take a look at the instant replay. Oh, both these games just so down to the wire. Paulasha was able to utilize that good lead game number 1, find the win. Sceptile had the favorable lead game number 2. Gyarados into Medicham and takes this one. And it's going to come down to a decisive game 3. Of course, in these tournaments, staying on the winner's side of the bracket is all the more beneficial. It's less games in your path to try and get to those potential winners finals, grand finals. When you go to the loser side, you gotta fight and claw your way through more matches. So this particular game will mean a lot for who's able to stay on the winner's side for the time being.
And when you're in the grand finals on the winner's side, there is usually, unless you have a terrible matchup, usually it's the player coming out on top who is coming from the winner's side. Usually.
Yes. Well, that's actually not. Last year in NA, we had a streak where I think there was only like 2 players all season that actually won from the winner's side. But enough of that. I'm being technical. Here we go. Red Gyarados into Oranguru, and Crunch is going to be unleashed. We saw it connect before. Sceptile Ice allowing it to connect this time, and Trailblaze coming from this Oranguru. Paula is also going to let this connect.
So her plan is to just go for an Aqua Tail here, being on very low HP or forcing out a Protect Shield, throwing after 6 Dragon Breath, so just so that this does not connect. Might be a sacrificial catch later on. Actually shields up, farms down the Gyarados here, and is met by the Oranguru of Paulasha.
This is a nasty potential farm down for Paulasha. I think Sceptile Ice will feint to the next Confusion, so he may elect to pivot here and not allow Paula that little extra farm. Exactly. Not giving any extra room, not giving any extra inch of advantage to this Oranguru, and it's going for the Trailblaze. Going to start ramping up that attack.
But that Trailblaze boosted Brutal Swing that did so much that the Dynamic Punch is actually the knockout range now. Oh, Sceptile Ice knows that's very well aware, goes for an Ice Punch bait just to save a little bit of energy.
Risky play, but I think it's going to pay off here. Nice bait from Sceptile Ice, and Paulasha building up to the Trailblaze, but going for the Brutal Swing here. Boosted is this Oranguru, and ooh, no shield from Sceptile. And we see the immediate pivot into Medicham. Oh man, but this is a tough farm down for Medicham.
Yeah, I don't even think you want to farm down, but it's just so much better to take this energy on the Medicham Ice Punch. It is neutral, but it is not same type attack bonus boosted, and it's more of a coverage attack. Now another Ice Punch is being thrown. This Medicham is vomiting out the energy here. going to throw that Ice Punch. It's not going to do too much damage, but then there is still the Gyarados on the side of Sceptile Ice, actually trying to go for another one here.
Lots of energy on Paula's Medicham. Oh, but allows another Ice Punch and doesn't look pleased with that play and uses the final Protect Shield here. Has so much energy, but there is still a shield behind this Gyarados, and Gyarados can easily take one charge attack.
Peekaboo. I can see a peekaboo play. No, was too late with it. The Ice Punch is going to connect here. Gyarados is going to be hit with the first Ice Punch, but it still also has a Protect Shield to hide behind.
Did one Dragon Breath there before attempting the catch, and another charge attack coming through from Paula. Things starting to get a little bit dicey for Sceptile. Lets another one go through. Doesn't feel like he's in risk of getting farmed down just yet. Oh, swaps into the Oranguru. Gets a confusion, but this allows a sizable overrun. Oh, and the catch on the Oranguru.
The catch from Sceptile Ice, voiding this energy from Paulasha. No amount of no charge is going to get you out of this situation, but this Gyarados doesn't want to take any more damage. Throws this Aqua Tail. Is another Aqua Tail going to be enough to take out the Medicham from Paulasha, or is she going to get a Psycho Cut down?
I think you can even reach the crunch if you're Sceptile, and this is surely gonna be enough. Paula knows it. The shake of the head for her, the nod of the head for Sceptile Ice, and he's gonna knock out the Medicham, securing his trip to day number 2.
Congratulations, Sceptile Ice. What a match. Had the option for a sacrificial catch in the end. And Paulasha needed to connect 4 charge attacks. That is 4 chances to catch something. At some point it has to work, right?
That was, yeah, that was a nasty catch from Sceptile, and we saw Paula opt for that huge farm down attempt on the Medicham, but in the end, I think just took too much damage. Would have been better off potentially maybe getting rid of it earlier and saving some of that health on her Medicham, but Sceptile Ice, all the credit. I mean, what a catch in the end game, and staying composed and locked in after falling in game number 1. He made things look relatively convincing there in that final game.
Yeah, knowing exactly when to play. But we again see the player going down shields, losing in the end, even though that was not always the case in this tournament. But there it is, the most important catch there. I feel like it was the riskiest to catch versus Oranguru in the end there.
Even if the catch is unsuccessful, the Gyarados already on the Aqua Tail, but yeah, maybe it would have been forced to throw right away, right? So that was definitely a risky play potentially, but it paid off, and sometimes that's what you gotta do. Against a player the caliber of Paula, sometimes you gotta make those risks. You gotta risk it for the biscuit, as they say, and Sceptile was able to do so in taking that win.
Paula, another previous special championship champion there from Turin in the 2024 season, I believe. Sceptile decrowning here, making it to day 2 on the winner's side of the bracket. He has been on a run recently.
Absolutely, and he's been on a run. We saw some meta teams there. We saw some people with some spicy picks, and they were cooking. Speaking of which, we're gonna toss to a break and get some taste of what's in store later. We'll be right back with you.
Welcome, trainers, to What's Cooking in Brazil here at the LAIC 2026 in Sao Paulo. We are hungry, and because of the hot weather, we want to stay refreshed, so we're making a Pokeball. Get it?
Yeah.
All right, perfect. So we have multiple ingredients. We want to put together a Pokemon team fitting the LAIC meta. So each of those ingredients resemble a Pokemon from the LAIC meta. So I think, Phoebe, why don't you just start us off with your first pick?
Well, you need a good base of the team, and nothing says a good base of a team for the LAIC meta than Oranguru. You know, a little bit plain, like yogurt.
But that's a very, very good choice. That definitely looks good already. Stephanie, what's your pick?
Well, when I think of strawberries, they are super sweet, kind of like honey. And when I think of honey, I think of Vespiquen. It is a really underrated and unexpected pick in the LAIC meta.
All right, I'm a bit skeptical of strawberries being Vespiquen. I think I might need to try one here. Let me just scooch right in here. Yeah, I can see it. I can see it. All right. Chris, what do you prefer, rice or fries?
It's rice. No fries here, only fruit. We're staying healthy. And I'm going with the mango, tropical, fun, warm weather, parrot, toucan, Toucanon. That's the first pick here. Toucanon, watch out. Shout out Z's Wireless.
Right, mango, I love it. Have you ever heard a man go brrrah? Probably didn't. Bryce, what's your second pick?
Second pick, I'm going in for the pineapple. When you think of pineapple, you think of Under the Sea. Unique, doesn't get the love it deserves. Overshadowed by, I don't know, what is it gets overshadowed by? We're going with Slowbro. Slowbro, overshadowed by Oranguru, and that leaves a sour taste in my mouth, so we're going with the pineapple.
All right, rocky road, but we got there in the end. Okay, Stephanie, your final pick for our Pokeball, what is it going to be?
Well, you want to be able to get fiber in this bowl. You want to have some energy. And a Pokemon that generates a ton of energy in the meta is Bronzong, now with Metal Sound. So I'm going to add Granola for Bronzong.
All right, Bronzong, really, really strong Pokemon. Just make sure that it doesn't get aligned to a Turtonator. The Granola looks kind of good here, actually. All right, we're going to finish this off. Phoebe, what is your last pick for a bowl?
Well, of course, it has to be something that your opponents are not going to expect. And that Pokemon, of course, is Glalie. And what fruit that you wouldn't expect to be in a smoothie? Grapes, of course. And an unexpected utensil as well.
All right, we're going in there. I can actually see the Glalie. Maybe some ice around the grape, and then you have the Glalie. All right, we got there. Oh, this one is going to make an impact, let me tell you that. All right, trainers, this looks really good. But now that we have everything in, it still looks a little light. So let's just throw some more stuff in there, right? This is looking much better. All right, everyone. Now that we have got it, we can go back to the broadcast and we're going to dig in.
My name is Marto Galde and I'm from Argentina. If I won the World Championship, I will call my family. They would be so proud of me. It would be unbelievable. My favorite Pokemon changes from time to time. Right now, I like Grookey a lot. It's my favorite starter, and I haven't even played the Galar game. The furthest I ever traveled to a Pokemon tournament was Worlds 2022 in London. The experience for me was mind-blowing because I got fifth in the world, and it was not something I didn't expect, and it made me so happy. In this moment, I look up to Colin Six a lot because I feel like he's one of the best players in the world, if not the best, and I feel like he's way ahead of a lot of players. So I like to stay up a little late. Sometimes when you play video games, it is like that. So when I'm competing, I like to eat healthy stuff because if not, the stomach might be a bit bad. But my favorite food is burgers. I don't recommend to eat them in a tournament though. It would probably be Grookey. It's just so fun and goofy. I love it.
All right, Pokemon trainers, welcome back to the 2026 LAIC Championships in Sao Paulo. I just want to, provide a little bit of a response to Leo there. Yes, I have heard a man go brrrah, and it was you during that segment.
That was so much fun. I love how it's almost a tradition at this point at the internationals, at regionals, to have something involving food, to see what is cooking in the meta. And what's cooking right now is a lot of Oranguru. Gyarados is really cooking right now. Let's see. I am excited to see what the upcoming trainers have on their teams that they are cooking with today.
Unfortunately for me, the Pokemon that was unexpected, Glalie, has not really made much of an appearance here in Sao Paulo, but we have two trainers up on stage that are making an appearance for themselves. On the left, we have Javier, and on the right, we have none other than former world champion, former two-time NAIC champion, and former multiple regional champion, It's Axon.
It's Axon has such a dedicated fan base. There are so many trainers that tune in to watch, just to watch It's Axon. So be sure that you are paying attention here because It's Axon always puts on a show, and I'm sure he is thrilled to have one of his favorite Pokemon back in the meta. A little bit unexpected. I was talking to, when I was interviewing Ricardo, when he put Metacham on his team, it was Spice. However, now I think everybody a lot of trainers kind of picked up on on Medicham just a couple of days before the tournament started.
Yeah, Axon, definitely a master of Medicham, used it to get his own World Championship victory in Yokohama. And we're gonna see how much he likes that Pokemon here in LAIC. His opponent, unfortunately, does not have a Medicham of his own, but he does have some decent answers for it. With that Psycho Cut Fast Attack, it's going to be having a little bit of a worse matchup into that Bronzong. Of course, Altaria is kind of a neutralist matchup, right? You have double super effective Ice Punches, but the Altaria does have access to same type attack bonus, super effective Sky Attacks.
Yeah. I would really consider its Axon to be a master of that Medicham. He knows how to use it, whether it was back in the day with Counter or using Psycho Cut now. This is a trainer who really puts in the practice, puts in the work to put on a good performance here at LAIC. But I am not counting out Javier. Javier has really good Pokemon on his team as well. Opting for the Turtonator using Incinerate, that slower, heavier fast attack, rather than the Ember. What I am most interested to see is when we get to the end of the tournament, if there are Turtonator on the team, which Turtonator reigns supreme? Is it going to be Incinerate or is it going to be Ember?
We're definitely going to have to get that usage stat from our production team. The trainers are taking a few more minutes to lock in their teams, and it is going to be a very typical move from Axon. Best buddied Gyarados versus a mirror Gyarados. Have to see which trainer opts for charge attack tie here. Looks like Javier going for an extra Dragon Breath here. It's kind of a 50-50, right? Would you rather hide that your Gyarados is high attack and is going to win the charge attack tie, or would you rather launch the Crunch first and potentially get a impactful defense drop?
And you predicted it. The defense dropped. That is huge and can potentially swing this match. We do see a quick swap out now of the Oranguru, and I think I heard that defense fall again. I think, what is the chance of a defense drop from Crunch?
It's definitely not 100% like we're seeing it here. I believe it's around 20%. We're going to see a counter swap into Medicham, and you're bringing a fighting type into a psychic type, but it is also a normal type into a fighting type. So this is a pretty neutral matchup. Oranguru going for the Trailblaze here, going to do good damage and going to ramp up that attack stat so these confusions add up even more.
We are seeing the slow, heavy confusion start to chip away at Medicham, but Medicham is able to ramp up energy really quickly with Psycho Cut to be able to deliver neutral dynamic punch. Trailblaze allows Oranguru not just to deal a good significant amount of neutral damage, but also ramp up its attack. These trainers are playing out this initial matchup to try to set up their backline Pokemon for the most success possible. Medicham able to just barely hang on to knock out the Oranguru, hopefully setting this Dugong up for success, and it's going to have to do a lot of work to be able to take out both this Turtonator and the Gyarados lurking in the back.
Yeah, it's Axon's Gyarados has a little bit more health remaining. In comes the first charge attack from the Turtonator. This is not going to be the same type attack bonus Dragon Claw, just a Brutal Swing. Gets shielded up. First Icy Wind is loaded to 3 fast attacks going for the Drill Run before the Dragon Claw is loaded, and now Javier needs to make a decision. Do I think this is the super effective Drill Run or just an Icy Wind?
Correctly calls that it is the super effective Drill Run. Look how much energy Javier has on this Turtonator, but it's going to have to hang on past this Drill Run to use it.
I was going to say, I don't really care for how Javier's played that out, going for the extra fast attack. However, he does have his switch clock up before its Axon does. Crunch coming through, I don't think it's going to be enough to knock out. However, that Turtonator is loaded with energy.
And the Gyarados hangs on with just a little bit of HP, throwing just 2 Dragon Breaths before knocked out. And there is the Turtonator throwing the Brutal Swing to KO this Dugong. Turtonator is hanging on. I believe it's the only Pokemon for Javier remaining. So it's got to get through this Gyarados and the Medicham over on the other side.
I think Brutal Swing isn't going to be enough to pick up the knockout, and it might get farmed down. There was energy for a Dragon Claw there, and its Axon is going to take that game. The difficult thing for Javier in that endgame scenario is that Medicham was still in the back for its Axon, so if he had energy, he might have had the ability to reach an Ice Punch, given that Javier's Turtonator is on Incinerate as opposed to Ember, so the damage from the Medicham would have been able to apply 2 fast attacks before a charge, or before the Incinerate damage lands.
It's Axon claims an early game victory up against Javier, setting himself up. He only needs to win one more game to lock in his position in day number 2. The pressure is on. It's on for It's Axon, and it's on for Javier. If he loses again, he is down to the loser side of the bracket, and it is tougher. It is a tough road down there.
On the bright side for him, whoever loses here only needs to win one match on the loser side in order to make it to day 2. However, if you want to go in from the loser side of the bracket on day 2, that is a long journey in order to try to make it into losers finals for day 3.
Trainers are locking in and getting ready to go. I'm starting to see, you can tell that when the trainers have locked in because they've started to tap their phones. You can kind of peek that on the stream. You can see, It's Axon already tapping his phone. He's ready to go the second that Javier has locked in his team. And now we can see Javier doing the taps as well.
Yeah, Javier has clearly just locked in, and we're going into the match. It's Gyarados versus Metang. Metang's going to be able to get off some good neutral damage with his Psy Shock, but Gyarados can answer with a super effective Crunch. We'll see if It's Axon decides to stay in or immediately pivot into his own Gyarados. I like this a lot. Crunch is only neutral here, and Gyarados can easily survive one.
Yeah, Gyarados can handle one Crunch, no problem. It's the second one that poses quite a bit of issues. And you'll always notice with It's Axon, he does his best to best buddy all the Pokemon that he can before bringing it into a tournament. So you're going to see that Gyarados, you're definitely going to see a Medicham with a best buddy symbol right on its chest.
You know, that shows a lot of dedication from It's Axon to his Pokemon, but it also shows something else which is very peculiar. It means that he knows what his team is a long time out, so he must be very confident in his meta reads, and frankly, he has done quite well to make it all the way to this point. In comes Metang, going to be answered by that Turtonator, and that is immediately answered by a swap back into Medicham.
Ooh, this Medicham's not a best buddy quite yet. So maybe using a different Medicham than the one that he had used previously in other tournaments.
Right, I don't think that Medicham makes a ton of sense because it was more attack weighted for a little bit extra damage with those counters, but because this Medicham is running a Psycho Cut fast attack, it's not going to need that extra damage from counter. Dynamic Punch getting shielded, going to make another one before another charge attack is reached by Javier.
Medicham going for that Dynamic Punch, trying to get some heavy damage in, but it's going to bounce right back off against that Protect Shield. Turtonator has a lot of energy and is going to be able to start launching Dragon Claws. Dragon Claw used to be an attack that you could no shield, no problem. It was something quick that you could get to, but didn't do a ton of damage. But look at how much damage Dragon Claw does now.
Ooh, a bit of an interesting play there from It's Axon. He waited a turn before throwing his fast attacks to try to predict an immediate swap. And what this means is that, I actually thought that was a charge attack tie, excuse me. We see the Brutal Swing come in now, going to do super effective damage to this Metang, shielded up, given that the charge attacks from the Turtonator are going to be a little bit less threatening.
Metang stands strong. It's got quite a bit of energy, but it has to be able to deal with this Brutal Swing and knock out the Turtonator. That's a big ask for this Metang.
Psyshock coming through right before the next Brutal Swing is available. I don't know if there's enough energy from It's Axon to reach 2, but there is energy on his Medicham.
But he's stuck, though. The Medicham, he can't switch out to it in time, so all of this energy from this Metang is going to go to waste.
Brutal Swing going to be enough to pick up the knockout. Will the... Oh, actually, no. The Medicham is energy dry. I was incorrect, and It's Axon just does not have enough left in the tank in order to secure victory here. Javier is going to claim victory and tie the scores at 1-1.
Swinging the momentum back in his favor, Javier stuck with the exact same team of 3. He's using Turtonator, Gyarados, and Oranguru, 3 of the most popular Pokemon that are being used this weekend here at LAIC. It's Axon pivoted a little bit after his first win, bringing the Metang in, but it didn't get to have as much of an impact as maybe It's Axon wanted. The Metang ended up being knocked out with a bunch of energy loaded on it.
Yeah, a bit of an unfortunate scenario where he just doesn't have enough time to reach a second Psyshock there. The fast attack damage from the Turtonator was just adding up too quickly. We see the catch onto the Oranguru here. Maybe It's Axon could have I don't know. I think the catch was super impactful because he needed that energy to go into the Turtonator as opposed to the Oranguru, because he could just farm down the Oranguru with his Matang. So the catch, I think, was incredibly impactful for Javier in order to win that match.
Now these trainers are 1-1. We are going to be coming up to a decisive game number 3. Javier coming here from Mexico, trying to keep the LAIC trophy secured here in the LATAM region. But if anyone can put a stop to that, I think we have a lot of great trainers coming in from both North America and coming in from EU who could potentially take that trophy away.
We are ready for our game number 3 between these two trainers. Who will make it into day number 2? It's Oranguru versus Turtonator.
And these two Pokemon, because Javier elected to run Turtonator using Incinerate, we're going to see 2 Pokemon that have very heavy, slow attacks. What is the timing even look like when you're going a 5-turn into a 4-turn?
So it's really great for the Turtonator the first cycle around. You throw 3 Incinerates to throw at 15, which is 1 before the 16 of 4 Confusions. However, every time afterwards, it's a little bit awkward. We see Javier opting to throw immediately here, which allows its Axon to get 1 Confusion through for free, because had Javier opted for an Incinerate, Axon could have just thrown 1 Confusion and then a Brutal Swing in order to deny the good timing from Javier there.
Oranguru going for the Brutal Swing. Will its Axon claim switch advantage early? He does, but we have been seeing trainers make those aggressive swaps. It looks like no, instead leaving the Oranguru in, doing a little bit of Brutal Swing damage. This actually pulls a Protect Shield away from Javier, which is really, really valuable to bring the shields back down to parity.
Yeah, I might have expected its Axon to go for the Trailblaze there, given it's a little bit more damage. However, still pulls the shield, so I got to imagine he's happy with that. Shielding up the Crunch is going to be the most damaging move remaining. However, there is the defense drop, so I'll take that back. Maybe another Crunch would do more damage at this point.
I've been waiting for Javier to swap in that Oranguru, because its Axon swapped out pretty quickly with his Oranguru into the Gyarados, but Javier had his switch timer available. Now the switch clocks are misaligned. Its Axon has a Medicham fully ready to go in the bag. And Medicham, we know, one of his favorite Pokemon. It might not be the Medicham, the one that has won him so many tournaments prior, the one he's so used to using. Look at that Gyarados health, Nick. That Gyarados hung on just by a little bit to be able to do that knockout. And now we have Medicham versus Gyarados in the Zero Shield scenario. We know Medicham can win this scenario, however, Gyarados came in with so much energy.
And really importantly, we saw Javier shield this first Crunch and not the second. So the debuff came through, which allowed that second Crunch to do so much more damage. Dynamic Punch now landing on the Gyarados, going to almost pick up the knockout. Not quite enough yet. I think a Crunch is going to be close, but actually opting for an Aqua Tail, maybe trying to reach 2 here in order to secure the knockout, because Crunch might not just be enough.
Yeah, Crunch would be really close, but not quite. There's Aqua Tail. Can it get to another? It cannot. Medicham, its Axon, staying in with his favorite Pokemon, winning here in the Group and Winners Finals. Its Axon, we will see you tomorrow in day number 2.
It is not quite over for Javier yet. He does have one more potential match today to play. Not even a potential match. He has one more match to play in the loser's side of the bracket, where he will face off against another trainer.
Thank you. And we are so excited to see how much farther its Axon can go tomorrow, if Javier can hang on. But there are so many other great trainers we are going to be seeing. I'll talk about them when we come back from this replay.
Yeah, and I really want to call out again this interesting play from Javier. He shielded the first Crunch, which means the second one just does a little bit more damage, and it meant that he was unable to make a second charged attack there. We see the Dynamic Punch coming through, doing just enough damage so that its Axon could get the full farm down before 2 Aqua Tails are reached. Don't think Crunch is enough damage, given it is just neutral into that Medicham, and it is not same type attack bonus.
I love how its Axon brought the Medicham every single game. He also brought the Gyarados every single game. He used them as a core, as a team. You can run your favorite Pokemon, and just like its Axon does its Medicham, but it's not the only thing that you're bringing in your line of 3. You have to pair it with something that is going to complement it, right? Medicham works so well with Gyarados because Medicham is really bulky, where Gyarados isn't, but it can output a lot of charge attack damage, and Gyarados has a lot of fast attack pressure as well with Dragon Breath. We've seen Medicham with Psycho Cut has 0 fast attack pressure. I don't even care if it's super effective. There is no fast attack pressure coming in from Medicham.
Has a tiny bit. It got the farm down in that game number 3, just barely though.
A little bit, but in general, when you're looking to pair Pokemon together, you're not looking for that little tiny opportunity. You're looking for, in general, how the Pokemon complement each other. If you're gonna have chocolate, you gotta have peanut butter with it. You're looking for those nice pairings.
And you know what breaks up peanut butter and chocolate? Alolan Raichu, right? Raichu is going to be really good into Gyarados, and it's going to be really good into the Medicham as well, but have we seen a single Alolan Raichu today?
I don't think we have, and that's a Pokemon I would love to see more of. Maybe its Axon can tell us why is there no Alolan Raichu, its Axon on your team? Rise, go ahead and take away with the interview.
Thanks, guys. Before we get to that, I'm here with 2023 World Champion, it's Axon. Before you were World Champion, you were known as Mr. Top Cut, and now you add another Top Cut to the resume. Just take me through how you're feeling right now, Axon, and how you're feeling about this meta as well.
Yeah, I'm feeling pretty good. I just was at Vegas last week, so, I was able to top cut there. I'm top cutting here, which is awesome too. And I think, this meta is really cool. The best thing about it, though, is Medicham's back.
Yes, I have to ask you about the signature pick. I saw on social media said Medicham is coming to LAIC. Sometimes we get trolled. Sometimes you'll have a Beelzebub moment. He says Mew's coming when he really just means the plush. But no, you meant the real deal. You're bringing the Medicham. How are you feeling about the Medicham and that pick in this meta?
Yeah, so the last time I brought Medicham to a tournament, it was my worst tournament ever. I think I went like 1-2. It was NAIC 2024, I think. I don't know, it was one of the NAICs. Anyway, I'm happy that it's good again, because honestly, it's one of my favorite Pokemon from back in the day. It's got so much bulk to it. It's really spammy now that you're using Psycho Cut rather than Counter. And Dynamic Punch, which got buffed a couple of seasons back too. Everything about it, it really feels right in this meta.
Absolutely, and it's always fun using Pokemon that you could say is your signature, right? How was your team building going into this? A brand new format, right? Limited meta for the first time. What was kind of your preparation like going into this?
Yeah, so I was actually mainly focused on Las Vegas preparations because I kind of knew what team I was going to run here for a long time. The meta's pretty small. There's not a lot of spice picks that you can use. Medicham was actually kind of a last-minute addition. I didn't think it was going to be that good, but then actually Inadequance, a fellow caster and competitor, he ended up recommending Medicham like a month ago. I was like, dude, you're crazy. But then I started using it, and I'm like, wait a second, maybe I should use this. So I had the team mostly locked in for a while now, and this meta is a lot of neutral play, so it's just going to come down to, I guess, day 2 who can play better.
All right, thank you so much, Axon, for your insight. We're going to send it back to the casters.
Thank you, Chris, for that interview with It's Axon. I love It's Axon's point at the very end. So it seems a little obvious, right? Whoever plays better in day 2 is gonna win. However, I think that's really something that speaks to this LAIC meta specifically. I was talking to some trainers backstage, and this meta, because it's so condensed and because it's so neutral, it really does come down to who practiced more, who knows their matchups a little bit better, because you can't rely on maybe a surprise spice pick kind of coming through and sweeping. This really comes down to a lot of discipline, and I've noticed this seems to be a really fun matchup to play, a really fun meta to play in.
And I really like that it's coming from Axon himself, right? Former world champion. A little bit of a red flag for his opponents, the Bulls, right? Saying, hey, I'm here. You're going to have to beat me by playing better than me. And he's world class. He's a world champion, so that's got to be really hard to do.
I remember when he won his first international tournament and just thinking about this man is a calculator. He is a machine. He knows his stuff better than anybody else. But here are some trainers who are going to have to, if they want to get to the top, they have to go through trainers like It's Axon. We have Stud Muffins versus Bruno. We see Stud Muffins quite a bit in the North American circuit, is a trainer that is certainly not unfamiliar with the stage. Bruno a little bit less so.
Yeah, I think Stud Muffins had a fairly good run at LAIC last year as well. So in addition to the North American stage, I think he's had a good presence on the global stage as well. Looking a little bit into these teams, we have another Metacham on the side for Stud Muffins, but on the other side, for Bruno, we do have a Gudra as well as a Bronzong, so we'll have to see how those two Pokemon pair into that Metacham.
I do want to call out that we have seen Bruno before. I believe he played in Rio de Janeiro last season and had quite a good performance. I believe took 13th or tied for 13th. So definitely a trainer with a lot of potential. We just haven't seen them a lot. And sometimes that can be all it takes, coming in, being a little bit unknown. Maybe the Pokemon aren't unknown, but you as a trainer, a little bit of an unknown quantity.
Yeah, and that X factor that certain trainers have here, I think, is very key to trying to push their way through the well-established trainers that are in front of them. I think we had someone earlier that was that made their way to day 2 in their very first tournament ever, and to do that at an international competition is quite the feat. The international competitions have so many more players than the regional levels, and they almost always bring the best players out as well.
Yeah, just to put that into context, we're in Group O. How many times do we have Group letter O?
Oh my gosh. Oh. So many times. No, I'm just kidding. Not very much. I think basically only at the international competitions.
Yeah, internationals and worlds probably. Do we have this many trainers competing all at once? It is a wide stage. But it is also a stacked stage with incredible trainers out there. Stud Muffins team relying on that Metacham. I would say at Metacham and Metang being a little bit more of the interesting picks. Bruno having Bronzong, having Runerigus, having Gudra, a few more slightly off meta picks. But if you know those picks really well and your opponent doesn't, that can play really well to your advantage.
And I want to reiterate how different this meta is from the standard Open Great League. Now, Stud Muffins was able to make it into top 16 at last year's LAIC. His team was Ariados, Clodsire, Shadow for Alligator, Moltres. You know, none of those Pokemon are on his team now, and it goes to show that in order to play this meta at the top level, you have to be comfortable with Pokemon that maybe you haven't played all that much before. Maybe you've only had practice for the tournament itself, and I think the trainers that are able to do that are going to be able to excel the best here in Sao Paulo.
Which Pokemon is going to excel in this opening matchup? We've got Gyarados, we've got Oranguru. Oranguru utilizing Confusion to start breaking down Gyarados' defenses and being able to get off to those brutal swings really quickly.
You know, the swings might be a little bit brutal too if, you know, they swing back and hit you in the face. That's happened to me a few times. Going into the Dugong, very safe Pokemon for Stud Muffins, and I'd be curious to see if Bruno does answer with the Bronzong or another Pokemon that he has in the back.
Crunch lands, and this is an opportunity for Bruno to swap out, but chooses to stay in instead, sticking in with the Gyarados. This could have been an opportunity to save that Crunch for later, but I'm surprised. Stud Muffin, no shields.
Now, this is just going to be no neutral damage here. Going now into the Bronzong, going to be taking super effective damage from the Drill Run. I think this is going to put the Bronzong just into the yellow. It is a very bulky Pokemon. No, just 1 or 2 Ice Shards outside. No, just one. Just one outside.
Only one, and only one trainer will be left standing here in Winners Finals Group O. Stud Muffins throws the Icy Wind, a little bit of a bait, maybe anticipating the shield, so can at least, even though that attack was shielded, that you cannot shield an attack debuff.
Very sneakily going for the hard-hitting nuke payback, super effective damage into the Rangaroo, and I think if he had a little bit more energy at this point, he could have potentially picked up a knockout with just a resisted Psyshock.
Brutal swing coming through from Oranguru, and Bronzong is knocked out. Runerigus is going to have a really tough time trying to Shadow Claw down. Doesn't get the opportunity, is swapped out immediately for a catch on the Gyarados.
I think that Oranguru said choo-choo when it threw that brutal swing that came through.
I do not know Alpha Feed, but what I do know is the Pokemon in front of me, and that Oranguru has reached that brutal swing and is going to be trying to hit that super effective damage. Bruno instead opting to use a Protect Shield. So this is an opportunity for Runerigus. It has a lot of advantages here. The problem is shields, Nick.
Shields are in play, and the other issue is that it does not have access to super effective charge attacks. Interesting. Going for a resisted Rock Tomb here, trying to lower the attack stat of this Medicham. No shield coming from Stud Muffins. Might be a little bit surprised to see it. No, actually, zero reaction from Stud Muffins on the stage.
These trainers are locked in, ready to go. I don't know if Bruno can bring the attack stat of this Medicham down far enough, because all Medicham needs to do at this point is throw one more Ice Punch. A catch opportunity. Is this a potential for the Runerigus? It hangs on, but again, Stud Muffins just has 2 shields remaining. So Runerigus just doesn't have enough health left in the tank. That was a very exciting little bit of endgame, though. A little bit of surprise.
I think Stud Muffins did it in order to reset the attack stat of his Medicham with 2 shields on his side. He was always very safe to do so, because if it was a charge attack tie that the Medicham lost afterwards, he could just throw up a shield, only take 1 damage, and then get his charge attack off that super effective Ice Punch into that Runerigus and do good chip damage in order to pick up the knockout. So I don't really mind the swap from him at all, because it allowed him to get a little bit more impactful damage into that Runerigus.
Stud Muffins taking this game 1-2-0. If he can secure 1 more win, he is locked in for the Group O Winners Finals. Bruno's got to make a reverse sweep. He's got to turn things around and come away 2-0 in these next couple of matches. Taking a look at the replay, I think there was an opportunity that Bruno might have missed out on with that Gyarados early on. I remember, I believe he stayed in kind of long with the Gyarados and threw some charge attacks into Dugong, where maybe he could have swapped out, saved that energy for later.
Yeah, I think having a better answer for this Medicham in the back would have been nice, and Gyarados is a pretty good check for it. It was tough, right? Stud Muffins Dugong just was very safe into the team that Bruno had brought, and because of the very slow switch into that Bronzong, the Dugong was able to build up a bunch of energy, land those hard-hitting drill runs into the Bronzong, and shielding up an Icy Wind bait afterwards just feels so bad.
Bruno has to figure out what to do in order to bring the momentum back in his favor. Last time he got Bronzong, Gyarados, and Runerigus. I love Runerigus, but Runerigus needs a little bit more advantage. It had the energy, but it really needs some shields, especially when the Pokemon on the other side of the field has access to any kind of ice attack damage.
Right, and Dugong just looks so good into that team of 3 in the positions that it laid. I think Bruno maybe leaning into more neutral Pokemon like his own Dugong or Gyarados again might provide him a little bit more play. Bronzong, a very interesting pick, maybe trying to land up against that Medicham to resist those Ice Punches and only take neutral damage from the Dynamic Punches. I'm not sure how great that matchup is, given that Metal Sound just isn't that impressive of a move.
What is impressive is this Medicham going into Oranguru. I'm impressed by how well Medicham can get through this matchup. When you look at it at first, looking at how much fast attack pressure the Oranguru has versus Medicham, you would think Oranguru is totally dominant here, but take a look at this Dynamic Punch damage, and it takes it down almost to half health.
And I think really bulky Orangurus can fairly comfortably survive 2 Dynamic Punches, given they resist the Psycho Cuts coming in from the Medicham. However, it does allow for an opportunity later for a farm down from a different Pokemon.
Medicham going in for Dynamic Punch number 2. Is this going to secure the knockout? Almost just a few more Psycho Cuts away, but look at how much energy this Oranguru has to throw into Medicham. It's going for the brutal swing here first. Not going to be enough, but plenty to take it down into the red, and there it is. Medicham able to just throw just enough Psycho Cuts to be able to knock out, and then throwing. Remember, Dynamic Punch, it's resisted. However, it is the correct attack to throw in these situations.
In comes the Dugong, going to be able to do those neutral Ice Shards into the Gyarados, get a lot of farm here. Have to imagine a Crunch comes out before a Charge Attack comes out from that Dugong. The question is, will Bruno be able to successfully catch an Icy Wind into his Bronzong?
Yeah, and that's hard catching an Icy Wind into your Bronzong because now your Bronzong has a debuff that you are unable to shake. If you catch it into something like an Oranguru, at least Oranguru has Trailblaze. You could reset, you could bring your attack back up, but that may be what needs to happen here.
Crunch coming through, going to do good neutral damage, and then an immediate swap into the Bronzong. Drill Run available. Will we see another Icy Wind bait? No, going straight for the Drill Run. Bruno not shielding. This is going to do good damage, but the defense is dropped, not the attack, so this will do the standard amount.
And then Oranguru comes in. Oranguru has access to super effective Brutal Swing. We see it time and time again during this tournament because it paces just so quickly. Stud Muffins shields a Psyshock, which is really rough because Psyshock would not be very effective here.
You could almost say it's brutal.
You could almost say that that was a very brutal shield. An unfortunate one. Bronzong uses Psyshock again. These trainers just not willing to give up their Protect Shield. I spoke too soon. Bruno putting up his final shield, shielding a Brutal Swing. How is Bruno going to get rid of this Oranguru?
Unfortunately, not able to reach another charge attack there. Payback would have done so much super effective damage, but another Brutal String reached, able to pick up the knockout here. In comes Gyarados. Gyarados is energy dry, and I think another Brutal Swing is going to be coming just actually after a Crunch could have been reached, but no move thrown by Bruno, recognizing that he was in a losing scenario there.
Stud Muffins really just seem to be in the driver's seat of that entire set. Congratulations, Stud Muffins, taking the winners finals of Group O. We will see you tomorrow and Saturday of LAIC play. I really did believe Stud Muffins really just seemed to be in control of that entire matchup. He was in the driver's seat. Bruno was just kind of along for the ride.
Yeah, I think Dugong for Stud Muffins just performed so well in all of the matchups that it saw. Able to land super effective drill runs into the Bronzong, able to get debuffs and shore up other matchups that come after the debuff is applied. And we'll see just how effectively he used his Medicham to soak up damage, to put out damage as well, and getting another Psycho Cut down. Psycho Cut does just so much damage.
Yeah, and sometimes with Stud Muffins, he just had to last a little bit longer. He chose for his team Medicham, Dugong, and Oranguru. Those Pokemon, all three of them, have just HP defense. They are bulky. They are going to be able to outlast other Pokemon just 7 days of the week.
And maybe that's one of the downsides to Gyarados in this meta, right? It's not as bulky as those three Pokemon that you mentioned. It's maybe not... I'd say maybe it's more safe. Less safe if you have a little Raichu on the other side of the team, but like literally, I've mentioned this Pokemon 3 times and it has shown up 0 times. So like I'm trying to will this Pokemon into existence, but it's just not happening.
I know, it would be so much fun. I think a Alolan Raichu Volt Switch into Gyarados. I wonder how many Volt Switches a Gyarados could even tank coming from Alolan Raichu. It can't be very many.
I'm guessing 5, but I don't actually know off the top of my head.
Let me know in chat, how many Volt Switches can your Gyarados survive in this LAIC meta? Have you seen Alolan Raichu playing in Go Battle League? This meta that we're playing right now, you can play it in Go Battle League right now, today.
You know, our friend Martine asked us for teams that we wanted to use in the Go Battle League, so you can create a graphic. You can find that on X. I forget what team that you provided, but I provided Gyarados in the lead, and I didn't actually want there to be a safe swap on that team because I thought Gyarados was just so safe in the meta. Martine, being a little bit of a stickler, was saying, you need a safe swap. What if there's a Alolan Raichu? Well, Martine, where is Alolan Raichu, huh? Where's it at?
It's not here. It is not in Sao Paulo. Nowhere to be seen. I think it's hanging out, doing some surfing in Alola right now. Right now, we can take a look at Stone Collection versus PvP David. 2 trainers coming in from overseas, looking to be able to wrestle away the LAIC, the Latin America International Champion title and trophy out of region.
And looking at these teams, they're looking awfully similar, if I had to guess. I think that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 Pokemon that are exactly the same.
I believe you are right. This could be the puzzle. We talk about like as we see teams, as we progress through the tournament and we see teams start to repeat and we're seeing the similar ones, those are the team builds that tend to be really successful. And this is a team build we've seen plenty of times already today with Metang instead of something like a Bronze Gong, with Dugong instead of something like a Celio or a Walrein, with Metacham, which again really came into popularity just this week that LAIC started. It wasn't really on anybody's minds until pretty recently. I believe, was it Inadequance who suggested to its Axon to try Metacham?
I forget, but that would not surprise me. I almost said it's Inadequance. Inadequance, one of the trainers who likes to bring something a little bit spicy. He's well known for bringing Giratina plus Wigglytuff Core to a number of different tournaments, likes to have a standout pick on his team, and Metacham could have been a standout Pokemon, except it's on more or less every team at this point because of how good it is. Even its losing matchups, it has so much play in.
Yeah, it's kind of like you were trying to hold in a secret. Well, the secret is out. Metacham is out. It has been unleashed. Let's take a look at these trainers as well. So again, PvP David, a trainer that has a lot of accolades, as well as Stone Collection does too. These are trainers we see time and time again in the championship circuit. Taking a look at PvP David, won Gdansk this year, did really well in Lille as well. Two kind of back-to-back Grand Finals appearances in Stockholm and Bologna last season. Just so many titles to his name.
Yeah, and it's a bit unfortunate for these two decorated trainers from Europe that they have to face off against each other. I know we've talked about it a lot. Trainers from outside the region really want to take away an IC victory, an IC trophy even, from a different region, and it has yet to happen for that very #1 first slot. Every international competition thus far in the Pokemon Go tournaments has been won by someone within the region that the international has been held, and we have two Europeans here who have definitely faced off a number of times in the European regional scene as well as the EUIC. They have to face each other, and only one of them can make it to day 2 in the winner's side of this group.
I'm looking at their teams and I was trying, Nick. I tried. I was like, maybe their Turtonators are different. Maybe one's on Ember and one's on Incinerate. You know what, Nick? They are both running Incinerate Turtonator. I can't win.
And both are on Drill Run Icy Wind as opposed to Water Pulse Dugong. Come on, Water Pulse is such a great move. It has so much play into this meta. There's so many fire types that take super effective damage from it. Wait, the fire type of choice is Turtonator and it takes neutral damage.
Drill Run's the move of choice, Nick.
It is.
Looks like our trainers are getting ready to lock in here to start. Again, this is winners finals of Group P. There are so many groups in this tournament. This is a stacked tournament. Stone Collection versus PvP David. This right here could be a grand finals.
It could be, but it is just winners finals of their group in day #1 of LAIC. Crunch being thrown by PvP David before the attack drop can come through from the Icy Wind of Stone Collection's Dugong.
Ooh, and the defense drop, that is rough, but Stone Collection has an opportunity here, I believe. Stone Collection hasn't swapped out yet, so Stone has an opportunity here to clear that debuff, and it looks like he's going to do just that, bringing in the Metacham. Again, Metacham, those Psycho Cuts are doing absolutely nothing to Dugong. What we're looking for is to be able to generate a lot of energy, to be able to output Dynamic Punch after Dynamic Punch. Even though this Dynamic Punch is going to be one-stage debuff, you're still going to see how impactful it can be.
Switch advantage is going to be very key here for both of these trainers. Stone Collection would love to get his Turtonator onto that Metang in the back from PvP David. Dynamic Punch coming through into this Dugong. I think Stone Collection does have the ability to dictate switch here because of the super effective damage that Metacham's Dynamic Punch provides.
Ooh, brings Dugong down really low, throwing one more Ice Shard before launching off that drill run into Metacham, trying to get it as low as possible. This is a thick Pokemon, and every opportunity you have to chip through its sky-high defense and HP has to be utilized. Looks like Stone Collection going full send into the Dynamic Punch to get that Dugong off the field.
And importantly, PvP David is also down a shield at this point, so Dugong coming into the Gyarados can still take a second crunch. Icy Wind coming out right after the crunch, so PvP David does have the opportunity to try to catch that on his Metang, but as soon as that Metang comes in, it's going to get incinerated down to the ground.
There is the catch you mentioned. PvP David catches the Icy Wind onto Metang, but that Metang is in for a rude awakening. Here comes the Incinerate Turtonator, being just burning through that Metang.
Burninating the countryside. Psyshock coming through, going to be good neutral damage into the Fire and Dragon type of Turtonator, but it doesn't even take it down to half because of the crucial debuff onto that Smetang from Stone Collection's Dugong. Another Psyshock coming through, going to do a little bit more chip damage, but no shield being used by Stone Collection, even though he still has 2 left.
And Incinerate completely decimates that Metang. Gyarados coming in. Now, Gyarados is the check to Turtonator, but Turtonator has the advantage here because it has so much energy. One Dragon Claw knocks it back into its Pokeball. Stone Collection with 2 shields remaining, taking a dominant early win here over PvP David.
And really great knowledge from PvP David there in that endgame, knowing that my opponent has 2 Dragon Claws loaded. So why would I even shield this? It's just going to take up a little more time. It's just going to slow things down.
Another trainer, no stranger to success, was in the grand finals of Stuttgart last season. Has been doing well, recently. Was in the top cut of Gdansk. So has had a lot of really impressive performances. Did really well in Lille and Frankfurt. This trainer, we see them all the time on the stage in EU.
These trainers are going to have to think about what kind of changes they want to make to these team compositions going into game number 2. PvP David probably a little more wary about bringing that Metang, given how much energy it allowed Stone Collection to garner in with that full Incinerate down. It's going to have to lean on different Pokemon. It's a mirror match, so there is no advantage in these teams against each other besides a potential Charge Attack tie-winning Pokemon where maybe PvP David has built his Gyarados with slightly higher attack, so it wins that Charge Attack tie.
As I mentioned earlier, this is a meta where it's going to come down to dedication, to how well you've practiced, to your in-the-game knowledge. It's going to come down to being able to make a catch, being able to come down to some fancy plays. Which trainer here, the trainer that is going to win here, especially so because the teams are identical, is going to be the one that excels technically, which makes it an incredibly fun tournament to be a competitor in. So if you want to try this out, remember, you can open Go Battle League and you can try out the same meta game that you are seeing right here. You could try some of these lines of 3 in your own Go Battle League sets.
And realistically, almost any 3 Pokemon that you grab off of these teams would work quite well for a team in the Go Battle League. And although I think this meta does allow for technical people to thrive, it is also a meta that allows people who can make fancy plays to thrive as well. We didn't really see all that many catches in that last game. It was very much dictated by the Pokemon that these trainers brought. But if we're looking in the back, actually no. PvP David leaning once again into the Metang, not threatened by that Turtonator from game 1.
And that I believe that Metang is going to can breathe a little sigh of relief. The Turtonator is gone from Stone Collection's line of 3. It is not lurking back there.
Yeah, Ice Punch going into the Metacham is going to be neutral damage as opposed to resisted damage. However, I think there's going to be some scenarios where you would prefer to throw Dynamic Punch, given that it just does a little bit more damage.
Ice Punch coming in clutch, freezing that Metacham down into about 1/3 of its health range, but Stone Collection's Metacham is able to answer with its own Ice Punch. Taking a look at this back line, Metang is in Matang looks really strong into both Dugong and Oranguru. If PvP David can hold back that Matang, it could really come back strong in that game.
And I think this is going to be a really key interaction here. Although the Matang looks good into both Pokemon, I think more importantly, switch advantage could dictate a lot here because Oranguru is going to be very good into, or fairly good, I should say, into the Dugong, but really awful into the Matang.
And we see how the lead matchup plays out. Stone Collection stays in with the Medicham, wins switch, but makes an aggressive swap into Dugong, and there is Matang waiting for it.
Psyshock coming through, going to do good neutral damage. Dugong no shielding the first, has the option to hit back for super effective damage, and the timing, one of the really nice things about this matchup is that the timing of the Dugong doesn't really matter. 3-turn fast attacks are a little bit awkward into both 2 and 5-turn fast attacks. However, against a 1-turn fast attack, it's actually one of the drawbacks against 1-turn fast attacks is that your opponent really never needs to think about when they're throwing their charged attacks.
Drill Run is going to connect super effective damage into Matang. Stone Collections is able to secure a really nice chunk of damage away from Matang. I'm looking at this backline. I'm seeing the Oranguru and I'm seeing the Gyarados in the back. Like you mentioned, Gyarados, it has that 1-turn fast attack. That might allow PvP David a little bit more dancing around.
No shielding there is a bit curious from Stone Collection because now the Matang's going to get a lot of super effective Fury Cutters onto the Oranguru, going for the Psyshock bait. Great call from Stone Collection here to no shield the resisted damage.
Oranguru is going to be going for that brutal swing, trying to get the Matang out of here and kind of try to shore up this matchup. Metacham's still hanging out in the back, but I don't remember how much energy it has. It's definitely low on HP.
I think it picked up a knockout with its final charge attack, so I think it is very low, if not maybe having one. And I really like the shield from PvP David because these fast attacks are adding up so quickly, and now he's able to actually catch the brutal swing onto the Gyarados. It all comes down to whether or not Stone Collection can get a full farm down now and come out with a brutal swing into that Matang.
Gyarados looks really solid here. It has a ton of energy, but PvP David needs to try to farm it down, is successful, and then is able to farm down the Medicham. You might have asked, why didn't PvP David throw any attacks? Well, Stone Collection had 2 shields left. It wouldn't have been worth it to try to throw those attacks. That might have actually been a lose condition.
And you might ask yourself as well, why didn't Stone Collection use his shields? He was making really gutsy calls into the baits of PvP David, right? 2 Psyshocks in a row when Gyro Ball was fully loaded. But I think you kind of have to make those calls, right? Because if you shield either one of those Psyshocks, then the Gyarados gets to a neutral or super effective charge attack. Realistically, I think it just goes for the Aqua Tails to get a little bit of chip damage, because that's all you really need to take that matchup in that end game, where you're able to get to 4 charge attacks onto a Oranguru. And although they were resisted, you saw just how much damage those Fury Cutters were doing. They really added up very quickly.
Yeah, Matang, I think, was an MVP kind of there at the end. PvP David not deterred at all from the Incinerate user, the Turtonator from game number 1.
And game number 3 is absolutely going to be a bit of a mind game between these 2 trainers. PvP David definitely won the mind game in game number 2, saying, hey, I think my opponent brought the Turtonator game number 1 to try to scare away the Matang. Game number 2, I'm still gonna bring it. I'm gonna make sure that I get switch advantage so that, or actually he gave up switch advantage. He didn't even maintain switch advantage. He was so confident that his opponent's Stone Collection wasn't going to bring Turtonator that he gave up switch advantage even with that Pokemon still potentially being in the back, which is a super gutsy call.
2 trainers, 1 team. Which trainer is going to be able to make it through to day number 2? This is Group P Winners Finals. Winner locks it in. Day number 2, we've got a decisive game number 3. We've got Gyarados into Medicham. Medicham, we know, is able to KO with just 2 dynamic punches. Bam, bam.
And the script has been a little bit flipped here. In the back for PvP David is actually Turtonator. He's opted to bring it to this game number 3, but Stone Collection has actually opted to bring Matang. So there's an opportunity for PvP David to get what happened in game number 1 to happen for him in game number 3 if he's able to get alignment. Ice Punch coming through here, a really good bait from Stone Collection, costs a little bit less energy and might allow him to pace a little bit more quickly to this next Ice Punch.
But Gyarados gets to that crunch first, has a lot of energy. Stone Collection decides to no shield. Medicham has very little health left and a defense drop. It's not going to be able to get to another attack. So this gives an opportunity to Dugong. So Stone Collection is now able to maybe garner a little bit of an energy advantage. There's the Metang onto the Dugong, Nick. Looks like you have an opinion about this.
Stone Collection just got, I don't know if it's really lucky or really skillful, able to align the Metang onto the Dugong and avoid that Turtonator. And now PvP David has to be cringing a little bit. He was unable to get that alignment that he was looking for, but it's not the end of the world. Dugong is okay into this Metang, and realistically, the Turtonator is fine into the Dugong, but the Dugong does have a lot of energy and it has shield advantage.
These trainers have really utilized the entire width of their team. They've been switching up the Pokemon. They're not bringing the same team twice. They're hardly bringing the same lines twice, PvP David especially.
We see the switch for PvP David into the Turtonator. One Incinerate goes through. I'm not sure it's going to be quite enough to pick up the knockout. Will Stone Collection be able to pivot out and save the Metang for later? Gyro Ball actually going to be resisted damage by that fire type, and in comes an Icy Wind bait. This is very crucial for PvP David to call.
And the Icy Wind does PvP David shield it. He does. That is a protect shield down the drain. PvP David has no shields left to hide behind. He does have all 3 of his Pokemon available, though, something that Stone Collection does not.
And because of this bait, the attack stat of the Turtonator is lowered, and it allows Stone Collection to very much more comfortably no shield that attack. Even if it was a Dragon Claw, it would not be doing that much damage.
Brutal swing coming through to the Dugong. Turtonator doing its best, trying to make as much impact as it can. We see a simul swap, Dugong into Dugong. And will this drill run KO? Which Dugong will be able to stand up here in this battle? Dugong hangs on. Can it get to one more drill run? It can. 1 HP in a dream. PvP David's Dugong is able to throw one last attack and pull that Protect Shield from Stone Collection.
Final shield coming through. There are 2 Pokemon in the back, and there is a crunch loaded on this Gyarados. I'm not sure if that drill run was the correct decision to shield, because crunch from Gyarados is going to do a little bit more damage, and oh my gosh, there's not quite enough health, but a Psyshock is reached.
Yeah, and PvP David's Switch Clock was not yet available. He couldn't bring in the Turtonator, so Gyarados is going to go down. Turtonator is remaining. It's going to be able to throw 1 Incinerate, clear away the Metang, but the Dugong is still there. It has almost a drill run. It reaches it.
And really importantly, PvP David needed to throw an Incinerate in order to get to a charge attack there, allowing Stone Collection to go for an Ice Shard there. 3-turn move into a 5-turn move, 1 more turn to throw the charge attack and secure victory. Really crucial there in that endgame in order for Stone Collection to win, and a reason potentially against Incinerate as a fast attack.
That was an intense endgame. You should see us back in the stage. I am like hunched over my screen, picking up on these really quick interactions with these Pokemon. This, again, the trainer who is best technically, the trainer who knows their team best is the trainer that advances. And today, that is Stone Collection.
Yeah, really well played. Great knowledge of the amount of health left he had. Great knowledge of that turn interaction, that endgame. Metang, thankfully, didn't have enough HP to survive that once Incinerate. Had it had that much HP, the Turtonator would have been able to get a second Incinerate through and would have gotten the charge attack off before the Ice Shard damage applied. And really key in this endgame, 1 Ice Shard plus Drill Run, it happens before Incinerate damage applies, and that's the only reason that Stone Collection is able to take victory in game number 3.
So those interactions playing out by just a hair. The team construction too that Stone Collection did, I really like. He used Medicham and Dugong together every single game, but that third he switched up every single time. He brought Turtonator, he brought Oranguru, and then he brought Metang in the end. So really kind of keeping PvP David on his toes.
And it was a bit unfortunate to see PvP David pivot out of the initial matchup as he did, because he had opted to bring Turtonator in that final game. mental warfare wise, PvP David won that match. He made the right call game 2 and game 3 in terms of team composition. Unfortunately, he just got a little bit outplayed by Stone Collection, or maybe he just didn't stick with his gut, right? Maybe he was thinking, oh, maybe Matang isn't in the back, but it was. And because he swapped out into that Dugong, he allowed Stone Collection to get the alignment he needed in order to secure victory.
And the mental game is huge in this game. We are already at 6 p.m. here in Sao Paulo, but we are not done yet. We're gonna kick it back to a quick couple of videos, but don't go anywhere. We have more battles still to come.
Hello trainers, my name is Caleb Pang. As Pokemon Go entered its second official season in the Championship Series, trainers from around the world were looking for their opportunity to rise to the top. While some trainers were looking to expand on their performance in the first season, others were preparing to make their debut. With the former Seniors Division combined with the Masters Division, top-tier trainers like 2022 third-place Worlds finisher Wadaj asserted their dominance against all age divisions. With 6 top 8 finishes in the regular season prior to Worlds and first-place finishes at the Hartford Regional and NAIC, Wadaj's prowess transcended age divisions and was a clear favorite going into World Championships in Yokohama, Japan. Joining Wadaj in the exclusive back-to-back Worlds qualified trainers was Isaacson, the 2022 NAIC champion and highest finishing North American trainer at Worlds 2022 in 7th place. Although Axon had quite the extensive competitive resume, he was hungry for that world champion title, finishing the regular season with 4 top 8 finishes and qualifying for Yokohama, Japan with a first place finish at the Portland Regional. At Portland, Axon encountered a trainer who would change the balance of Championship Series competition, Rubik's Master. Despite being completely unknown, Rubik's Master in his first and only regular season tournament fought his way to the grand finals to face off against Axon. He lost in a grueling series, but his real victory was earning a World Championship invite. Axon mentioned in his winner's interview that of all the trainers he didn't want to face in Yokohama, Japan, Rubik's Master was at the top of his list. At the World Championships in Yokohama, Japan, Wadaj and Axon sat comfortably on the winner's side of the bracket going into day 2 of competition, and Rubik's Master surprised many with his own place by their side as all 3 started the day undefeated. In the winner's semifinals, Axon and Rubik's Master got their fated rematch. Going into a decisive Game 3, Axon pulled off a game-changing Stone Edge catch on his Lantern, followed by a massive no-shield call on Rubik's Master's Mud Bomb bait attempt, solidifying his winner's finals matchup against Wadaj. The winner's finals of Axon and Wadaj was highly anticipated, featuring a matchup between the 2022 NAIC champion and the 2023 NAIC champion. The best-of-5 series seesawed back and forth between the trainers, culminating to a decisive Game 5.
Knockout Lantern and give Wadaj the first game win. Up and catch from Wadaj, taking the Thunderbolt on the Medicham with a great catch from its Axon there, sending in his Lantern to take the surf from Wadaj's own Lantern. He can't. The Altaria is so close. The Medicham just can't quite get there in time.
Game 5 saw both trainers weave in and out between catches and switches with their Pokemon, before Axon finally took the game with a single fast attack. Meanwhile, Rubik's Master stormed through the losers bracket until he finally earned himself a spot against Wadaj in the losers finals. He came to prove to the world that he could stand up against the likes of Wadaj, and in 5 close games, Rubik's Master and his signature Deoxys defense closed out the series. Championship Sunday featured the grand finals between Axon and Rubik's Master, a rivalry that seemed unavoidable. In Rubik's Master's incredible Portland and Worlds runs, he had only lost to one person, it's Axon. And of all the trainers Axon didn't want to face, his final opponent was that player, Rubik's Master. Relying on his signature Pokemon Deoxys defense, Rubik's Master tried to core break Axon's team, but Axon was one of the few trainers to bring Sableye, one of the hardest counters to Deoxys defense. Foiling Rubik's Master's plans, Axon headed into Game 4 on match point with the bold strategy of leading Shadow Alone Sandslash, doubly weak to Deoxys defense. Axon's gambit paid off, catching Rubik's Master's Altaria in the perfect lead scenario for Axon. Rubik's Master utilized his Umbreon as a safe swap, but Axon countered him with his Medicham. Rubik's Master responded with a resisted Ice Punch catch onto his Azumarill, but Axon kept the pressure up, and with some final Shadow Claws from Axon's Sableye, Rubik's Master finally took the game with a single fast attack. Meanwhile, Rubik's Master stormed through the losers bracket until he finally earned himself a spot against Wadaj in the losers finals. Going into Game 5, Rubik's Master he solidified himself as the world champion of Pokemon Go. With the world champion title, its Axon proved that consistency and hard work are the keys to success. However, Rubik's Master's second place performance opens the door for newer trainers to enter the scene and show the world how an underdog can compete with the very best. Thank you for watching the story of a champion and the rivals he met along the way. Be sure to check out Pokemon.com/compete to learn more about how you can join in on the action.
What's up, guys? Chris Reisner here. And Pokemon Go is such a global game. We've got players traveling from all around the world to Sao Paulo to compete in the International Championships. I'm here with Septile. Septile, we're asking players, first of all, where are you from? And take me through your journey and maybe your flight route to get here.
I'm from Pennsylvania, and there's not a lot of airports near me, so I have to take a little bit of a drive to get to the airport in the first place. So it's a 2-hour drive. I picked up our friend out of pocket on the way, and we actually flew to Toronto first, and then we flew down to Sao Paulo just because it was much cheaper than any other option.
Is this the furthest you ever traveled for a tournament or no?
I'd say Hawaii is further, right?
Thank you, Septile. Now I've got Nighttime Clasher with me, a global traveler. Nighttime, we're talking about how this is a global game. Take me through your route to be here today to the Latin American International Championships.
Yeah, so I was in Europe for a couple months, well, I still am, I guess. I came from Amsterdam to Philadelphia to Las Vegas, played there, went home to Dallas, and then was on the same flight with actually a couple of cool people from Dallas to Sao Paulo. So that was really fun. Long travel, but definitely worth it. Seeing a lot of these people, I guess, for the one time a year I get to see them and just be able to compete against them as well is a really rewarding experience.
Is this your furthest trip, you'd say, for a tournament, or have you had anything crazier?
Not even close. I went to Melbourne, Australia for a regional back in May. That was 20 hours, so definitely that one.
Now I'm joined by Stone Collection. Welcome to Sao Paulo, Stone. Where are you from, first of all, and take us through your flight route to get here?
I'm from Germany. I took a train for like 2 hours, but it was pretty late, so it took like 3 hours. And the flight was like, I think 13 hours, and it landed in the morning.
And is this your furthest trip for a tournament, or have you gone anywhere further than Sao Paulo?
For not last season, but that year before, I went to Hawaii. And that trip was in total like 24 hours. So that was pretty exhausting, and that was the furthest trip I've been away from home.
I'm joined by PvP David now. David, we're asking people, first of all, where are you from? And take us through your trip, your traveling to get here to Sao Paulo.
So yeah, I live in Sweden. It's a pretty long flight to Sao Paulo. My first trip was to Amsterdam, and then from Amsterdam, I'd stay the whole night and then go all the way to Sao Paulo.
And I know it's still early, but has it been worth it so far in your experience here?
Yeah, well, for sure. You have to enjoy with some friends, some nice food. It's been lovely, for sure.
All right, thanks so much, David. Best of luck the rest of the way. I am joined by Steve, also known as PvP Steve. And Steve, we're talking about people's routes to get here, what it took. You're from Australia. Take me through your journey here to Sao Paulo.
Okay, now you would think that being from Australia, that's already quite a trek. You'd imagine it's a straight line, right? Maybe the general route that one of my fellow compatriots Sportswire took was Sydney to Chile to Sao Paulo. I didn't go that route. I went from Sydney, follow me here, up to Vancouver, Canada, from Vancouver over to Toronto, Canada, and then Toronto down to Sao Paulo, which it was the cheapest flight. Trust me, you have to trust me on this. I did save like 100 USD.
They call it an international championship for a reason. Players traveling from far and wide different regions to try and be the very best. Let's get back to the action.
What storylines we have. Players traveling from all over the world to be here at the Latin American International Championships alongside my co-caster Leo, Chris Reisner here calling the action. It's been a great day thus far, starting things off. We've had so many amazing matches. We're starting to wind down here with some losers finals, and these are players They have one loss under their belt. The room for error, the margin for error is no longer in their favor.
Yes.
They're trying to fight their way to get to that top cut that day number 2.
Yeah, but the prestigious top 32, it's still in the cards for every single one of them for the trainers who are still in here. We're going to show, I think, 3 more matches here. Some of those losers finals have already concluded. For example, Dunebug has made it through to day 2, defeating Arrow in the losers finals.
They were on the same flight to this
That's gonna be awkward back home.
Yeah, they're probably on the same flight back home. That could be a little awkward. Hopefully they're not sitting next to each other, but they have a good relationship. It's all fun and games here. And here we go. Bruno going up against Helios. This is an intriguing matchup. And Leo, if I look at the team of Bruno, I see one pick in particular you were kind of hyping up. You were liking coming into this tournament.
Dude, I like the song, and I like the Gudra, of course, as well. Gudra always been so incredibly flexible. If you want to play it with Draco Meteor, which is most likely a Go Battle League charge attack. But on the other side of Helios, there's Firo.
There's a Firo. We haven't seen much Firo. This is a Pokemon that won the Milwaukee Regional Championship in the Open Great League. You'd think maybe it could do some damage here in Sao Paulo. And Firo's a Pokemon that was on no one's radar really for a while. It caught everyone by surprise and winning Milwaukee. But it is a Pokemon with great pacing, great damage output, can really put on the pressure.
And great typing. Yes, normal types are always very much welcome in the Open Great League and also in this meta, just because those Ghost-type Pokemon, they're usually so flexible, but they draw the shorter end of the stick versus normal types.
And let's take a look at the Firo. How does it stack up against Bruno's team? Of course, wants to avoid that Dugong, not an ideal matchup. You have the drill run coverage for Bronzong, so I wouldn't say it's a good matchup, but at least you have some way to fight back there. Pretty good matchup against the Runerigas, heavily resisting that Shadow Claw damage. Have to watch out for the Rock Tomb, of course. And then pretty neutral against both the Oranguru and the Gyarados.
Yep, and the Gudra, I think, is decent. I mean, you don't outpace to the Thunder Punch, but you win Charge Attack priority. However, if there is one Aqua Tail in play, Gudra outpaces you. So I don't think that's the best matchup you want to be in.
Right, that could be a huge bait if in that matchup, if Gudra successfully baits the Aqua Tail and then reaches the Thunder Punch first, that could come into play. But Helios, we're in the first Firo we're seeing on stream, and Bruno with that Gudra, that Thunder Punch coverage is going to be nice for the Gudra against something like a Dugong or a Firo. Here we go. It's going to be the Bronzong facing off against the Dugong in the lead.
Can you hear that noise? It's Zong. We're going to charge up our first charge attack. Goes for the Psyshock after 7 metal sounds.
Bronzong doesn't bother building up to the payback. It would be 8 metal sounds for that first one, opting to go for the Psyshock because you probably want to do it before the potential for an Icy Wind bait or something of that nature, but going for the Drill Run. Drill Run should just about two-shot the Bronzong with the Ice Shard damage, and now Bronzong building up and is actually going to reach the payback here, but opting for the Psyshock instead. Critical decision for Helios, and he is going to call the Psyshock. Should be able to survive, get off the drone, but it's caught on the Gyarados.
No way, that is the best catch you could possibly have. A flying type that is going to double resist this Drill Run damage. Bronzong with a little bit of residual energy sitting in the back there. Not a lot of damage there, energy soaked by the Gyarados. Now the Oranguru is going to throw some heavy confusion damage onto that Gyarados, but a no shield on the Crunch.
What a valuable catch that was for Bruno, maintaining a sizable chunk of health on the Bronzong for later. Going to go for the, oh, it's a charge attack priority, and this is tough for Helios. He's going to put up the Protect Shield, and he is going to be forced to expend this energy on the low Gyarados.
Things are falling apart for Helios here in this matchup. Bruno is so far ahead with the energy on this Bronzong. The damage on the Dugong is also so much that brings in his own Dugong. Now, my Trailblaze is going to be charged up, but at this point, of course you're going to shield.
Trailblaze thrown immediately as the health starts to dwindle for the Oranguru. Quick pivot into the Matang, clearing that buff, and now we're going to see the Dugong opt for the Drill Run.
This is super effective damage. Now, there's the big question. Do you shield this or do you predict a Icy Wind. The first one is not too important. The second one, this is where it gets really, really dangerous. But Helios is charging up, gets to the Psyshock, is almost at 2, is going to reach 2 Psyshock before the Dugong is going to reach the Drill Run.
The quick pacing of Matang here, only 10 turns to the Psyshock every single time, and another one unleashed. Dugong should be able to hang on here, and I believe just reached that second Drill Run. So Dugong, but going for the diabolical Icy Wind bait. This is a big decision and does draw that Protect Shield, debuffing, but switch timer's up. Aggressive swap into the Bronzo. We've got Psychic Steel on Psychic Steel, swaps into Dugong, and nice patience, gets the farm down, has the payback loaded, but you gotta be patient here, Leo. You can't just blindly throw. There's still an Oranguru in play.
Does the Oranguru have enough energy to go for a charge attack here? I think it is one off a Brutal Swing. No, actually 2. You can almost farm this down, but I think using a Psyshock here is a smart choice. Do not risk it in this difficult meta. Now this Bronzong has enough energy. It has a shield. You can just reach for that payback. One metal sound and boom, you're gonna knock out that Matang.
We haven't seen it as much as its counterpart Matang, but Bronzong is the superior Steel Psychic in this battle, delivers the payback to Matang and gets the win for Bruno here, game number 1.
Huge match. I think the pivotal point there was, first of all, the fantastic Drill Run catch on the Gyarados, but it wasn't over. I think the crucial part was the charge attack priority on the Gyarados versus the Orang.
Yeah, perhaps could have opted to throw a little bit earlier. That charge attack priority forced a protection that maybe otherwise wouldn't have needed to be committed. And as you said, the Drill Run catch on the flyer, just nasty, nasty catch there. And it was a smart catch because the Pokemon was starting to get very low. You're in a situation where you're pressured to throw that charge attack before you get farmed down. So really nice play there, nice read from Bruno.
Bruno showing that he's got it all, that he has got the skills to move to day 2, but Helios is, of course, not out yet. I mean, with all of those things happening to Helios, made the game rather close, no?
Absolutely, and we saw the utility of Dugong on both sides in that game. Both Dugong connecting for super effective damage on the opposing Steel types, and a matchup that you would think would be in heavy favor, heavy slam favor of the Steel types. That was a bit of a stretch. Ended up being pretty good for the Dugong because Dugong can win the zero shield scenario against both of those Pokemon.
I don't even think any one of these Steel types has Heavy Slam.
Are you sure about that?
No, I'm absolutely not sure. I'm just saying, I think Bronzong actually might have.
Bronzong, I'm pretty sure, has access to Heavy Slam, but it's not really the way to go in this meta.
Yeah, you payback. You want to hit those Oranguru with the payback, but is it going to be brought in the next game as well? Turtonator has been benched by Helios. It has Incinerate, so it is this hard answer to this Bronzong. If you get it on the Bronzong, this is phenomenal for you. All right, both players leaving those Pokemon behind on the bend. Bruno is going to reach for that Crunch, while Helios is going to try and Psyshock first.
This feels like a slightly favorable lead for the Gyarados since you have that super effective access to Crunch, and both Pokemon dealing resisted fast attack damage. We're going to see Bruno building up energy, going for the Crunch here. Immediate decision needs to be made whether you Protect Shield or not, and gonna let it go through. That's some big damage to the Matang, looking to build to that Aqua Tail. Oh, and nice patience, perhaps anticipating the catch, but here's the problem. Doesn't really have an obvious response to Oranguru, so forced to go into the Dugong.
Dugong is now going to be hit on perfect timing with the super effective Trailblazer. This is something you rather want to shield, but shielding your Dugong never feels great. Now you're going to have easy timing here to go for the Icy Wind, get this attack back down to the earth.
Get it back down to normal. Oranguru, a normal type, takes the Icy Wind pretty well, and you can throw on good timing here if you're Helios. You can just throw this Trailblaze immediately, and Bruno is going to allow this one to connect. Now, is another charge attack going to be enough to knock out this Oranguru, maybe with the Ice Shard damage? Bruno opting to go for the Icy Wind.
And I think you shield this. No, absolutely not. Helios says, I don't need to do this. Can you actually get a confusion down here? I think the Ice Shot would have been enough. Swaps in the Matang, tries to go for the farm down. Gyarados is going to connect an Aqua Tail here. Quick responses by Bruno.
I love this aggressive play. Helios made an aggressive swap. It was met by one of Bruno's own, and now the Metang forced to unload a Psyshock on this low health Gyarados. Bruno's going to elect to let this go, and this is going to come down to his own Oranguru in back. Now this is a difficult farm down, and actually Helios able to reach the Gyro Ball. Now this is some really valuable damage for Helios, so Bruno has to make a decision, and he's going to protect shield.
He's absolutely on this game, goes for another confusion, takes it out, also has more than one charge attack, slightly more. Is he already at a Trailblaze? There is the Runerigus, which is a decent Pokemon here, but with so much energy on that Oranguru, you don't want to face it. Now goes for a Brutal Swing first.
This game could potentially come down to a catch. There is still that Oranguru lurking over on that side. There's also a Dugong on the side of Bruno. He can go for a catch attempt. Oh, it makes the catch on the Oranguru. It's a Trailblaze as well.
Does Bruno still have one win condition here? Because Helios also needs to throw a charge attack to win here, or needs to connect to Brutal Swing. However, it is really, really hard to catch in this situation.
Absolutely, 4-turn confusion. Nearly impossible to catch as long as the opponent is patient here, which Helios is. He's got double Brutal Swing already. He can just go back-to-back if he wants, and that's exactly what he's going to do. This will knock out the Oranguru, sending us to a pivotal game number 3.
Your opponent must be really confused to let you catch in this situation when you have a 2-turn fast attack versus a 4-turn fast attack. That is one of the downsides of confusion. It is impossible to play flexibly with this.
Yes, the 4-turn fast attacks and the 5-turn fast attacks, very difficult to make a catch. 3-turn sometimes you can get away with, right? Because maybe you could wait a turn here and there and make that catch, but confusion nearly impossible unless you're in perhaps in a Oranguru mirror. Maybe it can be more likely, but even then, right? Usually you can wait and have that actual time. When it's a 2-turn fast attack, you have to wait half a second essentially if you're trying to wait to see it and make that read. So it's still pretty difficult, but 4-turn you have a little bit extra time to make that decision.
Definitely. So there can't be any confusion. There you could see this attempted catch here did not happen. Both of these trainers are not giving each other anything here. Attempted farm down with the Metang. Gyarados coming in through an Aqua Tail, taking a shield. Helios was just not having any of the shenanigans that Bruno was throwing at him.
No room to breathe, and I feel like the players we're seeing here at the end of day number 1, the players that are in the winners finals, the losers finals, they are the ones that are playing aggressively, that are not giving up farm downs. They're preserving their Pokemon. They're keeping those catch opportunities alive like we just saw, and that's why they're in this position, fighting for a spot in day number 2.
Are we going to see another appearance of Bronzong here? I feel like it was the Pokemon that was missing in this game for Bruno, as Helios going to respond with a Turtonator, the Incinerate Pokemon. It doesn't even feel like it would be rather... Actually, this is a tough matchup for Turtonator because there's 2 Dragon Breath Pokemon.
Right, yeah, that's a good point. Gudra and Gyarados, 2 Pokemon Turtonator doesn't want to see. Hasn't elected to bring it yet, so if you're Bruno, maybe you risk it. You bring the Bronzong yet again, say, I dare you to bring the Turtonator, and here we go. Game number 3, it's going to be the Oranguru mirror match.
All right, we've seen not too many of those, as you mentioned earlier. Brutal Swing is going to connect here. If you want to win switch with this matchup, I think you go Trailblaze and then a Brutal Swing afterwards.
We see the Brutal Swing connect, and Bruno just building more and more energy. Actually waited there in case of a catch, so nice patience from Bruno. Brutal Swing coming through. Now, do you ever throw here on the Charge Attack priority, or do you keep on building? Yes, we are going to see a Charge Attack priority. Bruno confident that his Oranguru can withstand, so he's going to let this connect. And I would have to imagine, no matter what Helios decides here, whether he shields, whether he doesn't, we could see an immediate swap out from these trainers to try and avoid a potential farm down.
Yeah, I think both of them are going to throw something in there. Oh, Helios is actually waiting to see. Wow, that was crazy. Anticipating which Pokemon can come out there. Checking the top right. Seeing the typing. Swapping in the Metang onto the Dugong. Still outpacing us, course.
I absolutely love that play. It may seem simple, but didn't do a confusion. Expected the swap from Bruno and waited to see what it was so he could align the Pokemon he wanted. That is a 1000 IQ play from Helios. He's going to take the drill run here, but Metang likes this matchup. It wins the 1 in the 2 shield scenario pretty convincingly. going for the side strike. Now, this isn't enough, and Bruno knows that, so he's going to let it go so he can get off this parting drill run.
But that is so fine for you to soft lose matchups in this meta, right? If you can get energy on something, you take this. If your opponent has to swap out immediately, you still get one turn advantage. Helios decides to keep the Metang alive, gives up a shield. The Turtonator is being swapped. No, Runerigus is being swapped in. Deals so much damage with those Shadow Claws.
But now the Runerigus is at a shield advantage, so this could spell some trouble for Helios. He does get a shield back, but it has the head start against the Turtonator. It's an Incinerate Turtonator, but with this head start, Bruno may be able to go straight Rock Tomb, and Helios actually electing to go for the Brutal Swing immediately.
Yep, gave him one free Shadow Claw. Bruno has the energy advantage here. Of course, Turtonator is pacing faster, but you can just go for one Rock Tomb and then afterwards do two Shadow Claws and throw another one. This is going to guarantee some super effective damage. Has to call the bait here on the side of Helios. Takes so much damage, but Turtonator is not out of the picture yet.
Rock Tomb not enough, and going for another one here because wants to get another debuff on the Turtonator. It's going to put up the Protect Shield and double debuff. Oh, it makes the catch onto the Oranguru, and that might be the nail in the coffin on the Runerigus.
That is so good. Runerigus is going to come in, Shadow Claw everything like it was born to do. Now, this is a tough farm down, not for Bruno. He is going to Shadow Claw everything. The Metang is energy dry, super effective damage, even goes for the Brutal Swing. For good measure, you don't want to waste any of that energy.
Was a little bit concerned perhaps on the energy of the Metang, so throws the Brutal Swing to be safe. The Turtonator still 2 Incinerates away, and Bruno Shadow Claws down and gets his ticket to day number 2.
Runerigus getting 3 KOs in that last game. What about that? This Pokemon has been performing over and over again, especially in the later rounds of the tournament, in those finals, in the winners finals, now in the losers finals as well. It has absolutely overperformed, booked another ticket for day 2 at the Latin America International Championships 2026.
I love to see the hometown heroes, the players from Brazil, making it to day number 2 with the home crowd. And what great plays from Bruno. I was so impressed with that wait in the middle of the game from Helios. I thought that was such a smart play to read the swap and then align things the way he wanted. But you see the flexibility of Dugong. Even though the Metang got aligned where it wanted, it wasn't that comfortable with that drill run coverage. And it was enough for Bruno to pivot around, and this was such a massive catch in the end game, really setting him up in a position where he could not lose.
I don't know, this was double debuff Brutal Swing, how much damage it would have done on this Runerigus, but it also wouldn't have only tickled, right? It's still super effective damage from a Turtonator, so that might have been the game changer here. Another Incinerate going through. I'm not too sure if that would have knocked out, but I think it wouldn't have hurt him.
Double debuffed, I think you're right, may have been able to win either way, but made it a little bit more comfortable, a little bit more one-sided there in the end. Bruno making his way to day number 2, and yet again, it's the Runerigus.
It's so good. That was fantastic as well. The level just keeps increasing at the end of the day, right? You would think in the winners finals, you're gonna see it all. Those are going to be the best matches of the tournament, but I think this one was the one where most of those difficult techniques were applied in the game, right? Turn waiting here, catching there, just knowing, recognizing simple and difficult win conditions at once.
You know, I had, I think, Celio on my caster predictions as some of the Pokemon most likely to succeed. I think I want to replace it. Is that mean? Is that mean if I kick Celio off?
It's fine, do it.
I'm gonna kick Celio off. I'm placing it with Runerigus right now. Switch the graphic. It's time. This thing has been too good today. It's countering these Medicham. It's throwing Rock Tombs against these Ice types. This has been the standout Pokemon here in this limited meta here, at least on day number 1.
I can see that it is definitely a contender, maybe aside from Medicham that has also been phenomenal. But by the way, we have had plenty of matches conclude without seeing them, so we're going to see those off-stream matches. Dylab winning versus Patricky Albani with a 2-0.
And we see Swagron against Andy Kobe. Andy Kobe able to take that one. Colin 6, a fan favorite, 2-0 against Lindos Paulinho Tad. And yeah, we saw that Richie versus Desync. Oh, that must have been a rematch.
Oh, wow.
Between those two. Desync ends up taking it 2-1 against Richie.
All right, Richie on the downside there, but Colin, the final boss, making it to day 2 once again in another tournament, has also been on a roll lately. And know in the regional in Gdansk, all the rage was Boom versus PvP David, the 2 youngsters, but Colin was right behind them on their tail as 3rd place.
Cullen in great form. We talked about him earlier as the final boss. I said that was the coolest nickname in all of Pokemon Go. Not to be confused with nickname himself.
That is the 2nd coolest nickname.
Nickname is the 2nd coolest nickname. Final boss is the 1st coolest nickname. It's very simple.
He actually had to overcome some big trainers in this tournament. So I think that Colin actually played versus an 800 CP Salamence.
Are you serious?
Yes.
You're not joking with me right now.
No, that's some tough stuff.
Well, you never know, and you can never take an opponent lightly. Sometimes the Salamence, I mean, it has Outrage, Fly. Those hit pretty hard.
If Salamence is powered up to 1,500 CP, it's really good, actually. You're fast pacing to that Fly. You deal some damage with a Dragon Tail. It's a good Pokemon.
As we talk about Salamence here, let's get real. Because we have Javier versus Andre, and there is a Pokemon on each side here that stands out to me right away. But for Andre,
yes,
he finally brought it. We've been waiting for this.
Glalie is there.
The Glalie is there.
My baby.
One of your favorites. And I think Glalie, although we haven't seen it much at all today, it is a Pokemon that you really have to be aware of, because if shields go down, Glalie can go to town.
Yeah, and if you have a Glalie and another Pokemon that hits really hard with good charge attacks, Glalie is the perfect Pokemon to take away shields from your opponent. Every time someone uses a charge attack on a Glalie, everyone is hovering over those shields with their finger, right? Avalanche is just so incredibly good, and I'm happy to finally see it. I actually posted that I want to see so much Glalie on this tournament, and nobody has brought it so far.
Yes, and there is actually an Altaria on the side of Javier, which is a unique pick. I don't know if that Altaria has much play. There's double ice on the team of Andre, but here we go. We're off and running. Game number 1 of this series, and we see Oranguru into Gyarados. Typically, players like to go for that Trailblaze in this matchup to really ramp up that confusion damage against the Glacier Gyarados.
We've seen so many matches where the Crunch just went unshielded, takes away a shield, catches a Trailblaze, full rollout going through here. Andre is setting up that Glalie for success.
Yeah, getting the shield advantage first and a rollout through to really get this energy going for Glalie. And this timing is pretty nice. Oh, actually, let's in a full confusion. I would have liked to see maybe 5 rollouts there for optimal timing, but Glalie gets off the Avalanche.
I'm confused as to why Javier has not swapped in the Turtonator before, because this Glalie has done a lot of damage, actually gets another Avalanche off. Are you going to get another shield here?
I have to agree with you. It is a questionable decision not to swap that Turtonator earlier and start farming down with the Incinerates. But Turtonator going to get a little bit of a head start. Oh, but not before the Aqua Tail. This is brutal for Javier.
This is going to deal so much damage, not with a shield though, and I think that's it for the shields of Javier. Charge attack priority here. That is so tough, having to spend the energy here. Is Andre going to shield this? Yes, the Gyarados is nowhere near KO here. You will have to extend. Oh, no, you can catch as well.
Catches on the bulky Celio. Andre right now reading his opponent like a book. He gets the brutal swing catch and has the Celio against the Gyarados. And Gyarados normally can fight back here, but it is down a Protect Shield. Looks awfully difficult for Javier to come back from this situation.
The question is Andre going to put that shield on the Celio to win that Gyarados matchup quite hard? Or is he going to put it on the Gyarados that he has in the back? Because this one can't really defend itself without shields, but it paces so quickly to those Aqua Tails.
I think he's got multiple options here, multiple avenues where he wants to use that Protect Shield. Gets to another Body Slam. This is going to put Gyarados quite low. Andre has some energy on his own Gyarados as well, so Celio's going to Body Slam this Gyarados, and you're going to have to throw eventually, I think. Yeah, throws the Aqua Tail here right before going down.
Yep, and Andre says, let the Body Slams hit the floor. I'm going to bring in the Gyarados. You're not going to get to a charge attack here. Oranguru is being swapped in immediately. It's almost at 2 charge attacks, but only almost. Good job on saving the shield from Andre, because he is going to outpace to the Aqua Tail before this Brutal Swing is being charged up. But does he know about the energy? He does. Goes for the Aqua Tail here.
Nice awareness from Andre. Had to throw this Aqua Tail. This will certainly knock out the Oranguru. Now the question, Was there energy remaining on the Turtonator? No, not enough. It's going to get Dragon Breath down, and I think everything is going to get Dragon Breath down by Andres Gyarados, taking game number 1.
Glalie. Glalie won this game single-handedly, even though a Turtonator swapped on.
It doesn't have any hands, though, Glalie.
Well, let's no-handedly.
No-handedly, it won the game.
Yeah,
that's even more impressive.
Yeah, even though it's in no hands, it can win games here with the Avalanche and the rollout pacing so faster. But I want to say, I think if the Turtonator was swapped earlier onto the Glalie, it would have been a lot better there.
Right, I think it could have been a different game, perhaps with the rollout advantage. Maybe that discouraged the swap into the Turtonator, but even so, you might be able to completely farm down before 2 Avalanches or something of that nature. That happened, that would have been really nasty for the Turtonator. So Javier maybe just overthinking it a little bit, maybe made it a little more complicated than it needed to be, but all the credit to Andre. What a beautifully played game, made multiple catches, and in the end, just able to Dragon Breath everything down with that Gyarados.
Agreed. You were talking about taking risks. He safe swapped that Glalie into a Turtonator team. That is risky.
That is risky, absolutely. And I guess with the rollouts adding up a little bit and Avalanche, maybe it's not the worst. As long as you get to 2 Avalanche, you don't think?
It's bad.
It's terrible? It's that bad? Well, maybe I'm just being an optimist. I felt like I was being too pessimistic for Glalie. I wanted to encourage it, but you're right. That is a bold strategy, and it did pay off for Andre there. Yeah. Javier will have to adjust, and I can't imagine Altaria ever comes in this matchup. So if you're Andre, that's a slight advantage, right? You can kind of cross off one Pokemon in your notes. I know that's not coming, and worry about the rest. Here we go. Game number 2, we have a lock-in, and it's going to be Turtonator against the Gyarados. Great lead for Andre.
Yep, this is one of the few huge leads in this meta. Swaps in the Gyarados as the safe swap, but the one Pokemon that you can't really safe swap well against with a Gyarados is another Gyarados. You're going to be behind 1 turn. The question is, does Andrew swap out the Gyarados after throwing that crunch into one of his own? Yes, of course, we're going to soak energy. We're bringing Celio.
I like this play a lot. Just playing it very logically, very straightforward. You can get to that crunch 1 turn before the opposing Gyarados, and then you supply your Celio with a shield advantage. I don't think Andre really even cares if he... Actually, no, I take that back. He does need switch advantage. So he's going to try and keep alignment here with the Celio. Javier may try to make this uncomfortable, try and fight back with his Gyarados.
Oh, Andre is even bringing the Glalie again. You're right, this is the best day of my life. Another crunch being thrown by the Gyarados. Celio takes this like a champ. No problem. What is going to happen next? Oh, the defense debuff. Is this going to matter? Gets to the next body slam as well. Aquatail almost reached there, but Javier says, yeah, I won't have switch here.
He's not going to risk going down both Protect Shields here. That would probably be too much to overcome. So, oh, but we see actually Switch giving up here. And all of a sudden, maybe the tables have turned. Turtonator could get lined up with that Glalie here in the end game. And maybe there's an opening here for Javier.
Well, if it doesn't, the Bronzong is aligned to the Glalie. So Andre really wanted to make the Glalie work, but his opponent was like, Turtonator wasn't enough, I'm going to bring Bronzong as well.
A shiny Bronzong at that. Crunch going to connect here. Bronzong pretty bulky, should be able to withstand this and reach another charge attack. And it was actually a charge attack priority. So this Psyshock being unleashed, both Protect Shields still remaining for Andre, and he's going to use the first one here.
I think you need to, because if this Gyarados gets knocked out, yes, you have 2 shields to hide behind with your Glalie, but that's going to be Incinerate and the Metal Sounds, and those do add up, let me tell you.
Another Psyshock. This one's going to connect, and shield advantage Glalie. Here we go. Can Glalie up a shield? Be the turn. I think so. These rollouts are doing more than I expected. I know they're super effective, but rollout typically doesn't do much damage. Yeah. So going to shield the Brutal Swing here, I expect Andre to maybe do 1 rollout and throw.
Yeah, he has to, because otherwise I don't think that knocks out, though. I think that Turtonator is bulky enough to withstand this Avalanche and then get to another Brutal Swing.
Avalanche connects, puts it very low. Oh, no swap. Oh, does one, then swaps into Celio. Celio able to get rid of the Turtonator, and can Celio get some? No, oh, no, it gets farmed down. Wait,
there's going to be a Psyshock loaded rather soon, just before the Avalanche is reached. He overfarms, the Avalanche is reached, and it is going to throw into the Bronzong, knocking it out.
I think a misplay from Javier could have thrown the side shock, but Glalie gets there first. Glalie throws first, and Andre able to take this in crazy fashion.
Congratulations, Glalie gaming today. I love this. This Pokemon has thrown avalanches left and right. This is how you play this Pokemon. You throw ice at everyone around you.
Glalie came and Glalie showed out. Glalie, what a pick, and beat the Turtonator in the Bronzong. How did that happen?
I don't know. I don't know. The Bronzong just didn't throw the Psyshock, I guess.
Yeah.
But of course, this I think the real MVP, without being ironic or something, I think it was Celio.
Celio, very bulky, but like we said, I think Andre just played very logical in that game, and he was able to maintain an advantage and really just was ahead the whole time. And obviously, I think Javier, when he watched that back, had that opportunity to throw the side shock there in the end game. So maybe wishes he could have done that. But these players have been fighting through a gauntlet in the loser side of the bracket. Maybe just lost track of the energy there when he decided not to throw. So all the credit in the world to Andre and his Glalie play to win that game.
Yeah, this Pokemon, I also love how locked in Glalie looks. Like, it is always so in the zone when it plays. Rolling out, I think it just launches itself at the opposing Pokemon with a rollout. I think that should do more damage.
It looks kind of mean, and sometimes you need that fierce Pokemon on your team that intimidates the opposition. You can't all be cutesy like the Dugongs of the world. You need kind of need that feisty Pokemon on your team.
Right?
Set the tone.
Let's be honest. Would you be able to take a rollout from a Glalie to the face?
I don't want to. That's for sure.
I think it does at least 50%.
Yeah, you might be right. It's never happened, and hopefully never does. I would much rather take the rollout, though, than an avalanche.
Yeah, that is definitely true. He's such a powerful Pokemon. When it is used in the right positions, this time we didn't even see it in the right spots. You want to have this on dragons or in neutral scenarios where you can pull shields or you deal massive amounts of neutral damage. I think actually, even though it sounds crazy, it plays a little bit like Medicham.
A little bit, yeah, I can see the comparison there. And I thought it was just a great job of knowing how to utilize the Glalie. Found positions where it was up energy, where it was up a shield, where it can be most devastating. Glalie tends to struggle in situations where it's even shields, even energy, and it's not dealing much fast attack pressure, but Andre knew how to utilize it to its full potential.
I think the best matchup for Glalie in this meta is actually, funnily enough, a fire-type Pokemon, Charizard. You are dealing massive amounts of damage with the rollout. Where's Charizard, by the way? People have been anticipating this Pokemon. Nice voice crack. But it is nowhere to be found.
We haven't seen it, and it might just be due to the fact that some of these bulkier Pokemon are kind of running the meta, like Oranguru, like Dugong, and Charizard tends to struggle taking hits of its own. So maybe that's the reason people aren't really opting for Charizard. A little bit more difficult to play. But here we go. Losers finals coming up. PvP David, one of the top players over in Europe, just fresh off the Gdansk regional win. And he's going up against Decoupage, a player from Colombia, who is a really talented player. I've seen his name show up in grassroots formats, and I expect some high-level play here between these two.
Another player with a Togetic, and we're amassing Bronzong. Bronzong is also on this team. This Pokemon, it kind of vanished at the beginning of the day, but now in those later groups, there is plenty of them, and it is actually performing. It is being brought a lot. It's so funny that in the beginning of the tournament, and I think the players have practiced a lot before those tournaments, in the beginning, we saw the big four. Basically, only the big four, right? Oranguru, Gyarados, Dugong, and Turtonator in that order, basically. But now we see so many of those core-breaking Pokemon, like the Runerigus, like the Medicham. Metang is being played more, Bronzong is being played more. What is the reason for this? Why is the playstyle of the players changing mid-tournament?
Well, you have to adapt, and as players are getting more and more reps throughout these matches, maybe the strategies start to shift, maybe the mind games start to take place, and we see the Togetic, as you said, once again on Decoupage's team, and paired with the Bronzong, I think you have to watch out for something like that Turtonator. You can't afford to disrespect it too much, but yeah, the Psychic Steels have really been a game changer in whether you stick to that core 4, like you said, or whether you opt to maybe go for something that can hard punish Pokemon on the opposing team.
We're going to see which strategy those players are going to decide on. It is going to be a Dugong mirror match in the lead, and it is almost only Pokemon from the Big Four.
Dugong mirror match, and this is always one of those mind games. Do you stay and do you play the full thing out, or do you build up energy and maybe go? It's kind of a test of patience as well if you're able to stick this entire matchup out. Drill Run going to connect, and PvP David immediately knows that he wins charge attack priority in this Dugong matchup, so that could be useful information as they carry on.
I mean, that can be important for PvP David, but also for Decoupage. It is really important to know that and play around it later on. I feel like these ice shards deal a lot of damage for some reason, even though it's double resisted. And it's also interesting that we have seen both trainers just throw a Drill Run straight up when they had it first. Usually, you see both trainers on Dugong mirror matches just going up to 2 charge attacks just to be able to throw it at something else if it is being swapped in.
Both building up energy. Drill Run going to connect on this Dugong, and you have to think Decoupage maybe opting to go for a catcher knowing he loses charge attack priority. Oh, but instead going for an Icy Wind. This isn't, I guess, opting for a debuff and then maybe a pivot is what he's going for.
Or maybe he's barely not getting knocked out, wants to get farmed down by the opposing Dugong. He's hanging on to 1 HP, doesn't want to get the knockout, wants to get the energy there. PvP David is going to stay in with the Dugong. Hard swap into the Oranguru, answered by Turtonator.
Another possibility was he was anticipating a catch on that charge attack priority, so that's why he went for the Icy Wind instead. Now, Turtonator lined up against the Oranguru. PvP David is going to prefer this positioning, I think, to have his Oranguru on the Runerigus in back. But right now, Oranguru putting on the pressure. And like you said earlier, Leo, the timing here is kind of awkward as the Turtonator and Oranguru can simply do 1 confusion and throw.
Yep, and now I think you will need to throw the Brutal Swing rather immediately, because I don't... Oh, putting up a shield here on the side of PvP David says, if you have a Bronzong in the back, I kind of want to have my Turtonator ready to go. But, oh my goodness, he is actually going to go for a full farm down here if he goes for another shield. Did not throw the Brutal Swing. Oranguru reaches another one.
And a quick swap into Runerigus, up 2 protections. There is so much energy on this Turtonator. It's basically at 100 energy, but I think it's only going to be able to utilize 2 charge attacks here. And David going for the Brutal Swing. This could potentially draw the final Protect Shield. Big decision here, and does draw the final Protect Shield.
Imagine you're throwing 2 charge attacks and you're still losing like 30% of max energy on your Pokemon.
Yeah, that's what can happen when you stack so much energy with Incinerate. And here we go, Brutal Swing going to connect on Oranguru. We've seen that 2 doesn't quite knock out in Oranguru, so this is going to be close. Another Brutal Swing coming through, but PvP David is at the Trailblaze after this lands.
I think he's also going to be a double Brutal Swing if he wants to in this matchup. Goes for the Trailblaze immediately. I think you farm down with the next Confusion being ready. Boosted with another Charge Attack start. Both trainers have forfeited their shields early on. Is this going to knock out? Transfers the damage onto the Dugong. Can bring in the Runerigus again for a Brutal Swing. No, this is going to deal so much damage. Doesn't even reach the Brutal Swing there. It is going to knock out with a Brutal Swing here.
And I think had he stayed, maybe he would have just reached that Brutal Swing. So a slight miscue, perhaps Oranguru gets farmed down. I don't want to speak too confidently. Nice win there from PvP David. I'm not sure if he stayed in, if he would have actually reached that Brutal Swing, or if he transferred 1 Confusion, so it wouldn't have mattered anyway.
I think he transferred the Confusion. If you do 1 Shadow Claw and then you swap, the damage goes on to the Dugong, because when the Dugong comes in, that's when the damage registers, right? Also, the Dugong immediately fainted there, so I think he did his best to get energy.
Right, so I think what would have happened if he didn't opt for that play is he would have essentially fainted as he reached the Brutal Swing, taking that 1 extra Confusion damage. So don't think it was necessarily a miscue there. But PvP David looking locked in. This young trainer always looks so calm in his demeanor, so stoic, and he has proven that he can win at the highest level, multiple regional titles in his young career. So he's looking to add more to that resume, looking to make day number 2.
You know what? he is just that. He is just calm, collected, and stoic, and that just shows in his gameplay as well. In the most stressful situations where other people would make mistakes, he always finds a way out of those sticky situations.
We were talking about it backstage. David actually wasn't intending to come to this tournament. After he won Gdansk, he's like, all right, I gotta give it a go. And here we go for game number 2. It's going to be Oranguru versus Turtonator. And I like the timing here from Decoupage, going to throw this Brutal Swing after 3 Incinerates, really maximizing the efficiency here.
This is actually a matchup where you can play around with weird timing on the side of Oranguru. You can just throw after 3 Confusions, and then your opponent will have to throw on bad timing as well.
Right.
If your opponent swaps out, then it's tricky.
That makes sense, and opting to throw immediately here because doesn't want to allow David to throw the next Brutal Swing first. So allows the Confusion to sneak through, but David is actually going to put up the Protect Shield and is going to do 1 and throw. This should be enough to knock out from this range. Turtonator is going to go down, and Decoupage has brought a Pokemon this time in the back that can tank all this energy. So I wonder if David preserves it. No, he's actually just going to throw it into the Togetic.
Oh, I thought we were going to see a swap out here for sure. PvP David launches this Brutal Swing, and I think Confusion, yes, it does a little bit of damage, but not too much. That is a lot of farm down. Has a full Dazzling Gleam on the Togetic. He has a shield up. Dugong is being swapped in now. It has super effective fast attack pressure. It has super effective charged attack pressure. Takes an Ancient Power, super effective damage. Doesn't do too much. It's still Ancient Power.
And we actually see the pivot into the Runerigus. I'm a little bit surprised here. I thought you had so much energy on the Togetic, maybe opt to throw more Ancient Power. But now Dugong meeting this Runerigus with an Icy Wind. Super effective damage, plus an attack debuff. First Protect Shield comes up, and now in comes the Turtonator. These Incinerates will add up very quickly, and David electing to no-show the Rock Tomb since the Runerigus is debuffed.
Yep. Oh, that doesn't even do half. That is surprising to me. Now, there is going to be a Brutal Swing reach here. I think you can very safely no-shield this. Maybe Decoupage had to farm up a little bit more there because PvP David can over-farm now. Nope, throws the Brutal Swing straight away.
David knew it was just a Brutal Swing and now gonna fire one of his own here. This is going to connect super effective damage. It was debuffed, so a little bit less than usual. In comes the Togetic, and Togetic not threatened at all by these charge attacks. David desperately trying to reach his timer. Oh, but he gets farmed down first.
Togetic is catching PvP David off guard. It is looking so strong in this game. And I think you don't shield anything at this point anymore because this Togetic is loaded with energy. There's no way to get back from this situation. Ancient Power number 2 is being thrown here, and Togetic actually carrying this game.
I think David had the right idea there, wanted to save the energy. Maybe could have potentially thrown a Brutal Swing since he was doubled up and then saved one for later. I don't know if it would have changed anything. But great win from Decoupage. And I want to make a correction, Leo. I think I said a Colombian trainer earlier, actually representing Chile. And how about these Chileans today? Yes. They have put on such a show. They have represented themselves, their region so well. And Decoupage has now forced a game 3 against one of Europe's best in PvP David.
Yep, not too shabby, I want to say. Those trainers have been going through tough group stages. Now they're going to face each other on the brink of elimination. Decoupage here with Togetic and Bronzong next to Dugong, Oranguru, Turtonator, and the Runerigus, the MVP Pokemon that Rice is calling. Look at this. The Brutal Swing that was thrown into the Togetic, that one threw me a little off guard.
Yes, it's been so impressive. The Togetic really today. It's been a surprise for me seeing how well it's done in a few matchups. And I think David, yeah, maybe would have been better off saving that Brutal Swing for later and performing an aggressive swap, but perhaps felt like in that particular matchup he needed the alignment. So we'll see what adjustments David makes. Maybe he feels like he could have won that game. David's just such a talented player.
Yeah.
He'll look to potentially make some adjustments here. Game number 3, here we go.
But if you're trying to keep Switch and you're giving up like 9 Fairy Winds, I mean, that has to be a Noctowl versus Trapland level matchup. But this is a horrible lead for PvP David. Decoupage already starting off strong here. And now in this matchup, this is so good. When the Dugong is safe swapped, you can Dragon Claw immediately for perfect timing and then swap out, trying to guarantee the Switch here. Lands as well.
Lands the heavier hitting Dragon Claw. and like staying in, so giving David maybe a window here to overcome the deficit he's in, because like you said, when the Dugong swaps in, it makes life so much easier to just throw 3 Incinerates before throwing your charge attack, but Decoupage just content staying in here. The problem is once this is out of the picture, the Matang is much more valuable.
And I think this reveals the entire line that Decoupage has brought to this matchup, because I think you swap Turtonator out of this matchup after the Dragonclaw every single time unless you have Rune Regis or Togetic that can get hit super effective by Ice-type attacks.
And I think David is sensing that Rune Regis in the back. He uses both Protect Shields to fight for switch. This Icy Wind coverage is going to go very far here, but now there was a sneak from the Togetic. It's going to outpace to the next. Does David swap out of here? Oh, he doesn't, and he's gonna lose the Icy Wind.
But still, there is a lot of damage already on that Togetic. PvP David, this energy is completely raw. Oh, brings in the Gyarados because he knows there's going to be a swap. The Metang completely walls the energy of the Togetic. That Pokemon is basically useless in the back there as soon as Metang comes in.
Anticipates the swap, but Decoupage can be patient here. He still has another Protect Shield. You have to think a catch could be coming. Rock Tomb's coming through. David is rolling his eyes. He does not like this position. I think Rock Tomb will nearly knock out. Gyarados did hang on, but now this Matang just has nowhere to go, nowhere to run, nowhere to hide, and Rune Regis could be ruining away with this.
That might be the finisher of this game. Togetic just chilling in the back there. How much damage can you do? Fury Cutter is resisted by the Ghost typing. You're going to go for a Psyshock here. There is even still a Protect Shield on the side of Decoupage. He's looking mighty strong there. Doesn't even have to use it. Goes to charge up more energy. Brutal Swing is going to connect. Super effective damage. Decoupage on the brink of going to day 2. Knocking out the Metang of PvP David. 1 HP on the Gyarados. Are you going to Shadow Claw the Gyarados down? Yes, Decoupage makes it to day 2!
What an absolute thriller here. Decoupage with the Rune Regis ruining the run here from one of Europe's best in PvP David, representing the LATAM region. He's moving on to day number 2, and I'm sure he's happy with that performance. You could hear the roar of the home crowd cheering him on, and he is moving on. We will see you tomorrow, Decoupage.
Giving half the heart to the community over there. I mean, the other hand was busy with the team sheet, so understandable, but I think he has the full love for the crowd, for the people sitting there cheering him on. PvP David, of course, still such an amazing performance getting into the winners final. Of course, it's a little bit tough to lose 2 games in a row then.
It was a very tough lead for David to overcome. Had to go down both Protect Shields, and we were questioning at first staying in for so long, but Decoupage had things all figured out. He knew as long as he maintained the switch advantage, he could still align the Rune Regis with the Matang, so no need to switch out. He was fully content just playing out that matchup, and just that 1 turn advantage for the Turtonator, I feel like made the Dugong matchup all the more comfortable.
Yep, that's true. The drill run when it ended, I was like, okay, maybe that's crazy, but I also was a little bit confused. I thought, hey, if the Turtonator is so low, you don't have to go down 2 shields there to keep the alignment, but I think that David was suspecting the Rune Regis in the back, saying, okay, I really want to have the Togetic on my Metang, so I'm going to go down 2 shields. And then maybe throwing on suboptimal timing cost the game?
Perhaps. It comes down, it's a game of seconds, a game of turns, and you know, we've seen so many high-level plays throughout the day, and we have finished and we are set to look at our bracket for day number 2. We start on the winner's side. You see Basti against Stud Muffins at the top. Nighttime Clasher, Ash and Ash. Oh my gosh, Patoman and Sceptile Ice. Leo, these are some incredible matches.
Yep, and then they're followed up by Patoman versus Sceptile Ice. Out of Pocket versus Lindos Bernardo. How are you feeling about that, Rice?
Oh, those are 2 young guns going head-to-head. It's going to be a shoot-off, and Out of Pocket is so talented. Bernardo, if he is able to pull off the win against Out of Pocket, what a debut for him in his career.
And then Marto Galde versus Stone Collection at EUIC. Marto Galde beat Zephy Mastix in, I think, is something like a top 24 matchup. So I think Stone Collection wants to avenge his friend.
And then we see two Brazilians that will go head-to-head, Zardy and JW Naldo. Hungry Wolfpack, more of a newcomer to the scene against It's Axon, one of the world's best, a world champion. And then Elche and Dising, two Chileans, going head-to-head as well.
Those are the 16 trainers that have the highest chance of winning the tournament because they are still undefeated. They swept their entire groups and they have played phenomenally all day.
They have, and looking forward to day number 2. Make sure to tune in tomorrow. We'll be back here, and we just can't wait to get things started. What a wonderful day to kick off the Latin American International Championships. It has been an absolute blast.
Yep, this tournament has been amazing. Those trainers have given it their all. Follow us on the socials. Stay updated on everything that is happening at the LAIC 2026.
And you better follow along on Twitch because we have some great Twitch drops for you. Of course, inspired by It's Axon's NAIC winning Araquanid. Make sure to grab that Elite Charge TM. Those are so useful, as well as the 15 Charge and Attack TMs. So, fast TMs, I should say. Those are really useful, especially for people like me that are always low on these TMs. I'm always TMing things. You need to follow along to get those TMs. They're really nice.
Agreed. And if you like supportive Pokemon in VG and you don't have one yet, you can get Federico Camporesi's Whimsicott for free as a Twitch drop on Scarlet and Violet. This Pokemon has been an absolute menace. Prankster ability, so you're guaranteed to go first unless there's a faster prankster on the opposing side, and you can get a tailwind off. Make your heavy-hitting Pokemon a little bit faster.
Whimsicott, such an adorable Pokemon. We move over to the trading card game and watch to receive rewards, in-game redemption with the Twitch drops. Once again, such a cool jacket with that Venusaur on it and get some in-game rewards. TCG drops coming in full effect. All these Twitch drops have been a really cool feature here, and I hope you guys are enjoying them.
Yep. Rice, do you have some last thoughts to close out the day? Do you have something to add? What Pokemon stood out the most to you? Repeat it one more time for me.
Rodriguez, you heard it a million times, but I just want to say it's an honor and a privilege to bring you guys this Latin American International Championship. And not to be cliche, but just trainers traveling from all over the world. The community is always so hype, loving, welcoming here in LATAM. It has been so much fun. And we're seeing this historic first time limited meta really bringing out, I think, the skill showcase of these trainers, the creativity, who's bringing the wild card picks, and how are you adapting when you have basically a mirror match to find a way to win. It has been a pleasure to watch so far.
You're on point once again. I cannot add anything to this. Phenomenal games, phenomenal trainers. We can't wait for more. The top 32 will come to you, to your home tomorrow. We're going to stay tuned. We can't wait for it to start. See you.